gotta get it on my set.
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, time's up, better be ready, can't stop me now, no, 'cause here I come, here I come, here I come. Show you all my feelings. I'm not good at keeping no secrets. No secrets, no secrets. No secrets, no secrets. I know you're scared sometimes, don't know if you're wrong or right. You've been doing things you never thought you'd do. Taking it day by day, it seems like you lost your way. Even when you win, it still feels like you lose. I wish that you could see what I see. Your soul is stronger than what you need. No secrets if you do what you dream. I guess, but I'll be there for everything. No secrets. No secrets. No secrets. No secrets. No secrets. No secrets. 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 Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my car. If you let me, I would give it all to you. Coasting, open, hoping for more. Dreaming, thinking what I have is yours. Realize, recognize 100 times I've cried. Top down, music loud as we cruise at 85. Wondering is this a dream or real life? A fantasy is what this feels like. 10 toes down for my baby. This life be driving me crazy. Your friends talk down, it don't faze me. Leaving you alone, well that ain't me. Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my car.
What's up, everybody? I'm here at ESL Challenger Jönköping, day -1. This is actually the pre-day. We're getting teams arrive. Teams are doing media. Teams are getting settled into their prac rooms. And I'm actually going to go backstage and raid those prac rooms a little bit to get the real scoop on what's going on before the event even starts. Oh, we're rolling? All right, great. I'm here to bother the party astronauts. We're breaking into their player room. This is their coach, Viathan. We're checking in here. You've got the spreadsheets up. Hold on. Hide the critical information.
Hello, hello everyone.
How are you guys feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty rested.
This is your first Euro Tour, right?
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, every NA person who's complained about jet lag, I don't really know. I acclimated pretty quickly. I feel like as a gamer, I'm not a human anyway, where I can just like handle being asleep or being awake for like 4 hours and having to go like 20 hours. So, and the week before this, it prepared pretty well, like 16 hours straight of CS, all those officials, a good warm up for the grind.
You guys have Mongols first round, right?
Yes, first match is against Mongols.
You gonna destroy the terror of Asia?
Hopefully, that's the plan. We did a good little amount of prep. Hopefully we can make some certain Twitter users upset, everyone else happy, show some good showings for NA.
I like it. What's your confidence rating in this BO1?
It's a BO1, man. It's got to be 100%. You have to always believe in a BO1. Anything can happen in a BO1.
100% confidence. That's the coach I want right there. All right, we got hometown boy here. I heard from Anton that you actually grew up like 20 minutes away from here.
Yeah, like 40 minutes. Same thing, basically, though.
Same thing.
In the forest.
In the woods. All right, so you emerged from the woods. You emerged to this land. How many times have you been to this dream hack?
Like 9 times, I would say. 10 almost. I mean, dude, it's like, I actually lost count. But this is the first time we're playing the event, so.
There we go. First time playing in the main event. Have you let everyone else on the team know that they got to defend your turf?
Yeah, basically. I've told them, I said, like, we got to win or I'm just going to go take my ass back to the woods. No, I'm joking.
All right, hold on. On the walkout, result. How are you feeling about this one?
I don't know really.
Man doesn't know. You've been shooting pretty damn hard. I've been watching a lot of you guys online. You gonna shoot pretty damn hard online, yeah?
It's only my opinion. We just fucked up it online. Maybe we play good sometimes, but we sucked.
Okay. All right. It's a very sober opinion there. All right. I'll let you go. I'll let you go do the SSDs. I'm just here being a problem. What's up, everybody? We're here in the Alliance practice room, the hope of Sweden. What do we think over here? What are you guys up to?
I'm chilling. Just enjoying my time here with the boys, managing the team, this event.
Who is the most annoying player to manage?
The most annoying player to manage is, of course, the guy right there, Pleasant.
Yeah? What does he do?
He's just, a kid.
Now we get the scoop from him. Pleasant, your managers just said you're the most annoying player to manage. How do you feel about that?
I don't know. I don't agree, actually. I don't agree.
He doesn't agree.
You disagree?
He disagrees.
I think the entire team agrees, but
He's talking some shade here. We
have a thing in the team. He's not allowed to buy scouts. Okay. And if he buys scout tomorrow, I will throw an apple on him while he plays.
Are you gonna buy a scout now?
Let's do it for the content.
Do it for the content. Honestly, if he throws an apple from the audience, I think that's great content. I think you have to buy at least one scout. Make it happen, yeah?
We will see.
We're gonna see. What's up, everybody? I'm here in the Mongols practice room, and of course, they've sent Techno to me. Techno, you guys just lifted a trophy. You gonna make that 2 trophies?
Yes, for sure.
Hell yeah. How's the team feeling? I mean, on stage, lifting a trophy on land. What does that feel like as a player when you're lifting that?
Also, I'm so happy and feeling awesome. Also, proud of my team, and we're feeling so confident, I think. Yeah.
Now, when we were in Atlanta, I managed to get Blitz to talk to me once. Do you think I can make somebody else, other than you, do an interview at some point this weekend?
Maybe they don't want to. Yeah.
All right, but hear me out. If you guys keep winning, 910's gonna do an interview with me, right?
Okay.
Right, 910? No?
No.
I don't know. I'm not buying it anymore. All right, you guys all need to bully Mara into doing an interview with me, right? Yeah? You can see he's just like, nope, the terror in his eyes. Welcome to ESL Challenger Jönköping, here on the shores of a lake that he's seen so many years of Counter-Strike competition, so many champions crowned in the history of this beloved game. And this weekend, we're gonna crown one more. 8 teams enter, but only one can be the kings of ESL Challenger. It's time to get started. It's time to find out who that's going to be.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, White Market, and Logitech G.
I have absolutely no idea why you're awake this early in the morning, but damn, I'm happy you are, because you get to see the start of ESL Challenger Jönköping. I can never say it right, so thank goodness they have Mike on the stage doing it. My name is Sam. My job is to guide you through Challenger this weekend, though based on this chair, you'd presume my job is to be a psychologist, and it kind of makes sense because the 2 analysts I'm about to introduce, we all know they have some issues that therapy could definitely help. So we've put them on a couch, and this is their opportunity. Neokai and Alan Hender, tell me, how does it make you feel to be here, Alan?
Many different emotions, Sam. Thank you for asking. Some sides are pain, some sides are happiness.
Okay, actually, no one really cares. Let's talk about Counter-Strike, Alan.
Nor do I.
There you go. Nair, you got to be stoked. You get to move away from the casting desk. You're on a couch.
People now can listen to my opinions, right? Rather than mute and just not watch the game. I'm looking
I
forward
wish
to
I
it.
could.
I'm looking forward to it. It should be good. I'm really glad.
Well, you
to be
mentioned the
joining you
muting
guys.
thing. I mean, do you think that people mute the desk and not your casts?
Oh, well, they might now. You know what I mean? They might change it off this time.
Okay, we've had a little bit of fun here. Let's explain what's actually going on. Obviously, 8 teams have qualified. They are on the stage here in Sweden. They are playing in Challenger, and we've separated them into 2 groups. You'll see your groups right now coming up onto your screen. Group A and Group B, and hot damn, this is a stacked lineup of teams, boys.
Absolutely, yeah. Probably the best lineup we've had for a while in one of these Challenger events. I think for the first time, we've also have no clear favourite. Of course, Mongols back-to-back wins, but Complexity are here. Falcons certainly have the lineup. Enter's new team, MIBR, won in Melbourne. So there's compelling reasons for maybe 5 of these teams, and then Aurora's an outside. So yeah, it should be a lot of fun, and no doubt there's going to be a lot of surprises along the way, Nao.
I'm looking forward to it. This is really good. I mean, you kind of mentioned it. For me, this is the most stacked challenger we've ever had. When you look at the teams available here as well, these are teams that we have seen recently with the likes of Mongols who are winning tier 1 events, top level against very strong opponents. So I'm looking at this and thinking, same thing, anyone's games. But for me as well, you look at kind of the lower end of thinking, PA have come to a couple of these challenges now, and they've got to see this one as so daunting.
For sure. We'll talk a little bit more about Party Astronauts and Mongols in a little bit because they are actually going to be our first game. But first, let's take a look at the schedule. I mentioned the first game, but this is what you can see during the rest of today. We've got 6 best of 1s, and then we'll move into a final best of 3 a little bit later, which is an elimination, meaning one of these teams flew all the way to DreamHack Summit to leave on the first day. That's so much fun. This tournament is actually damn important, though, because there is that Pro League spot up for grabs. Now, for fans that are hardcore Counter-Strike fans, they've been watching this, they're going to be super confused because there are a lot of teams here that have already got their Pro League spots. So how does this exactly work now?
Yeah, I'll explain. So there are 4 invite slots of world ranking for Pro League. You may already own a slot, but those will drop down to the highest ranks that aren't already in there at the moment. That is Team Spirit, then Virtus Pro, then the Mongols, then 9Z, then Eternal Fire, then Falcons, in that order. So the Mongols are probably going to make it anyway. If they won here, that would accelerate them in. Then it would drop down to probably Eternal Fire. So I'd say for Falcons and below, they probably need to win the event or they're not a Pro League.
And that's concerning because obviously just yesterday we got some news about major qualifications. It's going to be based on the rankings for those RMRs, and the problem here is those rankings are locked in on the 7th of August. So this suddenly becomes quite an important game or quite an important tournament for some of the teams here.
Yeah, I mean, there's barely any big events. We've got this, we've got Blast, we've got potentially even Sky Esports, and the Esports World Cup. So, 4 big events, quote unquote, with like massive prize pools that should affect those rankings. But we're looking at this and saying, this has now gone from, at times, maybe some teams would come to us a little bit, whatever, right? End of the season, maybe kind of winding down. You can't, right? You actually have to come and give it your all because this could basically make or break to even make it to the RMRs.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only for the major cycle. Obviously, from the start of next year, all events will have to follow the Valve major ranking. So the second half of this year is pivotal for all these teams. A team like ENT next year can't make changes and then rely on that partner slot. They'll have to play good Counter-Strike or their ranking will slip and they'll get less invites. So for a lot of teams, they've got to recalibrate because it's not the same playing field that it is at the moment.
Well, this is the big thing because this was made yesterday. This announcement was, I believe it was yesterday morning that Perfect World tweeted
Yeah, that
it
was
out.
the timing. Everyone knew it was going to happen, but nobody knew the cutoff.
That was the thing. So now they've said it. That's going to change a lot of mindsets. Someone like Complexity, they're already a partner team. They were, we're chilled. Now suddenly they're going, hold on, we actually need to place quite high here. Challenge has never been a good playing field for them. That's got to change today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're looking at this as well in kind of, can you mention the grand scheme of things? And I look at the teams who maybe have been tempting changes, and now they're thinking, do we actually value stability over potential, I guess you could call it? And I think Complexity is a pretty good example of that, where now it is a really kind of dicey spot. I think for Complexity, they've got that added benefit of NA being, no offense, I'm a little bit of a weaker region and all that. But, looking at some of these EU teams, and Falcons to me is the one I look to most, or ENT, where they are, in my opinion, not in that top tier 1 level yet. So these events, they have to come into them win. And if they don't as well, not only in terms of the ranking, but just the confidence. I do worry about the confidence, the mental state of those teams.
Alan, Falcons, you mentioned them. They are the talking point here, right? This is a team that we would presume their owners are kind of expecting.
This isn't good enough. I mean, the team was designed to be one of the best teams in the world, minimum maybe top 5, I would assume, at least the sort of numbers just financially they were throwing around for some of these players. So it hasn't been good enough for the moment, and everybody in that project knows that. Everybody in that project knows that. The pressure on them is immense. And the Dupree pickup is an obvious decision to say, maybe Dupree's not the most skilled player, but we know he can play top-level Counter-Strike. We know he brings stability. We know from interviews, they've said the Boris lineup wasn't the easiest to make work, let's put it that way, but Dupree can work. Dupree knows top-level CS, and that's the idea for them. It's just stability and a rock they can build upon, and as we're saying, your floor now matters significantly more in the past. So you need to be consistent across tournaments to get those points.
Since the Dupree pickup, though, Falcons still doesn't look... They just... this is a difficult conversation for me.
Yeah.
I love this team. I love the players. I think it is actually a good team. Why is it not working?
You'd have to be in the team to know for sure. You certainly look at the team on paper and you say there's so many good pieces here that it should get on the same page. But Counter-Strike is all about having an identity. And that team didn't necessarily have a great identity. I think they will grow into that now, and they made a lot of role changes, not just Dupree. They've also moved some roles around. So I think they will grow into being probably a top 15, maybe top 10 team, but I'm not sure how far they can go with this lineup.
I don't know about top 10 personally. For me, the way I've always looked at Falcons is I just compare the cores, right? From this to Ents, right, way back. And I think if you look at just a raw injection of firepower, I see Nerds, I value Nerds as 10 times more firepower than Dupree, but I think Dupree brings stability, has that maybe a bit of a higher floor where Nerds is the highest ceiling is probably the way I go about it. But I think at the moment they still need firepower. You know, you've got some players really try to drive this team through a lot, but man, I really feel in the rifling department, they're getting guys who, yeah, will get like 15 kills, but which is decent. And if it's consistent, it's great, but you're not getting that one guy who's gonna pop off and get, 28, 29. He's really gonna drag them through against a tough opponent. And that's what Nerds used to do for me. So I don't see Falcons getting top 10 personally.
I mean, you are right. I mean, when you go international, what you open yourself up to is having endless scope for players. You can go whichever direction you want, and they've moved Madden now into star roles. Yeah. Now, not to criticize Madden, but Madden's not Nico. Madden's not going to go in the server and win a tournament on his own back. So for them, if they're going to stay international, they have the possibility of going Danish if they want. But if they're going to stay international, some of these players do need to be superstars.
We'll talk a little bit more about Falcons when they play. Now I want to talk about something fun, because the thing that I love is, here's the thing, I'm actually pretty rubbish at the game. I love the game, but I'm rubbish at it. But what I'm not rubbish at is my skins collection, because that is where I shine. I have all the gear and absolutely no idea. And we've also got a new partner joining us, White Market, where you can buy skins and you can also sell them as well. All that information is up on your screen. We heard a really sad thing. One of our colleagues, Anders, had his Steam account hacked. So this is a great opportunity. I mean, he lost so many skins now, so someone can go here, buy him some skins and gift them to him, right?
Yeah, do him a favor, right? For our go Anders, right? I mean, it is a tough one. I mean, it's one of those where I think, especially when you're starting fresh, that in a way it's a silver lining, right? You get to go.
No ways, it's depressing. I spent a lot of money on my skins.
True.
I would be bleak.
It's very depressing, but I think, for me, when I was starting out, it was like, right, I've got a theme now. So I went for turquoise is my go-to color. So I went for a turquoise, light blue to
whole
green.
Theme?
I did for a bit. I've kind of sold them all now. When the price went super high, I got to make that profit.
Okay.
And now I've kind of started going matching a bit.
I'm like all about major capsules. Like that's my vibe. Like I spend a lot of money come major cycle. I feel like I'm giving back to players. So I can talk very rudely about them on desks for the whole year, and then I just spend a lot of money come the major.
Exactly. We pay their rent. So we can say what we like.
I mean,
that's how this works.
I cannot afford to pay a Falcons player rent, from what I've heard. So there we go. What are you looking forward to the most about Challenger this weekend? In terms of, because it is such a stacked lineup, are you expecting anything, any surprises that you think might come in here?
I want to see Aurora, because I still look at this lineup on paper and I say there's so much skill here.
Yeah.
They probably can't win the event, but they could knock out the best team if they have a good series. So Aurora, a bit of a wild card, and they're violently inconsistent. So good or bad, I'm going to enjoy myself.
Those were my notes. Did you read them? That's literally what I wrote about them.
I actually can't wait to talk about Aurora, and I'll probably do a little bit more when we get to the game, because I got to hang out with them in Mongolia a little bit, so I've seen what the inner workings of the camp are like. I'll put it that way. Got a lot of time speaking with likes of Ressol, Kenzie especially as well, even Brain the coach a little bit before he dive bombed off the stage and broke his leg. Funny time, I have to say. Bless him, but it was, we were in the casters nest watching that in the arena. It was kind of funny. But yeah, I'm looking forward to talking about Aurora. They have upset potential. they definitely are burnt out as hell, and I do worry about them a little bit at this event. So I'm looking forward to see what they do.
See, this is the problem when you hang out with them. You get too sensitive, and now you have soft feelings for them, and you're worried about their mental health. We are getting ready to jump into our first game. We're starting with the first group as well. It's coming up on your screen right now. Group A is ready to go, and we are, of course, ready to start chatting a little bit about that first matchup. It is the Mongols up against Party Astronauts. And here's what's so weird for me. I've been to a few challenges. I've been on the stage with the teams, and I've always done that thing when the Mongols come into the mix, and it is that conversation of the dark horses.
Yeah.
Sometimes we don't even know if they're pitching up on the stage. That has completely changed now, Alan, because the Mongols, I would say, coming into this are the favorites to win it.
I mean, absolutely. Expectations are very different for this team. International following now too. So, yeah, eyeballs are on them. Everybody always says it's easier to win the first time than it is to maintain it. So everyone's watching their demos. All of these teams now have a lot of footage on them, on LAN as well. So, yeah, they need to have their wits about them, and they might even need to make some small tweaks to stay unpredictable. Because if they play the same CS they did the last few tournaments, everyone's seen those games. Everyone knows what's coming.
Even if you've seen it though, Nero, is it enough to beat them?
That's actually the big question, because, I mean, there has been tape on this side for a while, but it feels like people just aren't countering them properly. There's a lot of talent in this team, but it's quite raw talent, so how I would go about it, so they can be put off guard. A lot of people talk like Mazzinho, for example. He's only young, 16 years of age. I think for me, the big thing is when I look at this team, you can actually break the mental a little bit of them. But I'm a big fan of the Mongols. For me, I'd love to see them go 3 for 3 in LAN events.
And now, of course, they're going up against Party Astronauts, a team of, I want to call them ragamuffins, but that's a word my mom uses, that have been pulled together from NA. We see Party Astronauts as a lineup all the time. They change those players, but it's always these players that have kind of been dropped somewhere or had some sort of sad story that form. They find themselves in Challenger, and then they find themselves going home.
Yeah, I will say this does feel like a bit of a different iteration, though. The previous teams always had the same call. This team, for me, is a little bit different, but you are right. They are a little bit misfits. They're not in the big orgs they used to be. Ben comes out of EG, Fang out of Complexity, and so on and so on. Wolfie's played in various, international and European teams. So these guys have a point to prove. They certainly have skill individually, but as a team, do they ever take to the Mongols? Probably not, but hopefully they still have a good showing.
You mentioned the Mongols, and of course, if you've just joined us and you're going, who the hell are the Mongols? You clearly don't watch Counter-Strike, but it's fine, don't worry, I got you. Let me show you who they are.
The last 2 LAN tournament, I think we have improved our competing Tier 1 tournaments, and now we want to prove we can do more better. I always say one thing about my team, also the all players. For me, it's the best 5 players of the all time in Mongolia. They have good chemistry and good vibes. I'm happy to be with them. We will play and go hard as we can, because it's the last tournament of the season. Now the summer player break is coming out, and we want to end with the winning, yeah.
2 international LAN events, 2 trophies that they've lifted, and their English is definitely improving. That's going to have to happen, because the more you win, the more interviews you're going to have to do. What I love as well is I was curious how this team was going to be able to perform, because normally it is very last minute. It's very like they're constantly harassed. We never know if they're getting here. But what we've seen for them is that it's just an upward trajectory. The more time they have playing with these international teams, the better they're getting.
Yeah, I mean, I just got back from Mongolia a week and a half ago, right? And I got to hang out with the Mongols in person. They put on a nice dinner for us.
I love the flexes every time there about how you're hanging out with players.
It's got to be done, right? Because I got to get a kind of a look at the inner workings. First of all, the nicest...
Did you understand any of the inner workings? They don't speak English.
Yeah, they do. That's the thing. Okay. They lie. They speak English.
They lie.
But Mara. Mara doesn't. But the rest of the team speak English. Mazzinho, lovely kid, speaks English. He's just a little shy, right? He's 16, right? He's not the greatest when it comes to the interviews, but they speak English. We got to hang out with them. The most part, they're pretty cool. Blitz is actually like a father figure to them. It's quite funny. He, we had a dinner, and Blitz they would kind of ask him for permission to do stuff for everything.
Stories.
It's great. It's great. So honestly, I really like this team, and I think for me, Blitz is the main guy I look towards. He is the IGL, the captain. He is the leader. He's everything this team needs, and I think he is the glue that holds them together. They've got a lot of talent. It's raw talent, and he is the one that makes them shine.
If we push Nero hard enough, he's going to let all the secrets out, and then he's never going to be allowed to hang out with players again. They're going to shut their doors when they see him. It is early in Sweden, and these players have had to wake up, so I'm curious how they're feeling coming into this. I think Mike has got one of the Mongols players with him right now.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with Techno 4K from the Mongols ahead of their matchup against Party Astronauts. Techno, this is a little bit different. You guys have been shooting up the rankings. You're coming in with trophy expectations, coming in as a little bit of the favorites. Does that change how you approach the game?
Oh yes, of course we're confident in this tournament.
Now, the Party Astronauts, what do you think of them?
We don't know about them too much, but we will do our best.
Looking forward to it, man. Good luck.
What makes this team so good right now, Alan?
Exactly the reason Falcons isn't working. They have a shared identity, and they don't necessarily have the best players in the world, but they're more than the sum of their parts. The selection of players has been phenomenal. Nobody before they're on this team was really saying Senzu 9-10 would be well-bidding players that could win tournaments and MVP those events. Obviously 9-10, MVP Diala last week. So some of these players have just moved on leaps and bounds, and you've got to say Blitz, man. He's calling at that level, and he's playing at a high individual level, and he's got this team on the same page, and he's winning tournaments. Shame on you, all these other regions that complain about lack of practice or traveling for events. This guy proves you wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I look at this for me, and I think you kind of mentioned a bit, for me, 9-10, he went from being, in my opinion, actually into the top 30 teams, probably one of the worst AWPers in terms of the consistency, actually the values bringing, and the last 4 to 5 months has become a top 5 AWPer in the top teams. I really look at him, he's improved tenfold. I think one of the things that they've been doing is actually specifically working on him and getting him comfortable, and he looks brilliant now. So I think, for me, that's the big thing PA are going to try and have to shut down. How do you stop an AWPer of that caliber who's actually unstoppable at the moment?
So you mentioned, well, they mentioned it in the interview, no one really knows much about Party Astronauts, so hopefully Mike can educate us a little bit. What are we looking at?
Hey, what's up, everyone? I'm here with CXGI from the Party Astronauts. We're going to be talking about what we got here. Mr. 60, you're up against the Mongols. First off, to open up our show, how's the team feeling about that?
We're feeling pretty good overall. I mean, I know they just came off a big win at their last event, but I mean, we've been playing pretty well in the NA scene, so we're pretty confident. I think that's what we need to go into this.
This is now back-to-back Challenger events, something you guys don't always get in terms of consistent foreign travel. Does that have you a little bit more prepared for this one?
I think like a little bit, yeah. I mean, we did have some roster changes, so I mean, like everybody's still kind of getting used to it. But I think overall, yeah, it helped like having that like experience too from Melbourne and everything.
Well, love to hear it. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Can I be a early morning baddie here? That you heard in the interview talking about travel and, you know, like the time playing. The Mongols, this is something that always blows my mind, because obviously I grew up in South Africa watching Counter-Strike there, so I understand this concept of like smaller regions and no places to practice, no opportunities to land. The Mongols have zero resources. When we talk about salaries and things, it would blow your mind how little they are getting. So I always feel like a little bit of a bitch, but I'm going to say it, like Party Astronauts, shut up. You have no excuses when you're playing up against the Mongols about traveling or land time or anything like that.
I mean, even if now with maybe sticker money and certain opportunities heading their way, it is a better situation, but certainly in the past, these Mongol players would have played for nothing, or they've had to balance other commitments around playing, and they made it work. These guys, they certainly have some excuses. I mean, they're not playing under an organization, but
they have experience on their side.
They do. I mean, they have multiple players that have played in top teams, but they don't have an org. They probably can't practice totally full-time, I wouldn't have thought. So there is an angle there, but yes, that doesn't... It's not a game changer having those angles. You've got to already show the promise, and maybe for these guys, there is an angle where they need to justify themselves as a team when they're in a tournament like this.
Tell me about these players, though, because like I said, we've got some experience there. We've got some what I would call heavy hitters in the North American scene.
Sure. I mean, I would look at PA, and I kind of say this actually primarily domestically. I always think PA are always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They're getting so close in a lot of tournaments. Second places, I mean, recently Thunderpick NA Quals, second place to Legacy. We're looking at a couple of others like Challenger League, again, finishing outside of that top spot, not getting the Pro League spot. So for me, PA are in that upper echelon of the domestic scene, but they're just not quite there. They're not a Nouns level, in my opinion. They're actually not even a wild card level, in my opinion. Wow. I see them just underneath that, and a lot of it comes down to consistency. But it's like what you mentioned: when you don't have an org, it's a lot harder to justify all of these things. You know, Wildcard gets a boot camp, Nouns gets a boot camp, and they get probably international prac, which is just something that PA can't do.
So you've mentioned the player to watch, 9-10 from the Mongols. That is the guy that we're all saying, hey, pay attention to. Party Astronauts coming in, what is their game plan to shut this guy down?
Well, obviously they could have watched the games. They've known the groups for a little bit of time as well, so plenty of ample opportunity to see how Mongols are playing, have a decent guess at the veto, and try and just see how they're finding advantages. I would say though, if you're Party Astronauts, if you try and alter your play style too much, you probably haven't got a chance in this sort of matchup. Just play your own game, play similar Counter-Strike to what you have in practice, because Mongols don't necessarily always play standard Counter-Strike, and I think if you alter yourselves too much, they'll just go too far from the median and not be able to play good Counter-Strike.
So we're going to be playing on Nuke, and I think, Alan, this is something I love to chat about with Best of Ones, because I think that the map is always a bit of a throwaway in the sense that, you know, both teams are not getting what they want, but not necessarily getting what they hate. But it does come down to playing your own game. That's why we see upsets on Best of Ones, because you can't really counter what you're playing against. You just need to go in and play the best you can.
Yeah, I mean, I look at this Nuke pick, and I think, for me, fundamentally, actually, it looks like a handshake. They both play it quite a lot. I do actually think that it's a little bit of a facade over towards PA. The Nuke, for me, I've actually cast them quite a few times recently. It's a little weak. And I think one of the things that they struggle with, I hate to say it, is actually the AWPing department. I like Wolfie as a player, but I actually think he's better as a rifler. And I think this is the big thing of how do you shut down 9-10? Well, you can't out-AWP him. There's just no way that Wolfie's going to find that level. Even, you know, you hate to say it, but Wolfie's peak hasn't even really kind of scratched the surface of what 9-10's average has looked like recently. So I think you've got to try and find other ways to find weaknesses. I'm looking at probably, for me, the big one I always say when I cast the Mongols is Mazinho on LAN. He's a beast on LAN in the comfort of his own home. On LAN, he actually gets a little bit uncomfortable. He does over-rotate. He just gets a bit on edge. That's how I go about it. So I think for me, if I'm PA, I'm looking at this. I look at demo LAN reviews, right? I'm looking at Mazinho as a bit of a weakness.
Gents, we've spoken a lot. We've apparently, according to Nero, it's on mute though, so you probably only just unmuted it now, so you can hear what I'm about to say. It's ESL Challenger. We are kickstarting the day. Mongols up against Party Astronauts. I'm very excited to be able to do this. For many years, since I was a tiny young girl, I've been working with this gent. We both grew up together, passionate about Counter-Strike, and now I get to throw to him. Travis and Hayes are with you to take you into game.
Ah, thank you very much, Sam. It is a pleasure indeed. We've come a long way, to be fair, starting out in the doldrums of South Africa and now finding ourselves at the top here in Sweden. Trav, great to be back once again. We got to do Challenger Jönköping last year, DreamHack Winter, DreamHack Summer, and there's going to be fire in the server as well, mate.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited for this because I think, as Alan said, it's a very, very open challenger. And actually, you know, I couldn't pick a winner, but you know what? I'm going to. Mongols come into this event right off the back of 2 LAN victories in a row. So often they've been the underdogs in tournaments like this in the past. For me now, they come in as favorites, and I'm picking them to win the whole thing.
Okay, I'm going to go with a bit more of like an emotional choice. I'm going to go with Aurora. I just really want to see them do well. It's a team I've enjoyed watching for a long time now. Normally I have to prompt you for a prediction, but you just stuck your neck out there off the bat, man. I appreciate that. Okay. Well, here you go, getting a look at all the players. About to jump into the server soon enough. The opening game might be some nerves there.
Yeah, and Nuke as well, as I said, I think very middle ground map between these two teams. They, of course, both share the permaban of Vertigo as well. They barely play it, especially a lot of teams are kind of barely playing it right now because of the changes, of course. You do have a few specialists out there, like Mouse and XT, for example, do love playing, had like a ridiculous streak on the old Vertigo and still play the new one. And we're going to kick it off, Matt. ESL Challenger Jönköping on Nuke. Mongols versus Party Astronauts. Can NA provide an upset? We saw Nouns, I think, beat Eternal Fire last year in Jönköping. And we need to see North America do it again if there is a hope for them to make it through this group, I think.
All right, well, into the action we go. No delays. Pistol round is live. Oh, I lied. Okay, well, let's just get that one out the way now, shall we? Just a little bait and switch. Make sure we keep everybody on their toes. It's going to be Party Astronauts who get to start on the CT side here, Trav. The Mongols on the T side. I don't think the Mongols are going to mind that. Coming into this opening game, get to dictate the pace here off the bat as well. Put some early pressure on Party Astronauts as well. It's going to be a tough time for the North American team here.
Yeah, I mean, Mongols have just shown such incredible consistency as of late in LAN and online. And I feel like, because of course, Party Astronauts, they're from North America, they play so much online, so much regionally, and so much that it feels like, to me, I would say maybe doesn't help them. Like, there was one day the other day, I think it was like 3 separate events online. They had like 4 best of 3s against NRG in a day and a half.
Yeah.
So it's like, what can you really learn from playing the same team 4 times over? compared to international opportunities, it's a whole different world.
Yeah, and I mean, Mongols not too far from Europe. You know, I know the ping's not great, but they do still get to compete in European FPL, and they get to scrim some teams with 80 ping or something like that. But you've got to make do with what you've got. You know, it's one of those things, Trav, and they've got to try and find a way. I do just think Nuke as a map is a technical map. Of course, that's always one of the storylines that you get with Nuke, and North American Counter-Strike sometimes not so synonymous with that, whereas we've seen the Mongols play some fantastic Counter-Strike on Nuke in recent times. They've been on a phenomenal run of form, I think winning it 6 times in a row recently. Pretty convincing wins as well coming through from them. So Party Astronauts definitely have their work cut out for them coming into this game.
And there you go. They've never lost to a North American team. The core, at least. Which is kind of crazy.
They strike me as a team that would be very confident playing against someone like North America. I think it would take a lot to rattle a team like the Mongols, you know?
Yeah, right now it seems like they're just an air of calm about them. And I think that's probably what has helped them internationally to get this incredible success as well. And the age of them, of course, as well, is something that's important to mention. I mean, we have Falcons at the event coming up in our BO1 after this. They're the oldest team on average. Mongols are the youngest, and of course, Mzinho, only 16, born in 2007. Mate, I was playing Club Penguin in 2007. So, it's a kind of different era. I feel old when I look at the dates of birth of some of these players, but you know what? They look like they've got all the experience on the server sometimes. And Mzinho, he plays tough roles.
Yeah, he does. He plays the anchor roles. And for someone who's only 16 years old to be playing such mature roles, such disciplined roles, normally you need a lot of experience to play those roles. But he seems to have figured it out. Certainly fits his play style. Just going back to the point about the average age, it's quite funny that Neo was referring to Blitz as the father figure of the team, because I think he's only like 22 years old. So, it's pretty young to be a father figure, but it does play into what you're saying. I think the average age is like a shade over 19 or something like that in this Mongols roster. So a lot of youth and a long future ahead of them, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we can talk about the future. The past for Mongols has been particularly good, and especially on this map as well. They played it, of course, at the Mesa LAN in Mongolia. They won their home event, and they played it a lot at Yala Campus as well. They beat ENCE NIP twice and Astralis, and that Astralis best of 3, I think it was in the semi-finals, was a little bit of a HUD classic, I think. That's going to be one to watch for sure if you haven't seen it already. That was a magnificent win for them, and it kind of shows where they're at right now, which is why I'm calling them as the favourites for sure. But yeah, we've spoken about them so much. PA, a little bit harder to kind of gauge where they're at, of course, considering the lack of international opportunities these North American teams often get. Obviously, we know how they tend to play. We know they've got established international stars like Fang, for example. I expect to see him take a lot of aggro control, a lot of entry work. So they need to have MR12 BO1s, man. Like, it can change. It can change in a flash off the back of one eco win. They could get them in the game.
If there is a world in which it was going to happen, it would be the MR12 best of one realm, as you suggest. So yeah, I mean, coming into this, the expectations wouldn't be super high, right? If they can find a win here in a best of one, it would set them in good stead. And it looks like we're going to be getting into the action here. We've resolved the technical issues. Thank you for your patience, guys. First game of the tournament is live. Party Astronauts versus the Mongols. Let's get into Nuke.
And look at this. We're going for contact toward Trophy already. There are 4 Mongols players waiting, and Wolfie could be in for a route surprise. 9-10 kicks off the series and kicks off the tournament. Mzinho gets one more, but look at this. Infinite's hiding back box, and right now the Mongols aren't really considering this being a possibility at all. How does he play this? It's very difficult with a USP, and that's what can happen. Oh, backs turn. The switch round from Senzu is ridiculous, and immediately it has spiraled.
Man, the Senzu Spidey senses tingle. For he had no reason at all to look behind him there. Just has a quick switch around, looks behind, and he finds Infinite. And Infinite probably can't believe what's just happened to him there. What a good way for the Mongols to open up here on Nuke. Winning that pistol round on the T side as well is a very good way to get into the swing of things.
Oh, that's painful for Infinite. I mean, the crazy thing is we just see that happen so often, and it can be hard to watch for sure. There we go. There's a switch around from Senzu's POV, and aye.
It's one of those things where it's not like he's got anything else to do while they're shift walking down ramps. So you might as well just have a little peer in that direction.
Yeah.
Force buy in response here from Party Astronauts, looking to try and answer back immediately after losing the pistol. Scouts outside for Wolfie, upgraded pistols and an SMG. I don't mind the decision on the Force here for the CT side of Nuke. I think that the util is also very important for them when it comes to that first gun round. So even if things don't work out here, they're looking forward to the future.
Yep. The They do have a first point of contact to deal with. That is Fang, but Blitz is too confident on that one. And you'd expect Mongols to be coming into this tournament absolutely full of that confidence. And I can't wait to see if they're going to prove it once again.
It's actually one of the points I've been thinking about is the Mongols started off as a team who were, as you said, whipping boys at most of the events they were playing. If they were at the Major, you were probably picking them, you know, IHC or the Mongols as your 0-3 team. They then kind of started moving into that position of dark horses where it's like, yeah, they could actually take a map off or even a series off of some very good teams. And now there's actually a level of expectation where you expect them to do well coming into a tournament, especially of this nature. So I'm just wondering how that favorites tag is going to be affecting a team like the Mongols who wouldn't be used to having that behind them.
Yeah, and of course, they came through the Asia closed qualifiers, of course, and since then, probably their ranking is high enough just to get a straight-up invite rather than have to go through any qualifier at all, right? That's how much they've pushed forward as of late, and they are, in general, very, very fun to watch. I want to give a shout out to the Mongols social media people as well. They provide some bangers nearly every single matchup. And yeah, I think the whole setup is just so enjoyable, and they're all incredibly likable as well, which is just adds to it. Scout and 5-7 will be saved. That is all for PA. We'll try and use it again on this following eco. Get a few scout tags, get the 5-7 up and running. Could be a world, but it would be an unlikely one.
Yeah, looking forward to the first gun round. That's where Party Astronauts are really going to try to draw the line in the sand. And if they lose that first gun round here on their CT side, it would be, well, quite literally the worst possible start for them. Let's see if they can find a bit of damage here. Just chip away at that T-side economy, which is already building up a little bit. Keep an eye on Blitz and Senzu on this T side here. They do most of the entry duties for Mongols. They love themselves a gunfight. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them getting into the thick of the action more often than not.
Okay, Wolfie has got a nice little wallbang with the scout there. Headshot as well to boot. Techno, oh, holds down mouse 1, and he's helped out by 9-10. Good recovery. Teamwork, buddy system, all in place, and now Wolfie has to hit more of those wall bangs, but unfortunately, he's going to decide that an extra kill in the molly is his only choice. He does get that extra kill, but it's only that one. 9-10 will burn him out, and Mongols get their perfect 3-0 conversion to start off Jönköping.
Good to see some smiles there on Mzinho's face as well. The youngster, only 16 years old, and he is on the stage right now, looking pretty happy, which will certainly do a world of good for his confidence just getting into the event and settling down. As we do get into this first gun round, Wolfie's got the big AWP in play. There's all the util in the world that Party Astronauts could hope for as well. And this is where I'm looking to see if they can lay down the law and make a mark on the map. Fang, yeah, will be able to cross just in time. Thankfully, no early pressure. It's such a strong position to get in undetected as well. And Mongols love abusing Secret on the T side of Nuke, so it looks like Fang's just trying to disrupt that setup very early on and force them to, you know, just kind of condition them going forward.
Yeah. 6 is in position to help out off Fang's contact. And yeah, you mentioned Mzinho. I mean, when he first got added to this team, he very much looked out of his depth. It was very obvious in the tough roles he was put in that as a youngster, he was very nervy, put into anchor positions where you're just hoping you get a 1-for-1 from him. But these days, he has grown into those roles beautifully. 60 with the first, as I mentioned, helping outside, but straight away, 9-10 and Techno. 4v2. Off the back of that, Fang will finally deliver, but it's not going to be enough.
That's the biggest problem with Fang's position there in Secret, is he really wants to try and wait for the fight to come to him with players crossing down into Secret, and he isn't actually able to do much about defending Mini and helping his teammates on the A bomb site. And Mongols, well, just have a field day. Beautiful split in towards A. So much pressure mounting on that bomb site. They just collapse on the bomb site all of a sudden and demolish the defense. Ben and Fang really no option here but to try save the guns. Ben wants to carry the AWP through. Fang's position's made known. He doesn't have much health, so he's going to have to get out of dodge. And Mongols have had the perfect start here to their opening match.
Yeah, it couldn't be better. And this is what we expected for them as well. And what a catch that is from Senzu. Through the red box there near CT. AWP not going to be taken for PA. We've got some ultras in the crowd already. Welcome, my friends. Early in the morning in Sweden, respect that.
Yeah, Friday morning.
Indeed.
They've got their priorities straight, which I appreciate. Counter-Strike #1.
You wouldn't have it any other way.
Let's see something out of the ordinary here from Party Astronauts in a round of this nature. They've got max round loss bonus behind them, so they can afford to upgrade some pistols, some SMGs. Of course, Fang carried the rifle through as well. I'd like to see them try and unsettle Mongols, get in their faces. Don't allow them to just play out their default, set themselves up, and then work into an exec. Take the fight to your opponents, like we saw them try to do in the pistol round. That seemed to me like they were trying to set the tone of the way that they were going to go about their business here on the CT side. And yeah, maybe something we could keep an eye on going forward. A bit of a setup here towards ramp right now. I was kind of hoping that Fang would take some initiative here in this round as well with the M4, but right now he's kind of just sitting towards Hell and waiting.
I was hoping they were going to do an early round lobby crunch. Maybe it could be a mid to late round lobby crunch, because Mongols are staying very stock solid right now. Happy just to play that T default that you mentioned, and PA happy to give them that space. But they could go for that crunch. We've got the MP9 of Infinite close by. 60's gone back to help out outside, though, and I thought he was about to join up with him to go for something like that, and it'd be so hard to use that MP9 effectively at that sort of angle and range.
I actually really like this approach from Mongols in this sort of round, because you and I were suggesting Party Astronauts to try something aggressive, and that's exactly what they were preparing themselves for as well. But now as we reach that 40-second mark, they're going to have to start to make some moves, and that's when the lobby crunch does come through from the CT side. Looking a little bit messy, but Techno will recover, get both the kills and the players coming through from the ramp, and well, at this point, there's nothing that the CT side can do.
60 had a chance at a lineup, but it's only the MP9, and when you get insta-headshot by Mzinho, there's nothing you can really do about that. And yeah, I mean, I don't even mind the timing that PA look for, pushing that MP9 through Hut in toward lobby. But even Mongols' patience was the main thing that just stopped that from being a possibility.
I'm right there with you, though. I think it was good timing on the push, because that's exactly when the Mongols were starting to set themselves up for the exec, and that's when you might be able to find a bit of a gap. You know, two players outside lining up utility. Maybe there's a lurker controlling silo. So I do think it was good. Maybe Infinite was like a second or two ahead of the ramp teammates, but either way, the idea was right there, and the execution not far off. But 5-0 starter for the Mongols means that, yeah, Party Astronauts were always going to have a tough time coming into this map, and, well, it's getting increasingly difficult as things go on. But here we go, Wolfie looking to make a play with his AWP up close and personal outside. This is what I was hoping to see from him, missing the shot, though. And I don't know if he's going to be able to fall back. No, they found him out, and that's the worst possible start here.
Yeah, trying to press the issue, Wolfie, and not allowed to do anything. Mongols will get control outside. Top mini, of course, as well. It's all going to be down to Fang and Infinite. Maybe they're going to go off of a timing that could possibly work for them. One smoke's down. Second one will come through now. And there's only one HG to try and break that open. It's going to be used right now. And there we go. First bit of good team play from PA in this game, it feels like. Getting that nade into position. And even though the Mongols have got down towards Secret, they haven't got down unharmed.
Yeah, it's not like Party Astronauts have the full information as to what's going on, though. So Ben has kind of had to reposition himself, and as a result, they've left some space open towards ramp. Fang is outside, very passive right now, even forced to use a smoke grenade to give himself a little bit of cover.
Ooh.
Yeah, brave stuff coming through from him. And it looks like it is going to be a commitment in towards this B bomb side coming through from the T side. Ben is the only player here right now. Catwalk's good for a kill, but how do you get a multi from this position?
Yeah, this is so difficult. Mzinho can burst through double and have teammates in play very quickly. Senzu given the AWP, of course, on low HP by 9-10, and now it's all down to Ben. He gets one. How much time can he waste? That's a big problem. He gets two, though, and the last player coming in is the low HP Senzu. Really well done from Ben. Absolutely spot on from him, and PA are going to get off the mark on Nuke.
Yeah, Ben was even so calm in that situation as well. A wonderful triple kill coming through from the IGL to lock it down for Party Astronauts. I love the way that he also just steps slightly off of the wall there so that he can catch the player who's pushing through the door. He knows that that entry player has so many different angles to consider, and he wants to force that fight as soon as possible. And then he just slightly repositions himself each time to give himself a favorable gunfight. So great work coming through there from Ben Elite to get his team on the board.
He's been around for such a long time as well. Loads of experience. Probably one of the main people you would trust, of course, on this team. He's a very selfless player, as the IGL, obviously. Fills gaps on T side and CT spots, usually. Often the second anchor, of course, as well. Tough rolls. And he anchored that lower site very nicely there.
feels like he's matured quite a lot as well, you know, over the years, stepping into the IGL role now. Good to see that sort of evolution. Of course, something that North America desperately lacks is depth of IGLs. Either way, Wolfie repositions. Ramp is where he finds himself, and a good opening kill coming through from him. Not going to hang around for any more either. Hopefully, the start of something here for Party Astronauts. They look to string some rounds together. Oh my god, Blitz. That is just a wonderful way to get a kill back.
Infinite can't even shoot back. Now Wolfie, if they do go down toward that lower side, it's under a lot of pressure because now Mongols know he's pincered. They know he's going to worry about single door and the ramp area, and he does well to find Blitz, but it's only that one more. 3v3, 60's down to 18 points of health as well, and caught by Mzinho. Another 2 kills from Mzinho in this game. Fang creeping out the smoke. Oh, it's being watched by Mzinho. That's unbelievable. And Senzu jiggles Ben Leet out of the round. Mzinho is just so aware of those eventualities. And he gets another couple of headshots to add to his tally. His percentage, by the way, is unreal, like 66% headshot.
That is pretty damn impressive, man.
Wild stuff.
Yeah.
For a rifler, especially.
Well, I mean...
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
For a rifler in tough spots.
Yeah, that makes sense, sure.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Mongols drop around in the 6th, but then win the round immediately afterwards. And you look at the money here for Party Astronauts as well. They don't have enough to reinvest in the next, so they're going to have to settle for an eco. Bit of a half-buy kind of thing, but it's going to be so tough to recover from here if you're Party Astronauts.
Yeah, I mean, often when a team like gets a early like 5-0, as we saw here, sometimes you can be lulled into a full sense of security and just feel like the game's almost like halfway there already, especially in MR12. I've seen many a game be like 7-1, 8-0, and then the half ends 8-4, and suddenly they win the second half pistol, 8-6 or 8-7, and it's very much game on again. You can feel very comfortable sometimes in MR12,
yeah,
and you shouldn't do.
I think that's something that the Mongols are very good at avoiding, though, is just making sure they remain disciplined and they keep focused throughout every single round. Techno with a job to do here. A couple players on the opposite side in Hut. They both have MP9s as well. He's just edging himself slightly further each time he jiggles. And there we go. Push comes through from 60, but just notice how Techno just stays dynamic there. Difficult to track him down, and Senzu gets a great trade. Techno is very good at making sure he gets traded when he goes down as well. Certainly one of his core strengths is his positioning in the gunfights that he takes. Always makes sure he's not on an island and just left alone somewhere. And even if he does die, they can make something of his death.
Yeah. Spot on. And right now, it seems very obvious that every single protocol that Mongols have put into play here to avoid a what would be ridiculous upset is working very nicely. Bomb will go down. 4v2. Wolfie with that PT50. Fang with the M4. It's only going to be a save, and it will be a 7-1 on the board for Mongols.
Mzinho, Techno, Senzu, all with 8 and 9 kills. Blitz slow to start, but that's not a problem. He's actually one of the strongest, I'd say, at Challenger Jönköping, he must be the strongest individual player in terms of IGLs. I don't think there's a stronger fragger in the IGL department.
It's crazy, isn't it?
In this tournament. He is actually their highest rated player at the moment.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable form that they've been on recently. Just the amount of confidence as well that winning a LAN in your home country must do for you. Obviously, we know they backed it up at a bigger tournament in Yellow Campus, but...
Not an S-tier tournament.
There you go. A+.
Yeah, we give him A+.
Sit on the fence.
Sure.
A+.
That's fair enough, I reckon.
But yeah, I think just winning in front of your home crowd. Obviously, there was that really cool address that they did to their home crowd as well after they won, being super fair play about the crowd. Obviously, can occasionally give information, telling them sort of play fair, not to do that. And yeah, I think that's one other thing that we love about their personalities and. Make them very easy to root for as well.
There's a few famous moments where you have players from the home country addressing the crowd. I remember when, was it Shox who was being booed and Taz spoke to the Polish crowd?
I've been Olaf.
Was it Olaf? All right, yeah, it might have been. But it was something similar. Either way. Really important round here for Party Astronauts to just get themselves back on track. Wolfie towards Secret finds a kill, wants to fall back. Good decision to jump in the vent there, because if he was being tracked and traced, he wouldn't have made it down the stairs safely. Wolfie has been pretty good at finding some opening kills here with his AWP so far. Man advantage in play, and Infinite's also been able to take some space. So Actually, one of the better positions Party Astronauts have been in these past few rounds. And he's going to actually continue to aggress here as well. Maybe overextend slightly, but the trades are fantastic.
Yeah, Techno just edged in front of that smoke ever so slightly to make sure he gets that trade immediately once that smoke came in. But yeah, really nice pre-aim to deal with the top ladder player in lobby. Now it is Mzinho with these spicy headshots.
Got the bomb, by the way. A little bit of time to work with. If he can find this kill on 60, then that really does increase his chances of making something happen. But 60's played this so smart. Really good reposition coming through from him, tucking himself in the corner. And that's a fantastic triple kill out of 60. That's certainly going to boost his confidence and settle the nerves as well.
Yep, 3 of his 4 kills in that round. And we know 60 is a very aggressive player. He's been putting great numbers in North America, of course, regionally, in these online cups, of which PA have played so much of recently, of course. A little period the other day where I think they had Thunderpick World Championship, they had some CCT playoffs, they had the Blast qualifier as well, all of those. And it's very hard to keep track of where it's going to go. And it's also hard to keep track of Techno. He's down the vents already. Sense's got an opening already, and 60 tries to peek into the fire toward Hell. And, well, as it sounds like, that's not a good idea.
Sounds like Techno's just operating at 300 beats per minute right now, man. He is on a burner, and he's going to find a kill here as well. Full control gained, and looks like it's going to be a flash in the pan for Party Astronauts again. They win a round and then lose the round straight afterwards. Wolfie will finish off what he had started on Senzu, but it's just a consolation kill, just to ensure he can carry his weapon through. And I was going to make a point that I feel like PA have to win all 3 rounds left in this first half, but that's not an option anymore. And I mean, that means Mongols already have a bare minimum of 8 on their T side. We know how strong they are on the CT side of this map as well. So it's going to be incredibly difficult, if not borderline impossible, for PA to recover from 8-2 down.
Yeah, it feels like... Oh, they're going to go for the hunt as well on Wolfie, of course. They've got so much cash to burn. Woo! Wolfie's going to try his best, blinded up, but of course 9-10 finishes it off. Nothing to say for PA. And yeah, I mean, it feels like every single protocol that Mongols have put in place, they lose one round, they go to a different strategy, and it works straight away. It feels like everything in their playbook hasn't gone awry at all.
Yep. Wolfie looked a little bit chilly there, just rubbing his hands together.
Yeah.
I mean, is he not like also half Swedish? I know he's got an American flag on HLTV, but he had a time where he was playing with Ecstatic. I'm sure he's got like some Swedish roots, does Wolfie?
Yeah, I
think he used to have a Swedish flag on HLTV, so it's a bit of a home event for him in a way, if I'm not mistaken.
His last name is Anderson.
Well, there we go.
With 2 S's, of course, as well. That just tells.
Otherwise, it would be English, right?
Maybe.
All right, well, it is an investment here from the CT side, and 60 has been able to push his way forward, but Blitz is considering everything at this point. You've got to wake up early in the morning to catch Blitz off guard, man, that's for sure. Fully dialed in right now, man advantage for Mongols here as well.
Yeah, every eventuality is being caught by Mongols, as you'd expect. It's been so solid recently, and a joy to watch. And Party Astronauts, ooh, Infinite. Maybe they know that he's there now because of that smoke catching him in the chest. That could be pretty awkward, and yeah, it all will just be cleared out. Benleek tries his best to fight from the heavens, but only one more. And that is 9-2 for the Mongols. Everything that possibly could go wrong for PA, it feels like has. They've had a couple of good rounds, as we've said, to try and answer back, but that smoke just smacking Infinite in the chest obviously would have created a sound cue that would have given Mongols the idea exactly where he was, and hard cleared once they realized it.
It feels like Infinite's just had a pretty unfortunate half so far. You know, a couple things just not going his way. Started off with the pistol round where he had that beautiful position, completely undetected, 2 players lined up, and he wanted to go for a bit more. Probably just trying to process how he wanted to get the kills. Either way, last round of this first half is upon us. Party Astronauts need to collect a third here. And, well, they will get the opening frag. Fang's going to be able to get out of dodge as well. That's normally the problem with the red containers. Sure, you can get a kill, but once they know you're there, it's very tough to get out alive. But he's done that, so nice advantage now for the CT side to try and make this round work.
Bentley on the headshot angle, waiting for the information. Oh, he's going to go aggressive for it, and he actually only gets damage. It's Wolfie with the scout to take him Xenio, but no more than that. Thankfully, the Mongols, they managed to trade their way through, but look at the health on Techno. Quite literally, a tickle would take him down. And in this 3 versus 3, they're going to get an after plant on this site. We know how hard it is to retake. PA are kitless in this one.
Yeah, and utility-less as well. So they're going to have to try and get it done with the gunfights alone. They're grouped up with 2 of the 3 players in towards control room. They're trying to buy time here for 60. They're trying to take the attention away from Ramp, and it looks like they might have done exactly that. Really good team play coming through from them. Senzu's low. There's no way he gets the kill, and 60 ensures the frag will be found. And Mongols are committed to the bomb site here as well. And it's going to be 60 who leaps onto 9-10. Techno will go down as well. Very good retake coming through from PA. I think they've just got it, mate. It's going to be close, but surely they deserve this. They need this, and they have got it as well. 3rd round on the board. Only just. We're going to throw this one to a quick break, and when we come back, it's the second half of Nuke.
(9-3), and it feels pretty free for the Mongols. Very, very comfortable for them early doors. Party Astronauts had a few flashes in the pan, but the expected winners are on that track at the moment, and my pick for the whole thing. So right now, I'm on track.
Feeling pretty good, are you? Listen, I don't think that this was the defining result, but as long as you're confident, that makes me happy. Mongols will be very confident to finish off proceedings here if they win the pistol round. The job is as good as done. Means it's a must-win pistol round here for Party Astronauts. Got some utility. No upgraded pistol, interestingly enough. Normally you see a P250 Sense outside, try and see if we can find a gunfight, maybe a kill, but PA have another plan in mind, but everyone has a plan until they get blitzed in the face.
2 guns are better than 1. Blitz will get another. Techno's dualies will chime off as well. Can't make it a second. Wolfie's going to try his best with this one. 1v3, they're going to leap down for him. He's going to get absolutely swarmed, and he can't hit the heads. And Zenio takes it, and that is one more step closer.
Probably the final step, man. I mean, what do PA even do here? They're going to have to eco. Surely you don't go for the force buy when you're down 10-3. You need to guarantee yourself at least 1 full buy round before your opponents get to match points. So I think you just full save here as that T side and look to try and make something happen in the gun round. It's a bit of a pet peeve of mine that Fang and Wolfie have picked up Desert Eagles. I honestly think going into that gun round, you need absolutely everything. You need those flashes, you need the smoke as well. That extra $700 that they've spent here would go a long way in subsidizing the util in the next round. And if they don't get even at least 1 kill here, then that extra upgraded pistol could really come back to haunt them. I think in a situation like this, you don't have the luxury to go for the upgraded pistol. Wolfie's already on the deck, and there's that 700 investment down. So,
yeah.
Well, there we go. Fang, go off, lad. That's it.
Let's find a way to prove Matt wrong. Only temporarily. He's right about most things.
Keyword being most.
Mid-air MP9 from Techno leaping his way in towards 60, takes him down comfortably, and now it's all down to this Fanged Eagle pretty much. And as you say, considering you're so far behind, I feel like it's just so important to get everything you want on the gun round. That is not what they're going to have, sadly.
Yeah, I think, like, in order to justify it, you need to have got like a multi-kill in the pistol round, because then you kind of earned the upgraded pistol. They both got 1 frag in the pistol, so either way, 11-3. And look at the util now on Wolfie and Fang. If you add $700 there, then they've basically got a full belt. So they're very light. They've prioritized the smoke grenades. That makes sense. Only 2 mollies, though, make it pretty difficult to clear out some corners or pop into the A-bomb site if that's the plan. But no 2 ways about it, Trav. No way to hide if you're party astronauts. You have to win this round.
Indeed. And the Mongols are going to be closing in on their 7th in a row as well on Nuke. We saw them put it to amazing use in the Yellow Compass event, beating Astralis and an IP on it, of course, in the final as well. The Astralis semi-final was one to remember. I had a great joy watching that one and really put them even more on the map than they were already, managing to take that tournament.
Yeah, certainly a happy hunting ground for Mongols, and it's gotten better as time's gone on. Blitz catches Fang off with the position Fang tried to use in that first gun round, so bit of a taste of his own medicine in a way there. Notice how Blitz has the support, though, from Senzu. Oh, it's 9-10, rather, just to make sure that Mini was also covered. And now Blitz will be able to get himself out safely as well. So Party Astronauts, they've got a smoke and a flash here to try and find a way to get across the line here in the round. And Blitz is just making a nuisance of himself right now, man. Just, I'm here loud and proud and making sure they don't come in his direction.
Just suffocation from the Mongols toward the Party Astronauts, and it's not going to be a party, sadly, for them in this opening Beer 1 of Jönköping. Mongols are just so solid on this map. 60 tries to do something cheeky, going through that smoke, of course. You have to when you're low. Maybe take a bit of the distraction away from where the player's coming in elsewhere. That's what it will do. They do have ramp control, but Mongols are smartly not fighting for it until there are more than a couple of players in play for it. Look at this, there's still one more player to worry about. It is Menzinho, and he runs down Wolfie with the FAMAS. Another headshot to add to his tally, and Mongols are 1 away.
Yeah, we were kind of questioning what the Mongols were going to be like coming into the tournament as favorites. And I mean, they've started very well. Of course, they do have a relatively easy opening match compared to some of the other teams in the tournament. But they've just picked up here where they left off from the Yellow Compass. And they'll be very happy with the level they've brought to the tournament here, at least in the early stages. And I'm just mean in terms of like the protocols we're seeing from them, the responses, the way that they're going through the motions. You know, the trades have been very good. They've looked efficient with how they've gone about their business so far. And we will have a bit of a pause here. I think Party Astronauts are having more than just tech issues at the moment.
Yeah. Sadly, it's one of the most frustrating times for a slight issue, of course. You know the game's basically done. You can't think that way, of course, but in your heart of hearts, you'll know it. I mean, we've been speaking up Mongols a lot. I mean, we know Party Astronauts, probably alongside Alliance, are the biggest underdogs in this event. I would actually rate PA a little bit higher than Alliance at the moment, genuinely,
I wouldn't. I'd go the opposite direction.
I don't know. I feel like PA right now are doing really good regionally, and I feel like Alliance aren't doing good anywhere, and that's the main problem. But obviously, as the hometown heroes for Alliance, I hope they perform well.
Yeah, the problem is we might not even get to be proven right or wrong because they're in opposite groups and they could just be eliminated in the group stage. So could be hypotheticals either way. PA set themselves up for a burst towards the A bomb site, but Techno's burst their heads wide open, and he's going to continue to aggress here as well. PA can't even get into the motion of this execute because they've just been, well, demolished, steamrolled, and there we go. Job's as good as done.
Yeah, Bentley is lost alive with the Tech 9. It ain't gonna happen. Mongols kick off Jönköping with a comfortable victory, and that is totally as we expected as well. I mean, PA at the end there, they were just peaking one by one, and you can't really do that at this level.
Yeah, it took them 16 rounds to finish off that first game of the day, and that is certainly a good way for them to get off the mark here. Will give them some confidence. And I mean, like you said, just good timing coming through from the Mongols on the aggression, catching the execute in motion. And Party Astronauts just never really able to get into the swing of things in that first game. Hopefully we'll see more from them in the elimination match, but what I'm keen to see more of is the desk.
No one's keen to see more of the disc. What a joke. Here we go. First game of the day. Mongols, the favorites. I know Mike feels this way. A lot of people feel this way. They are the favorites to win this, and they're starting off really strong. It's unfortunate for Party Astronauts, and I need to frame this for you to understand. Obviously, they're in the group stages. They still have opportunities to play, but there is an elimination match at the end of today, and this is the thing, is that you could go home either at the end of today or at the first start tomorrow. That's got to be riding in the back of your mind. You've just lost the first game, and it wasn't, for me, it just didn't look good. It felt like they really didn't get off the firing line, Alan.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, just like different weight divisions. There wasn't a lot Party Astronauts could do. Mongols had so many routes to winning rounds. They strategically looked good, individually looked good, winning every afterplan. It was hard to see routes for Party Astronauts into rounds, let alone the map as a whole. So, unfortunately for them, they've just met a Mongols in too hot a form, and there wasn't a lot they could do.
And let's be honest, right? I mean, the Mongols didn't even dip in towards the strat book. They were relying on fundamentals, and it bailed them out so often. I mean, it was so simple. You look at the way in which they approached that, and PA could barely even scratch the surface of how good the Mongols actually are.
I have a lot that I want to ask you about this particular matchup, but before we get into that, the Mongols have obviously just won, and Mike is with them now. Let's hope that their English has got better for this interview. Mike, what you got for us?
I got Techno. He's doing great. That was a quick one, eh, Techno?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
A little light work to start off the day. I want to talk to you about the fan base, because I don't know that I was expecting to come to Sweden and again find the Mongols fans representing strong on a Friday morning. Yeah, I think you can hear them. What does it mean for you guys as a team that you have such a good traveling fan base? Everywhere you go, there's some fans, there's some jerseys in the crowd.
Firstly, we have the population, but the Mongolians, they came to cheer for us. They're everywhere, around, and we're so happy for them and proud of them, yeah.
And I think they're proud of you. I heard a thank you from the crowd. Look, that was a confidence builder. We were wondering, you guys are coming in. You maybe got a target painted on your back as kind of one of the favorites of this tournament. It's a different ball game. You come in, you handle business early on. Is that what we're going to expect all the way through?
Yeah, I hope so, but we have a lot to do and work to do more. And we will, as I said before, we will do our best.
I like it. A lot more work to do, Sam, but they're feeling good.
A lot more work to do. I think that they need to win another best of one, and then they got to take Saturday off for the semis on Sunday. So tough life ahead of them if they can do that. We obviously got to see Techno there, and Alan, he had a great start to the day. Clearly, the early morning start didn't stop him from popping off.
No, I'm not sure what time it is in Mongolia, but they're wide awake. Yeah, Techno looked good, and on this team, at least historically, he was one of the better players. Now he's more of a supportive element, and if that's one of your lesser players, I mean, you've got so much depth in your lineup. Blitz as well, an in-game leader that can perform so well. But yeah, Techno in this game, he took over so many rounds where he was pivotal. A lot of opening kills, mid-round looking good as well. So yeah, again, Techno, we didn't normally see him as one of the bigger figures on this team, but in this game, he shows us he's still cracked.
Yeah, he's an absolute monster. I mean, for me, one of the small things I love about Techno, I actually think he's one of the best Galil players in the world. Unbelievable. And to have someone who can dip into a 1.8k rifle like that and make it look as good as rifles, if not better, just a menace. Headshot percentage is ridiculous. His way of the way he kind of approaches and thinks about the game, especially on that T side, it's just beautiful. He can isolate fights so well, but he doesn't overextend, doesn't look for more. Where some of these younger players will get a little giddy, like, okay, I've got a kill, I'll go again. He's so smart, he's so composed in every one of these scenarios. And this is why this team looks so scary. They've got, what, 5 different facets of where they can find firepower. It's insane.
Also, Nao, you mentioned this before the interview about the fundamentals are there. And I mean, I think this is probably the benefits of playing on LAN now. This is your third back-to-back LAN, getting a lot of time up against big teams, Alan. You can kind of perfect the basics, which is maybe something Party Astronauts is missing, considering the majority of their playtime is in NA with a very small pool of opposition.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it's definitely the case in Counter-Strike that we look at the highlight plays and the big executes, but it's 3v3s, 4v4s, mid-round calling, good decisions. This is what wins you tournaments. And for Mongols in the past, that would have been an issue for them against better teams. They would have made mistakes. Certainly in this matchup, maybe Party Astronauts not the side to withdraw those errors, but certainly over the course of the last 6 months, they've ramped it up. They've learned a lot from the games they've played. And again, credit to Mara, credit to Blitz, because surely they're doing a lot of work behind the scenes to watch games, see mistakes, and clean it up.
Yeah, and I mentioned this on the other side as well, coming in towards this map. I think Nuke is a big facade for PA. It's a map they play a lot, and it may look on paper like it's okay. It isn't, right? The wins they've got in the last 2 months, NRG, a team that name value is better than the ability they've got, Mythic, it's a stream team, no offense, and Zolos Laser. And you're asking who? Exactly, right? So that's the only wins they've got. The rest is a sea of red. So they don't actually get good wins on this map. While they play it a lot, it's never comfortable. And the wins they get, even then, are super scrappy. We're talking overtime against NRG. So I do worry about them picking in towards Nuke and why they thought that was a good veto, because that map is unbelievable for the Mongols.
Well, I mean, it is a best of one, so you don't always get what you want. But on the case, I want to move away from the Mongols because we're going to talk about them. I'm going to bet that we're going to talk about them a lot over the next 3 days. So let's talk about Party Astronauts and what we're looking at in terms of the pieces in this team. Why should it work?
Should it? I don't know. I mean, fundamentally, it's, as we said at the start, this is the misfits. This is the players that didn't get onto the top teams or fell out of those systems. So you make do with what you have. Sure. You go with the players that are available. And for them, I think this is one of the better iterations of Party Astronauts. They have got a very hard group for an ESL Challenger. In previous events, you would have been playing maybe, I don't know, maybe a rare Atom or a team like this that has a low floor, and maybe you could get a win. Not here. I mean, even an Aurora who has a low floor individually are going to be so skilled they might have problems. So fundamentally, I'm not sure they're ready for this level of competition. I hope they play some good Counter-Strike, but as we saw in this game, it's not individuals, it's not mistakes, it's just the team, they're not ready for this level of competition.
Yeah, I've got to agree. I think, there is individual moments. I think 60 is one of the most talented riflers in NA. A very great guy who can really step up in a big way, but can he do it consistently? Maybe not all the time. Definitely not internationally. Domestically, yeah. Fang, I think, is fantastic, but his tail end of complexity, it was a little rough. There's no two ways about it. He was an obvious change that complexity were going to make. I think coming into PA, he's kind of reignited him a little bit. He's now gone from being top of NA and didn't really have that much pressure. Now he actually has to really work for it. And I think he's doing the right thing. He's doing very, very well. But is this team one that can compete internationally? For me, I'd personally say no.
There we go. You've heard it from them. We'll get to talk a little bit more about Party Astronauts because we will see them playing a little later. Coming up, we have Falcons up against Aurora. That is going to be the next best of one that you get to watch. We are going to take a quick break, and then when we get back, you get to see all that action, so don't go anywhere.
Hey, work quick, 3 down bed. Walking many dead. Watch out. Flash outside, Justin. Very good, Justin. I'm playing a block head. That was great. One ramp. Big pop. Two. One. Low. 1 HP. Two more. 1 HP. Back lobby 1. God ramp. Right side U-Haul.
God ramp and right side U-Haul. God ramp. Maybe E lower.
No kick, guys. Go. No kick. Backside low. Backside low last. Nice. Get on it though. Oh, it could be bugged.
Just keep bugged. Yeah, just keep it. Blood. So blood. He doesn't have it on. Yeah, he does.
Oh!
Good job.
Bing, come back. Come back.
we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. I wanna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. I'm taking my pain away. Nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. say everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof.
Always thought I could walk through fire, blow up the storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared of dreaming, and I'll do that again, over and over again. Suddenly, the heart and chest feels 'cause I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what, so what, so what, so what, so what. My beating heart hits like a drum. You know I run through life forever young. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova.
You ask if we could talk, but then say nothing. Maybe you just had too much to say. 'Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show ya I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know.
DreamHack Summer is pumping, the sun is out, and everyone is indoors playing games the way the world was intended to be. And we've already seen our first game of the day here at ESL Challenger. It is day number 1, so we've got the group stages going. Best of ones all the way until we get into the elimination games. My name is Sam. I'm keeping you company. We've got our team of analysts here as well. And next up, it is Falcons up against Aurora. On paper, this one has to go to the Falcons real quick, boys. I mean, that's the way we're all leaning, right?
I don't know. I mean, Falcons, both teams are inconsistent. Both teams are inconsistent. Aurora have the ceiling to win this game. Aurora are probably a more skilled team than Falcons, fundamentally. So anything could happen, Sam.
We're going to take a look at the group now. Obviously, this is Group A. So we saw the Mongols play a little earlier against Party Astronauts. For me, pretty stacked one. I feel like if Aurora and Falcons are good today, and they can be, then this is a pretty tough group.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, you're talking about even just that second team making it through. You kind of have to go for a bit of a slog. I mean, PA now in that lower bracket, it doesn't get any tougher. The kind of run you have to make to get that qualification spot to playoffs, it's rough. This is such a stacked group, and it could, I mean, you have to say bar PA. Any three of those teams can make it through for me, and I can make good arguments for all of them, basically.
Without a doubt, though, when you take a look at this group, the big team, the team that gets all the news headlines that everyone's paying attention to, the team that is the most spoken about on social media is the Falcons. Let's find out why.
When Dupree got in, I think it was a case of we had this period where we removed Boros, and then Simple was standing in, and it was kind of like a weird period where we didn't really evolve because we didn't really know our roster, and we didn't set the role straight because we had role issues also before. So when Dupree came in, I think he came in and we kind of just tried to set the role straight so that we had kind of a baseline to work from, so we can see if this or that works. So I think he's been helping us develop our system because he's a reliable player. I think we've been able to develop a lot with him now, where we have agreements on who throws what and how we're taking the space and stuff like this. So he definitely helped us improve the system. Right now we're obviously not in the best state because we haven't shown the results, and that obviously hurts us. And this is also why we are here in Sweden, because we need to qualify for Pro League, and that is the main goal. And I think we are all in, all of us, on securing that, so that we have a good chance of playing the biggest tournament next year.
There's an incredible amount of pressure on the backs of these boys. Past major winners, favorite names, top fraggers, they're all in the mix. Falcons needs to deliver now. They've had half a year, the results are not there. Will that change at ESL Challenger? Well, we're about to find out, because of course they've got to do their first victory against Aurora, a team that, while inconsistent, has been slogging through Tier 2, doing their best to showcase what they're capable of. It is going to be an interesting battle because I do think it just comes down to who wakes up on the right side of the bed today and decides to play.
Yeah. Well, I'll put one number out for you, 100. That's how many more maps Aurora have played this year than Falcons.
Okay,
I mean, you talk about the reps under your belt, it's insane.
But that goes either way, right? So on one side, you're like, oh, well, they've played so much, they're going to be in a much better position. Or on the other side, like you said in the pre-show, they're going to be absolutely shattered just before the player break. And they're waking up this morning being like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we have to do this again.
Yeah, but Falcons need reps for me. This side looks so inconsistent. They look wildly all over the place. They need to play Counter-Strike. And I think an event like this is actually good for them. It can be bad for the mental if things go bad, though. So it is inherently a bit of a risk. But I think for me, Falcons, they need reps. Aurora proving why it's good having reps. They've climbed the ranks into the tail end of last year and towards this year, and they've started to look good. I do think they're a little bit burnt out. I think they maybe have overdone it a tad, but I still think for them, these reps is what has made this Aurora side very good.
Alan, hear me out. Quality versus quantity, right? So Aurora's played a lot of reps, but a lot of it is against tier 2 opposition. On the other side, Falcons, maybe not as many games, but they've been playing top level. We've seen them, fair enough, lose, but to a far higher level of opposition, maybe.
Yeah, potentially, but I think there's a lot of credence to what Neo is saying. I think for a team like Falcons, they need to play more officials. They need to work out. I mean, you can see it in Snappy's interview. He says, we bought in Dupree so that we could have a stable system and something to build off. You need then the games to have the footage and the data. So yeah, maybe not quite Aurora levels, but a little bit more could definitely be of value.
Obviously, Falcons is the big name pull, right? So you've probably joined us because you're a fan of maybe some Pius or Snappy or Dupree, and you're wondering, if you don't watch a lot of the tier 2 Counter-Strike, who the hell is Aurora? Well, you know what? Don't worry, we got you covered. Let's introduce the team.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with Result from Aurora ahead of their game up against the Falcons. Result, opener here. Falcons, bit of a tough team. What's the expectation?
A game. Just play a game.
It will be a game. What's the confidence rating? You guys shoot pretty dang hard. Well, how are you feeling you match up against them?
I think just big names, not bigger, something bigger.
Just names on the other side, huh? You gonna deflate those names a little bit?
For me, yeah.
I like it. I like the confidence. Good luck, man.
I love that. I come in high, Mike comes in higher, Result just goes all the way down and is like, oh, I'm just going to play harder.
He's a chill dude. He's cool. He just, plays the rounds. He's super solid, and he shows the same on the server. He is the ice cold Iceman.
This team has, in my opinion, the potential to be one of the highest rated in the CIS region. Why aren't they yet?
Yeah, I think it's the big thing you spoke about is inconsistency. They just lose a lot of really kind of bad maps or bad teams. They played a lot of Counter-Strike. They're a side who, for me, I'll mention it again, I just feel like they're a little bit burnt out. This break is going to be very important for them. They need to rest up. I've covered them quite a lot over the last couple of months, and you can just see how wildly inconsistent they are. Another thing I look towards is their coach, Brain. Not a hell of a lot of experience for him, and they're a young group, right? I mean, you've got Lackey is probably your more tenured player, and even he isn't really that old. He's like 23 years old. So they're a young kind of group of guys here who maybe lack, I think, that structure at times. And when things get difficult, that's where they really become very incohesive all over the place. That synergy really isn't there anymore.
But I mean, if you've played all those maps, you surely should be able to handle difficult situations and be able to adapt.
On LAN, maybe not so much. I mean, they play a lot of online games, but offline experience is a little bit by the wayside for these guys. We know they can get a little bit too emotional at times and communication breakdowns. And as Neo said, their fundamentals is what holds this team back. You're never going to look at this lineup and say, guys, we need another skilled player. I think we've got a litany of those. So, yeah, they've got all the firepower, but not necessarily arranged quite how they like.
So they did come second at Challenger Melbourne. That was their claim to fame up against MIBR. So that is from a past LAN experience vibe. They've got to be sitting on that a little bit, coming into this feeling like, okay, we've been here, we've been on this stage, we know what needs to be done.
Yeah, I mean, the way I actually look at Aurora, I'm going to use a similar line I said with PA, but for PA, I said it was domestic, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. I think it's the same thing with Aurora, but this on an international scale. Even in online tournaments, they get very deep, but they're not able to really get over that final hurdle. I think they seem to have a bit of a mental block. And now seeing them on LAN at the Mess Nomadic as well, same thing there. When things got a little bit tough and Bleed were putting the pressure on, they just didn't actually know how to react. It doesn't help losing your coach after map 1 because of his injury, but you could really tell that this side needed just somebody to calm them down, and that's the thing that they always struggle with.
You said that bridesmaid, or never the bride, always the bridesmaid. I used to use that about Cadian when he was the IGL for Heroic. Now he's not even allowed in the church. Anyway, moving right on, let's find out exactly how the Falcons lineup is feeling coming into this matchup.
Hey, what's up, everyone? I'm here with Madden from Falcons ahead of their matchup against Aurora. Madden, first game here, ESL Challenger. It's been a little bit of an up and down season for you guys, but coming into this event, what's the expectation?
I mean, to be honest, we expect to win this tournament. Obviously, it can be tough. I think nowadays everyone is playing good CS and like everyone can beat everyone, but obviously I think I still see us as the favorites and I think we can win this tournament.
Speaking about this matchup, Aurora on the other side, they're a team with some dangerous firepower. How do you feel you match up?
I mean, of course they have a good firepower and they're a good team, but I think we are just more experienced and I think we're going to be able to close this game out.
All right, we'll have to see. Good luck, man.
For me, this team has to win. That's it. I think that they're the most Madden said everything that needed to be said there. They're the most experienced team. They're the biggest names. They have the best coaching staff, I believe, that's there. There is absolutely no reason why they should not be lifting that trophy, and they know that, which makes it tougher, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to start here as well. I mean, Aurora, as skilled as we say their team is, they don't have the same advantages that a Falcons does. They don't have Zonic behind the team. They don't have a 5-time major champion in Dupree to round out the lineup. So, yes, Falcons, they have a lot of good pieces. They have a lot of experience on this team. We criticize maybe the fundamentals of a team like Aurora. On the flip side, Falcons, they shouldn't be making mistakes because they know better. They have players that have played at the elite level in Counter-Strike and know how to play good Counter-Strike, not make mistakes, how to trade situations, how to communicate well. I think they're moving in the right direction, but it's not there yet, is it, Neo? For the pieces they have, for the experience, we and they expect more.
And I think especially after what we've kind of seen in 2024, it may not even be an argument for me, at least, to say that Wrestle actually might be the most talented player in the server currently.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys in the Falcons, we know name value-wise, they're very good. We just haven't seen the level that we know they can bring or could bring into maybe 2023, for example. So I'm looking at this actually for Falcons a little bit worried, saying, what happens if they don't win it? What happens if they don't even make the playoffs? Right? These are all inherent risks that are possible in a very tough group. If they don't, their mental state, the player break could be a very awkward time.
Hear me out, though. Like, we speak, I think these are some of the best players in the world when we were playing CSGO.
Currently, though?
So this is what I'm saying. We speak a lot about them from last year when we were playing CSGO. Do you think that the change to CS2 has also impacted what we're seeing from them? And now we're going, oh, well, Falcons as a group doesn't work, but maybe there's a deeper thing here that needs to be worked on?
CS2 favors aggressive riflers that like to take space. I'm not sure Falcons has an elite level one of those. Madden and Dupree are in those positions, but versus some of the other, top teams in the world, I'm not sure they're of that caliber. Maybe they can grow in that direction, but Falcons for sure does lack a high caliber aggressive rifler, and Aurora does not. That is for sure.
And this is the thing as well with Aurora. They have so many different people who can step up. I mean, this guy just gets wrestle, right? I think for me, mechanically is an animal. And this is the thing where, we can make all these arguments, say Dupree, smartest guy in the server maybe, one of the most tenured players we've had in this entirety of this game. However, pound for pound, when you look in the server, Wrestle's going to rip heads. And this is where you maybe look towards, can Madden do the same thing in those hero spots, in those very influential T-side spots especially? I don't think so. And that's why, for me, Aurora, yes, it's a best of one. And specifically because it's a best of one, they could really cause an upset here.
So you said that we're going to be playing on Nuke. You mentioned there that Aurora, what they lack is the ability to adapt. Falcons comes with tons of experience, and adaptability is something that they can do because of that experience. So does that now change the game a little bit in that one match?
But have they done it in their other games? I'm not sure there's a compelling argument that they have shown. If you didn't know they were so experienced, I'm not sure you'd look at this team and say they're going in that direction or they have that ability. So I think for Falcons, it's a very different thing to translate all this ability onto the server. Look at a team like Liquid. You never look at a team like Liquid and say they don't have the players, they don't have the pieces, they don't have the leadership to play good Counter-Strike, but they're not on the same page. They don't have a shared identity. I think Falcons can, with this lineup, move in that direction, but that's what this tournament is, Sam. This is the litmus test to see if this Falcons team with Dupree has legs.
From what I'm listening to here, are we saying that we think that Falcons is potentially going to lose this first best of one?
Genuinely, I think Aurora can take this.
Are you mad?
I genuinely think Aurora won. I think a lot of people sleep on Aurora because they don't not regular faces maybe at these lands. These guys are animals. They are genuine animals. These are guys who can come into a server against tier 1 teams and destroy them. Deco is easily one of the most talented AWPers in the entire scene. If he plays at a ceiling, he should and could play on tier 1 Counter-Strike with ease. It's just things outside of the server that he needs to sort. But, looking at Nuke specifically, for me, there's one man who's the most important guy on Aurora. We haven't actually mentioned him. It's Kenzie. He plays all the important roles. This Nuke, it's make or break if Kenzie plays well. If Kenzie plays bad, it falls apart. Falcons will destroy them. If Kenzie plays well, Falcons won't touch them. That's the difference. Outside rotates coming through on CT side. On T side, he's the entry. He kickstarts every single action play they do. For me, if Kenzie doesn't pop off, Aurora don't pop off. But if he does, that's where Falcons should be scared.
Really quickly before we head to the casters, Alan, are we in agreement here with Neo?
Falcons are the favorites, but Aurora's ceiling is absolutely enough to beat them. So if Falcons don't play clean Counter-Strike, there are many, many worlds where they're playing Party Astronauts tomorrow.
I am shooketh. Because you know what? In Snappy, I believe. I will keep saying it. And maybe I'll look like an idiot after this. Who knows? Let's get into game.
Well then, I think this is the pick of the BA1s to start off Jönköping. Aurora versus Falcons. We both have covered Aurora a hell of a lot in Tier 2, right? I mean, we love watching them. But as we see in the darkness right now,
we're going
to emerge. We're going to emerge, I promise. We are here. But yeah, I mean, we love them.
There we go.
Oh!
Listen, I just wanted to give you the South African experience of load shedding, mate. So that's what it's like. All of a sudden, the lights just pop on. You're asleep at night. You've left the switch on. Power comes back. Zing, you're awake. So there we go. Welcome.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I signed up for. So
yeah,
there you go.
Been long enough.
But honestly, the problem is for Aurora, they went on a spree of online qualifiers at the beginning of the year. They won the Sky Sports Masters. They obviously got qualified to Melbourne. They qualified to this. They had to go through so many qualifiers to get here because of that. But they failed in the Melbourne qualifiers to qualify for Pro League. They failed in ECL online, which should be more favourable for them than LAN, and they also failed in the last chance closed qualifier for Pro League. So this is actually, they're not going to make it on ESL World Ranking. This is their last chance, and it's a absolutely stacked challenger to try and make it.
A lot of people are saying the same things about Falcons, though, that this is their route to qualify for Pro League. It's pretty much their only opportunity. So there's quite a few teams who are desperately vying for that spot, which means it is indeed going to be a hotly contested competition. And we're going to be getting into the action on Nuke once again. Quite an interesting veto. Aurora banning Mirage is certainly something that caught me off guard. Falcons' 2 maps that they're comfortable on are Vertigo and Nuke. So they're going to be pretty happy that they've ended up on the latter. But Kenzie here on the CT side was highlighted by Neo on the desk, and it's a great start here to the map for Aurora.
Yeah, this is excellent. Oh, Dupree, he's been the main guy, I feel like, when all the Falcons games I've watched lately, and he's going to dive in to get a triple kill and recover it into a 2v2. Born is back as well, and alongside Snappy, they are certainly in this round, and yeah, I mean, I'm actually very surprised, you're right, that they actually let it go to Nuke. It's the one map which Falcons have looked competent on as of late. They've got 2 maps which they've played like 5 and 4 times, which they haven't won a single one on yet. Restalt's just pausing there to listen for the sound cues, but sadly, this was a 4v2 for Aurora. This one has got away from them, and it's all thanks to Dupree.
I feel like this pistol round is a great reflection of Aurora's form as of late, man. They've got the firepower, they get into good positions, but then they just let things fall apart, or things get destroyed from there. Either way, Resalt in the 1 versus 2 looking for the retake. He's got 2 pistols and he's got 2 opponents to deal with, but Dupree is the man. It's an ace coming through from him to open up here on Nuke, and that will certainly spur his team on.
You know what? That is kind of what I expect from Dupree. It's weird, right? I mean, people will look at him after he left Vitality, played in Preezy in Tier 2. Maybe that's the end of his career. Maybe he plays in Preezy for the rest of his career. Maybe he plays in that sort of Danish sort of mix to bring up new players. But I think he's still got it. Honestly, I think he's the main part of this Falcons team that is a positive. There's been so many negatives around them, and Dupree, for me, has been brilliant individually and often takes point for this roster. Kenzie, the main outside defender on Aurora, pushing up in the following round with that 5-7, trying to play a timing. Oh, and he may be behind the secret player very quickly, unless Snappy has the chance to cut him off, but I don't think he's seen anything just yet.
Yeah, Kenzie still tracking and tracing. Madden here is in a lot of trouble, doesn't realize the danger that looms, and Kenzie will get that kill. Another opening frag coming through from him, as was the case in the pistol, but still a job to be done here for Aurora to try to convert this into a win. Falcons don't have much going for them right now. Snappy, I think he's dropped down on top of the mini roof, and it looks like he's going to call back for his troops to head in that direction. Snappy is one of the best IGLs in the world on this map. Remember that Nuke was a massive feature in ENCE's success when we saw them on that strong run last year through IEM Dallas, Challenger, Katowice, and Cologne. Nuke was one of the core maps that saw them be so successful. And so Snappy will certainly feel comfortable here with the reins in his hands on this T side. Falcons head back to the scene of the crime where Madden was taken down, and it's a really good call and a great read because there's no resistance. There's a player who's made his way down vent. He's been spotted out, and he's been fragged. So that'll certainly allow for them to make their way forward into this B-bomb site.
Another important kill from Dupree. This time I'm dinked down to 16 with that recovered Mac 10. And we're going to avoid all this. Wrestle, he's outside minding his own business right now, but we're actually going up secret through Mini into the A-bomb side. And the question is the time on the clock, as you say, 13 seconds for this plant. Norvi finds one. Dupree's waiting for Wrestle to rush in though, and it's going to be an easy kill. And the bomb plant is safe. 3v2 despite the health. I think Falcons are going to recover this, but Lackey with the jumping back 10 will finally be put down. And now Decker with just the scout short. 2 scout shots would get these 2 kills. But it's very unlikely now.
Yeah, you also wouldn't know that for a certainty. It does look like he's going to feel it out here. 1 versus 2. Deco, lightning quick with a sniper rifle in his hands. He's hunting, he is searching, but there's nothing on offer. And it's probably one of those situations where if he can't find a kill soon enough, he saves the gun and unfortunately narrowly misses out on the opportunity. So another strong recovery coming through from Falcons in a round that wasn't looking great. And I love that pivot call there from Snappy as well. There wasn't much time on the clock, but everybody bought into the call that came through without any hesitation.
Damn, Dupree, what a start from him. Living up to my billing. 5 kills in the pistol to go alongside his 5 majors, of course. Only a few.
Yeah, only the most out of any player on Earth.
Only a few.
Yeah.
You could say that's decent.
You could still count it on one hand, but it's not that impressive, is it?
What a great recovery once again. And as I said, you mentioned it, I'm early days. Obviously, I'm not going to count any chickens yet, but it's kind of crazy that Aurora did let it go to Nuke. The only map which Falcons have looked competent on lately. And,
yeah.
Well, they have a great chance to perhaps get an opening. Decker with that scout again.
I reckon when Zonic was doing the veto or Snappy, probably a little bit surprised to see Mirage was being banned by Aurora because they don't play Mirage, mate. They played it 4 times, lost it every single time, and it hasn't really been close either. So, yeah, it was quite a speculative decision. They must know something we don't.
I mean, yeah, Falcons 0 from 5 on Anubis, 0 from 4 on Mirage. They don't play Inferno.
They play 2 maps, Nuke and Vertigo.
Yeah, that's the main terrifying factor for them. They need to expand that pool ASAP. And you'd expect, you know, to trust in these experienced players, to trust in the Snappy and Zonic partnership to rectify that. But in recent times, it hasn't really changed much. It's an important kill from Snappy, though, on toward Wrestle. This round was still a 4 versus 4. Kenzie has found that AK as well. He's got Kevlar to go with it.
Something to keep an eye on here in this first half is Magisk inside. He is certainly somebody who attempts a lot of their duels, and he hasn't actually had the success rate you would expect from him as of late. Attempts 24%, only a 30% success rate. So we're going to need to see more than that out of Magisk here on this occasion. We know how reliable he is as a player. Going back to the round, though, Aurora have the read here, making their way down the vent and towards this B-bomb site. Again, there's not much time in the clock. That's why Snappy has to take decon control. And Deco out of nowhere. Beautiful headshot coming through from the sky. That puts Sunpius on notice, and Deco knows he's done his job. He knows his presence alone now is what's required of him while he waits for his teammates to come into the equation, and he's been able to locate Sunpius. Good pivot from him, but it's all on Dupree. Hasn't died yet. 8 kills. He's been fantastic on the map. Is the bomb planted for him? I don't think it is. That's why he has to try and make a move, and Aurora have just won the eco.
How on earth have they managed that? I thought that was no chance to recover that for Aurora once Kenzie went down, because then it was just the pistol and the scout left, right? The AK was lost in double doors. So, yeah, I mean, for Falcons to lose that one, I think that's going to be looked at the demo later and said, oh, dearie me. But a great start for Aurora to win on that eco, that investment they kept over from the previous round. Just that scout was really all it was.
Yeah, And the damage was done as well. Look at the investment now for Falcons based off the kills that come through in the previous rounds. They're going to spend all their money prioritizing utility as well. I really like that, and not at all surprising from a team led by Snappy, coached by Zonic, all the experience in the world as well. And it looks like they're going to set themselves up for a massive burst in towards the safe bomb site. One of the first big tests for Aurora. Can they lock it down on the defense? There's Magisk, as I was talking about. Opening kill comes through from him. Norway only just has a bit of room to work with, but he'll get taken down, and the burst is perfect.
Deco's still here, though. There's one more. Needs to pivot. Oh, it was so close. But Dupree again. What on earth? Triple kill. Instant headshot with what? 3 bullets left on the Tech 9 toward Lackey's rotation through heaven. And Aurora, eyebrows raised, and rightly so.
Yeah, you are on the money to highlight Dupree coming into this one, man. Fully lived up to that expectation so far. When they brought him into the team, there were a lot of eyebrows raised because you've kind of replaced like a star player, someone who's a very heavy fragger, with somebody who's like going to raise the floor of your team, bring stability and bring experience, you know, some entry prowess as well. But it wasn't an out-and-out star player. Either way, Dupree is the star of the server right now. He has 11 kills in 4 rounds, Trav, and Deco doesn't spot the head. That's the AWP. The AWP is on the deck. One of the most important investments of the round. At least Kenzie can recover, though.
Yeah, Kenzie so often the outside player on Nuke, but usually does his best work with rifles. Trying to reposition to basically a similar area Deco was at. Nori will at least get one back, and they're going to choose to boost him up toward the rafters. Actually, it's Wrestle, sorry, being boosted up toward the rafters, and Nori staying top hut with the MP9. Gives Wrestle a little bit more time to rotate toward heaven, maybe help out outside if he thinks it's a risk, and could even come back toward A very quickly. He's actually just going to stick around toward that rafter position. He's going to do really well to get to. Dupree and Snappy go down. There's Norvi activating, and some Pius is last alive with just the AK, but just is a strong word. He's a great rifler as he is AWPer, but he's not going to expect Lackey going all the way around the back, and Aurora, that should be enough to make it an even game.
We have a game on our hands, mate. This is exactly what we were expecting coming into the server. A hotly contested affair. It is the pick of the opening matches without a doubt. And, I mean, it's not like losing this match would be the end of the world because you play against Party Astronauts, which is probably, you know, you would feel very confident as either one of these teams. But starting off day 1, ESL Challenger Jönköping, you want to set things in motion in a favorable fashion. Falcons going to force up here once again, not nearly as much utility as they had in that previous force buy, so they don't have that luxury of just, you know, trying to go for a big burst in towards A. It's going to have to come down to the firepower on this occasion.
Oh, Lackey holding the line beautifully, triple kill. And this was a full investment from Falcons. He's going to even make it a 4th. Lackey could be on for the ace here, and what was a full force buy for Falcons. Lackey, not necessarily known to be the main fragger on this team, but put him in the right positions, he can deliver.
Yeah, he was actually he's the IGL, or he was the IGL rather, for a long time for Aurora. They decided to change it up, and Norway stepped into that role. Of course, Norway and Kenzie, the duo that were part of Fours before, they ended up being cut from that roster. You know, Jerry said in an interview that they weren't really too keen to buy into the system and play his style of Counter-Strike, and that kind of tells me that Norway in particular has an idea of how he wants to approach the game, and that's probably why we've seen him step into this IGL role. We've seen a couple of these younger Russian players stepping up. You know, Shelfie on 9 Pandas now, another one of those examples.
Yeah, but you know, same thing for Aurora. It's LAN presence we need to see from them, right? I mean, we mentioned their online form was a bit shaky to qualify for Pro League. All those opportunities going a begging. But of course, they did respectably in the global finals with CCT by making playoffs and pushing Astralis close. But they didn't win a map in Dacia Belgrade. They failed to make playoffs in the Mesa Masters in Mongolia, which is a shame because, you know, LAN progress is what will get them to that next level. And we all know they're talented enough to get to that next level. The eco for Falcons is getting rightly eaten up. The nades, 3 of them come toward Dupree's position. Make that a 4th in the end.
Damn,
but already the USP had taken him down. But yeah, I mean, we've been massive enjoyers of this Aurora team for such a long time. And yeah, just we almost like our heart kind of was with their tier 2 boys in a way, like us, right?
That's exactly it, man. Cut from the same cloth.
Exactly. Cut from the same cloth. And we want to see them improve. And I completely loved the Wrestle pickup. He's been insane since, and actually been kind of incredible that he's managed to take up the mantle for some of the maybe lesser performances of the likes of Norvi and Kenzie sometimes.
I will say in his interview, I mean, we didn't get much at all from him, but when he was asked the question by Mike about if they're going to take the fight to Falcons and give them a tough time, and it could, you know, I could be reading into this a bit much, but he said, I am gonna. But it didn't sound like there was much confidence in the whole team. It was more like, I know I can do it, and he has been in great form, but I don't know if that's a reflection of the state of Aurora's confidence as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, could be right. When you mentioned
could have also been a language thing, right?
Yeah, true. When you mentioned the Jerry situation about him sort of bringing up those players, I'll get back to that in a moment, because look at Norvi, they're taking complete lobby control of Aurora. They got Ramp through Trophy as well, but Magisk does really well to find one in response. HE, if that was just actually a proper deep HE, that absolutely would have taken Magisk, but they've just got an insurance policy in Kenzie. There's nothing to worry about for Aurora in this round, even though it's only a 3v4, it feels totally in control for them. Falcons have deep control with Madden, and that is the main factor that could bring this round back in response, but now it's been spotted out.
He is absolutely the one way that they're going to get back into the round, but like you say, he's been seen, so going to be tough for him to make anything of this now that he doesn't have the element of surprise on his side. Plenty time to work with, and a good opening kill in towards the bomb slide coming through from Madden. That was a vital gunfight, but he doesn't expect a second on the rafters, and understandably so. And now it's on Snappy and Sun Pius. Been teammates for a long time. There'll be some good chemistry between them. 2 versus 3 to recover. They've got the bomb on their back and 40 seconds to work with.
You mentioned good chemistry. That's one of the things that I did get a chance to hear from Dupree in the Pro League game against Tyler. I interviewed him afterwards, and he said, well, actually, the mood in the camp is pretty awful at the moment. Something we're going to need to change. And mood in the camp is one of the main things that can change your fortunes as a team. It's not all down to individual skill or synergy, it's down to personal feeling in the roster as well. They're going to try the plant, and that's a brilliant clear by Deco. Closes the door once again, leaves Snappy in a tough position. He's being baited by Deco. The up may go down, but Kenzie was always going to take the kill, and Aurora are here to play.
It's good to see that Aurora have been able to hold their nerve. You know, they lost a pistol where they had a big advantage. They had a way to get into the force buy in the second, and yeah, neither way worked out the way they would have wanted, but after winning that eco round, they've certainly looked a whole lot better here on the CT side of Nuke, and they're playing with confidence as well. I love to see how they get in the faces to disrupt the T side here. Not afraid to take the fight to Falcons. Deco's looking pretty hot in the server as well, and well, it's going to have to be a half buy now from Falcons.
Kenzie trying to answer back with some of that aggression of his own, but Norvi will hold that line toward Hut. Snappy, Sunpius and Madden with a Tech 9 between the three of them. Probably not going to be much they can do about this. Even a real utility probably won't be helping them out. One thing that is important to mention is that Aurora don't have the AWP in this round. But I think they're going to have it in the next one. Look at that money they built up.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention, is that Falcons need some kills here to just try and chip away at that economy because, well, there's a mountain of money right now here for the CT side. They might be able to just buy up for the rest of the half regardless of what happens. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a tactical timeout here just so that Sonic can try relay some thoughts and figure out a bit of a solution, because right now, these early rounds are just not starting out very well for Falcons.
Do you think they just didn't take the AWP because they knew it was pistols coming up next? More maneuverability. You've got so much money to buy another one anyway.
I think CT side Nuke is one of those maps that you can get away without having the AWP, and we know that Deco is a guy who's quite dynamic in general, but the AWP is now in place, so it might have been that.
Yeah.
But again, as I mentioned, these early rounds not working out, and Magisk, as I highlighted earlier, has had some trouble in those opening duels towards inside as of late, and we're seeing that play out here once again. He's 3 for 10. Everybody's on 3 kills, bar Dupree, who hasn't gotten a frag since the 3rd round, Trav.
Yeah, very good point. Kenzie, nice clear on Snappy. That is a right eye peak favoured angle. That one you do tend to see arm first in that position. Deco's even feeling confident enough to run around and go for wall and smoke bangs around that hut area. Adam trying to creep out in his 2v5. Timing's not great, but Deco from the AWP from top hut. You don't see that often, an AWP top hut. Hello?
If anybody, though, it will be Deco.
Of course. Of course.
He's so easy on the eye, man. Such a fun AWPer to watch. He trades out for the rifle as well. Just gives him a bit more maneuverability. Lackey on the flank will be found out by Dupree, but it's a consolation kill. Certainly not going to affect the outcome of the round here. Bomb is in towards lobby. And this is a beautiful start to the map, and the tournaments at large for Aurora certainly will do a world of good for their confidence.
You mentioned it. It's very simple. Dupree has cooled off, and so have Falcons, full stop. 23 HP to find Deco and Kenzie. Not going to happen when they're both holding the angle together. It's a comfortable crossfire. Dupree tries his best, as he has been with this roster and in this game, but not this time. And you mentioned Wrestle. I mean, you can see his opening frag here with the A4. Actually one of my favorite players to watch with that M4A4, of course, reduced to 3 grand rather than 3.1. And I'm an A4 enjoyer myself as well. And Wrestle, mentioned by Jerry in old interviews as well when he was on 4s with him. Some of the best aim he's ever seen. And that's a high praise considering who Jerry's played with in his career.
Yeah, true. And I think more and more people are seeing that as we go on here as well, right? Of course, we used to have the Power Rangers in the Aurora camp. You know, they had some very bright hair colors across the board. And I was thinking, I kind of figured it out. Oh, yeah, there we go. We love to see the styles coming through. He is feeling good, is Mr. Result. But like I was saying, I think the coincidence, is it a coincidence, Trav? They changed their hair colors to a bit more of a neutral shade across the board, and then their form fell apart. We need the Power Rangers back, man.
I know, man. I know. It was so much fun. It was adding a spice of color.
Oh,
that's
bit of side eye.
That is spicy.
I see you.
That is spicy. I can tell you that for sure.
All right, well, we do have a bit of a tech issue at the moment. Hopefully not going to be too long before we're able to resolve it and get back in the action. Of course, teammates not allowed to communicate in the technical pause, so got to guys just sit there and stew, marinate a little bit, ponder your own roles, I guess, and figure out what you might want to change up in a bit of a micro instance.
This has been a great recovery from Aurora, considering the start that they had, of course. Dupree getting that ace was completely unexpected. And as I said, since he's cooled off, Aurora have grown back into the game. I mean, we know the snappy, Sunpious, Madden core is known as reliable, and adding Magisk to the mix should have added to that. But not yet. As I said, I casted them at Pro League, and while there were certainly some individual moments that felt few and far between, especially in the comfortable 2-0 loss they took to BetBoom. Dupree is still playing brilliantly, as I said, and I spoke to him after that match versus Ty Lue, which turned out to be a pretty exciting match in the end, actually. They did lose that opening map to Ty Lue. And mentioning, of course, about how mood in the camp isn't the best yet. And while that makes sense to get them to gel, question has to be asked, how long will it take them to get there when the clock is ticking quickly in this scene?
Yeah, that's the thing, is that it kind of just feels like, everybody expects results immediately, especially when you've got a name like Falcons, when you've got as much money behind them as well. But remember, this is their 3rd LAN event. Thorin's got a pretty good barometer that it's either 3 months for a team or 3 LAN events before you make any drastic inferences about what we can expect. So this is the event for Falcons that I think, going into the player break is certainly going to give a lot of people an idea of what we can expect from this team in the long term. There's a lot of suggestions flying around about changes that could happen, but they're just focused on this team. They're focused on making this project work. And, well, I mean, there's signs, there's glimpses, but we need to see a much higher level from them. We heard Madden in the interview say that they're here to win this entire event, Trav, and anything less than that would be considered a failure.
Yeah, indeed. Pro League, such an important qualification situation for these two teams, which is why another one of the reasons it made it one of the pick of the BO1s, without a doubt. The pick of the BO1s to start off Jönköping in 2024. Of course, our next 2 BO1s will be Complexity versus Alliance and ENCE versus MIBR. First time matches between those two. Of course, ENCE and MIBR played against each other a lot of times, but not with the current lineup for ENCE, obviously.
Have you cast the new ENCE yet?
Once, I think.
Okay, I haven't seen the new ENCE since they brought in a couple new players.
Let's go.
Of course, Poddy and SDY joined in the mix. Looking forward to seeing them in action.
A couple of good storylines there. Looking forward to getting into that one.
And then, of course, Cole versus Alliance, that's kind of like David versus Goliath. The hometown heroes certainly have their work cut out for them, playing up against the Beasts of Complexity. The highest rated team coming into the tournament.
Yeah, Alliance, I do worry for them as to how they're going to play. I mean, obviously, we'll get into it when that game gets started, but tons of experience, just no form in any tournament really lately. Of course, they made it to Jönköping qualifying through the Swedish Open qualifier. Obviously, they beat Eyeballers, I think, in the final. Medisport did lose to Eyeballers, so that main premier Swedish organization at the moment that is wanting to be the main team at these sort of events, unfortunately didn't make it. And yeah, Alliance, sadly, their form, I believe they played a LAN in Ostersund just last week, and they lost to Draken's mixed team, I believe. Johnny Speeds, I believe it is.
Yeah, that's the one.
Good team, though. Chauzy on that roster, I believe. Bit of a player that was on Apex, I believe, in the past, and was very, very young. I think he stopped to do studies.
Was it maybe Godsent as well that he had featured in, if I'm not mistaken?
So. Oh, was Chauzy on Galaxy Racer? Was it Galaxy Racer?
He definitely was on Galaxy Racer, yeah, along with Joel's as well, kind of where they cut their teeth.
Yeah, I
made
think,
a name for themselves. It was Galaxy Racer and Apex, indeed.
Yeah.
Not Godsent. There we go. That's why I trust your memory more than mine, Trav.
I'm so proud of myself.
You should be.
But yeah, since then, been a struggle for them.
Okay, so the word on the streets is that we're going to get back into the action soon enough here, and we will resume proceedings on Nuke. Hopefully, this little break here for Falcons will serve them well so that they can just reset themselves mentally, but also just slow down the momentum that Aurora have behind them. They've won 7 of the past 8 rounds of Aurora, and they've been in dominant fashion, Trav.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at their money tells you everything you need to know about that. Kenzie still on quintuple digits. Falcons probably need one of these last 2. A pistol on the CT side can easily turn 8-4 into 8-6 very quickly, maybe even 8-7 if Aurora choose to force.
Problem is, Falcons were, what, like 3-1 up or 3-2 up, so they're going to have to get more rounds on the board than what they've accumulated so far. They've used a bit of their utility as well, wall of smokes towards outside, just to try and deny information here for the CT side. Nade used to try to do damage instead of clear out the smoke. Not something we see too often anymore. They're more like a, used to force gunfights and try and inflict damage. Either way, Falcons have been able to cross in towards Secret undetected, so that does give them some positional control. It's actually only decos towards the lower site, and once again, without the orb. So I think you're onto something there.
Yeah, I think that when they have that money luxury, removing the risk of letting that AWP go is seemingly something they're willing to choose. So, yeah, it seems like I clocked that one early.
It's a good decision, though. AWP can be difficult against the fast-moving pistols, and Lackey, well, he's rotated down and towards this lower bomb site to pad up the defense alongside Deco. Wow. Snappy looking for the plants in the smoke, and Lackey's not going to be able to deny. So that's at least in itself a success now for Falcons. And, well, they've got upgraded pistols. They've got an AK. They don't have great post-plant positions, but there is a way to make this work. Lackey's just going to stick the defuse in the smoke, and Falcons haven't been able to do anything about it.
What's enough?
All 10 players still alive on the server.
Look at Lackey.
Did they not hear it, maybe?
I don't know. Maybe not. I mean,
I barely noticed.
First point I want to make is that Falcons, actually, it was a nice strategy to get that bomb planted safely, then escape back through single door. But Lackey just wanders onto the site and defuses it. When they had a perfect chance to do something with that round, Falcons, they had the AK on Dupree to maybe be someone they could bait in.
I mean, there have been some complaints sometimes about not hearing the tap on the defuse in CS2. Very rare, but it does sometimes happen, you know?
Yeah, one of the few things that I've heard, I think it was Twist's IEM Dallas when he was on the when he joined Sponge Machine for one of the casts in the arena. He said that very often, not helped by the fact, of course, there'd be maybe some crowd noise on occasion, you just don't hear the single door open on the lower side if you're in a specific position around the map. Obviously, that's not the diffuse sound, but maybe something that could be linked in a way, perhaps. Yeah. But that was cheeky from Lackey, and you know what? Why not?
I mean, it would have been a bit of a nervy round there as well for Aurora having to make that retake happen, so that certainly made life a lot easier for them as we descend into the last round of this first half. It's been a brilliant display from Aurora since we got into the thick of things in the gun rounds. Can they find a 9th to cap off a very successful CT side so far? Looks like Snappy's going to try force the issue towards ramp, wanting to get ahead of the smoke, but you're not catching Lackey off guard.
No. Lackey's been very good toward ramp in the early stages of this game. Of course, that quad kill against that force buy a little while ago. Falcons struggling ever since. Dupree kind of cooled off, it has to be said. I mean, Dupree has been unbelievable, but Madden always lurked him through mini undetected, and Wrestle will get taken down.
Yeah, Madden has so much responsibility on this team, man. Stepping up into that star player role, especially on the CT side. He's going to be playing outside as well, so he'll have a lot of pressure on him. Can't kind of coast along as a role player anymore. He's got to step up to the plate and be the big dog on the server. And unfortunately, he's just been removed from the serve up. So that's his half over. Going to have to watch from the sidelines and hope the trio of dupreeh, Magisk, and Sunpius can find a way to recover. All three towards ramp. So at least they've been afforded some map control. But how do they convert this into a bomb plant?
Well, yeah, I mean, Aurora, of course, have been allowed them to do that. But utility might be the only thing going in Falcon's way here. They've got enough to possibly get their way down. There is some presence toward that double door area and that glass position for Aurora. This time Magisk will be allowed the plant. I say that. Oh, only just. And the damage toward Magisk is pretty significant. What a shot toward Lackey, though. Hang on a moment. 3 versus 3 on this retake for Aurora. Of course, they can have everything they want. They've got a smoke, they've got kits, they've got an incendiary as well. Norvi has found that frag on Magisk in the end. It's down to dupreeh and Sunpius. dupreeh, he's in a very powerful position, and Sunpius has taken Norvi in the meantime. You see legs first usually when you hold that angle, but Kenzie has delayed his position, delayed his rotation, and there is plenty of time for this defuse. It's 9 on CT for Aurora at half.
Within the body of a woman lies the heart of a man. It's a feat of engineering you could never understand. So tell me all your secrets and I'll tell you all my lies. I've been walking with the angels, I've been talking in my sleep. An electric conversation, pins and needles in my feet. It's a full-on fascination with a twisted combination. We can catch the lightning. It's the perfect crime and does it hurt so bad when we touch too much? Does it feel so good when we touch too much? You could follow every instinct, you could fight the best you can. It's not easy when you're dancing, holding someone else's hand. I've got nothing more to tell you, I got nothing more to say, no. We can catch the lightning. It's the perfect crime and does it hurt so bad when we touch too much? Does it feel so good when we touch too much?
Aurora exuding confidence in that first half, amassed 9 rounds on their CT side. It's a very good display coming through from them, and winning the pistol would certainly set things in motion, and it doesn't look like they're going to waste any time.
Yeah, preparing themselves in toward lobby and towards Squeaky, but dupreeh on pistol rounds. He aced the first half, and he's got to do some more as well. That's 7 kills in pistol rounds for dupreeh in this game. It's going to go back and forth, though. Wrestle and Lackey trying their best. Ooh. Wrestle, catches Magisk. He just tries to jiggle the silo. And straight away, just like the pistol, actually, but the other way around, we're back into a 2v2.
Flip the scripture, man. Aurora giving Falcons some treatment that they received in that first half. Plenty time here as well to play with. Down into the 2v2, so much space to work with, and Falcons have just hedged their bets here. They've got Snappy on one bomb site, Madden on the other, and Madden's had his bell rung, so that's certainly going to make life a lot more difficult for him. Aurora will know that as well, might even motivate them to try and get in towards the, say, bomb site, and Madden's thinking, mate, I'm going to have to try something here. I'm going to have to make a move, and he does, but he moves into the crosshair of Result. That is his third kill coming through in the pistol, and it's only Snappy left remaining.
Thing is, I really like that from Madden. It may look silly to push in a 2v2, but you're low HP. Gamble on trying to take some information and catch them walking away. When you know you've obviously had so much damage has been done, then maybe it's a better choice. But talking about choices, Snappy is here. How does he play this one? They're not expecting him on the site. This is so awkward for Snappy. Now they finally realize it, but he gets the first tap. It's so close to the second. Lackey trying to run him down, but Snappy, what a lifeline that could be for Falcon.
He actually got a bit of a shadow advantage there as well, did Snappy, which helped him just prepare for that last gunfight. Oh, he's very happy that they came in his direction, man. It's quite surprising that they decided to go down the vent to B, because they'd actually wrapped around outside, threw Mini into the A bomb site, saw no resistance, and then just decided off an inkling to try and pivot towards that lower bomb site. So now they don't even get a plant, and Aurora, well, in both pistol rounds have dropped the ball.
Wow.
That could have been the end of the map, basically.
Mate, Aurora have lost both pistols, and Falcons only have 4 rounds.
Yeah, I know. And in both pistols, Aurora had the advantage.
I know. This has been domination. It should be better than this for Aurora, really. But Falcons have a chance to deliver now because the eco is getting absolutely munched up. I say eco, I tell a lie. It's actually a full force buy for Aurora.
I wouldn't have blamed you, though, for calling it an eco because they just got destroyed there by the Julies and Sun Pius. So that is not the way that Aurora would have liked to try and respond after losing the pistol.
And that now gives Falcons a great path. Could probably all down to Snappy. Snappy has single-handedly given them an opportunity and a pathway to make this game a close one again.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, though, because Aurora looked so good in the gun rounds in that first half. So I'm still a little bit concerned. I'm a bit speculative here of Falcon's form. We're going to need to see a lot out of the individuals. Keep an eye on Sun Pius. He's absolutely one of the most important factors of Falcons on the CT side. He's not the kind of guy who's going to be hunting for those opening kills. Loves to play from heaven and hell, and he's very good with his first bullet accuracy on the cross. So he's certainly an integral cog on the defense, is Sun Pius.
Yeah, indeed. I am vaguely surprised at the decision from Aurora to go for this force buy in this round. I mean, I know them as an aggressive team, know them as a team which can go for that investment with utility and the Tech 9s and burst their way in. We saw Falcons do exactly the same thing via Dupree. But Kenzie's just desperately looking for 1 kill, and now he's shown himself. MP9 will finish it off. Well done for Magisk. You mentioned he had a slow game. Well, it's a chance for him to deliver now on the CT side. At the moment, Falcons in charge on this second half, and they're going to have an eco to follow. This is why I thought it was an eco. Because of the fact that the dualies munched them up.
Snappy probably expected it to be an eco as well. That's why he brought the Julies into the round, because Julies against a force buy is not ideal by any stretch. Either way, it will now be an eco coming through from Aurora. They've got the deco. Actually, not something we see that often anymore. Deco and a deco. Let's see if they can do the damage. I'd love to find a couple kills here, phasing through the smoke. Snappy is just the pistol master. He got the clutch in the pistol, he then had the Julies in the previous, and now he's got a Tech 9, so just showing some diversity.
Yeah, recovering as much money as he can possibly make without investing anything.
Smart man.
Yeah.
Saving every penny.
Or cent.
There we go, that's true. I was just trying to play into something you'd be more familiar with.
Indeed. Snappy with that Tech 9 will AD his way to a second kill. And now it's just down to the 3 remaining Deagles to do something spicy, but Madden will deal with Norvi thanks to the help of that Sun Pius flash outside.
Yeah, advantage of being on LAN as well. You can just look at your teammate's screen to see if you got the kill or not. And there we go. It is going to be Falcons starting off in the second half exactly the way they would have hoped, winning the pistol, converting against the Force, and then the anti-eco. 9-6 the scoreline as we head into the first full gun round. Aurora still in a comfortable position, but if they lose this gun round, that's when things start to become a little bit sketchy for them.
The battle for Wrestle through the door smoke. The 3 MP9s. Do they want to put maybe a lobby crunch into play? Something like that in this round. Get up close and personal. Play with your movement speed with those SMGs.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Aurora look to try and abuse or punish Snappy towards ramp. You know, his individual level hasn't been great in recent times. Of course, focusing on a lot more in the team, trying to find the way to play the game here with these 5 players in the best style and make everybody comfortable. Sunpius has rotated across to support his captain, though, so that certainly will beef up the defense.
Aurora very patient in this one. Going for the customary later outside smokes at around a minute on the clock. Very common. And Sunpius, as you say, is very much in position. Presence now known outside. The MP9 will... There's some good utility in there. That is Madden. Taking Kenzie down to 25, but Sunpius, as little does he know that he's had an enemy on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, I do like the decision to go A here from Aurora because they know Madden's the outside player. They forced him back down secret. That means the mini player has to turn his back to try and help defend outside. So A bomb side could be slightly weakened right now. Match will get aggressive, but he's baited into the gunfight. Wrestled finds the frag. 2-man advantage now for Aurora as they look to try and get in towards the safe side, but they've got a few low HP individuals and Lackey will fall to the nade. Sunpius in position, 13 seconds on the clock. How on earth do Aurora break down the defense with no time on the clock? The answer is they don't.
Wrestle trying his best in a 1v3, but he's always going to get caught by Sunpius in the back. And now it gets interesting. First gun round goes the way of the Falcons on that bonus buy as well with the MP9.
True.
And, well, we thought this would be the pick of the BO1s. Right now, it is delivering.
You know, ironically, Falcon's better half on Nuke as of late has been the T side. 61% win rate on that T side compared to a 50% win rate on their CT side. Certainly a contrast to what we've seen so far here on this map, but stats don't mean anything when you're in the game itself. It's all about the level you bring to the server, and right now Falcons are on the brink of recovering. And that's not what Lackey would have been hoping to shoot.
Well, whoopsie, I guess. Maybe we got to see a replay how that looked from Lackey's POV. But it makes me think this round is not going to go as Aurora would have wanted.
Yeah, they got that max round loss bonus behind them, so they've been able to dig a bit deeper into their pockets, some upgraded pistols, a scout as well. But unfortunately, not much to speak of right now.
The gap can be one round if Falcons clean this one up comfortably, and they're about to.
That's what I was talking about with Sunpius, by the way.
Yep.
So strong on the cross.
And on the defense on this map too.
Yeah, he actually kind of reminds me of the style that Device popularized when you just try and have presence across the board. You know, you show your hand at one part of the map, you rotate to have an impact somewhere else. Very versatile and dynamic with that AWP is Sunpius. We've seen him ramp already. We've seen him outside now in towards Hell. Madden looking to finish off the job here, and Deco will be denied by Dupree, but that's okay. Round goes the way of Falcons, and their flawless run on the CT side continues.
And flawless would be right. It took the snappy 1v2 on the pistol to set us up for this.
Yeah.
But I think if Aurora do go down in this game, they'll be looking at it and saying, well, we should have won both pistols, and it should have been done like 13-4.
Yeah, precisely that, man. And we know that they are prone to allowing frustration to creep into the camp. So hopefully they'll be able to keep a stable mentality now coming into this all-important gun round because of all the heavy lifting they were able to get done in that first half, winning 9 of the 12. They still have a lead coming into this second gun round, but if this one doesn't go their way, then they're going to find themselves in a treacherous place.
Yeah, we mentioned, of course, it's the one map that Falcons have looked the most competent on lately as well. I mean, don't get me wrong, the two teams they've beaten, IEM Dallas, Liquid and Monty, probably it would be a bit relatively 50-50 games, I feel like. But it was 13-6, 13-4, so domination And not proving to be as easy on Nuke this time for Falcons, but Aurora deserve that 9-3 lead at half without a shadow of a doubt. But at the moment, they are not the ones with the momentum.
Deco missed a very good opportunity to find an opening kill outside as well. A shot you expect him to hit more often than not. Magisk gets a little bit of love through the smoke there, and quite lucky to just walk away with still most of his health to his name. Aurora building their way into the round here. Madden catches Kenzie on the jump up, but Kenzie will get the kill.
Oh, that's a really important win from Kenzie. So good on the outside of Nuke, whether it's T or CT. Some Pius moved into a slightly more disadvantageous angle as well, and Norvi is taking down main man Dupree. There goes Snappy. 5v2, Aurora. Similarly, they've found a way. They know there's a vent player. Magisk is stuck in there. No point playing whack-a-mole for Magisk. Just fall away.
All right.
Now some Pius is removed. So Aurora are going to hit double digits.
They will breathe a sigh of relief as they get this round across the line. They're also going to keep most of their players alive, if not all 5. That'll get them up to double digits as well. And courtesy of all the hard work they were able to get done in that first half, it means that they take a big step forward in the direction of winning this map. 10-8 up they go. More than enough money for Falcons to invest in the next. But I don't think there'll be anything left in the bank afterwards, bar Sun Pius.
That's just one of those rounds where it feels like Aurora just win their duels across the map at every opportunity they take. And there's not really an answer why it went wrong for Falcons. They didn't exactly have bad positions, but look where Deco was at the end of the round there. Completely destroying the possibility of the save, jumping off the ladder. And he's up for 16-9 in this game. He's been a bit more of a defensive AWPer than perhaps we've been expecting from him in recent times. The numbers suggest that that is the case.
I feel like it's toned down. It used to be, used to be more of an aggressive AWPer than we've seen in recent times. It could be something, though, because in the team they have quite aggressive-minded players in someone like Resalt and Kenzie as well, that he has to just tone it down a little bit to create enough space for his teammates.
Oh, Snappy's under pressure, and smartly he'll fall away before taking a duel, but it's going to go back for one, actually. Oh, it's very wobbly for Snappy, but he manages to get the kill in the end. And it all is going Falcon's way after that. In the end, that wasn't a worry whatsoever. Deco manages to catch Snappy nicely, but he'd be 1v5 with 19 HP. Not going to happen.
Fresh smoke deployed. He would be actually able to weave his way through these smoke grenades. Comes out on the other side, catches the first on Madden, has a very good idea. There's another player here appearing above the smoke. Deco's taken Dupree down as well. Okay, he breathes life back into the round here for Aurora. Down to the 1v2. It's going to have to be an ace for Deco here in the clutch. A 1 versus 5. 35 seconds to work with on the clock, and Falcons are isolated on the map right now. Some space has been afforded to him, but how does he get past Magisk's position here? It's going to be really difficult to traverse onto this B-bomb site.
If he had full health, I'd absolutely be feeling it, but even though he got those last 2 kills while he was low, I just can't see a way in which Falcons let this slip. Surely not.
He's got a smoke.
He's got the smoke for the plant, but the problem is any spam through that smoke when he commits to it should be taken down here. He's going to go for it. He's going to try and go for it safely. In the end, Magisk doesn't want to give him any opportunity any further. Gotta say, though, the damage to the economy from Deco could prove to be very important.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. I think Magisk plays that perfectly as well. He knows that there's no time left for the defuse to be faked and then planted afterwards, so he just rushes forward. Even if he dies there, Deco wouldn't have been able to plant the bomb. Nice attempt from Deco, able to isolate these duels. Maybe not great coordination between Dupree and Madden playing on opposite sides of the smoke. They're not able to support each other, but it's okay. They get across the line, they win the round, and they close the gap to 1 once again.
That's not good.
That is a good way to describe it.
I would describe that as
poor.
Aggressively average.
Probably less than that, mate. Probably quite a lot less than that.
That's why it's aggressively.
2 kills out of 2 opening kills in 12 rounds on a map that, they're very comfortable on the T side, so not the way we would have expected things to play out, but that's in the past. And right now on the CT side, they are having a far better time of those opening duels.
And you'd expect that on the defensive nuke, but Aurora still have that slight edge. They'll know the damage they've done to Falcons' economy in this round. Sure, it's not broken yet, and they might have one more buy in arrears, even if Aurora take this round. But if we get toward a closer standpoint in the last few rounds of this entire map, it could be pretty impactful. Wrestle. Forward next to that smoke, and look at Norvi. Hang on a moment. They've got all the way through. Kenzie's removed some pies. They see the Heaven player in Magisk, and Norvi just calmly taps him out of the round.
Yeah, looking so good, man, with those kills coming through. Aurora have gotten themselves into a fantastic position. Ressolt's been able to snake his way out of Squeaky Door as well, and Dupree is on the rafters, and, well, Result is going to be in a great position just to catch him off guard, and that's the kill that comes through. It's only Snappy left remaining, and the only thought on his mind right now is to try and save a gun. My goodness, what a response from Aurora, because they came into this round with no spare money in the bank. Had they lost this round, scoreline leveled up, they'd have to eco as well, and then things start to look very scary. So a vital round goes their way.
That is the critical round for Aurora, just to keep them at bay.
Yeah.
Keep them at arm's length. Norvi comfortably going about his business here. Kenzie once again owning outside. He can have his off games, Kenzie. He's not the consistent force that he once was, perhaps, toward the beginning of 2023 at one point. I think there was at one point when he was on Aurora with Norvi, where he was just, that duo was dominating online games for the maybe better part of 3 months.
They completely tore the tier 2 scene apart, man. That duo was, probably the heaviest hitting duo in the tier 2 space at that time.
And this year, we thought they were back to that form again with this roster, even though of course, they benched Hooch as well. I didn't actually necessarily agree with that one. I'm a big Hooch enjoyer. But they still look really good after that. As I said, won the Sky Sports Masters, probably their biggest win ever as an organization.
Yeah, they've got Coach Brain behind them now. Not a name I'm too familiar with. Either way, this is a big decision coming through from Falcons. They've spent all their money, 3 MP9s and M4s as well. They've gotten an opening kill, but there's still work to be done. Utility will chip down the Aurora players as they look to continue to pressure this A bomb site. More damage inflicted, but it looks like Aurora have been able to get through the Squeaky Door. Madden has to now make a play through the smoke, but that's not going to work out for him. Aurora gain full control, set themselves up in a post plant, and Falcons have their work cut out for them in the retake.
That's a great catch from Kenzie. That could have easily spiraled. Amazed that Aurora went for a pure A rush there against a buy that could be so dangerous to do just that against. With the 2 MP9s on Falcons, of course, but it could still spiral. Hang on a moment. That's a frag that Deco should have taken. He'll go down to Snappy. It's down to Kenzie. First player on HP jumps in, and the second spray can't be converted. And Falcons will get away with it and once again keep this game at a 1-round match.
Oh man, they're just breathing a massive sigh of relief right now. It looked really good for Aurora as they got into that A-bomb site. There was some chip damage done and even looked like some team damage there from Lackey onto Kenzie, which didn't make life any easier for him in the 1 versus 3. But alas, Falcons get the job done and they draw within a round again. I mean, they're keeping them, like you say, they're keeping them within reach, making sure that Aurora don't pull too far ahead here. What's the money situation looking like?
Oh, a lot more of Madden's body there showed through that smoke than I was expecting. I thought there was an easier catch there from Kenzie. But again, even despite that damage, it's a 3v3 afterplant. You should be expecting to win that if you're Aurora. They've been given a lot of chances in this game. They've taken most of them, but having not won both pistols when they're in winning positions in both of them, they're going to be kicking themselves if they find a way to, well, snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
This is such an important round for both of these teams. Look at the money, Trav. Look at the money. There is none to look at. Whoever loses this round is going to have to eco in the next, and that's a big problem for Falcons. Obviously, they'll force buy, but they wouldn't be able to bring much to the table. And because it's been back and forth as well, neither team has much round loss bonus behind them. Probably more so Aurora than the CT side. So game on, pressure on. This is exactly what we expected coming into this best of 1.
I'm so glad it's a close, entertaining matchup between these two. It's what exactly I wanted. Awesome Pius in a position which you can so often get cheeky kills from. They'll be removed by Kenzie again. He's been so insane in this game. Dupree and Magisk though will try and answer back. Magisk so reliable in these anchor positions. 3 kills. And Falcons are about to even up at 11 rounds apiece if Kenzie can't do the impossible.
I think he's just going to save his AK here, man. I mean, they've got nothing to work with in that next round. It would detach him from the team economically going forward, but at least it gives him a hero AK in the next, which he certainly wouldn't have been able to afford if he goes down. That is a huge hold coming through from Magisk, who's struggled so far today, but when they needed him the most, he's able to stand tall and contribute the way that was required.
Wow. All those years of experience for Magisk in tough roles, anchor positions. So reliable.
Used to being overwhelmed and just holding his own, man.
He's just, I don't know, one of the best of all time at doing that, I believe, at least in my eyes.
Yeah,
maybe
he's
not
got
in
the
the
majors
current,
to prove it.
Of course, like not in the current era, perhaps with this team. We're not seeing it as much, but deserved grin on his face after that hold. 3 critical kills. And this game, well, it's the 14-14 of CSGO. We can't pick a winner.
I love how he repositions here because the player coming through the door is not expecting to take the fight there with Magisk, and then he even avoids the trade coming through from the Squeaky player. Very good crosshair placement, and he's rightfully proud of that one. And actually, Aurora have spent all their money. Kenzie, who had the hero AK coming into the round, has already been brought down to 17 health. Oh my goodness, this game is teetering. It's on the brink right now. They're looking to try and make a play in towards ramp. Snappy falls backwards by the util, but he'll stand his ground. St. Pius is rotated through, but he's also only good for one. A 3v3 round, very much alive for both of these teams.
Oh, look at Kenzie. He's trying to be cheeky. It's maybe got a good timing here onto the... Oh, the CT vent player. That was the opportunity. If he was any higher HP than that, that was going to be his kill. It's Deco 1v2, full health with the bomb, with the AK. This is so very doable for him. He's got a whole minute to play with. He'll even open the double doors. That's a bit of a ruse. Yeah, maybe it's something that might go against him in the end. He's trying to lure them in. He's trying to force them into fighting him. And he's got this much time on the clock to play with. He'll fake it on B to begin with, and now he's opened those double doors. He can maybe work his way up if he really wants to. Deco may be at risk of overthinking this one, though. Plump will go down eventually. He will be allowed to do that. Dupree only 29 HP, of course. Madden not exactly full health either. And Deco is going to try and creep his way through the double door position. And I really like the spot he's in now.
That's the advantage he gets from opening the doors earlier on, as he's now given a way to get off the bomb site without giving any information away. So a decent post-plant position for him to play with. Madden's got a kit, but Dupree's on the deck. Madden sticking the defuse in the smoke here. Deco has to hit the shot. He will, but it's not in time. Falcons have got it, and that's going to get them up to match point.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Deco did everything right. He did absolutely everything right. It seems like the only thing I could criticize, maybe at that last high-pressure moment, took an extra second to get up onto the railing with the crouch jump and go for a clean spray through that smoke.
Probably just in the back of his mind, it could be a fake and wanting to delay that spray as long as possible. Here it is, first kill on Dupree. Diffuse busy being stuck, but kill doesn't come through in time. At least Aurora get the bomb plant. They can force overtime from here. Falcons need this last round. That would secure the job in regulation and complete the comeback. They've lost just 2 rounds on the CT side so far. Can they keep it at that tally and conclude proceedings here and now?
Oh, damage done to Norvi already. He'll be found by Madden. And they know exactly where they've locked him in toward here, but do they have a position to try and remove him? Oh, Lucky. Only needs that one bullet to find that kill. He's managed to find his way through credit card. He could just take a heads-up duel now if he wants to. Wrestle's taken Magisk in the meantime. And it might be all down to Dupree once again. He's seen one cross, but he gets caught by Deco. And there's Wrestle once again. Aurora fighting for their lives. And it looks like we are going to be going to overtime. Snappy will hold the line, gets one back. But they know where he is. One thing that I will mention is that maybe, I was going to say the off angle might not work, but it does. And Aurora battle their way through to extra rounds.
Yeah, it feels like they deserve overtime at the bare minimum after such a strong showing on their CT side. You know, it will certainly be in the back of their minds that they dropped a number of rounds that they should have won, but they're still here, they're alive. What a game we've had between Falcons and Aurora. Absolutely living up to the expectations so far. Good from Aurora not to crumble under the pressure here coming into this last round of regulation as well. Holding their own, hitting some good shots. We wipe the slate clean and we run it back in OT.
What a great regulation that was. Super, super enjoyable. But this beginning of overtime for Aurora is not going to be enjoyable. So much damage to the smoke done by Snappy. And the HE finishes it off.
Looking a bit like the old nuke at the moment with the strength we're seeing from the CT sides at the moment. Both teams just having a really tough time of it on their T half, struggling to get those opening kills. It's only Result and Deco left remaining, and Result will duck dive his way down the fence, and he's actually finds himself in the backlines. Looks like some info has been relayed through to Sunpius, so yeah, he'll be able to shift his focus in that direction, and that's going to net him the kill. Deco left alone, and not a single dot of damage done until he lands that bullet on Madden.
Yeah, Deco's got a 2 KD in this game, and I'll be cancelled by Dupree, but unfortunately couldn't get that win in regulation. I wonder if he's going to be thinking about that 1 versus 1 still he had a chance on with that smoke on the bomb. That extra split second, Counter-Strike, a game of fractions, game of split seconds, tenths, thousandths.
Yeah.
Formula 1 levels.
That's it.
It's what has taken us here. And Falcons will get off to that clean start in the first half of overtime. They'll be thinking to themselves, why didn't we just do that the round before? Oh, hello. Aggression. Hang on a moment. We're right in with this one for Falcons, and Norway doesn't realize they could be so far forward. Just drops down from the T roof there. The battle back from Aurora wasn't bad, but Dupree's doing it again. He wins so many of these duels, but it's down to Wrestle. 2 headshots. And he knows where Sunpius is. He's going to try and jump across the angle. Oh, it's so tight. Now he realizes it. Oh, his crosshair placement was almost spot on. But Sunpius saves the Falcons' blushes.
You can see the frustration there from Result as well. He knows, I should have just waited for the smoke to bloom. I had the correct read. I knew he was outside. He gives Sunpius the peek he so desperately deserves. Because think about how the cogs are turning in Sunpius' mind there. If that smoke blooms and he doesn't get the kill on the cross, now Result could go anywhere with the bomb. There's still so much time left in the round as well, so he would certainly breathe a massive sigh of relief. Team Falcons go up by 2, and they're in pursuit of a flawless first half of overtime.
If Aurora find 1 on T side though, don't forget how incredibly clean their gun rounds were in regulation on CT side. Just 1 could be enough. Obviously it works both ways, but if Falcons find a way to clean sweep this one 3-0, and I do worry a bit for Aurora. And have multiple chances, and there you go. I don't blame you, my friend.
Yeah, I just love the passion, honestly. Either way, let's see if Aurora can get themselves around on the board here in this first half of OTT side. Beautiful headshot from Kenzie, somewhat cancelled up by Sunpius, and I mean, I must say, how good has Snappy been towards Ramp in this half here? I mean, Aurora have jostled with him a number of times, and they haven't really been able to get much done. But yeah, a bit of a caster's curse there, as he will falter on this occasion. That earns the man advantage from Aurora, but Sunpius looks to try get it back, and he's in a good position. It's going to be a clip through the wall there onto Deco, who will still have some life left in him.
Magic has now taken up that position of Snappy. But of course, that opens up other areas for Aurora. Just pure, unadulterated aim duels being taken by Aurora on this round. And that's what they're best at. We see them run over teams online playing this way, especially when it feels like they feel like the pressure is off. When the pressure is on, it feels like they are a completely different team.
Oh, Magisk. He is in a very good position right now. Bit of an off angle to work with here as well. Low HP player up to the plate first, baits out the shots, and Norway steps in to get the kill. That is a strong frag coming through. A really important kill, creates so much space here for Aurora as well. There's nobody towards that lower half of the map right now, so Aurora will have free reign of this B bomb site, but it's not an impossible retake. Most players tagged up on the server, certainly the Aurora players more so than Falcons. There's a little bit of util here as well. That underarm nade. Oh, Dupree, not like this. He ends up offing himself and leaves Sunpius in the 1 versus 2. Deco and Norway are low, and Sunpius has been able to snake his way through the control room window, but there's nothing on offer. Spotted out, he'll go down, and Aurora get that important round on the T side.
Mate, I have no words. Dupree, if he was full health, that was absolutely the right thing to do. The nade breaks open the smoke and the door. Sunpius opened it for him. Of course, you saw it opened inward because of the position of that smoke as well. They were ready. They were ready to burst through. And it could not have gone worse for Dupree. It's such a brilliant game. Has Dupree been the main man on so many occasions, but we see it there from Sunpius' POV. It sets up the kill for Sunpius, but obviously that was not the plan for Dupree. 28 kills in this game, of course, the -1 from the team, from the unfortunate suicide, but goodness me. Is that lifeline that I mentioned Aurora needed? That 1 round on T half, after how good their CT regulation was.
Aurora do need to win this first round here in the second half of OT though, Trav. Lose this, go down 15-13, and then off the back of that, they're just looking to fight for OT2. They've been able to force overtime once already, but they don't want to find themselves in that position again. Oh, Kenzie looking for a bit of a gap as that smoke starts to fade. Players might become exposed, but Falcons know their timings. Using that full length of the smoke to get 4 players across completely undetected. Lackey's going to be the man to try and head in that direction and set up a bit of a defense, but little does he know, the entirety of the Falcons players left alive are heading in that direction.
Try the boost to take up the headshot angle on the stairs, but Dupree will make some noise dropping off of that. Aurora, man up. It might have to be a lot of Lackey though. Single door will be burst open, bomb will be dropped over, it needs to win the duel straight away, and it's 2. It could even be more as well. Pius finally puts an end to it, but Dupree should be found by Norvi. He was the insurance policy, and Pius, he's more stuck than the stuck thing. We'll finally find the ramp player, but he knows that that dark player does not need to peek. Double swing from the single door, and we're back even once again.
No end in sight, mate, and I'm here for it. Really good game here so far between these two teams, giving it everything that they've got. Falcons, their goals to win the tournament. Aurora, they're going to be just jostling for the same thing. That spot at Pro League up for grabs. And of course, a cool change, purse of change as well. You know, only $100,000 or so. All right, well. Whoever wins this round gets themselves a match point. 1 chance to try and finish off proceedings here on Nuke. And Kenzie, yeah, he's been looking for things outside, but just not afforded much so far here on the CT side.
Patience from Falcons. This game has certainly lived up to the billing. Lucky will traverse his way back through the glass to take up a position toward the closer to the vent in case of a quick rotation being necessary. Magic's just waiting to see if Aurora want to go aggressive once again. You can see, you can feel the caginess.
Yeah, the tension is palpable, man.
Or Kenzie tagged down by Pius, but in the end, Kenzie actually finishes that kill off. Dupree another entry, but Norvi has the favored angle, and he flicks round to take 1 more, and Magis goes down 2. Result finds Madden. Big cheers for Aurora. Now they have a match point.
Norvi and Result playing so well off of one another there on that A-bomb site. A brilliant contact switch between them, just covering both bases of Hut and Squeaky Door. Falcons not able to spread their wings, not able to get off the ground. And now they're on the brink of being clipped.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Aurora 9-3 up. We thought once they were in a 2v1 on the pistol that, well, the game could be over very quickly. But Snappy's 1v2 set Falcons up for this recovery in the second half. It got them a match point at 12-11. Now Aurora have their opportunity. And it's on that CT side as well. I mentioned how important that 1T round in overtime could prove to be. And you see Norvi and Result there.
Yeah.
Kind of the position Magis got his multi-kill from earlier as well.
Just talking about the Pius death there, I think because he legs Kenzie, he's really baited into trying to finish off the kill. That's why he goes for the swing and he gets punished. Needed to just hold himself a little bit better, bit more discipline. Either way, Aurora have an opportunity to finish off the map, but Pius has another plan in mind. He wants to continue to prolong this map. He wants to see the light of day in another set of overtime. And they're headed in towards Deco. He's been a monster so far. He had 26 kills to his name. 4 players on the other side of the wall. He is the only man between Falcons and that B bomb site right now. And he's going to be mollied back here as well. Good protocols coming through from the T side.
Oh, the nade just clips 4 of them. My word. And now Deco just trying to jiggle peek it, trying to jump spot it. Oh, bit of a fumble with the door, but it's a fake at the same time as well. They might be expecting him to have gone back to the site in a more defensive angle. But he's sticking around.
What's the call here? Where do Falcons actually go from here? They've still got plenty utility. They still have Magisk outside as well. So they have the option of doubling back here through Secret and going around outside. And of course, there's no way that the CTs would know of Madden's position, but Lackey's tracking them as well. There's so many moving parts to this round right now. Who can maintain their composure is the question. Snappy gets a great opening kill. Lackey activates as well. Now they double back to deal with him, but Lackey's dropped the bomb carrier. It's all over. Aurora out of nowhere. Rob Falcons and get the map in their favor.
Oh, as soon as I saw that Lackey flank all the way through Secret, bypassing the vent player, they had no information on Lackey being there so quickly. I had a feeling that could just spiral for Falcons, and it absolutely did. Great mental fortitude from Aurora to recover that one from being 9-3 in front, losing that lead and still getting it over the finish line. That's super important for them, especially on lab.
Oh my goodness. I mean, an opening kill in the round there for Falcons, but it does not go their way, and that means it is going to be an overtime victory for Aurora. They set themselves up a date with the Mongols. That's going to be the winner's match for Group A a little bit later, and unfortunately for Falcons, they've been condemned to that lower bracket matchup, that loser's match against Party Astronauts. Let's head over to the desk.
It was a game decided by the T side, and ultimately Aurora just were able to get a few more rounds on the board, which claimed it. In OT, though, we also saw their adaptability, something we spoke about at the start of the show, saying maybe Aurora lacks it. Well, they changed it up quite nicely in overtime, and ultimately it got them the win.
Yeah, I mean, it was a heck of a performance. The first half, practically flawless from Aurora, minus losing pistol round. Very few errors and played their own game. So aggressive, so decisive, and especially in overtime, they took it to Falcons. They did not let up, they did not relent, and they won so many wild situations as well. What a game for Aurora. That was everything that we ever wanted.
And I think the funny thing about Aurora, you know, sometimes teams can maybe get a little bit intimidated by the name value on the side. Aurora never let up from their style of game. It is such carnage, and they kind of thrive in the chaos a little bit, where I feel like for Falcons, at times it's super tough to kind of even predict what Aurora are even going to do.
We heard Result at the start when we did the pre-interview. He actually said it's just big names. He wasn't too phased, and it showed there in the server somewhat. There were a few times where it was a little bit wobbly. A tough game, but a victory nonetheless, and Mike is with the victors now.
A tough game indeed. Overtime required. Here to talk about it, I've got Norvi. Wow, that's a best of one victory. Overtime. You lost both pistols. You still brought it through. How was that match for you?
That was pretty hard match for us. We had good city side and very bad T side. I think we were like surprised them a bit on city side with aggression. But in general, we played bad on T side, so we were lucky today.
Some big moments, right? Some big individual plays. It's something you can always rely on with your team, that there's going to be a little bit of explosion, a little bit of pop-off. When you're trying to put the pieces together for the roster, right? And you're trying to figure it out in the mid-round, and then all of a sudden someone comes up with like a 4K out of nowhere that they should never have. What does that feel like for you?
It feels insane, actually, when you have like some call and someone not listening and do their own stuff and it's working. It's, of course, really great to see.
It is indeed. All right, going forward now, you're in the uppers. One more BL1 gets you into playoffs. You guys know what it's like to play in playoffs here at a Challenger stage. You gonna do it today?
Oh, I hope so. We're gonna face Mongols, hard opponent, but again, best of fun. Everything can happen, so hope so.
Hope so indeed. Well, good luck going forward, man. Good win. Thank you. Back to you, Sam.
Thanks so much, Mike. I want to take the boys here on the desk all the way back to the beginning, because I said this at the start there, but it was coming down to who could get the most rounds on the T side. Falcons in the start there, they just struggled. They had no answers for Aurora's CT. Why was that?
They didn't win a gun round in that first half. That is pretty outrageous. The number of rounds where they're just opening up, they're stood in lobby, and someone just pushes in, and then immediately 4v5, and then whatever Snappy called to start off the round, that's gone out the window. Whatever their game plan was going into that first half, it never transpired, and Aurora, the boldness for them to be so aggressive, the disrespect in a good way, just get up in the face and never allow Falcons to play out their game plan. Yeah. I respect it. That takes some knackers.
There's two things for me. We saw one of the stats, 2 kills in the entire, 2 opening kills in the entire first half. That is wild as a start. I mean, the Falcons starting every single round at a man disadvantage, never going to make your life easy. You speak about how bold they were, but as well for me, the mid to late round calling at Aurora was brilliant. They were really well adapting to a lot of these situations on the CT side, where I just feel like for Falcons, you spoke about it, where Snappy would call out a spawn. The second plan A failed, plan B took too long to initiate, and they'd just be constantly caught off guard. Where I think for Aurora, they are used to the chaos. They're playing so much online Counter-Strike, they're just used to just everything hitting the fan, right, and having to adapt on the fly, and that's where they kind of bring out their best work, and they were so good at it.
They were, but then obviously, come the second half, we see Falcons able to turn it around. How were they able to do that?
I think fundamentally they did start this map cold. I think individually they didn't look in a lot of those fights like they were in a good place. So I think that absolutely is a factor on that second half. The thing about Aurora is they live and die by the aggression. They live and die by that sword. The same aggression that got them opening kills in the first half, let it slip in the second. And they played a lot of rounds from a deficit, a lot of very chaotic rounds where Falcons could show their stability. So, Aurora, that's Aurora. They're going to play games like this. They're always close for these reasons. As we said at the start, their ceiling is so utterly high, and they are such a pain to play against, because how do you call rounds when you don't know what's coming at you?
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think as well, we can even sit here now in hindsight. It's obviously very easy to do that, but if Falcons have the pistols, I don't know if they're actually in that game, right? Because it completely kickstarted that second half. Without that, it's still a little janky. Lackey's ninja defuse in the smoke. What was the game plan? What was the calling there? How has he got it? All 10 alive and he gets a defuse? I mean, those sort of things for me is just where, again, we come back to it. Falcons need reps. They need to play more Counter-Strike, because these are things that won't slip in towards your playstyle.
So I did enjoy it when we then get to overtime. So Aurora forces that, and I actually wrote you fun and I underlined it, because right at the beginning we had this really aggressive Counter-Strike coming up from both sides, and it looked really good. We saw some battles going down as well. Some pyres started popping off. For me, it was really fun Counter-Strike to watch, and then it just felt like it was fun, and then Falcons was gone.
Yeah, I mean, for better or for worse, Aurora are going to bring an entertaining game. Sometimes entertaining because you're questioning what the hell are they doing in the worst ways. And in that sense, it was the good ways. I mean, what a performance on the Deco, right? Unstoppable on the orb. And then you saw, when you look across the board, right? Look at the scoreboard. Only 6 kills between the top and the bottom. There was a very little disparity, where over towards Falcons, there was quite considerable amounts. This guy, though, I mean, absolute menace. When Deco gets going, this is what I said on the pre-show. If Deco played with a little bit more consistency, I think he is one of the best orbers we've got in the scene. His ceiling is insane.
Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely been times where I've questioned my faith in Deco, particularly towards the end of last year, but you see games like this and you're like, this kid, his ceiling is enormous. He is so precise, and we speak about getting reps in and playing a lot of games. I think Deco, when he's played a lot of Counter-Strike, he just doesn't miss, man. He is so formidable, and especially being more of a passive-leaning AWPer, his ability just to win duels and be positioned correctly, people don't give him credit for that. He is a good decision maker.
If you had to take one thing here in this entire game that you think ultimately was the reason Aurora was able to win, what would it be?
Game plan coming into the game. Show of disrespect. They probably prepped as well the nuke for Falcons and said, if we get uber aggressive, maybe they don't expect these angles, maybe we throw these nades and they won't see what's coming. That, for me, is what won this game. It was that first half and the decisiveness to take the game to Falcons. If you sit back and you play passive, as much as we talk about Falcons maybe having some issues, okay, they need to learn a bit more, they need better protocols, I still think in this matchup, in slow rounds, in 3-on-3s, Falcons would win it. Yeah. Falcons never got to play their game plan. They never got to play the sort of CS they would have practiced. And again, a lack of reps, a lack of knowledge in situations in 3-on-3s, 2-on-2s when it's hectic. That's what punished them here. And Aurora put them off kilter the entire map.
Dude, I love the team structure of Aurora as well. They've got, sometimes you talk about having too many cooks in the kitchen. They've got the perfect amount. Lackey's been a caller in his past. He can bring a bit of knowledge, a bit of experience, a voice to the team. But Norvi is that primary guy. They lean very heavily on him. Brain doesn't actually bring a lot in terms of in the game itself. Doesn't call a hell of a lot of attack pauses generally. He's more there just when things get a little bit too much for Aurora, which is saying a lot. He calms them down a little bit. We saw they're very emotive. When he has a great round, Result is the happiest guy, jumping up, cheering. When he has a bad round, that desk is getting holes in it. There's no two ways about it. So I think he's good having Brain there, just a bit of a vibes guy. But yeah, those late rounds were so good. I think Norvi, for me, caught a real masterclass.
Group A is done. We have 2 victors who are going to be fighting it out in a little bit. It will be Aurora versus the Mongols. And then we've got Party Astronauts up against Falcons fighting for their lives. But up next, we're moving on to Group B, and you get to watch Complexity take on Alliance.
Hard, I think.
I need
coming hard, I think.
Nice.
Yeah,
Chill. One more.
I'm Tetris, chill. They're not out. What the outdoor? Door. Nice. Last guy hot in the smoke, I think. Time, door. Time. Nice! Windows just...
Coming out.
Nice! Nice!
I'm holding him.
One radio still.
Top of you, Neil.
Still one radio.
Door and radio. Door
I'm
and
not
radio.
going. I'm not pushing. 3v3.
That radio, one
That
door.
was radio.
Door! Door last. He can be
Maybe
out.
out.
He's behind me already. Bomb is back left.
No, out hot.
One. Almost back left.
Yep.
Nice!
I thought he was in hurt, my bad.
He was behind me from door.
Yeah.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
listen, listen to what's in you. So I'm calling you to let me through, and I reach for you. This time I won't let go. This time I won't let go. This time I won't let go. Finding strength just to move on, searching for a new point. Now it's time for a change. Together with you, I can feel it. Feel what's real and sober. Now it's time for you and I. Just listen, listen to what's in you. So I'm calling you to let me through, and I reach for you. This time I won't let go. This time I won't let go. This time I won't let go. Together with you, it's alright. Now it's time for you and I. We will make it through the night. Nothing can stop us now. So I'm calling you. So I'm calling you to let me through, and I reach for you. This time I won't let go. So I'm calling you to let me through, and I reach for you. This time I won't let go.
keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind right now, I'm not too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Don't win silly games. Don't leave me hanging on. Keep me hanging. Said it once, I'll say it again. Your love is what I want. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, night for the sunrise? That's what you said, and you have me so tight each time again. In my room, I'll keep you safe. Don't stay up waiting long, pulling back and forth. Still got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am not too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. I keep your picture
Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down, I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it, no problems. Let you in but you out, sing it, no problems. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. Had none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. Had none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, White Market, and Logitech G.
Complexity as an opponent, they have mixed results, I would say. Like some good, some
I don't know if you heard that cool song during the break about having no problems. Jay-Z should speak to them because he had 99 problems. We don't have many problems. But one of the problems that we do have is trying to decide who is going to potentially take the Group B matchup that is coming up. 8 teams have made their way to DreamHack Summer, and they are competing in the group stages right now. It is a best-of-1 double elimination. We've seen Group A's first matchups, and now we get to see Group B. Before we do that, though, let's take a look at those groups, and we'll pull them up so you have an idea of exactly who is playing. That first matchup, you got a little taste of it there, obviously, is going to be Complexity up against Alliance, which will show you the group separated right now. And here it is. This is the fight. So this is what's really interesting when you take a look at these two teams is there is a really vast difference between them. One, location-wise, where they stay, and also, obviously, from an experience point of view. And we'll get into all of that as we start this first matchup. It is a best-of-1, and it is going to be these incredible teams that you'll get to see on your screen right now. The first one, of course, is going to be Complexity from North America. They are superstars for most people, and they're a team that a lot of people want to get behind. They are the North American champs, and they had a lot to say yesterday coming into Challenger.
I'd say the current state of the team is just we're still just a team that has like a lot of potential, and we're very inconsistent. So we're still just trying to find some consistency on the team and just eventually reach the playoffs more consistently, and not only every like fourth event. So just still working hard and improving as much as we can. Our results have been pretty inconsistent, I'd say. And I think one of the things that's holding us back is just a lot of rookie mistakes that we're trying to fix. There's a lot of repeatable mistakes that keep coming up that we've spoken about before. So I think it's just a lot of reps and a lot more review that we have to go through to try and iron out the things that we know that we shouldn't be doing, but we still are. And it's always just a long process. And I think that mistakes like these happen, and we just need to keep working, and eventually we'll be able to get to a point where not worry about these rookie mistakes and we can focus on like the bigger things.
Here's a really fun game for you. Complexity on your screens right now. If you had a shot every time JC said consistent or inconsistent, you would be drunk already. But this is a team that is going to have to be consistent on the stage if they want to beat the Swedish hometown Heroes Alliance, the unknown team, the team that many people are going, we can't expect much from them. I think that gives them a huge opportunity. They've also got that 6-player buff in terms of the crowd at DreamHack Summer. We've got Naokai and Alan here to break this all down for us as we jump into the first conversation around Complexity. Just announced this week, Holzerk is staying, yay or nay?
He's played better of late than he has over the last year or so. I think the question for Complexity is, they might need a change in the next few months, but does it need to be Holzerk? And that's where they've set the line here. That's where they've drawn the line. It doesn't need to be Holzerk. He's playing decent Counter-Strike. For him, it's good to have that stability. So I'm kind of on board with the decision. I think he's been fine as of late. And if there are problems in this team, I think it'd be very unfair to point at Holzerk and say, you are the error.
Yeah, I think there's arguments to be made both ways. For me, at the moment, with how kind of the Counter-Strike scene is, I think yay currently. But if you'd asked me kind of 2 months ago, I would have said nay. His performances were a little all over the place. And if you're committing internationally, there was options to go for. The only issue now is I don't think there is actually any other options or better options. They could take risks and gambles on EU talent that maybe aren't as proven. We kind of see Ents do the same thing with Pody, for example. But do Complexity in this current time with, as JT put it, wildly inconsistent performances, do they want to take the gamble? No. So I actually think for now, I think it's the right decision.
Why are they so inconsistent?
They're emotional, get in their own head sometimes. As good as a player like Elige is, this has been outspoken about. He's a little bit hot-headed at times. He gets a little bit ahead of himself and can sometimes drag the team down. But you take that because he's such an incredible individual player. So that for me is Complexity's biggest issue. But overall, I think they're just a sort of a known quantity. We've seen this lineup for a while now, so their ceiling is a fairly known sort of thing.
Let's find out what they're feeling going up against Alliance.
Everyone, I'm here with Mr. New Contract himself, Holzerk. Holzerk, you've just been extended. You were talking in the previous tournaments about the motivation of like fighting for your place in the team. Now you've got it. Is that a little pressure off?
No, I feel like I still have something to prove as a team. And I mean, I'm not fighting my contract. I was like, it was a lot of talk when it shouldn't have been any talk. It was a stupid question one time in an interview and just went overboard with it. But I mean, I feel like we also have pressure, at least now, where we haven't performed well in a while. So we need to show a good side from us now in these tournaments.
Now, talking about your opponent here, over on Alliance, you got a guy, Bodenmaster. He was also a guy, a Nordic guy, took a little bit of stint as an opera in NA. Do you feel a little bit of a kindred experience with him?
I mean, for sure. I mean, we're good friends as well. So I mean, it's a little fight there, for sure.
Little extra motivation to beat them now?
I mean, it's a Swedish team. I always want to beat the Swedish people. Even though I enjoy playing with the Swedish for a little bit, I always want to beat them because they're Norway's little brother, so.
There you go. Norway's little brother. We'll see if it's true in the server. Thank you, man. Good luck.
I love that you're standing on a stage in Sweden going, I always want to beat Swedish teams. Interesting that he said that. Oh, it was a dumb question in an interview. My contract was never up for discussion.
Everyone's is. I mean, Complexity management aren't doing their job if they're not looking at the options. It's not a coincidence that we're just past the major cycle and there are some discussions. So I'm sure from his perspective, it's like, they gave me a contract and I signed it. But yeah, fundamentally, Complexity, if they're not looking at the options, if they're not looking to make upgrades with players, they're not doing their jobs. That is the job of the management of this team. And I suspect if there was better options on the table, Hallzerk wouldn't be in this game right now.
So we're talking a lot about the roster here, and the reason I'm doing that is because the truth of the matter is I just don't think that Complexity is going to lose this game. I think that they're a team that have to make the playoffs. Plain and simple, straight up. In this particular matchup here on ESL Challenger, there is absolutely no reason why the boys from NA shouldn't be in the playoffs, and that's kind of why I'm not focusing on this matchup particularly. But Nero, they are inconsistent.
Yeah, do you know what as well? I was talking with a friend the other day. When do we change the conversation from inconsistent to actually just bad? Because if you look at the year, right?
We're talking bad.
No, but the results are, right? Dead last at IM Dallas at home crowd. Didn't win a single game. 7-8 for Yala, 9-11 for Kato, 9-11 start of the year. I mean, we're looking at all these results. The only actually good result they've had this entire year is Pro League, right? 3rd to 4th. Bar that, every other result is disappointing in their eyes. So when do we actually change the conversation from inconsistent to actually this has been a bad start to the year? For me, Complexity were the best team in that transition from CSGO to CS2. The most marked improvement by a long shot. However, like Alan said, I think they're now a known quantity. And the big thing for me is I don't think inconsistent is the word anymore. I think it's actually just been a bad year.
Inconsistent, or like you said, not necessarily that they are a known quantity. We know what to expect from them, and that means that Alliance is probably really well prepped. So let's find out how confident they are coming into this.
Hey everyone, I'm here with Bodenmaster from Alliance ahead of their game against Complexity, their opening match here. Bodenmaster, I have an important question for you. What's the deal with this guy?
Oh, this is our guy. He's the one that's gonna get us through this game.
Six man on the server?
Exactly. He's our joker.
I love it. So, hometown, Swedish crowd, Swedish team, Swedish victory?
For sure.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Well, good luck in this one, man. How are you feeling about Complexity as an opponent?
Complexity is a good team, but I feel like they're beatable. Especially now when we're on home soil. If we have the crowd with us today, we're for sure gonna put up a good match against them.
You heard it here.
Alan, Complexity might be beatable, all teams are. They might be bad and having a bad run, as Neo said. But realistically, the Swedish lineup, I would argue not even the best lineup from Sweden, are now going to have to face off against them. Can they beat them?
Yeah, I mean, it's all relative. The games Complexity are losing, barring maybe some of the Yala best of ones, are against some of the best teams in the world. Alliance, they did well to make it here. They have some good players, but I don't think they're going to be able to test Complexity and root out those mistakes and those issues like other teams that, some of the best teams in the world can. So, Complexity might lose some games in big tournaments, but it would be a huge shock if this is competitive, let alone a map win for Alliance.
Now, how did Alliance get you? What has their experience been this year?
Well, that's actually kind of the big thing. Alliance have yet to play a top 30 team this year, right? They made it for a Swedish Open qualifier, which is fair enough, it's okay, but I'm not going to beat around the bush. The teams that were winning to get here aren't exactly some of the bigger names. You've got like Johnny Speeds, for example, which had Lecro playing for them for a while. So they have decent names within the teams themselves, but they didn't exactly have a really hard-fought qualification route here. It's good to see a local team here, but I'm spot on. I'm with Alan. I cannot see a world in which they lose this. If Complexity lose, this would be one of the biggest upsets we've seen all year, if not even further.
Bigger than that time the Mongols beat Complexity in NA after getting off a flight like an hour before. Just saying. Anyway, let's talk about the players here, right, from Alliance, though, because there are some well-known names.
Yeah, I mean, Twist has been around a heck of a long time, serial major playoff attendee in those first couple of majors, all the way back to those LGB teams right at the start. So he's been around a long time. He's still playing pretty good Counter-Strike. He surely is their best route into this series, based both on individual level and experience. But I really fear, Sam, that even if some of these guys have skill, I'm not sure they'll be able to show it in this sort of matchup. I think they might just be too outclassed as a team.
They're playing on Dust 2, though. They're at home. They've got the home crowd there. It is a best of one. Anything can happen. You don't think maybe the odds are in their favor? They do a little bit of a run and gun. Sometimes teams like this come out a little bit puggy style, and these more professional teams don't really know how to deal with it.
Dust 2 is actually I like the gamble, in all fairness, from Alliance. You're coming in towards this with actually at least some expectation of how to approach Complexity. Like you said, if you just play this a little bit loose, a little bit puggy, you can actually be quite hard to read. So for Alliance, they played this map 3 times already since it's come out in the last month. 2 of them wins. There's decent reps. They're obviously probably doing a lot of work off the server as well, off the officials. So I'm actually looking to Dust 2 in all the options across the Vita, saying this is actually, for me, their best chance. And I want to see a couple of these individuals get a little bit more active. I caught a couple of their games recently. I need to see more out of Bodenmaster. We kind of spoke about Hallzerk and that little rivalry there. Bodenmaster has, for me, at least the best opportunity here. Played in NA for a year and a half under ATK. was at least a kind of a bit of a core NA player for a while, he'll know what to come against and what to expect. They definitely would have pracked because we know how limited prack is in North America. So hopefully there's something there. I think Dust 2 is the best opportunity. Is it still going to matter? And when it comes to Raw head-to-heads, I don't know.
Raw head-to-heads? How does it play out?
Not brilliantly, I wouldn't have fought for Alliance, to be honest. But Neo is right. Dust 2, best of 1. This is as good as it gets.
Yeah.
If you're Alliance, we are making a slight assumption that Complexity are fully prepped for this game. They're fully warmed up. We saw Falcons go into theirs and look pretty shocking for the first kind of 10, 15 rounds before they really got their feet under them. So that is the route into this series, Sam. It's got to be Complexity making mistakes and dropping the ball. I'd love to see Alliance play some good CS, but I just can't see it in this matchup, unfortunately.
Don't you love ESL Challenger? For those of you that are warming up, because I know you want to watch the other big Tier 1 teams, so you come here for a warm-up before those shows start. The great thing about Challenger is whenever a big team gets on the stage, they tend to F up. Yeah. I mean, that's what happens in the best of 1, so that's why it gets a little bit fun. So there is a potential. The Swedish fans, they could get excited.
It's true. Home crowd advantage. We like to kind of make that narrative. In some ways, I do actually think there is a bit of an example, but then Complexity is kind of the counterpoint because of Dallas. But bar that, I do actually really think that maybe they can lean on that a little bit. We don't know how Complexity's travel went, right? It's a long way. Could have been a long journey. Could still be tired.
They travel enough. Now, I'm going to stop
we always
you
like
there.
to dip into it, but home crowd.
Yeah, we're talking both ways, right? And we're kind of trying to hype you up, but the truth is this is very heavily leaning towards the North American contingent. And when we say North American, the truth is there's 2 South Africans leading the charge here. It is the 2 South Africans in the game. And now there's 2 South Africans here as well. We're taking over. That is terrifying. Hayes, are you ready for this? Is this our place? South Africa's coming to the big scene?
South Africa #1, Sam. That is what it's about right now. Hopefully we will be their good luck charm. Not that they should need a good luck charm here against Alliance, Trav.
Yeah, I think this is probably the most one-sided matchup I've seen in Challengers for quite a while.
Mongols
sadly. I mean, even that one, I would say. I think there's no chance here for Alliance. I want to be favoured. I want to say that the Swedish home crowd, there's something to cheer for here. They've got well-known names. They've got storied names in Counter-Strike. They mentioned Twist, of course, on the desk. He's put on so many teams in the past. With some legendary names that I'll mention a little bit later. But yeah, it's going to be very difficult for them to do anything. However, the only time we've seen Complexity play Dust 2 lately was, of course, against Liquid. And they lost that 113-6 in Dallas. And that did not go well for them. And already, the fights are going back and forth.
Yeah, they're not wasting any time here trying to get themselves into Dust 2. Just straight up middle they go. Gunfights being taken across the board. And have a look at how Holzek's repositioning. This is so smart from him. He knows he's dropped that bomb in Upper Dark. And they're never going to expect the gunfight to come through from here. Holzek is playing this perfectly. Trigger discipline as well. First frag found, but he can't get the second. Bowden down versus Elige 1v1. Time is no problem here. It's just going to be straight up onto the gunfight, and Bowden will tap him down with the P250.
That is the start we wanted to see from Alliance. I was talking about that game that Complexity played against Liquid in Dallas. That was a very, very poor game for Complexity, and the only chance we've had to see them on Dust 2. 13-6, Liquid won that one, and Alliance, well, I think it's the best map they could have possibly gotten. Alan mentioned it. I think if there's any chance to give us a game, it would be this one, of course. Bowden Master has been around the grounds in Counter-Strike, many regions he's played in, but it's a great start to his home tournament campaign.
Yeah, Force-Buy going to come through from Complexity after they drop the pistol. It's a nice little setup here and towards lowers between JT and Elige. 2 scouts in play here for the T side as well. And Elige's position now made known. So he's going to fall back, kind of leave JT alone, who's forced forward. Very good protocols coming through from Alliance early on here. Good util usage. Not just assuming they're safe because they'd forced the scouts back. The one thing that Alliance have lacked heavily as of late is firepower. They've got a group of solid players across the board, but nobody who's really capable of just taking over the server, and that could be a bit of a problem. On the flip side, Complexity stacked to the gills, relatively speaking, with firepower. Someone like Elige, Holzek as well, Grim when he's on form. Plenty players who can take over the game.
Yeah, look at Twist. He's throwing his utility from long, but he's about to be dueled, and Grim will swing for it and take it. These are the sort of rounds that Alliance just can't afford to let slip when they are the massive underdogs. You've got to convert these opportunities when you win a great pistol like we saw from Bowden. Avid. Smoke will be broken open,
mate.
but Elige headshot with a scout. That's 2 of them in the round. 1 for Holzek, 1 for Elige, and Bowden. Oh, he finally finds Elige. He's still full health here. Has to be mentioned, another chance to clutch for Bodenmaster. It would be 2 1v2s in a row. P250 comes out toward Grim, but Floppy's found the Galil. Thing is, he's got no armor. That scout might be a one-hit body shot if he gets into the right position for it. Molotov doesn't really go where he wanted it, I don't think. Boden, oh, he had the chance, but Floppy will take it.
Yeah, not a bad shot of back-to-back clutches there for Boden. The fuse eventually going to come through once Floppy realizes he's planted on top of the box. And yeah, what a good force buy coming through from Complexity. The teamwork was really nice as well, how they were pinging contact off of each other. Even though JT went down and low as Elish hit some nasty scout shots there. And then I like that 1-2 punch from Long as well, playing off of each other. So that teamwork is, yeah, something that Alliance wouldn't be too used to playing against compared to the level that they generally compete at. Certainly going to be a cut above the rest here, our Complexity. And just going back to the conversation of Dust 2, I do like the confidence for Complexity to pick it earlier here in the vent. You know, get the rep on Dust 2 against a team like Alliance as well. In case that, you know, features again later in the tournament. It's not like that would be the first time that they're playing on this map. So, yeah, I think it is a very good decision for them to head to Dust 2 here. Even though Alliance probably are a bit spurred on by that choice, I think Cole have made the right call.
And Alliance choosing to go for the full eco option off the back of that round. That's a great try from Boden once again. Of course, originated from Little Mix, a team that I covered many, many a time when they applied their trade in those ESL Advanced playoffs, of course, back in the day.
Most Swedes have been featured in that team, right?
Yeah, true. And they went to ATK, of course.
Yeah, naturally. Yeah, played alongside Mistum, another South African. Now he's up against JT, so getting a taste of some Boerewors.
You can educate me on that, what that means?
It is, it's basically just beef sausage, but you cook it on a braai, like an open fire.
That sounds very South African to me.
Yeah, it is. We love a braai in South Africa, that's for sure.
Gotcha.
All right, well, CT side starts nicely despite the pistol round lost for Complexity. We do get into a gun round. Bodenmaster has that open play, and he's found a tag as well. Yeah, Avid also catches one. He's a player I would like to highlight here for Alliance. He's certainly a lot of a lesser-known prospect, but he has got a lot of potential. Nice burst out towards Long coming through from the T side as well, able to gain early control.
Yeah, the damage is significant, though. Less than 3 HP, Avid 33. And yeah, you mentioned Avid. I mean, I think we casted him when he played in that mixed team that did incredibly well in the IM Sydney qualifiers last year. It was a kind of a famous ace that he got against Apex, take them to overtime. We casted that one together, and yeah, it was certainly one of the moments for Avid and put him on the map even further. Now, I think it's fair to say that the likes of Nilo have probably overtaken him in that regard as the next big thing from Sweden.
They did beat Metasport out in the Swedish qualifier for this event. Big win for Alliance. And I think that's actually extended their lifeline with this roster, in all honesty, but I'll talk more about that in a moment, because Twist is way ahead of where Complexity were expecting him to be. Just pounces all over that defense on the A bomb side, finds a fantastic double kill. Round is as good as done here. It's just about trying to make sure that they don't lose too many players in the process, and, well, there we go. Complexity will fall back, but that is a point I'd like to make about Alliances. I feel like this team's results have been way below what the org would have been expecting. Once this team was formed, they actually had a pretty good run of form from the get-go, but things have certainly tapered off since then. You know, only just featuring in the top 100 currently on the HLTV rankings. And when you look at an organization like Alliance, it's illustrious, especially from their Dota 2 division. They won TI3, you know, it's a name that is associated with championships. Yeah. And this team hasn't been living up to that expectation. Although I kind of feel like the org has let them remain with this roster to give them a shot at playing at this event on their home ground, having qualified for it, which is, you know, good guys coming from Alliance. But if they don't actually, you know, do some damages at this event, I certainly expect some roster changes for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're right in saying that everyone thought Metasport would be here as the sort of pinnacle of Swedish Counter-Strike at that moment when the Open Qualifier was run, of course. Alliance beat that Johnny Speeds mixed team, of course, with the likes of Draken on it, alongside Chauzy and Letcro, like we mentioned. And unfortunately, in that Ostersund LAN they played in this country just about a week ago, they did lose to Johnny Speeds. So, bit of a change up. And that's what we're talking about their form in general, just not being that great, sadly, ever since that qualifier. They even beat out Eyeballers, of course, in that final to make it. And you mentioned Twist as well, of course, and as kind of a leader in terms of a name, I guess you could say, on this team at least. And I mean, he's been around for loads of years. I mean, Alan mentioned it on the desk. We can have a little tick off the list because I wanted to check some of the legendary names that he's played with in the past, right? We've got Fnatic, NIP, and Godsent, of course, he's played in. He's played with Olaf, Forest, Exist, Crims, JW, Pronax, Let Crow, and Brolin, and that is not even the full list anywhere close to it.
Yeah, I mean, Twist was one of those players in the earlier stages of his career where he probably could have competed at the highest level of the game, but there was always that sort of sentiment that he wanted to play with people he was more familiar with and enjoyed playing with, more so than trying to play for titles, and I guess each to their own, right?
Yep, indeed. You're all entitled to make your own decisions.
Mm-hmm. But you will be judged by them.
Exactly. But there's a chance for Alliance to deliver on this map especially. It's one they actually do play, of course. Veto's a little bit weird, especially in best of threes at the moment, with the fact that not many teams want to go toward Vertigo with the changes, and some teams just aren't comfortable with Dust 2 yet, so they're kind of forced into playing Dust 2 on a couple of occasions, if of course they have a different permaban they want to keep to.
Yeah, it certainly has shaken things up, and it's allowed for teams to kind of close the gap as well. Holzerk, first time he's got the AWP in play, forced off the angle by some good util usage. He will be able to safely fall back. He's going to be playing with Elysia. Elysia is generally the A anchor here, kind of plays CT, and of course, very good at his role. But he's going to have a job to do here in this round. Alliance have got great control towards Catwalk. The question is whether or not they're going to use that control. They could try and fake an A hit from here and then make their way through middle. There's still Twist, who's in upper dark right now, and I think he's going to call for his team to head back in that direction. Yeah, drop down through CT. JT was ready for it. Draws first blood, second as well at his hand, and that certainly will stifle the attack.
Yeah, Floppy's still toward the B site. He'll take Twist and Avid. And Bodenmaster will get deleted by Grim as well. I like what Alliance were going for there. I don't mind the idea, but unfortunately, Complexity were just perfectly set up for it.
Yeah, precisely that. When JT gets those 2 kills off the bat, that just completely ruins the hits at that point. All right, so it is going to be Complexity who regain the lead. This is JT's strong position, able to spot the player dropping down, and then it's an instant headshot on Pleasant as well. Double AWP setup in play now. Elige wielding that second sniper rifle. It is just against locks, though, for the most part. So, just about making sure that they keep numbers alive, really.
Yeah, just waste the clock, as you say.
Burn some util.
Yeah, off that CT side, make sure they have to repurchase it. But it is just small silver linings for Alliance. Elige with the secondary AWP firing off. Haven't seen many Elige AWP kills, really, I feel like, over the years. Kind of been picking up a little bit more lately. And especially on Dust 2, secondary AWP on CT side it's bordering on meta. I'm seeing it more than any other map, and why not when you've got those long ranges?
Yeah, it makes sense, right? It certainly was how most teams approach the CT side before Dust 2 was removed from the map pool a couple of years ago. So, yeah, it makes sense that it does come back into the fray.
And it's also obviously a lot harder to get. MR12, less money built up, very expensive to try and go for, especially when you have to try and retake. I'll be forced into plenty of saves on occasion, especially if they take B. We know how terrible B is to retake if you're a CT side. You need Tunnel's presence. If you don't, it's kind of done.
Yeah. There we go, but the AWP's rattling off. All 4 frags found so far coming at the hands of the sniper rifles, and Boden will suffer the same fate. So good work between Elysian and Holzerk, of course, just against the pistols, but that will set the tone going forward. CT side looking strong. I think when Dust 2 came back into the map pool, it kind of looked like it was heavily favoring the T side, but over the past few weeks, it feels like that gap has been closed a little bit.
I actually feel the same way, and weirdly, I mean, don't get me wrong, Dust 2, I wasn't a particular enjoyer of it being the map to come back to the pool. I was really hoping for a train for something like that.
But
there we go. But yeah, I think Robin will get legs, sadly, trying to get some ball control. But I've been actually pleasantly surprised at some of the entertainment I've got from watching Dust 2 of late. I think 9Z's games at Dallas were super, super fun.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's actually improved the entertainment value of Dust 2 is the way that CS2 plays, favoring taking fights, favoring being the aggressor kind of thing. So you're not just having players sitting back and holding angles, you get a lot more entertainment in that regard. Holzerk lights up the kill feed, good kill coming through from him, and he's going to be able to get out of dodge. That's a nice decision from him to get out of that position he was locked in on. And Elige kind of picks up where Holzerk left off in terms of his position, but as the dust settles, it is going to be a 3 versus 3.
Twist again doing great work on the trade. Well, the trades, plural. Up to 6 kills now for him. Mentioned his experience, mentioned all those names he's played with in the past, of course. A player that I've always enjoyed watching, actually. And those underrated names. But this is his first big opportunity in quite a long while. Bodenmaster will just about be able to get toward the catwalk, but Pleasant, oh, he's super lucky not to get taken down by that nade. 4 HP to spare now, and now 0. Holzerk will catch Twist as he tries to make his way up long, and Complexity now feel a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, and that was actually one of the more challenging rounds that they've won so far, because they lost long control early, and there was, as you mentioned, the trades that came through as well, but it was a good response from Complexity, just taking control towards short and wrapping around to finish off the job. As we do see now here, Floppy coming through in the back lines, catches the T side in transition, puts Complexity up 5-2. They'll be very happy with the start they've had to the map, considering they lost the pistol.
And of course, Alliance's money is now not in a great place. It's a half buy at most. Maybe they can afford a couple of deagles, but you want to prioritize that next round for sure. And of course, we had the discussion about Holzerk, whether we necessarily agreed with him being re-signed. I think once Complexity announced that there's been a decision, you probably wouldn't say that and then play another event without the decision being re-signing Holzerk, right? That'd be a bit wrong if it was the decision to kick him. And I don't dislike it, and I don't like it either. Kind of nothing the decision.
Yeah, it's like a neutral thing. The thing is, if you say you don't like it, then who do you bring in his place? Because there's not many options out there in terms of free agent AWPers. Of course, paid. All right, mate. Yeah. Okay, just throw that one out there. Why don't you?
I'm kidding,
of course, naturally. Either way, though, Hades was a name that some people have been suggesting as well. Recently benched over in ENCE, of course. But yeah, I think it makes sense because he knows the system. He's a part of it. He has got a high ceiling. The word that JT used about 15 times in his interview, consistency, is key. And if he can find a bit more of a stable level, then Complexity will be cooking. Missed shot there means that Alliance will be afforded to cross onto the safe bomb side. A plant at the bare minimum is going to come through for them. And now it's about maybe a bit of damage in the post plant.
Yeah, the plant is certainly good. But unfortunately, of course, they've got nothing to recover whatsoever. It's going to make this borderline impossible unless these 1-deags fire off. Complexity taking this one slowly, though, not realizing they do not need to rush in any way. They've got 5 kits across the board, and there we go. Elige even going to the USP, knowing that helmets are not going to be likely in this half-bite. Robin is caught far, far away, and Elige will hit another one with the USP. Bodenmaster is going to decide just to stay alive and play KD. You know what? Why not? It's your big event. I don't blame him.
Yeah, I mean, he wouldn't have been able to affect the situation anyway. 6-2, Complexity, steamrolling Alliance here. Important gun round for Alliance to try and figure out, because if they lose this one as well, then the half has completely gone awry.
Yeah, the double AWP setup seems to be something that Alliance are really struggling with right now.
Yeah, proving to be fruitful for sure, man. Once again, Robin going to be the man committed to long. He does peek just ahead of the smoke, but can't connect on the shot, so he'll pass that back across to Bodenmaster. And you can see the numbers just don't look great on the side of Alliance. You know, top fragger being Twist with 6 kills to his name. Everybody with a negative KD, bar Boden on neutral, but as I was saying, it kind of feels like they lack some sort of a stud player, someone who can just take the server by the scruff of its neck and kind of just boss the opponents. You've got 5 solid players, but maybe just lacking a bit of stardom. Either way, man advantage for Cole. Looking to try and change things up with some aggression in tunnels, at least holding a deeper angle.
Yeah, it feels like all these players in Alliance have all been maybe not exactly in terms of roles per se that I'm trying to make the point here, but they've all been very supportive aspects. They've never ever been the star on any of their previous teams back in the day, like Twist, for example, or Robin, perhaps, because Robin's been around for a very long time. Grim's just completely running headshot Bowden there.
I think Arvid might have been the gamble pickup to hope that that could have been that star player they were hoping for.
That was the one.
Hasn't really been able to live up to that expectation just yet. Either way, a good position that Alliance find themselves in, at least relatively speaking, compared to what they've been able to accomplish so far here on the half. Robin is on the bomb site itself, and he will force the gunfight. Oh, the spray's not clean, but the kill comes through. 2 versus 2. Bomb plant going to be found here as well. Wow, Floppy really forcing the issue, charging through the smoke. I appreciate the approach. It's all on Grim now. 1 versus 1, and he'll collect the kill.
Alliance, they had their opportunity, but Complexity will stop them once again. It's so frustrating for Alliance that they finally feel like they can maybe get set in a 2v2 after plant, but Floppy and Grim afford them no extra time on that at all. It maybe looks a little bit crazy there. Floppy diving through that short smoke, but it takes the attention away from Grim coming up very fast on long.
Yeah, not only that, but he knows that there's one player planting the bomb. There's only one other player left alive. He's probably going to use that smoke as a wall to try and cover his teammate from ramp or CT. Floppy trying to get ahead of the game there, goes down, but Grim makes good of it. And that is going to be Complexity continuing to tear ahead. A vital gun round that goes their way.
That shot was disgusting, by the way.
Yeah, it was a neat one.
I mean,
no ice on that.
I think there has to be at least a tiny bit of RNG that goes into that kill when you're full running. But I'll choose to believe he had a tiny counter strafe.
Well, there is Arvid. Oh my goodness, how does he not get that kill? Should have had Grim dead for all money, but yeah, I guess Grim was always going to die there. The fact that he finds a kill before he does is a pretty good result, actually.
Okay, Bowden. How he's managed that. Through the corner of the smoke, he's dumped Elige out of the round. 3v3, a chance to cross past CT, but Hulzek will catch him. Maybe that smoke not absolutely perfect. Maybe some gaps are being blown in it as well to help out Hulzek for that frag. Robin and Bowden have made their way up into the site, and another plant can come through. That smoke should put that Molotov out, but the JT finding Bowden. Robin is very stuck, and there's a long player as well to destroy him. There it is. Floppy takes it very quickly, and that's 8 for Complexity.
How many kills did Complexity get through smokes in that round? At least 3, I'm sure.
And Bowden got his through smoke too.
That's, yeah, true. I mean, I know one of them was when the nade cleared out the smoke, but I think there were a few smoke spams there as well. So that is Complexity now going up 8-2. Hulzek's having a fantastic time of it so far.
And that's been kind of his form. I mean, this is why, I mean, maybe it is a little bit harsh of me in reality to sort of say that I'm very neutral about him re-signing, because he's improved significantly over the course of the year. I feel like he was the main point of contention for a while, and of course, the discussion about the contract came about, and he's kind of improved ever since. He had a fantastic Pro League, of course. It's just that overall, the results for Complexity are not where we've wanted them to be, especially NA fans, when they missed a chance to see them at Dallas in those playoffs.
Looks like a bit of a change of pace here from Complexity, trying to force the issue. But yeah, I'm right there with you. Like I said, I think it's just about the consistency more than anything else. That's what they're looking for from him. And not just from him, but everybody on the team. Elige on the Talking Counter podcast also mentioned that he thinks that Hulzek can get in his own mind a little bit too much. If he misses a shot, he then dwells on that instead of just putting it behind him and continuing to try and focus up on what's happening. Either way, job to be done here towards long. Elige just catches a glimpse of Pleasant's shoulder. Even though he's completely blinded up, no one's able to do anything about it.
And something like that for Hulzek, like you mentioned, that could very easy, like a mental coach could help improve that over time as well.
Psychologist maybe.
Exactly. I mean, very prevalent, of course, in CS these days.
Made famous by Astralis.
Yeah, of course. Bowden's got the Krieg out. I'm afraid it's not 2019, brother, but it's very accurate, of course. Unfortunately, it won't be accurate enough to remove Hulzek from the most overpowered angle with an AWP in Counter-Strike history. If there are no smokes available, you can do nothing about that. Hulzek is now 16-4.
Yeah, give him a round of applause. There's some neat shots being landed by the Norwegian, or honorary North American, should I say. Maybe when he chopped the mullet off, not as much. But just going back to talking about Dust 2, and it kind of feels like how there's more entertainment value on the map, I think something else that also plays into it is the fact that you can clear out smokes with nades now. So you get B pops into that B bomb site a lot more regularly because you're not just blocked off by a single smoke grenade. Trying to cross long as well is not nearly as safe as it used to be to cross onto the A bomb site. So I think that also does help just improve the entertainment of the map.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the nades blowing up the smokes, it's the main change that has really come to CS2, other than the facelift for the maps, right? And I feel like that has been the most enjoyable thing watching on Dust 2, without a shadow of a doubt. And it has made changes to it in terms of how you feel about going for those takes, how you feel about going for CT peaks, like you said as well.
I think also just in terms of how it favors the aggressor CS2, that's another big change up from Go, where you could just have people posted on angles like a turret, where now you get people, you know, like Donk making it a lot more prevalent to try and get aggressive. I know using the anomaly is not a great example, but he certainly is defining the way a lot of people are playing the game at the moment.
Well, let's see if Alliance can define this round. It's a good old-fashioned B-rush, but they're going straight into the mixer. JT may be blind, but he knows where to spray. And it's already forced them away from the B-tunnel's position. Grim has managed to take one as well. Robin and Bowden are the last two that remain, and they're even blocked off by Molly in mid too.
JT was the first part of the setup there. They didn't even need the second part. Elige tries to finish off the job. He'll get a kill. It's only Robin left.
And he's only got 47 HP. Should be taken down in a split second. There are two players fighting him, and it is business as usual for Complexity at the moment. Double digits on the board at half.
Complete and utter domination from Complexity. Their second rep on Dust 2 is proving to be a successful one. If they win the pistol round, well, I'm not sure the map isn't already as good as done, but it certainly would be at that point.
Yes, Complexity feeling very, very comfortable. We were perhaps treated to how brilliantly close and competitive that Aurora versus Falcons game was, and now we're kind of back into the run-of-the-mill expected results. That's what we
Slight
saw with
contrast.
Mongols as well. It is a slight contrast indeed. Pleasant will find the first, though, in this pistol for Alliance. It's a long, long way back for the hometown team, but already Elige is down, so chance to work with his pistol. Of course, Bowden clutched out a 1v2 to win the pistol. And now, on the CT side, they're going to have to worry about this mid-play coming through. Pleasant's doing a great job right now of delaying the time and getting a couple of kills because he's lost 2 teammates in that process. Holzak! Oh, opportunity goes a-begging. Pleasant will finally be found, but it's a 2v2.
Yeah, this was a really difficult pistol round so far from Complexity. The fact that they've reduced this to a 2v2 and gotten the bomb down is actually super impressive. Let's see if they can put the finishing touches. It's Twist and Robin. There is a kip between them, and they're going to try and come through the double door together, but Grim will bury the 9mm bullet in both of their brains. Pistol round done. Floppy is looking ice cold right now, and Complexity, well, I guess business as usual.
Yeah, that's just crosshair placement from Grim. That's all it is. I mentioned, of course, even on a pistol round, needing someone to retake from the tunnel to make things feel a little bit more comfortable. And Grim just puts his crosshair in the perfect spot. They jiggle into that angle and he clicks both heads. It's simple as that.
Looked like the spacing might have been slightly off with the 2 players coming through the doors as well. That first player maybe had to swing a bit wider so the second player could come through with him at the same time. Kind of allowed for Grim to just reset. There is Dr. TC, not Coach TC. He is indeed a qualified doctor. Coach Hawk as well, trying to spur his troops on.
Doctor as in like...
Legitimate, like medical doctor.
Medical doctor,
yeah,
not like a doctor of science.
No, medical doctor.
Medical doctor.
He has got quite a brain on his shoulders, does Mr. TC. Of course, himself and JT got into the international scene via Project Destiny. 2018, they went to North America and they were able to show the world what they're capable of. And for those who don't know, Project Destiny 2.0 has just been announced, where they'll be sending a quartet of South African players across to Serbia to try and emulate the successes we saw from the first version. JT and TC still competing at the top, of course, Sonic and Wildcard as well. So just seeing more and more South Africans feature at the higher level of the game will always make my heart happy, Trav.
There's a certain man called Matthew sat next to me right now. Oh, actually stood next to me. Who falls into that bracket, I would say.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
They need to be careful, man. Not let too many of us in. We take over. Either way. 11-2. It is going to be Complexity going up against the Force Buy. And Trav, I'd like to get your thoughts here, man. I don't really agree with Alliance's decision to go for the Force Buy in a round like this, because now they're not even guaranteed a single gun round on the half. I think rather give this one up, play the eco, allow for your opponents to get to match point, and then at least have one full gun round.
Yeah, because you feel like you guys haven't played CT side at all.
Yeah.
You want to have at least a chance with the M4s once, but unfortunately, it may be that elimination game where they have the opportunity for the first time.
I mean, how much of a difference is there really between 2-11 and 2-12? Not much, right? You still have a massive comeback to make happen. If you slip up when it was 2-11 on the comeback, you would have slipped up anyway. So, yeah, I think I much prefer seeing teams go for the eco and try play for overtime in a situation like this. But either way, Alliance have crumbled. One of the 2 rounds they've won so far was the pistol.
And that was a 1v2 as well.
Yeah, true.
Remember Halzok pushing up through B tunnels? Like, that one shouldn't have gone their way either.
Something else that we need to highlight as well is the loser of this game has to come back for their elimination match a little bit later on. And that is not going to be a fun task. You know, that means one team from Group B is guaranteed to be eliminated on day 1, mate. I mean, not a long trip home for Alliance if it is them, but it would still suck.
Yeah, no, not wrong. Might just be a short trip to bed, to be honest. Like we say in our online games.
Exactly, not much difference.
They're not going home, they're going to bed. But sadly, maybe the first step to that going home. Unfortunate situation might be coming in a few minutes' time. Maybe even less than that. Lesson with the MP9. I had to tell Alliance, actually Twist with the MP9 directly behind him. But the Deagle will go down. And there goes Bowden. Avid close with the SMG that I mentioned. Trying to do something with it, and he gets his 1-for-1, but it's going to be no more than that. Down to Robin and Twist. There goes the pistol. And Twist is just putting pot shots with that MP9 through the smoke to try and make something happen. Elige and JT damaged up by all of that, but this is going to be all we have to show for Alliance at their home event. Just the 2 rounds, sadly. Complexity take it with comfort.
Yeah, they always would have expected to win that game for themselves, but as you say, them doing it as comfortably as they do will certainly just settle the nerves coming into the event. They've got big expectations for themselves as well, and I think that's the perfect start for them.
Yeah, and it has to be mentioned as well that it was straight away didn't feel comfortable after the pistol.
Yeah.
The clutch had to come through anyway, but there we are, that's life.
And then 11 rounds in a row for Complexity to finish off the job. So that is dominant from them, mate.
Nothing you can do about that, Complexity, sadly. Just too good to start off this tournament. That's why they're one of our favourites. But we're going to have a chat about that very, very quick game, if there is anything to talk about. Sending it over to Sam.
Is there anything to talk about? Of course there is. We can talk about the clinical performance from Complexity, which is exactly what we were expecting. It's what needed to happen, and it has been done on the server.
Yes, absolutely. Good form throughout. I think actually the biggest talking point I think over this series is actually Dust 2. It's actually going into Dust 2, leaning into the edge of their map pool. If you look at their map pool, it's super top heavy. So our assumption, I guess, is they've been practicing Dust 2. They want to bring it in as more of a mainstay map. And maybe not the toughest competition, but at least we now know that Dust 2 has legs. This did look good.
Yeah, I mean, really, I'm looking at this and thinking, is this now a map that they're going to try and integrate kind of fully in towards their pool, right? Because honestly, it looked very, very good. If they can make that a regular feature, I'm liking what I saw.
I mean, it looked good against Alliance, but there's more to talk about of how good this could be against a higher level team. But it is also Dust 2. I kind of expect you, if you're a Complexity, to be able to play it reasonably well. We're going to get into all of this, but first we're actually going to hear from Complexity because Mike is with them now.
I am here. I'm here with Mr. Johnny Jabs himself, Elige coming through. A little bit of a dominant Dust 2. You guys enjoying that map a little more now?
Yeah, I mean, it's feeling good for this map. I think that we're able to find our groove. The double ops were working out good, so happy vibes.
Happy vibes indeed. Let's talk about that double up. You're picking up the big green. You were picking up the scout as well. Scope Elige, is this the new era?
I mean, yeah, I think that it's easy. All you gotta do is hit them one time, guys. Everyone that's been rifling, just pick up the op. I want to see all 5 ops and pugs. You should just pick it up, yeah.
It's just the advantage gun, the op crunch. Are we gonna see it on more maps, or is this just the Dust 2 thing?
Well, I mainly do it on Anubis right now, so it's pretty much just like, well, I'm not gonna say like, oh yeah, Anubis and Dust 2 is pretty much the maps where I feel really comfortable doing it. The other maps, not really right now. So that's pretty much the only ones where I do it.
All right, that's where we're gonna see the double up. I mean, congratulations on this one, clean one. Feeling confident for the rest of the day?
Yeah, I think that we have one more best of one later on against the winner of the other 2 guys in our group. So yeah, just gonna do our prep and do our normal stuff. Hopefully take home a win.
There we go. Confident Elige. Time to toss it on back over.
I love what Elige said there, because, you know, it is pretty easy. Like, we have these analysts here, and they're going to tell you about Counter-Strike, and we're going to tell you all these things, but the truth is you just need to click heads, forehead. Like, that's all you have to do. How are you not winning more games? I have a great idea. It's a little bit of a troll here. Hear me out. If Complexity wins the whole thing, do we think that Mike should shave his head in honor of Elige?
Join bold buff, right? I mean, apparently it is the thing. I'm all for it.
He's been bold plenty of times before. Some blue eyebrows as well, please, Mike.
There we go. Look what we've done. Scores are up now. Obviously, there's not a lot to really break down here with what we saw. So let's talk about Complexity. And we spoke about this at the start of the match, and I kind of want to continue this conversation around this idea of roster changes and the fact that they've chosen to stick with this team. This is what they're going to be doing. This is how they're going to stick to it. Obviously, re-signing Holzerk. Credit has to be given for that, because I do think sticking with your roster and working through any problems can go a long way, because sometimes changes are even worse if you're not careful.
Yeah, well, not to mention Valve news with how the major cycle qualification is changing. You need to maintain ranking points. I'm sure that was a factor here too. But yeah, I mean, we don't want to see teams chop and change all the time. The difference for me with Complexity is this has been a 5-man lineup. I think it's just over a year now since Elige has joined. So I feel like I kind of know what I'm going to get. And even if they say we're inconsistent with working on things, well, it just, you know, you fix one thing, then something else comes up. It's an endless cycle. So that for me would be the argument of Complexity is if they want to go upwards, I think they probably do need to still make a change.
I agree, but the way I look at this change and where I like it is a similar thing I mentioned coming in towards this game. Where else do they go, man? I was looking through the free agents, looking through AWPers maybe on like cheaper teams, quote unquote. I couldn't think of any direct upgrade. That wasn't a gamble.
But they also, like, I mean, okay, so the AWPer thing is out of the question now. Holzerk stays, right?
Yeah.
So now you got to look at the other members. You've got to keep it in NA for the most part. So who do you pick up? Because Sorry, North America.
I'm not the best person to ask, but I have spoken to Mike about this, and he tells me there are some really good players on that M80 team that could be in here. I'm sure there are some talent. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure there are a couple players who are vying for these positions, and you got to imagine being in their position, seeing Complexity, seeing Liquid go in their various directions, no spots opening up for them. There are some seriously hungry players, I bet, in that region to get on the top team.
Let's have a bigger conversation about North America, though, as a region. I mean, this was the place that you wanted to go. It was this growing region, and then all of a sudden it just... And now we're sitting in a situation where you can speak to a lot of players, and they'll tell you, like, you're just not getting the quality of games you need there. They're all having to come into Europe to play.
It's a fair argument, but how does Mongols win tournaments? I mean, how does Mongols win tournaments if practice is the be-all, end-all? So I think it's a little bit of a null point. I think there are sacrifices these players have to make. They probably had to play, I don't know, probably 6 months total in days in Europe to perform at a high level. But a Complexity has those resources. They can play for long periods in Europe if they desire. So I don't think it's a crutch they can stand on much. And ultimately, it probably is an easier route through to majors to be playing in that Americas region.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the only real caveat to that I would say about the Americas region is they're now getting a lot of influx of Brazilian teams who actually now are American, quote-unquote. Legacy is probably the prime example. They've just actually qualified in the American spot from the Thunderpick NA quals, being a full Brazilian team. So that's the only thing where it maybe takes spots away from American teams. But I agree. If the Mongols are making this excuse, I mean, there's a big conversation about this on Twitter. I'm sure you all saw the thread. Kind of blew up. I still stand with, if the Mongols don't have this crutch, I don't really think NA can have it at the moment as well. I'm not saying they should be pracking on EU servers, because I don't think that's worthwhile, but I think they've got enough talent there. There's a lot of decent teams at the top end. You've got Nouns, PA, Wildcard, and then even NRG if you want to take it towards, and you start dipping down. There's some decent teams there, so I think they can make the best of what they've got.
It's basically gone full circle. We started with the interview and Elige, and we're back here. Stop complaining, North America, and just click heads. That's where we end this one. There we go. Complexity is in the winner's bracket here in our group stages for ESL Challenger. They are going to be playing the winner of MIBR up against ENTS, which is coming up right after this.
It's Batman.
They jumped up head.
Batman.
Dead. It should be mid B then. I'm in B.
Yep. Tons. One Tons wide.
Pushing along.
One Tons.
Tons. I'm crawling.
Take you mid.
Last guy.
Nice.
We want this up?
Yeah, get it.
Pushing. Go.
Close one.
I'm going. He's backside. Window now. Just
outside.
get the bomb blue. Get the bomb blue.
I'll try and get it. 1, 2, 3.
Go
sword.
Run back. Dead.
Nice.
What TD?
Blind default.
Play green.
Kid door, guys. Kid door.
Putting your door.
Close door.
One door. You're good. I have door.
I'm reloading.
Right now. Mike's hand holding door.
I have window.
He's spraying window.
I have window.
I think they're both there. The jiggle's on the low. That thing. That door. More door.
Nice. Good job.
I can't keep go.
You ask if we could talk, but then say nothing. Maybe you just had too much to say. Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh yeah, if we should take it slow, oh yeah. I just wanna show ya I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh yeah. I just wanna know. We just need to stop and take a moment to slow things down, work this out. I got your love on top. we're in the moment. And maybe that's what we're about. Tell me what you want me to be, baby. I promise I can be the one you're craving. 'Cause I think that I know what you've been chasing. And girl, I'm sick of waiting. I'll be yours for the taking. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow. Oh, 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 yeah, I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know your baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna know. Oh, 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 yeah. If we should take it slow. Oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know. Oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. Oh, 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 yeah. If we should take it slow. Oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know. Oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. 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 I just wanna know your baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's the arrival. I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Auto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out and flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Yeah, by any means. I gotta get it. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset. Hey, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Hey, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Hey, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe. I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? You ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you not at my pace. You not at my level, you not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. You dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Yeah, by any means. I gotta get it. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset.
Come down for the world to see. If you wanna get a win, you got Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my car. If you let me, I would give it all to you. Coasting, open, hoping for more. Dreaming, thinking what I have is yours. Realize, recognize 100 times I've cried. Top down, music loud as we cruise at 85. Wondering is this a dream or real life? A fantasy is what this feels like. 10 toes down for my baby. This life be driving me crazy. Your friends talk down, it don't faze me. Leaving you alone, well that ain't me. Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my car. If you let me, I would give it all to you. Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close. So get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close. So get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, time's up. Better be ready, can't stop me now, no, 'cause here I come, here I come, here I come.
I think what made us very strong in this period was the time that we were in Brazil, because we were playing a lot of tournaments and we were playing against good teams like Pain, Imperial, teams like that, and we were beating them. So I guess it was a very good period for us because we were playing a lot of tournaments. Like every day we spent 40 days in Brazil, and I guess 35 days we had some tournaments to play, some matches to play. So I guess it was very good for us because we kept like playing a lot and fixing the things that were not working. And we went to Melbourne and we played against European teams and we beat them. And so our confidence was very high about that. And I think it was the mix of this stuff, and that's it.
Our second matchup here for Group B is about to go down. The Brazilian powerhouse that is MIBR, our current ESL Challenger reigning champions after lifting the trophy in Melbourne, are here, and they are up against the all-new looking Ents, led by the historic Glaive on your screens right now. Can this new lineup with SDY and Pody do the thing that Ents couldn't do after Kato and lift the trophy? We're about to find out. We're also shaking things up a little bit here in the ESL studio because I like change. So we've changed our analysts. Neo's taking a break. He's having lunch. It was in his contract, apparently. We have to give him 2 hours for lunch. He's a little bit of a diva like that. So joining us is my friend Sevenlicious. Welcome to the ESL Challenger studio. Your first time here. I hope we can make it fun. We got some really cool games coming up though for you, so that's a bonus.
Yeah, I'm super excited actually. Thank you so much for letting me be here.
It's going to be a good time. Not for the teams in the server though, because this matchup is pretty terrifying on paper. Obviously, MIBR, I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again, I think that they're mad strong. And if we take a look at this group, could we argue that with Complexity in the mix as well as Ents, this is a pretty scary group to find yourself in?
No doubt. I mean, MIBR can win this tournament. They won Melbourne. They have that ceiling. The funky thing for MIBR this year is they just haven't played that many top events. So for me, I'm not exactly sure where they are. I know they can play great Counter-Strike. I know they have good players. And in this group, especially with Ents making changes, you would absolutely favor them to make playoffs.
So you mentioned there Ents has made those changes. Let's talk about that because they have an ESL Challenger king in their midst now, Alan. SDY has played in so many ESL challenges when he was with Monty. They were like a consistent on the stage, so this is like home turf to him.
Yeah, I mean, MVP of Jönköping last year. Had a great performance there. He certainly knows his way around this sort of tournament, and they are different from the top events, where you play best of ones today, you lose a couple, you're out. Got to get used to playing series back-to-back. It's not like the big events. You've got more time to practice, more time to get in the zone. So, yeah, he knows his stuff, and if he brings anything close to that individual level, Ents are a threat here.
So there you can see they are playing on Nuke. That's another one. Out of the 4 games we've seen 3 nukes. Sevenlicious, what's your favorite thing about Nuke?
I really like the way you can play with the rotations on CT side, like on T side, of course, playing with the CT rotation. It's very much of like a mind game map, and I think it's really in the favor of MIBR here.
Ooh, interesting. We'll get to that in a little bit. But first, I think we should hear from the man of the hour. I called him the ESL Challenger King. SDY chatted to Mike.
I'm here with SDY from Ents ahead of their matchup against MIBR. Now, you won a trophy here just back in November, not even a year ago. Is it good memories being back in Jönköping?
Yeah, actually, I love the city. It's very nice, and the overall people here, everyone friendly, so it's good.
And I mean, always better memories when you lifted a trophy, right?
Yeah, of course.
So you got a matchup against MIBR. They're a pretty dangerous team. They lifted the last Challenger trophy. They're coming in good form. How are you feeling about that matchup?
Yeah, MIBR is a very good team. It's always nice to play Brazilian Counter-Strike. It's fun, explosive, and interesting. So I think it will be a good matchup.
Now, this roster is still very new, right? Just adjusting in, you and Potty coming in. What's the comfort level? How are you feeling now with the squad?
Yeah, we had like 4 days of practice, and we worked pretty hard all of the time that we had. And I think we should be better than we was the last one, because we put a lot of work for it.
Looking forward to seeing it on the server. Good luck, man.
Alan, what do we think about this roster with these changes?
I like it more than the previous. I think they did need a change. We've seen them stagnate. We've seen the level they were going to reach. Cuban said himself that the team just wasn't progressing. So SDY is a phenomenal pickup. Pody, the jury is still out. Certainly at this level of competition is quite inexperienced. But who knows? Maybe he's not on a long-term contract. They're going to see how it goes. But yes, the idea behind the move was good. I like SDY, and I think the upside of this team is higher than the previous.
So Sevenlicious, if you don't know, is a professional Counter-Strike player. She plays competitively. She was in EG. She's now looking for a team, and she's back here in Sweden, which is her home country. How long does it take, because you've played in numerous rosters where you've had to make these changes, how long does it normally take for a new roster to find that comfort level in a competitive game?
I mean, I would say at least 1 month to be a bit comfortable, but also like it's plus and minus. Like you can have this honeymoon period with the new players where everything is working out. So maybe it's like super, super good in the beginning. It's a bit like 50-50.
So let me paint a picture for you, because this lineup change happened and this team literally went straight to Abu Dhabi to play in Yala. They did not, I think SDY said they basically had no practice time. They played a bunch of best of ones in Yala. It looked fine, but for the most part, like you could tell that there was a lack of synergy, maybe a lack of options to chat about positions and roles and things like that. And now they've left Abu Dhabi, they've come here, they've probably only had a few days to practice, Alan. Not a lot of time to really figure out what your style of Counter-Strike is going to be.
I mean, they made their bed making changes mid-season. I guess they could have waited until the player break. But yes, they're not on a lot of practice. They'll have to play a lot of rounds on the fly. Surely Glaive is going to have to micro them quite a lot to get on the same page. For me, this tournament, I don't see a world where Ents can win it. Maybe they can take a good series win, but I need to see the promise of this team. I need to see the roles looking good, because as you'll know, even, what are they saying, 6, 7, 8 days playing as a team, you don't even know if the roles make sense at that point. Surely some of those players are in new positions. So for Ents, this is just a proving ground to see if this system, if this lineup makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's not perfect to come into this event with like that much practice. So I would love to like at least 1 month to like get to know each other, get this energy working. So yeah.
It's going to be tough for them. They've got an uphill battle, but they are led by Glaive, who is, in my mind, God tier IGL. So hopefully that'll help. However, what's not going to help is that on the other side, they're playing against MIBR, the Brazilian powerhouse, and I'll say it, I've said it already, I think Insani is the best player in Brazil right now. I know everyone else says Quesarado, but Quesarado's not winning. So for me, Insani is the one to watch, and when he's firing off in MIBR, unstoppable.
Just came out of nowhere. I mean, a year ago, maybe a little bit longer, you would never have put him in the conversation with the Yuri, the Keseratos of the world. But you're right, he's in the star positions for this team. He was phenomenal in their win at Melbourne. He has been in other tournaments in the past. And if MIBR is going to compete for this title, Insani needs to be heading for that MVP position.
Well, I wonder if he is heading for that position and how he's feeling. Let's find out.
I'm here with Insani from MIBR ahead of their matchup up against ENCE to open the Challenger event here. Look, you're the defending champions. You lifted the trophy in Melbourne. Are you feeling a little extra motivation to defend that title?
Yeah, for sure. We came from a good tournament, like Jönköping. We won there, and we are trying to win here as well.
That's the objective. Now, across from you, it's ENCE. They've just made some changes. Relatively new roster coming in, but still a dangerous team. A lot of experience over there. How do you think you match up?
Yeah, we don't have much matches to see about them, so we gotta focus on ourselves, and we have to play. We have to be confident on ourselves besides them. So we're confident, and we hope to be on a good matchup against them.
We'll see how it goes. Good luck, man.
7licious, you've played in a different region, right? As a team, you've had to move around. This is something MIBR does a lot of. So they're in Europe now. They're away from home a lot. They're kind of living in hotel rooms all together. Does that help with the synergy of the team when basically your only friends are your teammates?
Yeah, definitely, but can also it can be rough sometimes to only be in the same cycle, the same people all the time, but it's a part of it, and I think as a pro player that's also something you're getting used to it. It's a part of the process. It's something you need to embrace the much you can.
For sure. And then obviously on the other side, again, you've played in North America, so I'm just jumping on all your knowledge. You've played a lot of these South American teams as well. You know that aggressive style of Brazilian Counter-Strike. How do you counter that?
There's two ways. Either you go hard against them and you play with the same matchup, you play aggressive, you get in their face, or you can play more more slow structure, waiting for them, more reactive and more proactive on the CT side maybe.
Fair enough. Alan, if you were ENCE, how are you shutting down that Brazilian Counter-Strike from MIBR?
I'll be very intrigued because there's two ways to look at it, Sam. Do you play the best CS to try and win this match today, or do you play the best CS to build your team and have a structure to play off? So I think they're different things with a lineup of this age. If I was ENCE and seeing Glaive in the past, I suspect they're going to try and play pretty standard, solid, kind of strategic Counter-Strike, because I think that's the direction they want to go in as a team. Maybe they play better today, unleashing the individuals, but I think ENCE is a long-term project, and they're going to look towards building that foundation today.
So MIBR is obviously going to release their individual superstar, Insani. We spoke about him a lot. He is our player to watch. When that happens and MIBR puts that out, how does ENCE... I mean, if they're just chilling, right? And I actually think did I just say ENCE was going to release Insani? Is that what I said at the beginning?
I'm not sure anymore,
It's
Sam.
halfway through the day, and I think I've already made that mistake. Anyway, the point is, MIBR is going to release Insani. ENCE is playing nice structured Counter-Strike. Do they have an answer for that player?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about individuals getting aggressive and taking over the game. It's not like Insani can just run in and kill 5 players. There has to be a little bit more to it than just that. I think for ENCE, if they lose this, it's not going to be because one individual ran over them. It will be because their team isn't ready yet. It will be because their fundamentals aren't good enough, their protocols aren't there yet. They can't rotate properly, all this sort of stuff. So I think that is the focus here for ENCE. It's just trying to band-aid as much together as they can, given their lack of experience as a team.
It's a difficult place to find yourself in, 7licious.
Yeah, definitely. You already know that you're in, you don't have as much chance to win because of the way you haven't practiced accordingly. So I think that might be in the head, but they also there's pro player there. They've been so much experience, maybe they make it the best out of it and makes it work.
For me, I really like this roster change, though. I think SDY brings a certain level of firepower to ENCE that I just think that they really need. And him not IGLing, you can really just kind of let him loose, right?
It's also, he's a secondary voice that maybe this team lacked in other iterations of the lineup. So that will be very interesting to see how it plays out. Certainly, the combo between him and Glaive has a lot of promise in terms of being strategically strong, having all aspects of the map covered, especially when SDY can play to level he did at Jönköping last year when he MVP'd the whole event, whilst calling some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen that Moni team play. So he's an absolute asset for this team, and it looks like they are building around him, and they absolutely should, because he needs to be the star of this side, in my opinion.
And also, I mean, there's the other side as well, and I'm sure 7licious, you can relate to this. Party coming in, getting to work under IGL. He's a legend. IGL as Glaive. He's a legend. He's a major winner. that's got to be, that's just a huge opportunity for any young player.
Yeah, definitely. Coming from the academy team, it's very cool, and I'm super excited to see what he can bring to the team. I had some talks actually with some players in this tournament, and it's very like splitted opinions regarding him as a player. Like some people think he might not be there yet, but some people like really think he can grow in this. So it's very exciting to see.
What do you think about it?
I think I think he can do good actually. Like maybe not right now, as you said. Like I think this is more of a team that like works long term, but I think it could be a great fit with like legends and younger talents.
It's the long-term project up against a team that is desperately trying to put South America back on the map and finish in the top 10 of the teams around the world. MIBR up against ENCE. It's going down right now.
Let's go. Looking forward to MIBR versus ENCE. We've had two kind of stomps already in this group and one absolute banger in Aurora and Falcons, of course. I hope this one is going to fall under that latter category, Matt, because I actually can't call a winner in this one. I think MIBR are going to win,
yeah,
but I think it might be closer than people think.
I mean, potentially, Trav, but I think it should be an MIBR victory here, pretty convincingly at that. So we're on opposite sides of the spectrum here. Always nice when there's a bit of a contrast, you know, a bit of a competition, but I do think that MIBR should win this, especially with Nuke being the map in the best of one. It is a very good map for MIBR. You know, someone like Safe is really good on the CT side. He finds a lot of opening kills, and Sani's very comfortable. I feel like they've got great teamwork on the map as well, so I'm certainly looking at MIBR and saying, yeah, you guys should win this map right now, man.
Should is a strong word. I mean, they've been very up and down, even regionally lately. That's the thing that I've been kind of worried about them. They played a CCT playoffs the other day. I know it's online Counter-Strike. I know it's very, very different, but they lost against basically a mix that has maybe one-star player that used to be probably a factor a long while ago, right? So I've seen the bad side of MIBR. I've seen the good side of MIBR. I hope today we get to see the good side, but I have a sneaking suspicion that SDY might show up pretty well on the server today.
I'm looking forward to seeing SDY Unchained, Trav. I'm keen to see him on the server where he can kind of take up some star player roles and he can really let his individual level thrive. Playing alongside Glaive as well. I mean, it's a duo I never expected to see alongside one another, but Glaive and SDY is an exciting prospect indeed.
I know, absolutely. And of course, we have the defending Challenger champions from Melbourne and MIBR, and the defending Jönköping champion and MVP holder in SDY. It's a cool matchup, and another chance to see what Poddy and SDY can do on ENCE. I think this one might be closer than people are thinking, but I've been wrong many a time before. Kylar behind the smoke. He could actually get pounced on from the outside player, but Exit had his opportunity, didn't take it. Now Goofy under a lot of pressure on the start. He's forced to go forward into the fight against Burndown, and it's not going to work for him. 3v4.
As you say, forced forward there because of the wraparound coming through from Squeaky Door, and it's going to have to be a retake now from ENCE as well. Down by a man, there's no kit in play. SDY's position made known, so he won't get the jump on anybody, and Sani drops him. I mean, Exit probably should have had the opening kill, but that's the only thing that's gone wrong in the round so far here for MIBR. And that is the pistol round locked in for the Brazilians.
Yeah, comfortable. And I think MIBR are one of those teams that very much does get a bit of a LAN buff, I think, in general, which I've been very impressed with as well. And as you say, I mean, winning Melbourne was their way through to Pro League. There's many other opportunities for other teams around, but this is the main one for the likes of the Falcons and Aurora, for example. Might not be able to get into Pro League without maybe winning this event or placing second to the likes of a Complexity or an ENCE, for example. And look how fast it's following players. It seems like they haven't even realized that Glaive is right behind him, and the 5-7s have just absolutely eaten up MIBR.
You think they're regretting their decision a little bit to play with so much pace against the Force Spy? I think they might be. I mean, it's a bold call from them coming through, playing so aggressively. There was a very good chance they would have been playing against a Force, but I guess they're just trying to bully ENCE early on here, assert their dominance on the server. However, yeah, they've been taught a bit of a lesson here. I think ENCE forcing them to respect them a bit more.
Another reason why, if you use the CZ over the 5-7, you are trolling.
Silly.
Yeah, silly is one way I could put it. The one-shot headshot capability is way too strong. It works for this round victory for ENCE unless Exit can do something absolutely ridiculous.
No chance.
But he's probably going to save because he only has the gun. He's trying to make his way out toward T-Roof. Poddy's actually gone all the way behind him with the scout of all weapons, pushing all the way through outside.
Yeah. Makes sense that he'd save here as well, because they'll certainly force buy in that next round, so need to carry the Galil across, have a bit of extra firepower to work with. Just speaking a little bit about Poddy, it seems like he was a player that's been popping up on people's radar. Remember, he was signed by Sprout just before Sprout shut down their Counter-Strike division, so definitely was a player that people were looking at.
Yeah, and of course, people were looking at him, including two of the best players in the world from last year. Of course, he was touted by Nertz and Nico as their one to watch in the HLTV top rankings, of course, from 2023. It's now really truly time to see if he's got what it takes. He's been very good regionally in like the tier 3 tournaments in ENCE Academy as Poddy, and of course now they have a player to fly the flag for a Finnish organisation. So it's pretty cool.
That's a good point, yeah. I mean, a lot of people were wondering why they went in the direction of Poddy, but that is certainly, you know, maybe something that could have played a role in it. This is, you know, a lot of people, when Glaive was in Astralis winning all the majors, was saying, let's see him go to a different team. Let's see if he can do it with another team. This is like the most difficult team he would have had to try and lead before to try and find success with, right? So it is a very exciting chapter in his career. He's already finished the game, you know. He's done Counter-Strike, at least Global Offensive.
Completed it, mate.
Exactly, completed it. That's the one. So it's an exciting project here, and I'm really keen to see what Glaive can accomplish with this mix of players.
Yeah, and I really respect his tenacity to feel like he can go again and even wants to go again, because of course he's got a young family now, Glaive. He could easily say, okay, I'm one of the most successful leaders in Counter-Strike history. Let's call it a day now and have a lovely time with my family. But you know, he's determined.
It's in his blood.
It's in his blood to play Counter-Strike and play for the victory. Lovely crosshair placement from SDY there against the Force back in response as the Force by Wars, of course, get underway. He's looking for more through the smoke. Almost deals with Insanity as well. Comfortable start to this round for ENCE. And MIBR, I mentioned their form recently. Domestically, it's been okay, other than a few random losses, as I mentioned, against some mixed teams, which were unexpected. But there have been a few odd losses. They took a 13-1 drubbing just the other day. Yes, it was. It was to Bet Boom. About half a month ago.
It was an anomaly of a result, though, for sure. It was just one of those things where they just didn't pitch up, unfortunately. Yeah. But it is a great map for them in general. They've got a very deep map pool. You know, Overpass was their permaban, and well, that was obviously removed from the map pool, which certainly did give them a bit of a buff. Either way, Glaive has a job to do. He's got some support here from SDY as well. Bombblast's still going to be found by MIBR. That is surprising, considering there were 2 players for the CTs towards this lower site. Doesn't look like they're going to lose any players in the process of making... I don't even really want to call it a retake, because they still had players on the bomb site itself, but the defuse will certainly come through here. At least for MIBR, a little bit of extra money. Safe is trying to maybe find a kill as he departs the scene, but outside of that, not much more to look for.
Yeah, Safe just choosing not to give up his life, keep his Kevlar over to the next round, because even with that plant, they can't actually afford their own investment, of course, as that was a full investment. So worth keeping the Kevlar, without a doubt. And SDY looking clean against the Force as well. Some beautiful shots being hit by him. Here's that first one. Crosshair placement, gorgeous. And I was a big proponent of really looking forward to seeing which team SDY would go to next. I really think he could have... I think he could have even slotted in anywhere, because I think he's got that quality. He's got that sort of secondary or even primary voice quality, if you need it from him, of course, as he led Monsi to Challenger Jönköping last year with the MVP, of course, as well. And I think he's got the talent and still got the drive to maybe even slot into even some of the S-tier teams at the top of the game if they needed one. But I think ENCE is a cool project for him because he gets a chance to prove it again.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Starting from the ground up, that's for sure. Been around the scene for a long time, actually. You know, I think a lot of people probably saw him first on Na'Vi. Of course, he was in Spirit for a long time before that, even as a Spirit tattoo, actually.
Yeah. Was it 4 or 5 years he was in Spirit?
Yeah, 5 years, I think. Then he went to Na'Vi from there, and then, of course, Monty after that. Took a bit of an extended break while waiting for an offer that suited him to prop up, and now he finds himself in ENCE. And I'm sure, you know, probably the biggest factor that motivated him to join this team was getting to play alongside Glaive.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. Wouldn't disagree with that at all. Some die young. Doesn't really go by the full name anymore
Others
these
join
days.
Falcons.
Yeah. But still, I've been a great enjoyer of his.
And he opens up here as well. Actually very dynamic. He's been the outside player. Now finds himself towards ramp because Poddy wanted to play outside. But looks like MIBR realized, okay, if SDY's ramp, then maybe we can find space outside. Good kill coming through from Safe as well. Kyler trying to hold down the line, but he doesn't realize he's being wrapped around from Garage. Don't know how he's still alive. And actually the fact that he gets a kill before he goes down is a pretty good return. Glaive will activate as well. So Ents are holding on by a thread, but they've reduced it to a 2v2.
Yeah, he'll respond and get away, which is the most important thing, to keep the 2v2 intact as well. Exit and Bernzan have plenty of utility to work with, but lacking a smoke, that could come back to bite them. 4 flashes and 2 mollies will be more than enough. And actually, you've picked up the HE as well, just to compound that, but lack of a smoke could always be an issue. They're going to choose to go through toward Hell. Glaver's put himself in a very smart position at the moment, safe from that possibility of Hell. I should say it's Goofy, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
And but his internal clock has to tick round here and realize it could be a possibility. It absolutely will. And how he's not got both, I don't know. Exit survives on 1 HP, but guess who's here? It is Glaive. And that was really, really well sorted out by End.
Yeah, bang on the money there, Trav. Perfect timing. Goofy steps out and he, well, probably should have had both of those kills dead to right. The fact that the trade comes through is a pretty decent return, but still, it is going to be another round on the board here for Ents. So things are going very well for them after they lost the pistol round. They've been able to win, what's it now, 4 in a row coming through here for the CT side. All born off the back of them winning against a very pacey A-hit in that second round as well. And MIBR even had a really nice start to this round as well, man. Able to work outside, you know, find a couple kills. Probably gave up a life or two where they wouldn't have expected to. But yeah, I guess that round fell apart a little bit for the Brazilian team.
Short tech pause. I do hope fist bumps are in, so I think we're getting back underway pretty much immediately. And yeah, the fact that Goofy doesn't get both those kills is actually kind of insane. Getting away with that one. Here's how that opening door went in. It's actually that pre-smoke from SDY and the nade to follow it up to go straight for that kill. The combination of it, and we're seeing the combination of utility with that smoke to blow up, or with the nades obviously to blow up the smoke. So very commonly now, you know, just throw that nade in alone. You throw it in with maybe a flash and you can double down and help you find your way in. And that way SDY played that really nicely. And now again, call it a deco. Is this a Tico?
Yeah, good question. It is, it's an eco with some firepower, that's for sure. They wait for the smoke to be cleared up by the nade. That's their cue to now cross. The bomb is still in lobby though, so these players are just trying to sell as much of a fake as they possibly can. SDY is the one who's going to try keep them at bay. In the meantime though, 3 players, the trio, are going to make their way towards ramp. And Sani and Co have done really well to close the gap. Poddy though will keep control. Drops the smoke as well, means the bomb carrier can't really join up in the B-bomb site. The spacing's not great either. Poddy's got support there from Glaive, and while Exit might find both these frags, it's still pretty difficult here. They have to recover the bomb. He's got to use the smoke grenade that's in play there, and he hasn't actually activated in time, so now it's going to be pretty tough to recover.
Yeah, he's actually choosing to wait for Insani instead to team up with him. There's 2 ways of looking at that for sure. Maybe taking advantage of that smoke or waiting for support. He chooses the latter and will choose to flash their way forward. They do manage to jiggle pick the bomb and pick it up and get it planted, so that's very interesting. Ents give that one up, whether by luck or by design, and they're going to go straight back in off the back of it. It's not going to work for them. Exit takes both headshots. I feel like Ents have given that one up slightly.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really nice strategy. I love the plan coming through there from MIBR, the way they go about their business. You know, wall of smokes outside, quickly down secret. The thought process is then we pull the ramp player down in towards that B-bomb site, then 3 players push ramp. Didn't really work out the way it was designed. You know, Poddy was still there towards ramp, as we see in the highlights now. He got that kill, but they were able to then get the drop down. And was that like a 4 versus 2 that they just recovered? I think it was, right? So,
yeah.
Good way to get a second round on the board. Double up that round count. A quad kill coming through from Exit as well is a statement.
Yeah, and all 4 headshots as well for Exit. Very clean on that. I thought Ents had completely calmed down the situation once Poddy had dropped that smoke, taken 1 more and got Glaive for support. Toward that ramp area with that Tech 9 lurking in, close range. Just too much, sadly, for Ents to deal with. And Oh, maybe I'll get a big bolster to their own money, of course, on 2 players. Exit and Insani, the 2 to stay alive on the Tech 9 buy, which means the AK and the M4 can be kept over. And Goofy will try and step up off the back of it. And what I like about this Ents roster is they kept I think the 2 most impressive riflers from the old 9 days, without a doubt. I think Goofy and Kylar. Yeah. I've always been big enjoyers of that old 9 team and enjoyed what Kylar has done in the scene. A little bit of a shake of the head there after that kill came through toward Poddy.
Yeah, he couldn't believe he had his head taken off there, man.
That's maybe what you need to learn going from tier 3 to tier 1, I suppose, tier 1.5.
He'll get used to it. But I'm right there with you. Kylar and Goofy, certainly the 2 most impressive riflers that came across from the 9 roster. And they've retained them here as well. Just trying to find the balance. Of course, the Hades and Diha benched recently.
Yeah.
Quite a few question marks about the Hades benching, but I guess it was an internal decision. Probably better for both parties at the end of the day. Glaive in towards that B bomb site. He has been able to lay down the law a couple times throughout this half already in that B bomb site. This time he's been traded, and it's up to SDY and Kylar. Wouldn't be familiar with each other's game, Trav.
True. SDY's going to have to do most of this, though, you would think, because Kylar's only very low, but SDY does do it all. Great stuff from the new addition. He seems to love it here in Jönköping, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Kylar, if Kylar is the one left alive there, or if they're in a situation where he needs to hold the defuse, he's 1 bullet from death, so that had to be all SDY.
A little bit poor between Safe and Insani, honestly. Just not great spacing between them. Wasn't able to swing for a trade as such. It was just another 1 versus 1. So SDY, I mean, not like he had to do anything to isolate the jewels, but they were just given up to him with a decent amount of time between, so he could take them on individually. So this was looking good, Trav, for Ents. They've started off really nicely. Don't worry, mate. You'll get used to it.
Yeah, can't jump peak secret at this level. It didn't have a helmet either, right? So the M4 was a...
I think he got naded before that.
Oh, true. Good point. Yeah. I was just thinking, seeing the M4, of course, maybe not an instant headshot if you didn't have a helmet, but yeah, I know what you mean. Ents, at least they're here and in the game. I was worried that, you were saying you think MIBR might possibly run away with it. I was a little bit more confident in the Ents side. Perhaps maybe the only one out of everyone that was... maybe not favouring Ents necessarily, but hoping it would be a close game.
Yeah.
A bit similar to the Aurora Falcons game, but long way to go yet.
Now that I'm already in, I'm going to double down and just be like, let's wait for MIBR to get to the C side, and they'll recover here on the T side as well. I'm just going to go all in, man. But Ents are looking good, especially SDY, man. He has started off splendidly here. Looks like MIBR want to try turn up the pace, potentially. Utility being lined up. There's a smoke in front of Squeaky Door. They're going to burst through that. It is the classic strategy. Drop emerges on the other side. Goofy's gone down. There's no more presence on the bomb site itself. Kyler's been forced backwards. Exec is perfect coming through from the T side. SDY finds out with his life that there's still a player towards the back of lobby. Glaive desperately looking for that trade. It's a really important kill, so he's even afforded the space to consider the retake, but the supports arrived, and MIBR get their 3rd on the board.
Insani just being an absolute nuisance there, just continuing to jiggle back and forth, left and right. Glaive was looking for that kill for so long. He had a shadow, he had an arm to spot, but then, of course, the Hut players come in from the site. Brunzan with a quad kill. Really nice stuff from him. And for Ents, sort of game where you've got to be really careful on, of course, because you may be 5-2 up, you may be feeling a little bit better about your team and your form going into a game like this when you've had a relatively nice start, but a 5-2 can turn into a 5-7 very quickly.
Yeah, don't get too comfortable. You can't rest on your laurels. We've seen that already. Aurora versus Falcons, a prime example. That was a fantastic game. If you missed it, 16-14, won by Aurora. It was them who forced it into overtime in regulation, and then were able to get the job done in OT. Ents now have had to spend all their money, Trav, empty their pockets, a couple upgraded pistols, a scout, and an MP9 to try and put up some form of resistance. And Glaive, that is a brave game to play, spraying or spamming through the smoke rather with the 5-7 against the rifles.
One tag from Poddy. SDY playing the gap angle in secret. As soon as he sees a body cross over the door in front of him, that smoke goes down immediately. There it is. Now they can't go through it, because against that 5-7, there's a one-hit headshot, and he'll be at that range for sure. Trying to keep them at bay, trying to waste the clock further with that utility, and this round's not gone just yet, even though Bernzan has got that opening kill.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're ENCE, you just gamble stack one of the bomb sites, hope they come in your direction. If they don't, you just save the guns. Looks like that's the call. 4 players towards the upper site, and they'll hear the util in towards B, and they're just going to accept their fate here. No need to try and make anything happen. Just save in the next round with these forced-up weapons.
Yeah, it's Drop's position that completely clears that out safely, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, Drop is... I feel like, especially in Fury, I was actually quite a big criticizer of Drop. I think he was really struggled under pressure. I think he was obviously not putting up great numbers either, but even though the numbers are not necessarily incredible for him on MIBR, it's not like it's been a mass improvement. I've been a lot more impressed with his calmness in these pressure situations, in big tournaments, and I think he does his job really well on this team.
Yeah, I think there's a different level of expectation in this MIBR team as well compared to what we had on Furia, and it does seem like he fits the team a lot better here over in the squad of MIBR. I mean, probably rather be an MIBR at the moment over Furia. Safe also getting a similar treatment, but they'll be pretty happy with life at this point.
I mean, there's been lots of ideas floating around about Fury, out there, like
just bench high,
just get dropped back, just take skulls, just take Phelps, or things that have been circulating around the media, right? But that is for another day. I would say at the moment, don't touch MIBR. See if they can win another challenger first, because they did brilliantly in Melbourne.
I feel like MIBR have kind of approached a bit of a ceiling, and it's about whether or not they can break through that ceiling and take things to the next level consistently. But you've got to give this team up until like the Shanghai Major before you make any considerations about potential changes. But yeah, I mean, there certainly shouldn't be any conversation around that right now. But yeah, they kind of have tapered off a little bit lately. So
yeah,
it's just about whether they can find that form once again.
Yeah, and to be fair to MIBR, right, failing to make the major and going on that iffy run of form after looked like a promising outfit toward the end of last year, right? MIBR, they could have been forgiven for making roster changes, but they stuck with it and got rewarded with that Melbourne victory. And Sunny was the stunning standout, really, in that event, alongside Exit. Exit leading and fragging brilliantly in Melbourne.
Yeah, and he mentioned it did a world of good for their confidence as well, winning that event. You know, rubbing shoulders with Tier 2, some Tier 1.5 teams over at that event.
If you remember as well, of course, in that semi-final, Apex were 1 map and 11-3 up on MIBR on New before losing in overtime. And then they lost to the side of 13-0, if you remember as well.
Yeah, well, obviously got broken by that second map, right?
Yeah.
I think after that result, everybody was like, damn, MIBR really on the up, and then they kind of struggled online after that. Of course, this is LAN, a different beast altogether, and a great chance here for MIBR to level up the scoreline. Safe has gone down early, though, and oh, Kyler looking to make a play through the smoke. He catches Drop almost on the weapon switch, but the kill will be picked up. A lot of damage done by the MP9. Eventually, will finish off what it started, but players continue to fall here for ENCE.
Yep, the force buy that they'd saved over from the previous round, sadly, probably won't be doing much here. If Poddy finds the tag, there we go. That is the half HP Burnzen, of course, who was 1 scoutable. He finds that player, but you're not going to expect Exit in a very similar position. Now Goofy, 26 HP with just the MP9. Exit and Sani can make sure they team up together, stick together.
Yeah.
Don't give Goofy 1v1s.
He's just praying to the gods that they make their way down the vent. That's pretty much his only hope here to win the round. If the bomb carrier drop down the ladder or something like that. They do have to go back to collect the C4 though. So not really ideal. Exit has recovered it and will join up with his teammates on the A bomb side. Goofy, oh okay, well there we go, round over.
And just
just an eco though.
True, and just to compound things, he took 1 tick of damage to that Molotov in the vent as well, so that sound key will probably have been heard by Exit and Insani. So no chance to fly up the ladder and pounce, sadly.
Might find a gun though, looking to wrap around towards lobby, maybe an AK up for grabs.
Best case scenario, I'd imagine. If he dies here, he'll be 666.
That is demonic, Travis.
Yeah. That is one of the numbers of all time.
It certainly is a number. Either way, you know, for ENCE coming into this event, it kind of feels like this is just something where they can use it as an experience gainer, just kind of go through the motions, just iron out the roles a little bit better, build up a bit more synergy, playing on LAN together. Goofy just thrust off the building there, wasn't interested in trying to upgrade his gun. But yeah, it's good to see that there's still smiles, right? They wouldn't have come into this with any pressure from the org. They wouldn't have put any pressure on themselves. It's just about now defining this new team and crafting a way forward that I'm sure they're going to use the player break and they're going to practice throughout it, right? To try and and catch up with the rest of the teams. But this will just give them an idea of where their level is at and what sort of direction they're going to head in from here with this new team.
Yeah, like just barely any officials with this new team, and as they said, like it's very, very tough to figure out roles this early on.
They've only played best of one so far together, man.
Yeah, that was so was that Compass? It was, right?
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
And the Res, I think, was it? Yeah, with the Res European Masters as well.
Of course, yes, but that didn't go too well for them either. And yeah, it's going to be tough now in this round. They've still only got that MP9. The M4s are in play, but Drop is playing this one very cheekily, and once that utility comes firing through, it distracts Kylar, and Drop looking super clean again. 2 quick kills. Exit has got control outside. Poddy, I don't think their timing is going to be caught on this one. I think it's going to just bypass them, and that's really awkward. But now the information's there. Exit low. Poddy should come back and help out this one. There we go. 3v3, MIBR will know there is some opening toward ramp once those kills have come through.
Yeah, good decision. It's a good pacey transition coming through from MIBR. A good call as they shift in towards this B bomb site. There's no resistance at all, so plant will certainly be afforded to them. Goofy, Poddy, and Glaive. 3 unsuspecting teammates here looking to work together. There is no kit between them. There is a flash. Goofy forced the issue. First kill comes through, ticks to the molly, but frag is found. Drop doesn't have much health either. It's probably why Safe is looking to try and make a bit of a play. The timing not great, but he will catch the back turn, and he doubles down on Goofy as well. They know where Poddy is. The door can't open. It's being obstructed, but it will eventually emerge. Looking to try clutch this one out is the young Finn. Bomb is planted for ramp, so it's going to be very tough here to try and find a way to get the kill. Taps the defuse. He doesn't want to give up the fact that he isn't sticking it, so will force the fight, but lack of a kit means no chance.
Nice try, Poddy, but time's just not there for you, my friend. Triple kill, and unfortunately, he won't even be able to keep his weapon either. That mass bomb radius on Nuke. A nice try, but not to be. The Ents fans are in force. Got to give some props to the Mongol supporters as well, who are here bright and early. They follow the team everywhere. The Ultras. It's great to see more people in the crowd as the day goes on.
Still a festival of Counter-Strike to follow today. We've got 2 more best of 1s and then a best of 3.
Indeed.
Of course, it's the 2 winners matches coming up after this. It is going to be Aurora versus the Mongols up next, and after that will be the winner of this game playing against the winner of the previous game, which was Complexity.
Yeah.
So there we go. Listen, it's been a pretty long day so far. This is our last best of 1, guys. It's going to be Brandon and Lucy taking over from here. You're in some safe hands.
Indeed. The buy for Ents in this last round of the half is mixed, let's say, as that save couldn't come through for Poddy. XM57, MP9, 2 M4s.
Looks like you could be bang on the money with the scoreline as well, mate. You mentioned from 5-2 that 7-5 is still a very realistic halftime scoreline, and it looks likely.
I promise you I don't have the script. No one does, but I can tell you that it looks like that could be a reality.
Do you want to give us a shot at some lotto numbers, maybe?
I don't know. All 5 of my friends' birthdays, try that. See what happens.
You've got 5 friends? Damn.
Crazy, right?
Yeah.
5 versus 4, 40 seconds. Burns down looking for an entry toward ramp. Glaive playing it very carefully at the moment with that incendiary still, with that MP9. That'll delay even more time off of that clock, but MIBR are posted and they are ready. Once that fire dissipates, they're straight through. 25 seconds to find a way in this 4v5, and Goofy's on the rotation down, so Ents know exactly what's going on here. It's just about having the weaponry to hold them at bay. There's still so much utility for MIBR in this situation as well. Still got a couple of HEs, a smoke and a flash too. Mollies will laden the site, and then the aggressive position's being taken up by Poddy. That could be dangerous. They're going to try and lurk their way through smokes on the timing, and it's not really working out for them at the moment. 4 seconds for the plant. He's just got it if he doesn't. Oh, they've just held him in time. Oh, my word. But Ents, I don't think they... Oh, that's unbelievable.
They won the round.
Believe it.
They got it just in time. The plant didn't come through.
I can't believe it. I'm baffled.
We need a break.
We need a break.
Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down. I keep
keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now, and then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now, and then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it. No problems. Let you in, but you out. Sing it. No problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now, and none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems.
We were slightly speechless at the end of that first half, but we have been able to find our words once again. It is ends with a relatively successful first half, I'd say. 6-all as we flip the script. MIBR now on the defense. Let's see what they're going to bring to the table. They have got a lot of pistols here, Trav. 2 sets of Julies and armor outside of that.
Yeah, an incredible end to that first half. I think both of us were staring at the kill feed, staring at the time on the clock to see if that plot was going to come through or if it was going to be a timeout victory for MIBR. What looked like it could be a 5-7 turned out to be a 6-6. And now Drop has got a lot of defending to do. On the back side silo, he only gets a 1. The plant is going to be attempted. SUI will get it down. And now come the doors opening and closing. And Kylar is fighting fire with fire on this one. And Sunny down already. Burnsan's been tagged and finished by Poddy. And Ensa should be grabbing this lead here. There's no kit for MIBR on safe and exit.
No way back in, surely, right? Job done here. Great stuff coming through from Ents, just breaking down the defense, bursting in towards this B bomb site. They're about to regain the lead here on Nuke. They're certainly taking the fight to MIBR. And this is exactly the start they required heading into the more difficult half here on Nuke. Like I said, there's no expectations, there's no pressure on their shoulders. They're just coming in. We know how good these players are as individuals. It's just about adding them all together in a team and what sort of a mix you're going to end up with. But looking pretty damn good here so far. They'll be very happy with the level they've been able to bring to this game because they wouldn't really have known what it was going to look like playing against MIBR. I mean, on the flip side, we heard Insani saying they have no idea what to expect either, and they're just going to play their game, but probably not going the way they would have hoped so far.
Yeah, I feel like MIBR had decent positions. Drop managed to get his 1, but sometimes when you're in that sort of area, even though you can really only get 1 is not enough. They swarmed Ents, and they swarmed very nicely. And what's a really good sign for this Ents team at the moment is it's not just one player really trying to take them above and beyond here. It's a very even performance, fragging-wise, across the team. Everyone on 9, 8, and 7. And that's a really good sign for a new roster.
Yeah, everybody chiming in. Just a 2-kill difference between the entire team right now. On the flip side, most players kind of straggling behind Brynza, and he has had a good time. He was very vocal in a couple of the rounds as well.
Yeah.
Certainly seemed like a second voice, but he's going to need a couple more players to contribute a bit more in the fragging department. Both teams winning that T-side pistol round. We did see ENCE win the force buy in that second round. Let's see if MIBR can keep up with that trend. They would love to. They certainly have had a nice start. Was that a scout collateral tag there?
I think so. Safe. The scout is certainly very mean, and SDY is caught throwing util. There'll be a nice one in toward the credit card position, and Safe actually only just gets away from that. And Sandy's in a very good position, top part as well. If anyone lurks through the corner of that smoke, he's aware of that being a possibility. I think ENCE just really sold and solid on trying to deal with Safe. They know he's locked in toward Garage. It should be an easy kill. Just make sure Poddy doesn't face him, otherwise that would be a freebie, and obviously Safe has the ability to hit a headshot anyway. There's the little gap position I mentioned that SDY played on the first half to chuck down that smoke ASAP once you see any information. Very common. Burnzalin's a very good place, of course, for that 5-7 as well, and Exit will rotate his way down once that smoke has come through. Just keeping stock solid in that position, actually.
Problem is, they've gambled. By Exit, who's the ramp player, rotating down in towards that B bomb site, it means, well, he's actually the outside player, but it means there's no defense towards ramp right now. So they've just been able to snake their way down. Exit has no idea about this as well. Certainly will, as the information starts to be relayed, utility being used here, won't be able to do anything about the plant. He won't be able to get out safely either. Not sure if the retake's even on the cards.
And very smart of ENCE to desperately run away and not give him anything there, because it can be a very common thing in a sort of round where you've got the bomb planted, you feel comfortable, you feel as though everything's going to be absolutely fine and dandy, but you give up one more kill, and that could spiral things. It might give MIBR an upgrade, especially when it's a 5-7, and yeah, in the end, MIBR are going to choose to play exits instead, and that is the right way to go. Try and use the MP9, the Galil, the recovered Galil, and the 257s in the next round, and ENCE will have to be as careful for that next round as this one.
Yeah, that's true. Same sort of trepidation coming into this next round here.
Good pathing in that round, though, from ENCE, making sure they didn't walk into trouble after this tag from Safe and that kill.
2-round lead now on this T side should be extended to 3 as well, considering that they are just playing against a full set of weapons again. MIBR are going to be looking forward to that gun round, but if they lose that first gun round here on the CT side, then they're going to find themselves in a very rough position. Let's see if we see something different from them. Maybe a bit of aggression being sprinkled into the mix here. Try to take that fight to ENCE. I would like to see MIBR try bully ENCE a little bit here, because they know that they're still trying to iron out and hash out how they're going to approach this T sides. There'll certainly be gaps around the map, just about whether or not they can exploit them.
Important opening from Goofy. Stanley will go down. ENCE will take the opportunity to take secret control. There is a decent rotation from MIBR, as you can see, so this might be a little bit scary for them. Maybe they'll get caught with utility out. Burnzalan looks like he's desperate to swing once he sees that util, and oh, the 5-7 is not enough on either. And you'd expect the second player in Exit to trade that. SDY's done really, really well to get both there.
Yeah, Safe goes back to the scene of the crime here, looking to try and track these players down. But there's no one to be found. He's chasing ghosts at the moment, and ENCE aren't overcommitting here either. Covering all their bases. SDY still hanging around, making sure that they can't be tracked and traced. Good awareness there from Safe, clearing on top of the rail, but yeah, just a kill to inflict a bit of extra damage here. Certainly not going to affect anything in the greater scheme of things. It's all about this gun round here for MIBR. That's where all their stocks lie. And if it's anything like my crypto, it's not going to go well.
I haven't touched any of that with a 10-foot limbo pole. Maybe that was a smart play, or maybe sometimes it could be the dumb play, I think, that one.
Probably erring on the safer side, in all honesty.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You need to be slightly special needs to make it successfully in crypto, man. You need something special about you.
Yeah.
Either way.
Well done, Poddy. No save for drop or safe. And the cheers in the crowd. The Ents Ultras, the faithful, are here to see this new Ents perform with a brand new Finnish star on the Finnish organization from their academy. And right now, it's a very solid performance across the board. SDY seems to be bringing a layer of impactful fragging and calm. In an opening game like this, I feel like Ents kind of are going into this tournament with the pressure of probably needing to be a playoff team, but there's no pressure to qualify for Pro League. They're a partner team, of course. And I feel like they still consider themselves as not ready to actually win the whole event yet.
No, that's the point I've been highlighting as well for the Sens team coming into this game here, is that they just get to kind of feel things out, see what level they're at as a team, kind of figure out their floor, you know, hash out the roles, just build up some synergy. And it looks like they're having a great time. There's been lots of smiles, lots of laughs. But this is the gun round for MIBR. This is where they have to lay down the law and make a mark. They've got themselves rifles across the board, util to work with as well. And if they lose this round, they'll be in a world of hurt. So really important that they make this one work.
I was pretty sure that was an incendiary there on the feet of Safe, but it didn't really go that deep, of course. The incendiary's made a little bit smaller in that recent update. Maybe trying to get some form of a one-way underneath it, through it. Blue fire licking around the edges, of course, indicating that is an incendiary.
Yeah, nice to have that indication.
Oh, it looks like Kylar and Goofy are going to try and go out on a timing here. All the experience with these two Polish players together. And that is a great entry onto Wood and Stanley. This is now really difficult for MIBR to answer back on. The back solo player's going to be caught. There goes Exit from Heaven. And Ents have dealt with this one beautifully.
Oh, yeah. This is a really strong round coming through from them. A really well-weighted execute as well. Great pathing into that A-bomb site. Entry kills aplenty. Covering each other beautifully. No way for MIBR to find any trades. And another big factor about this Ents roster is that, you know, obviously the previous Ents roster was built, you know, they had no time to try and bring that roster together before the major. So they picked up that 9 core, which gave them the spot at the major as well, right? And Glaive was just injected into that team. He didn't even know that that's the team he was going to have to work with when he had joined the Ents roster, because of course their players ended up going to Falcons. And it didn't really work out at the end of the day. They broke it down and they've built it up from the ground up. You would imagine that previous 9 team would have carried quite a lot of identity as to how they would have wanted to play the game as well. And it would have been tough for Glaive to try and implement his way of doing things while they were very used to doing things in that previous team. So now you have a fresh unit, you know, that's not like there's anything from the past that's being held onto from the players or from the core. And Glaive will have free reign and full control over how they're going to play the game, their style, their roles, their approach. And if there's anybody who could lead a project, of course it is Glaive. So I'm just really excited to see where things are going to go from here for this Ents team.
Yeah, and it was a gorgeous shot from Poddy as well to stop drop from saving. Very hard angle to clear out toward that CT forklift. Safe and Glaive are both 29, but Glaive has played over 32,000 more rounds. I mean, yeah, it's always been very interesting that Safe was very much a late bloomer in his career. I think a lot of people will be surprised to hear he's that age if you didn't know already.
Safe, the 32-year-old talent.
Heard that before.
Yeah. Glowing, who normally carries the tag. Either way, MIBR, things have completely fallen apart. It was a good recovery from them on the T side to get it back up to a 6-all scoreline, but haven't been able to move the mark yet on this CT side. They have got some firepower behind them, but the confidence couldn't be great at this point. Probably would have been licking their lips at the prospect of playing Ents in their opening match.
Yeah, I think so. But this is kind of the MIBR, obviously. Don't get me wrong, we're nowhere near the finish line yet. But this is kind of the MIBR that I was worried about the possibility we'd see. A very sort of iffy MIBR that really has been even dropping some games, some odd games regionally as well, against teams they should never be losing to. SDY, again, we get a nice entry towards Safe. Another important opening from him in this game. Poddy's having a very good debut performance in Jönköping.
Yeah. And SDY's looked fantastic as well. He's just going to elevate the floor of any team that he's in, man. He's such a stable and reliable player.
It's why I love the pickup so much. As I said to you earlier, I really felt like he was an option for many a top team.
I think Ents were quite lucky to actually get their hands on SDY, honestly.
Yeah, I would agree. I've been a big enjoyer of his, but this round's not done. Let's just give it a second, because Insani and Burnzone doing great work with the SMGs. Oh, this one needs to connect for SDY, and it does. And Poddy will help out. No bullets left for the Heaven player, though. Oh, my word. Poddy just recovers it, and as you can see, big cheers. They know winning that round is absolutely critical. If they lost a sort of a weird investment there, that could absolutely stall them, but they recover it well.
Yeah, the two new additions combining for the 2 versus 4, man. Essentially an anti-eco round there. Certainly was some upgraded weapons sprinkled into the mix. But that is a fantastic recovery coming through from Poddy and SDY, working in tandem. And now we have a 6-11 scoreline, and it's do or die for MIBR. Oh, I was going to say Safe has his vision obstructed by his teammates. He can't do anything to help him in the gunfight. Thankfully, Exit will come out on top, and immediately off the back of that, Poddy looks to activate towards ramp. He'll find the first, but not the second. Good rotation from Safe.
Needs to do more, though. He's about to be mollied off. Does he want to push through it, or does he play safe? He will do exactly that. And actually, that smoke has bloomed perfectly for him. There'll be a recovery smoke to make sure it's completely blocked off, though. Annoyingly for Safe, and that's a really good catch from Exit. Goofy tried to take some presence when they knew that, of course, their teammates were creating havoc toward ramp, try and take some control elsewhere while you think that maybe it's not being glared at. But Exit catches it nicely, and this could be a really important round for MIBR to finally get off the mark, as we said, on the CT side. But hang on a moment.
Not again.
Glaive and Kylar mollying toward Heaven. They are full health, and they've got a smoke and a nade as well. And Sunny's not in the action yet, and Exit is still rotating round.
Different duo here, but still looking to try and make another numerical deficiency work. Little bit of time to play with. Glaive actually catches Safe completely off guard. At least that puts him on notice, though. And Exit, well, was kind of hanging around hoping he'd be able to find Glaive, but Glaive was just completely rotated away, and Kyler's taking space here as well. Glaive has the bomb on his back, and they could very realistically get themselves in towards the A bomb side without any resistance here. So this is looking a little bit circumspect for MIBR right now. Exit is tracking Glaive down, but they won't be able to do anything about the plant. Ents don't even realize the opportunity that's been afforded to them right now.
Oh my, 2v2. There's 8 seconds for the plant, but they know it's safe, and they've got Kylar in Heaven for what could be the perfect after plant position. Glaive got the HE still, and we look at the utility for MIBR. It's superb, but how can you use it if you get stopped before you get anywhere near the site? Glaive will stop Exit, and now Insani 1v2. He's the one with that kit, but guess what? Kylar's there, and Ents have won another incredible round.
Back-to-back 2 versus 4s there for Ents. Again, 2 different people, but they still are able to make it work.
What a sign for this team.
And they were so cool, calm, and composed at the end of that as well, man. You can just see that they mean business. They've pitched up here to play, and they are doing fantastically. As for MIBR, this is certainly going to be a big knock to their confidence.
I mean, I stuck my neck out a little bit, saying I think this game could be very close, thinking that Ents have a good chance of taking it. Maybe I was the only one on that sort of thought process, but I didn't think it would be Ents 12-6 up. Don't get me wrong. Wow. Double the score of MIBR. What a start to the tournament for Ents. With all the experience on board, of course, with the likes of Glaive and Cuban. Perhaps the mood is better in the camp, and you know, something as simple as that can change your fortunes in an instant.
Yet to win a round here on the CT side are MIBR. 6-all coming into the second half, but they haven't moved the needle. And now they've got a broken set of weaponry to work with to just try and keep themselves in on the map. Let's see. Can they win 6 in a row, having not won a single round yet here in the second half to try and force it into overtime? It is an incredibly tall order. Very light utility, 1 kit in the mix. Huge disparity in firepower, all the odds stacked against them, but can they find a way, Trav?
Dropper's got caught here. Well, not once, but twice before. And it's just playing it carefully, playing it slowly, knowing that taking the opportunity at the first time of asking just to relieve a little bit of pressure from them, because if it gets close, that's when it can get a bit squeaky bum time.
Ents really happy to just take their time here in the round. Wall of smokes towards outside, some further util being thrown in there just to pressure outside as much as possible, try and draw the focus from the defense towards that part of the map, and then they'll all just group up here in lobby. No doubt that it's going to be Poddy on the roof to dump the utility, but Kyler's gotten a kill. I thought that might be enough to motivate him to actually push through the smoke, but he stuck to the system. He knew that there was a plan, and it's not like he's trying to take things into his own hands here. Do or die for MIBR. And they actually don't have much of a defense on that A bomb site right now. I'm pretty sure it's only Brinzan who's on that bomb site. In the meantime, there's some moving parts.
Yeah, and those moving parts, they have to do it. They're a man down. They have to look for information. They're putting both those FAMASs in toward the ramp area, pushing all the way through toward Trophy. Burnzan stands up well for one. Now this quick flank, are they going to be ready for it? Oh, Drop knows he's now so close by. Even knife out for a split second because he knows they're not going to be watching it yet, but then Poddy takes it up and takes it up really well. 2v3 now safe, 17 HP. ENCE have got the bomb down. And I can't believe I'm saying this, Matt, but it actually is going to be easy for ENCE.
Yeah, this is completely against the grain, and it is just mission impossible now for Safe to try save the day. The clue might be in the name, but surely this is just way too much to ask with only 17 points of health to his name, edging his way forward, walking into the jaws of death. The crossfire set up, and he will get peeked on, and you can see what it means to the ENCE players. That is absolute delight coming through for them as they open up here in Jönköping with the match victory.
Oh, they'll absolutely be loving that, and just seeing how they're looking in Jönköping right now, they look like the mood has been improved tenfold. They look like they're fired up, they're ready to go.
Yeah.
Poddy was incredibly consistent. SDY had that brilliant floor-raising performance we've seen so much from him in the past at this very event, of course, last year with Monty. I am incredibly impressed and hopeful for this ENCE team at this tournament.
And they've set the tone, man, going forward of things that we can look to expect going forward as well. But that is just great coming through from ENCE. Yeah, keen to hear what the desk has to say about that one, considering the way things went.
ENCE wins the best of one on Nuke, and you know what? I liked it. I liked it a lot, Alan. I liked what I saw from ENCE. I'm getting a little bit excited.
It felt good, yeah. I mean, we said going into this game and frankly tournament, this is the litmus test. We're seeing how does this lineup perform? What do we like? What don't we like? And it's got to be said, in this game, we liked a lot of what we saw. The T side, phenomenal stuff, great calling, and surely moving forwards, this game you want to see in every game. So.
This is the ENCE we want to see in every game. Can we see it in every game, Sevenlicious?
I hope so. Like, they start this game with this. I'm just excited to see more, and I'm very impressed also by Poddy. So I'm excited to see more.
Nice for him as the newbie, right? And when we say newbie, he's on this stage, he's playing with all these big names, and then he has a really good game.
Yeah, it's like the dream beginning of the tournament, and in this team, I think I'm really happy for him, and I like to see it.
And that's, Alan, for a young player, that's important, right? The confidence that you get on that first game. Just
I mean, absolutely. I mean, from his perspective, it's a big jump up. He played great here. Who knows how much the academy system led into his experience playing with these guys. So great stuff all round, and more of that, Mr. Poddy.
More of that, Mr. Poddy. And now more from Mr. Mike, because he's on the stage with ENCE.
We got to talk about it. You just had a nice opener, a little light work today. Feeling good now in the team. You guys have been together for what, like 2 weeks now?
Something like that. I think we had 6 days of practice, and yeah, nice opener from us.
Got to feel good. You're showing up nicely as a young guy as well. Young talent, Finnish team, Finnish player. Does it feel right to be in the main ENCE roster now?
Yeah, of course. It's been a while since ENCE had a Finnish player in their roster, so it's nice to be here, like, after a long time.
We were talking to SDY about it before the game. You said it's 6 days of practice, still very much figuring it out. Played Yala last week, now you're over here. What percentage of the way towards full comfort would you say you are in this roster at this point?
It's hard to say. Obviously nowhere near all the comfort yet, but I think it's getting better day by day for sure, and I think in this game we can see that we are doing progress.
It was a good one. It was a good one. Well, best of luck going forward, and excited to see how far it can go indeed. What do you think, Sam?
Mike, you know what I think? I think I'm going to let my soft and squishy side be shown now. I love it when I get to see new players do interviews on the stage. It makes me all happy inside. Poddy, welcome to the big league, standing next to Glaive, and well done on your performance. They were untouchable in that second half. Why was that?
I think it began with the beginning, like the last round before the half switch, when MIBR didn't manage to plant a bomb. I think that was when it started, because they won every single round after that round. And I think it was just like perfect calling, perfect reaction. They won every duel, so just perfect play.
Good synergy, Alan.
Yeah, I mean, as say, very limited practice. It's almost surprising to see them so well on the same page. I agree. The calling looked good to me, and it just felt like the small little bits of team play. You know, the trading, the being decisive, the capitalizing on gaps. I thought that was really great from ends on both sides in this series, and that in essence should be a surprise, because they shouldn't be on the same page at the moment. But they look. You wouldn't know they've only owned 4 days of practice the way they played this game.
A lot of synergy for them, and that's what I liked. And in the second half, just domination, right? Because MIBR could not get around on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it was just flawless across the board, opening kills, good calls, late rounds looking good. It's hard to really fault Ents in this map. It's really intriguing to see them going further in this tournament. They get pushed further on a map or play something that isn't just nuke like we seem to be playing in every game at the moment. But this is very promising signs, and hopefully we get to see more of that.
Any specific moments, though, that you take a look at that game where you think, this is something we should be looking at?
If we have round 16, I'd like to see it. It is coming up. Yeah, this was a really nice, just little call. They threw out of smokes. MIBR didn't actually rotate lower because they had a player in secret, but they decided, let's just contact Squeaky. Not every round on Nuke needs to be some super intricate set execute. This round, full contact play. They see the smoke, Goofy walks in, decapitates, and then from there, they just roll with it. And this A-bomb site just crumbles completely behind the onslaught that was Ents in this one. And I think that was what we saw from Ents. Even in this game, they didn't even play that many T rounds, but some varied rounds, some structured rounds, some contact plays. And that's how it is, Sam. You need to be able to play lots of brands of Counter-Strike to be a top team.
So we talk a lot about the fact that they haven't had a lot of time to prep 7licious, that they kind of jumped straight into officials. But do you think their performance now, what we just saw against MIBR, a more seasoned team that has a little bit more time together, do you think that has a lot to do with Cuban and Glaive working together, the IGL and coach, to figure out how they want to play here?
Yeah, definitely. And I think, as you said, it's very it doesn't need to be the craziest strats all the time. Like sometimes, especially when you don't have that much time to work together, simple CS is the best way to work. And obviously, they showed us that it's working very well.
You weren't here earlier, but I feel like that's the narrative for most of the day. We've been speaking about fundamentals. The teams that come in and just keep it simple and play the fundamentals are doing well.
It's boring, but that's how games are won. That's how tournaments are won. And I also think in the first half, in a lot of those after-parm rounds, you can see the class of some of these players. Even if SDY and Glaive haven't played many rounds together, when they're alive together, it looks really good because they both have a really good feel for how to rotate, where the other team is playing, how to really work off the back of each other. So I think for Ents, obviously there's some work to do, but we saw a lot of promising signs here, and I'm really excited to see them now.
Some sparks of positivity coming from Ents, and now we're going to move to the winners bracket time. That's what's happening here. Our winners matches in the group stages are kicking off in a little bit. The first one is the Mongols up against Aurora from Group A, but we're going to give you some time to go get some snacks, get some refreshments, because when you return, the Counter-Strike continues.
I'm joining you, my name.
I'm running it. Blind.
I'm nuking. Fine.
Secret cross.
Yeah, that's okay.
Garage. Two.
I don't see garage.
Two more out. Under heaven.
I'm pushing hot now.
One more should be garage.
I will go B.
Pushing hot.
They didn't go yet. They are coming now, but just I will wait for me.
I'm going secret.
Coming B now.
They smoke me. Going down. I'm behind smoke. I will open top single.
I'm opening double.
Going now.
Shield goes.
Second. Time.
I'm dead.
Shoot bomb. No time.
Nice.
I'm alive.
Cut.
Wait.
Top dead.
One more.
Heaven out.
Yeah!
Let's go!
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what point you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
no secrets.
Always thought I could walk through fire, blow up a storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared of dreaming, and I'll do that again, over and over again. Suddenly the heart and chest feels
them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, we're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, we're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down, we're gonna get down. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, we're gonna get down. We're gonna get down, I wanna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, we're gonna get down.
Some days you wake up like the world is on fire. Last call came late last night, you're caved in and tired. One more lover that will never be found. Just another body in the cold, cold ground. It's a game show world if you think you can dance. It's good to be alive, give it one more last chance. I know the words burn you down like a cigarette. And when the ashes hit the ground, you are a silhouette. Don't give up if you're invisible. Don't give up if you're invisible. These next few words won't be the last time you hear that you caught a little bad luck waiting for the last ones to clear. One more lover that will never be found. Just another body in the cold, cold ground. It's a game show world if you think you can dance. It's good to be alive, give it one more last chance. I know the words burn you down like a cigarette. And when the ashes hit the
taking my pain away. Nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof.
I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind, but now I'm not too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights warm in my bed? Nightfall to sunrise, that's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I'll keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Don't win silly games. Don't leave me hanging on. Keep me hanging. Said it once, I'll say it again. Your love is what I want. Do you remember all of the long nights warm in my bed? Nightfall to sunrise, that's what you said. And you have me so tight each time again. In my room, I'll keep you safe. Don't stay up waiting long, pulling back and forth. Still got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am not too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live rent-free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am not too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you.
Within the body of a woman lies the heart of a man. It's a feat of engineering you could never understand. So tell me all these secrets, and I'll tell you all my lies. I've been walking with the angels. I've been talking in my sleep. An electric conversation, pins and needles in my feet. It's a full-on fascination with a twisted combination. We can catch the lightning. It's the perfect crime. Does it hurt so bad when we touch too much? Does it feel so good when we touch too much? You can follow every instinct. You can fight the best you can. It's not easy when you're dancing, holding someone else's hand. I've got nothing more to tell you. I got nothing more to say. No. We can catch the lightning. It's the perfect crime. Does it hurt so bad when we touch too much? Does it feel so good when we touch too much?
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, White Market, and Logitech G.
Of course, if you win this tournament and get first place, also we get ESL Pro League qualified, it will be very good for us. And just, I think, get a second brief, just warm up, just stand up and go straight after if we win. It all depends on mentality, I don't know. If we break a barrier, like in our heads, just to play against and not MIBR, just a team, against a team, not MIBR. We play good. It's only my opinion that we have mentality issues, but for me, I don't care at all. I just play every match, and that's all. I believe all see good CS from us. If we win it, we'll fix all our problems.
Welcome back to ESL Challenger, and we're into the winners stage of our group stages. 8 teams have descended on DreamHack Summer, and there is only one trophy for them. Currently playing in our group stages, like I mentioned, it is a best-of-1 double elimination. The 2 winners matches are about to take place. This first one, of course, the Mongols up against Aurora. The winning team is going all the way to the semi-finals. That means they've got Saturday off. The loser continues to play through tomorrow. And like you heard there, not only is there a chance to get yourself all the way to the semi-finals, but if you get to the semi-finals, there is a chance to get that spot in Pro League if you win the whole damn thing. So that is what is on the line. And now we're going to get straight into this particular group. It is the winners match for Group A, and it's so fascinating to see the Mongols sitting up there, a team that is usually hyped as the sort of underdogs, the dark horse. There's lots of animal references, but we're just going to go with right now. They are 2-time land champs back-to-back. They're trying to make it a third. They're the favorites. That whole narrative has changed. And they're going up against Aurora Gaming, a team who, Alan, Tier 2, fantastic. They play well, but like you mentioned, a little bit of inconsistency when it comes as well to LAN experience. Not a lot of that.
No, and certainly in this matchup, bit of a mismatch now that Mongols have that experience of playing all the way through tournaments. And if they had played Falcons in this game, maybe would have asked more questions. But in this matchup, if Mongols are of that caliber, they need to clean up shop and make it straight into those playoffs.
For sure. So, I mean, Sevenlicious, I know that you're feeling pretty positive about Mongols, right? That this is a team you quite like.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Mongols is the team who's going to win it all. The whole
You're
tournament.
putting it out there.
Yeah,
right?
I'm putting it out there.
Okay.
I think it's going to win because of like how the team is structured with their players and the roles.
Boom, there it is again. The video is up on your screen. If you've just joined us, let me point something out. During this whole best-of-1 stage, we have seen Nuke 4 out of 5 times now. Just continuously playing it. What's pretty exciting about this is we've seen both of these teams on Nuke already today, and I'll say it, Mongols looks way better on Nuke earlier today than Aurora did.
Tougher opposition, got to be mentioned. Mongols definitely steamrolled that game, but CT side looked great for Aurora. Certainly positives there. If we can do that again, definitely can be very compelling, Sam.
So we do know that Mike is with the Mongols players now. Let's find out how they're feeling about going up against Aurora.
I'm here with Techno ahead of their game up against Aurora. Now, this is to make it straight through to the last day of competition, to have a day off here, Techno. What would you guys do with a day off in Jönköping?
Nothing special, just just play our game and enjoy the game.
That's what you got to do. How do you rate Aurora as opponents? They had a bit of a thrilling match in the opener against Falcons. What do you think of them?
We faced against them one time in Mongolia, our home country, and we won. And they were actually pretty good, and I'm sure we can win this time again. Yeah.
Now, based on that matchup, you know, that was homeland, maybe a little extra motivation, a little extra spice for you guys. Are you gonna have that same level here now?
It doesn't matter where we are, when we are. I think it's okay for us. I think.
I like it. Good luck, man. Go.
So I know Neo told me during the break, and I hope I got this right, that Mongols did face off against Aurora during that tournament, and I do believe they actually beat Aurora, and they played on Nuke, and it was a scoreline of 13-10. I may be wrong there, but I do believe that was what I remember him saying. If I'm wrong, just blame Neo. There we go. But for you, Sevenlicious, I mean, you look at this lineup, you look at these players that are on your screen right now, so many standout performances. It's easy for them to go all the way through to the finals if they want.
Yeah, definitely. I think with these like individuals and the way they play together, I think definitely they're gonna go the whole way to the final. And I'm just impressed. So I'm so impressed by the individuals in this team and like how they play together. So
stand-up player for you?
Blitz.
Why?
Because I really like his IGL style. I think he reminds me a lot of Hampus. Very like aggro, not as much like supportive way. And also like he's good at chess, and CS is basically chess, so.
CS is basically chess. I kind of like that. I mean, for you, Alan, what do you think makes this team so strong? We've spoken about them already, but for new viewers who've come in and maybe hadn't heard what you had to say earlier.
It's a shared identity. It's a shared identity as a team, and they've been together for a long time, made some very shrewd pickups. I mean, when they let go of Score, a lot of us looked at this team and said, how could you possibly find another player in such a confined region of that caliber? Senzu, 9-10, and Blitz have all raised their game dramatically with this team, and they're all more than the sum of their parts, and clearly, whoever's in that lead leadership discussion, Mara, of course, behind the scenes. They're doing a great job of growing these players into these roles and, you know, helping them build up as players, and now obviously proving up against international opposition that they can hold their own, play good Counter-Strike, make good decisions. These are the hallmarks of a team that isn't going to fall off tomorrow, Sam. They will be good for the next 6 months.
Do you also think that with this continued trajectory of Mongols, it's going to help the region as a whole improve, and we're going to see more teams from that region stepping up, feeling inspired?
Mongolia is pretty nuts for the number of semi-pro teams they have. It really puts a lot of regions to shame. So certainly younger players, something to aspire to, and that Asian region over the next 5 years will grow into one of the world powers.
On the other side, you have Aurora, a team that is very familiar to Tier 2 fans, but maybe a little bit unfamiliar to those of you who only tune in for LAN events. Let's find out what they think about facing off against the Mongols.
I'm here with Result ahead of their matchup against the Mongols. Now, you had some choice words for your first round opponents in the Falcons. How do you rate the Mongols?
They are our brothers and we know how they play. We have some preparations. That's all.
Yeah, you got the secret formula? Do you have them figured out?
I don't think so. I call it secret, but just playing Counter-Strike 2.
There you go. There you go. That's what you got to do. Now, that first matchup, a little bit of a nail-biter. Overtime, some crazy rounds, some tense moments. Is this one going to be a little more calm?
I think, yeah. Only two solutions. They beat us or we beat them.
That, at the end of the day, is what it's all about.
I mean, that's exactly how it goes, right? Either you beat them or they beat you. It's kind of what competitive gaming looks like. Alan, Aurora Gaming, they play Falcons on Nuke, and it was sketchy. It had to go to overtime. Falcons had their number a little bit. It felt in places a little bit untidy from them. Concerning coming into this, where I think their opposition is far more stronger and foundation based.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, untidy is Aurora. They're like that in every game. In some ways, that's their upside because they present so many aggressive looks. They're so hard to read. And this man on your screen, Result, is a huge part of that. He might be a lurking presence, but he's up in your face. He's causing problems. And for me, there's absolutely a conversation that he's the best player on this server. No doubt about it. Result is of that caliber. And for his team to have a chance, they need the big boys to pop off.
It's interesting that you say that he's the best player on the server. We'll have to see if that speaks out in the game, and I'll get you to defend that. What I am curious about, and Sevenlicious coming from a professional player background, he mentions that, we know what to expect, we've got some tricks. In a best of one, in your opinion, what is the best way to play? Do you come in and just play your game, or do you try counter-strat the opposition?
For me personally, I always try to play my own game. I think that's the best thing to do always, but of course preparations and being aware of how your team plays is always going to help you, but as long as you don't let that get in your head and you play your own game, that's always the best way.
The one thing that I love about the Mongols is they adapt very fast. You see them change things up. Their style of Counter-Strike is quite unique in that you're never really quite sure what they're going to throw at you. That is something that no matter what you prep for, if you're Aurora, they could change it up at any given point. Alan, that's something that they do well.
Yeah, I mean, it will be quite interesting to see the mind games here in this matchup, because remember the Mongols could have seen the Aurora game earlier. They would have seen what Aurora did on the CT side to Falcons. So if they're getting pushed every round, it's like, well, no shit. What did you expect from these guys? It'll be interesting to see if either teams sway on that dynamic. But I think there's actually more scope for Mongols to make changes than their opponents in this one.
And we could give some credit to our player to watch for that scope.
Yeah, I mean, Bliss has been phenomenal, as mentioned, leading by example. He's always in the thick of it. He's not scared to get into fights, and he proves that individually, let alone as a caller. So Blitz, on a world stage, is a hugely valuable player. He does things for this region and this team that nobody else could, and he should be celebrated.
He should be celebrated for sure. Sevenlicious, when you take a look at Aurora, though, it is a best of one. They are a little bit chaotic. I mean, I know you say Mongols to win the whole damn thing. Do you think, though, that Aurora... Because I'm going to say it for you... I can't believe I'm going to do this. I've been saying for so many challenges that Mongols could cause the upset, but they are now the favorites. So could Aurora upset all of us and knock Mongols down into the lower brackets?
Yeah, definitely. They have a really good form. They've been playing a lot of matches. They've been playing 124 matches, I think, the past 3 months. So they have a lot of experience within that and a very good form. And also their individual level is super high. So it's definitely a chance for them to beat them. And it's a B1. So yeah, it's a chance.
There's a chance. This is a winner's bracket for Group A. There could be a potential shakeup. Who knows? All I know is we're going to get some damn good CS2, and you're going to have some damn good commentators handling it as well. Lucy and B-Dog are with us now.
Thank you so much, Sam. I cannot wait to get into this, our first game here at ESL Challenger Jönköping, Braden, and it's two of the most exciting teams we get to see going head-to-head, and I'm expecting absolute chaos.
Yeah, no, honestly, it will be that. And Aurora, for me, they're a team, especially on that CT side, they kind of play vibes Counter-Strike. Whatever they're feeling, they'll kind of just go for it. And I feel like that will be especially relevant, considering that they played together last week against each other in Mesa, and then suddenly Brain has that little bit of an injury as well. How much anti-stratting can there really be when your coach is a little bit injured? You're also traveling, you're also moving from Mongolia over to Sweden. Like, it's going to be really difficult in the first place. So I think Tilda was right. You definitely play your own game. You definitely see what the mood is going to be like in the Aurora camp. The fact that they've already fought back, they were able to defend that lead that they put up really expertly against the Falcons. They held on, were able to close. That puts them in good stead in, especially against a well-drilled Mongols side.
Yeah, it's good energy to bring into it, isn't it? But at least for Brain, you know, his leg was injured, but his brain wasn't. So,
True.
you know, yeah, it's not so bad. But I think a lot of people are with Mongols here. I agree with Tilda. I think they're going to take the whole thing. Obviously, I'm a little biased from my own region, but this team has been on fire lately with the LAN victory under their belt. They come in here looking to pick up another. I remember looking back at ESL Challenger Atlanta. That was an event where it actually looked like they were going to do a deep run there as well. Couldn't quite close it versus VP. But since then, into this year, strength on strength, this is a team that is lighting up an entire region.
Yeah, and look, I want to talk about a player that I don't think's got enough credit and enough attention for Aurora. Yet on the desk, yet on the casting booth, Deco. This kid is a sensation, and I know he can deliver the goods. So I'm really expecting a big game out of Deco, and suddenly Aurora win the BO1. That's how this goes.
Yeah, but 9-10 has been in sicko form. So these two authors go head-to-head. On a map like Nuke, expect excitement and expect Ramp to be the place that we start off. Lackey with the opening kill. The dual Barrett is on the side, all between them all. They are mowing down the Mongols. And this pistol round is falling fast for them. Senzu left in a 1v5. They know where he is, and there is not much he can do.
Yeah, look, really simple round for Aurora. You just stack everyone in towards Ramp. You've got the triple header, and they all chime in with one kill. The only thing you don't want to do is get Senzu opportunities. You've already created a world in which you had none of these kills being given up in isolation. Now they reset after losing Result. They just wait patiently. They've got the bomb under their control. It's only a matter of time.
You know, Lucky's one of those kind of anchors that can just like pop off in a round, and it's just insane. Obviously, it's just a pistol, but does all of the job and more. First kill, baits in the double Berettas, and he's there just to pop up to knock down the final player. So that one goes very well. Very standard pistol out the gate from Mongols. The old just go Ramp, all 5. And it doesn't quite work out for them. As you mentioned, the bait setup, and then the third rotator arrives very quickly. Senzi off the back of getting a Glock kill has allowed himself a little deagle. Still have a little bit less money into the follow-up round, but not if he hits a sick dig. And he might do, because there's a player on top. Oh, he does! Might do indeed. See you later, Kenzie.
Ouch. That is not the way you want to open up this round if you're Aurora. At least there's damage in response. Flashbang kind of gets nullified a little bit. Norway now teasing with this squeaky door. And it was CT side when these two teams played last week that Aurora really struggled on. So you don't want to fumble, especially against the Deegs.
Yeah, don't give Senzu too many chances, because he will happily take them. Lucky gets a lick of damage. Now they're going to try and overwhelm. The M4 runs out of bullets. He has to fall back. So they get space. And he's still low. There's still a risk that he could go down, has some support. Deco is going to rotate down. Another kill would make this feel pretty decent, and Lucky is out in the open at the moment. Yeah, he's going to get dealt with by the Glock. Deco will find one back with that Deagle still in play. A bomb plant would be massive, and it might even be allowed unless Deco swings and denies. They go from both doors, 9-10 with the recovered M4. This is a single Deagle into this round. And suddenly it's left to Deco and Norway to try and pick up the pieces. But again, it's that Deagle. This has been a disaster for Aurora.
They just collapse under the pressure of the pistols. I think the Mongols play it really well, right? They push, completely Lackey off this space in ramp, and then he just is in the open for no reason. You've got this double setup. I think with Deco moving towards the double doors, Lackey wanted to get a little bit closer to him to make sure that they've got that crossfire. But yeah, apart from that, this is all individual from Aurora. Every single one of these fights is being given over to the Mongols in isolation. What a disaster class of a second round.
Yeah, you're up against Glocks. Just run at them with your MP9, right? It's not rocket science. The numbers should be able to overwhelm. You give them the chance, and Deco will take one. Great shot with the scout. Saw Safe doing a lot of work earlier with his. Techno will get a double before he's dealt with by the P250. That's a recovered MP9. This was the force buy from Aurora, so it's still very deadly.
This is going to be wild if it goes back the other way. Kenzie slides in. He has no support here. So if they all swing him together at the double doors, not only is he falling, you've got the entire bomb site if you're the Mongols. Deco starts to make his move. He moves over towards ramp. At the same time, Result is pushed in towards lobby. They know it ends B.
Mongols have so much utility. The scout gets a tag onto 910. How many chances do you want to give him? No, don't give another. Sees the cross with the bomb. The player's getting close. Deco surely going to be dealt with by Mazzinho any moment. Kenzie with that 5-7 leaves it onto Mazzinho. Nice reposition along the railing. Has his eyes towards the bomb opening on the door. Isolt has just walked out silently through the smoke. He's behind, but they have no idea. And he plays it perfectly. Lets them walk into the open, and he delivers both. Mazzinho clutches it out, but it got very close.
Yeah, it gets a little bit hairy, but the difference is under the pressure, the Mongols actually survive. And it is a expert reposition from Mazzinho because he was last spotted over at top ramp. And in the meantime, you've just got the pistol that's firing off at control, that's never peeking because he doesn't want to give over this 1v1, and Mazzinho knows he's got that time to work with. So shuffles back right to the polar opposite corner, and he just plays it perfectly. The Mongols recover. That's going to force the eco. Aurora relegated to USPs. And now for the Mongols, they can create a bit of breathing room.
Really nice round from Deco, though. 2.5 kills. Mazzinho recovers, who himself has been on a massive, I say recovery, but kind of growth in form. Oh, hold up. USB kill. Mazzinho, speaker's name, will get one back, trying to overwhelm. They'll be munched on up. But yeah, Mazzinho's kind of form over the last 6 months has been really cool to see because this guy, he's really young. Sort of came onto the scene last year, and we saw that when it came to the big games, he was just a little inexperienced, right? It took a bit to adjust to that environment, but it feels like he's really come a long way.
I think that's the thing. And obviously, online games, that's where Mazzinho is going to perform better because you've got your creature comforts. You're going to be used to your setup. You don't have to travel, especially for these guys that live in Mongolia. That's a hell of a distance every single time you attend one of these European lands. And you speak about his age, 16 years old. It's the same with Senzu. These guys are so incredibly young, and it feels like they've got the weight of the world, let alone Mongolia, on their shoulders. Techno opens up. This is the full buy from Aurora, and Resalt's already dealt with. Double push outside's a good reaction, though, but no one is home for the Mongols.
Noi feeling like he has to do something, and he walks straight into Techno. And that's A if they want to walk in. Lucky's going to be flanking, but to what avail? The bomb site's going to be gone before he even gets to lobby. He might be able to catch the player. I think 910 was throwing utility from roof, but he's going to drop. Okay, Kenzie does catch one. The bomb yet to be planted. You imagine should be going down now. Has to be picked up, re-smoked. And in the 2-on-4, we just got these rifles out. Do your best to hold on to them.
Yeah, it's a save. It's always a save. I think that this round in particular gives a clear indication of some of the struggles that Aurora go through on a consistent basis. And I completely agree with what Neo was saying on the desk about the fact that they do look burnt out. And it's because all they need is just a little bit of structure. Imagine, look, sure, you've got that double secret push. That's great because you're together, you're trying to take this area. At the same time, You've got Norway, I think it was, just walking brazenly in towards Hut. You just get completely overwhelmed. And you've given up all of the control that you're working so hard to take in the first place. It shouldn't be this tug of war between yourselves. It should be trying to fight everyone as a group effort. And it just really doesn't feel like that at the best of times for Aurora. And I really worry for the longevity of events for this team and just kind of the deep runs they could potentially go on, because their worst enemy, 80% of the time, it's themselves.
It's a real shame because earlier this year they kind of came out of that win in Sky Sports Masters, which was their kind of first big LAN trophy under this, with this new squad with Result in the mix. Went into Melbourne as the favorites. Got to that grand final, couldn't do it versus MIBR. And this one, they're certainly not the favorites. The level of competition, maybe the highest we've ever had at a challenger. All right, Deco, hold up. Oh, he does get one. That's a rifle that can be given over to one of these players that has armor. All these ones in ramp, though. He's sitting on the other side of the smoke. A lot of players going to be revealed. Mazzinho's quick. Deco didn't stick around. Sorry, Result didn't stick around, but he still gets one. 2 on 2. They have to go lower. It's a very slow flank through the lobby.
At least it is together. Again, though, for Aurora, Norway's been able just to pick up this AK. And he's being really loud about this. He's trying to set up the play potentially for Deco, but it's 9-10 that gets overwhelmed with Norway up close. Mazzinho can't get adjust for Deco in time. And suddenly, Aurora just pull a round out the hat.
Yeah, that was with losing a couple of those fights outside early as well. Deco gets one back and you feel, all right, we just go ramp now. It should be easy for us to run this one over, but a lot of damage done by those pistols. I'm surprised 9-10 gets caught out there.
Yeah, so am I. Like, I'm speechless. Norway is so loud, and yet 9-10 spots Deco and maybe thinks that's the player there. Maybe doesn't expect 2 players to be together because of how individual Aurora have been playing in the first place. Good time for a pause as well. Wow. I mean, look, that was 13-3. Let's be honest. It's going to be a high rated.
That's just the standard Mongols performance. 1.31 is your lowest rated. Not too bad. But that's a round of Aurora will take. It kind of makes up for the earlier rounds, the little way. Get one back where those ones came down to fine margins.
Player to watch is having a bit of a rough start. Yet to find a kill is Blitz, but at least he's choreographed the team to 4 rounds early. This time for Aurora, it's a lot more passive. They have got this setup on towards A, which looks to be tested with the utility being lined up here. Techno ready to advance, and the molly doesn't push Norway off of the top silo, so this could be a really unexpected angle. This flashbang has to work wonders, but he's already turned from it. Norway on the up and up will find the first, but gets traded out immediately.
Yeah, Result got burned, dropped off the hub, but he still manages to get a kill. And they can't trade him out. He swung for another. Deco wins out against 9-10 and is left a Blitz. Stabbing through the smoke, gets some good damage. Imagine his days are numbered. Deco will make it so. So Aurora 2 consecutive and they break Mongol's bank.
Yeah, that's fantastic from Aurora. And it's the setup that is providing a lot of outlet and scope for them to hold the A bomb site, because they're played in positions where they can see these flashbangs ahead of time if they're throwing the new meta one, the Mongols, where it's just bouncing through the hut door. It just allows opportunities like this for Norway, but also it means that the space can be created on this bomb site for the players to play a little bit more loosely, because the crosshair is now moving from up to down. The elevations are consistently changing. And Deco even pushing Hut at the very end there gives me a lot of confidence, because if he's on form, if he's feeling it, he will go for risky AWP plays, and his individual level is high enough where they will pay off.
Forgive me, they actually didn't break the bank. Just 9-10 that goes a little wanting. And a bit of util. Gonna go for the outside cross. One does get over, the other 2 don't commit. Seeing what the response is. And Deco, you know, when these 2 teams last played online, he actually really struggled. Was not towards the top, it was Kenzie and Result that were doing most of the work, whereas 9-10 on the other side was having a very strong map. So if Deco's alive, that could be the difference maker. Outside, it's Kenzie onto Senzu. Bomb does make its way down, but Reassault is here to greet them. Cheeky little angle right in front of the silo. Ready for that door to open. Head lined up onto Mazzinho. What are they waiting for? Something, some sort of distraction. And even though they open the door and he's not distracted, still can't get the kill. And Blitz finally gets on the board. Gun recovered for 9-10, a 2-on-3. This fight is everything for Blitz. If he wins it out, there's a good chance Norway swings past him and it's left to 9-10. Back of sight, difficult position, and he is overwhelmed.
Much better from Aurora. Sure, they get overwhelmed and the bomb goes down in the first instance, but they do move together as a unit. They don't get undone by this full buy / Tech9 hybrid of the Mongols. At least they put the bomb down in the first place, this T side. I think that's a good sign for them, because now you've got this conversation of, do we want to invest in this round? Do we want to keep applying the pressure on towards Aurora? But with the money they've established, I'd be happy to see them just take a halfie.
Yeah, you'd expect so. Just over 3K in the bank. Not 4K. So a moment to breathe. Discuss how you want to play this little halfie beat. And then more likely discussing the follow-up gun round.
I think Deco could almost be painted with the same brush when it comes to the Mazzinho treatment between online and LAN. Because on LAN, it feels like it's taken him just a few events. I mean, I know Aurora, a team coming into the start of this year, always did lack sort of that experience on the big stage. And now they've had a few sort of sample sizes of it. It just means they're going to keep growing in confidence from event to event. I think that final in Melbourne, as you mentioned, was really good. Melbourne, I should say, my bad.
You could feel the energy I was emitting your way when you said that.
It was a good day in the office for them anyway, despite them not being able to convert the final. It should give them a lot of confidence. However, here's Blitz, but only traded out immediately. This hit has gone pretty well, actually. They've got all the sight. They're able to get the bomb down. Mazzinho is so low, so you expect the retake to convert, but with 9-10 firing off again, it gives them an opportunity.
Oh, good luck, Mazzinho. 3 HP. This would be a miracle. Goes to CT vent. And you imagine it'll be this player in main that takes first contact now. Lucky spotted him. Yeah, nowhere to go. Deco will confirm it, pick up the AWP. And surprisingly, yeah, that was the forced investment into that round. So the Galils came through. They tried to burst into the upper side. Blitz actually does get a good timing, but that player lurking outside was too much to deal with.
Yeah, and Aurora, actually, this game have not elected to be so aggressive as they were sort of against Falcons. It's more prioritizing control yard through deeper crossfires, such as your deep garage setup, such as your players starting down secret more often than not. And when it has been a rotation, it's always been Reassault down the vent. They've been prioritizing ramp a lot, doing their homework against the Mongols. This one is the Tech9s, this one is the pistols, and it's faster as a squeaky door.
Yeah, looks like they might want to drop, perhaps. Oh, that looked like it was mid-air from Blitz. Kenzie brought down low. And they don't actually commit. Techno's sitting there with the bomb at door. I think with Blitz going down, they decide different strategies in order. Deco very close with this AWP. Can safely get away. Provided he doesn't get run down by very fast pistol players. Reposition from him to a safer spot, and he hits his shot. Didn't see 9-10 cross, but he's still going to drop. I think heard the footsteps afterwards. So they can scale if they wish. 2 players lower. Zeno is going to feign the drop down, putting a bit of pressure on. Top side is the destination. Norway scales outside. He'll be in a position to greet them.
This is a really nice reposition out of Norway. He's holding in case they go in towards spawn. The only way he gets punished here is if Techno does this. But Norway will find the first. Is he ready for the second? No, he won't. But at least he's taken 2 to the grave with him, which leaves Techno all alone in a 1-on-5. Would have to be the ace clutch, and he can't get by the AWP. smart repositions out of Aurora. It felt like they over-rotated a little bit with 2 players dropping down towards ramp. 1 in Result went down in towards the vent, but it's that adjustment from Norway that saves the round.
Yeah, it's a really nice adjustment. I think maybe Techno is going to catch him, and obviously they had no idea he was there, so they start to move players outside. But if the other two were just held for a second until Techno got up, he could have cleared and then walked up into heaven, seen if that was clear as well. But again, that just was the Tech 9s. Now we've got the AKs back in force. Deco will go uncontested. He is 12 for 3 right now. Oh, aggression from Result. Takes the fast forward, has Norway behind him. They crunch on Lobby. And it's a bite out of the Mongols.
Yeah, and there we go. That's that first instance of lobby aggression. Just showing it and sending it into the Mongols. It comes in round 11. So it's this delay. And suddenly, you can pull that out in any round in your first half. And it's additional trick up the sleeve. It's an additional layer to your strat book. And the Mongols were not prepared because they've not seen it all half long. It's a perfect time to call that out if you're Aurora. And suddenly, it's going to be a 7th round.
Well, yeah, it's perfect time because for all the reasons you mentioned, but also there ain't 2 rounds left, and you know that that was the rifle round. So if you crush them here, they go into the last one with a lackluster buy, set you up for success for an 8-4 half.
And it feels like as well, Aurora need every single round they can get on this CT side because it was a 9-3 half against the Falcons, and that one went overtime. And especially against a team like the Mongols, where we put them in this upper echelon, we're having them in our highest regards. It feels like they need at least 8 or 9. So the fact that they've got the possibility to do that immediately, it is very good for them. We spoke about Deco, and he's 15 and 3.
He's having a field day and has not had to deal with the... Oh, here's the aggression again.
Oh, this is another little variation. Hey, we liked it so well. It worked so effectively. We've just done it once more. Result is on top silo, for goodness sake, and he just keeps deleting them. A 4-on-2 for Mongols to try and salvage something, but it feels impossible.
Yeah, Aurora letting Mongols know who the Horde are as they run straight at them. Let's will get one. And he's 3 more in this 1v4. Doesn't even have the bomb right now. Norway in a pretty decent little spot. Let's could slip by. All right, so he can get the kill to Norway potentially freely. That makes it a little bit more doable. Deco won't be able to trade, so this one gonna be free. Oh, he doesn't go any further. This one's gonna be free. All right, 1 kill free. But he didn't fully clear. Yeah, he's not going to expect him. Not at all. Norway should be able to swing and finish this at any moment, but he plays passive. Repositions to the vent. But still doesn't even have the bomb. He's going to have to go back and get that, and then it has to be the A-bomb side. 20 seconds left. He could try and drop vent, but Norway, he's the gatekeeper. Oh, Blitz takes him down. This ace clutch is happening. But Deco's in the backside. He'll swing, he'll confirm, and it's an 8-4 half for Aurora.
7 rounds in a row for Aurora on that CT side. That, along with the pistol, gave them an 8-round buffer as they now swap onto the attack. Got the tunes going, but it's Mazzinho. And again, Senzu with this ramp set up, and it's crunching down the opposition. The difference this time, though, is that suddenly Aurora are hitting back with the trades. Deco can't get by 9-10, and it's AWP-on-AWP violence to potentially secure Mongols the pistol.
Yeah, big double from 9-10. Aurora wanted to show you how you do a ramp hit, but it meets with a similar result. One player left to try and clutch up. He goes forward, goes for the fight, wants to find another frag, but 9-10 takes down 3. Mongols get themselves the pistol.
They got some fans in the house as well,
yeah.
Especially on that previous round with the clutch coming in as well, nearly, but not quite. We're
Scream
hearing
if you love Mongolia.
Important pistol, and that means that both pistols get traded out as well. Both teams that were on the CT side, and they're going to eco this.
Let's see if Decker can do his best Senzu impression. All right, same position, same pistol.
Same angle.
Not being given a head to click. 9-10 sits passive. Oh. I like how you did this like cheeky little movement trying to avoid the sound cue and then just...
Unlucko. This one should be a lock-in. However, it was last time that the Mongols were able to break that defense with a similar sort of buy. Aurora trying to replicate things, but 9-10, and do you know what? The rest of the Mongols are just playing this one so passively. They're waiting for Aurora to just walk into their setups. Mazzinho next to be tested over at ramp. Here's a whole host of Aurora players, and they just reset. 9-10 will confirm that they haven't wrapped heaven. It's going to be the B play.
Yeah, all the numbers here. Mazzinho, spam ass, doing a whole world of hurt. Senzu gets a double with the MP9 as well. That one's clean. They're not going to fall to the pistols. No bomb plant and no damage done, so no extra money. Still good, still got some AKs in the mix. Tactical for Aurora.
Yeah, just take 30 seconds to see how you want to play this first gun round. And also, it might be a good opportunity to think to yourself, are Mongols the type of team that are going to lobby crunch us? Are they the type of team to go aggressive and try and catch us off guard as well? You can see that the strat book is being consulted. Brain, the voice of reason behind Aurora.
Deco, the voice of My Chemical Romance.
It's actually a whole concoction of not only AKs, but Galils, just to afford all the utility, which is essential on a map like Nuke. Need at least 2 or 3 smokes to be able to commit outside if you want to try and cross in towards Secret. But let's see what we're working with. Round 15. And it's actually 3 players from the Mongols initially that take a little gander outside. Senzu then deploys his util close. And Kenzie gets a little bit lost in the source and then gets spammed through the smoke as well, just for a little bit of damage.
Yeah, Bruce bewildered. Techno on the jiggle, will spot, and Sentry needs to be dropped. It's a little bit late. They just pounce into the site. Lackey gets one. He might not be done trying to chase down, and it's Norway that will find it. They burst into A, and they maybe overextend a little bit. They've given an opportunity. Mazzinio's over the top. He's charged through. They don't even know Mazzinio. Insanity. Lackey has to try and pick it back up, but he can't get it done.
How many times are we going to see this event where the audio cues are given over and you still run through anyway? Mazzinio makes the hero play. And he ascends Mongols to now be within breathing room, right down Aurora's neck. 1 round of play left here between the 2 sides for the competition. Ridiculous. Because that was even with that delayed A hit. That was with Lackey taking down Senzu. They weren't aware. And then Mazzinio just go ahead and makes the FAMAS look like a prime AK-47.
Oh, he is him, isn't he? Some massive rounds from Mazzinio so far. Puts the Tech 9s into Aurora's hands. That could have been the round that put them well ahead. And try it again. Techno this time gets the flames out in time. The bottle does a lot and the bullets do even more. Deco skirts around outside. They know where he is. He will be all tied up in a moment, and that does not bode well for Aurora because of those T-side worries you mentioned.
And keep your eye just on the kills. We've got to talk about it now for the Mongols because Mazzinio is having a great game. Then you've got 910 that's just behind him. The desk has spoken about his form just in the last few months. He's there. Techno, Senzu right behind on 10. So 4 players have raised the floor. And for Deco, he's the only one. Someone needs to support my man. Otherwise, it's going to be a struggle for Aurora. But he has found 2 kills. Would need all 5, but the HP bar just isn't there. Mazzinio, hero of the previous, closes the show in this one, and now the Mongols are all tied up.
Some nice damage from Techo, at least something to take into the next round. That was just the Tech 9s. Nice little hold from Techno.
The difference is here, even with the Tech 9 rounds that Mongols are bringing to the table, they were still getting the bomb down. That has now not happened for Aurora. And you can see that they're not lacking completely, but it does mean, look, Deco forgoes the AWP.
Exactly, and 910 has his. Didn't really get to see it on the T side, but we know this is where he's going to do most of the work. He's outside with it. Where quite a few Aurora players lie in wait. Blitz is even going to join at Secrets. They have a very powerful outside setup. Oh, Kenzie's seen. Blitz doesn't reveal himself. He thought about throwing the HE, but instead he's going to tuck down, try and play the timing.
Yeah, and you can see that the outside player through the HE instead. So yeah, unknown entity. And there's also a second player joining him. Mazzinio is here to step into his shadow. Even if Deco removes that first player, you might not be ready for Mazzinio.
You're never ready for Mazzinio. Although, I mean, the longer it takes, the more chance that there could be someone there.
They're ready for it.
Yeah, now they close off that avenue. Waterfall smoke, 910's all ready. That one's easy. Norway walks straight in. Gonna give him another chance. Okay, they dance past. Wide swing the scope. Oh, Deco playing with fire.
Yeah, literally. But he doesn't get burned, but it's Senzo that steps in instead. Great little bait and switch setups. Result has walked ramp. And Lackey has found Senzu. Suddenly this split is on, but 910 readjusts but doesn't see Result as he scales heaven.
Oh, that timing is everything for Result. All comes down to whether he can catch 910. Oh my God, how does 910 win that? Result drops the ball and Lackey needs to pick it up, but he can't do it. Slips from his fingers. That one is unlucky for Aurora.
That's 2 moments now in the second half for Aurora. That first A crunch where they weren't able to hold because of Mazzinio magic. That second one where 910 is on a swivel, pulls out his Tech 9 and is able to deal with Result. Because if that kill goes the other way, you guarantee Aurora are finally going to settle in. They're finally going to get that round they've been looking for on the T side, and they can settle down and they can calm their nerves. This was an 8-4 half, and now Mongols are in the lead 9-8.
Got the scout for Deco. He's 20 for 8. He's going to fire that one off. Feels like it's just everything is on him right now. Result, the next heaviest hitter, goes down. A little tag, but only a grazing blow onto 910. He's not too bothered. Deco's the headhunter.
They're so tunnel visioned in their map control, Aurora. It honestly feels like whenever they say, okay, we're going to go to this location, no one else sort of really takes space right until the very end. 910 on the angle now reveals the AWP is up in heaven. And it should probably invite these outside players to have a look and try and find even more opportunities to kill players. But it's Blitz in Garage. You're not ready probably for Senzu as well over towards Unbreakable.
Yeah, Deco gets a nice little tag and a second. So he's whittling them down. But lucky, he had the biggest weapon and he hits the deck. Every time a kill comes to the Mongols, you can hear that crowd. And these last three, you imagine with the health bars, shouldn't be too difficult to be cleaned up. Zenio spots Nord, pick up the AK and he overextends, gives that chance. Wanted to finish the job, but the recovered weapon does the trick. Time's ticking. They've dropped down. Deco is going to come through secret, but Techno can just deny it all. Although a safe plan for double. Bomb will be planted. That's a big win already for Aurora. Deco hits another. This is doable. He's now got the AWP, his weapon of choice. Techno's going to try and take the fight to him. Deco gets him. And it falls down to Blitz. He gets a nice shot. Knows that Kenzie was up a sight. I think with picking up the AWP, that signals that he either wants to play the low HP or he maybe wants to get out. Doesn't have the kit, so yeah, going to be saving. Aurora managed to pull that one out of the hat.
He won't save. He won't save. Kenzie's there. Really well done from Aurora, and I was actually going to critique them. And I was going to say, look, we've spoken about the fact that they are looking for this outside control. They are going to look there. As soon as the AWP shot rattles off at heaven, you're going to go for that play. At the same time, one player, I think it was Norway, just walks ramp by himself and just gives up the ghost. I think it was Lackey, actually. Just goes here individually. Sure, you've looked for that ramp time because Resort found it in the previous, but there's nothing to set it up with. It's all of these contact plays. Aurora relying on their individuals to bail them out in this round, but it works. That's the most important thing for them. They even force that pause as well. So suddenly it's 30 seconds for them to breathe, them to reflect, and them to refocus, because they will have Mongols on the ropes. All it takes is a couple of buy rounds and suddenly your econ's gone.
That's both teams that have now stolen away an eco round with a few nice shots. So it's even Stevens on that count. Deco is doing everything right now. 22 and 9. 910 is rocking a USP with armor. So he's looking to maybe pick up a weapon. Wait, okay, it's been dropped a 5-7.
If they go ramp, this is a good call from Aurora, because look, they've been probing it every single mid-round. They've never really tested it early. So Mazzinho drops the Incendiary. It's a good follow-up on the HE, but with Aurora's counter utility, they push him all the way back. They don't know the quantity of players that are now contesting ramp. It's always been 1 or 2. Suddenly there's 4.
Yeah, the thing is, Mongols went for a double secret setup, so they already have 2 players down here. So they don't really have to budge their setup too much. And in fact, they can probably just wait and see if the secret player comes, because you imagine with all of this ramp presence that there is lurks somewhere. Techno checks to see if that's going to be towards Squeaky. He's got a nice little angle here with the MP9. Smoke to main. He's going to see no one commits off the back of it. Kenzie at secret can support if they want to instead go up towards main. This smoke timing. Oh, 910 actually falls off it. He's going to drop it anyway. Kenzie doesn't know that they didn't know he was there, but now they do know that he's there.
Yeah, information exchange both ways, and now it has to be this commitment in towards main, and they just get completely crunched on. Senzu from up high, Mazzinho from down low. Sure, Lackey ascends from heaven, but he needs his team, and he can't even get past Senzu. What a flick. He snaps onto him at heaven. And the Mongols, sure, it's 1 round for Aurora, but they still won immediately on the reply.
Massive round from Senzu. Good to see him kind of having one of those big impact rounds. He's kind of been that exciting player that's been brought into this team and over the last 9 months has really stood out. Hadn't seen so far in the server. In the Mazzinho show. Senzu getting it done for them. Deco's AWP now on that T side, present. Going for a peek at ramp, but passive.
And that was the name of the game in that previous round. Aurora really wanted a fight. Out ramp, didn't get one. Went back towards lobby, didn't find one. Went outside, no one there. And suddenly you got 25 seconds and you go into a layered setup. Really well played from the Mongols. Deco's not even jump spotting to force out utility. He gets what he's asking for and is able to snap onto Mazzinho. There's the opener for Aurora.
Call him Deco, because when you go up against him, you hit the deck. Very nice opener on the jumping Mazzinho. 9-10. He's going to look to slip in to defend this position. Sees no one inching out of this smoke. Edging frowned upon at ramp. Decker hunts from the silo. Senzu prowls. Prowls. This pause has got Mongols questioning, what are Aurora up to?
Look at this push. They know. They're literally in the back lines. 9-10 is right behind them, so Techno can take the first contact, and then you're not ready for 9-10. Surely he wins this round. The upper site just needs to hold on, and they can't. There's that bomb drop. 20 seconds left. 9-10 finds a double. Hoping, praying for more, but gets annihilated by Deco. Blitz was down low the entire time. He'll have no further say in this round. And you assume that the Aurora top squad will equalize.
Yeah, I felt like Techno needed to get one there just to set up 9-10 to be able to flank and do the damage.
The thing is, if he gets one, then suddenly they are just stuck in the doorway, right? So he'd probably be guaranteed that double kill.
Yeah. He does a lot. And obviously not expecting the AWP to be kind of peeking in from main at that point either, you imagine. So we're going to be all tied up. This game's delivering. We knew it would, these two teams, that it would be an exciting one, but to be so close, such fine margins. Look at Mongols' bank balance.
Yeah, where Aurora won and then the Mongols replied instantly, that might hinder them rather than help them. There's a lot more ways to make money on this T side, and Aurora can consistently, with this loss bonus, keep buying. And now they've won, and where these rounds have been so close and the Mongols have been pulling them out of the hat at times, this makes things very difficult just for them for the future of the game. Deco averaging a multi-kill every 2 rounds in the first half explains the scoreline, and even here on the second, he's kind of pulling the strings and making sure that when Aurora get the rounds, it's because of his impact.
Yeah, I was just looking at that stat. That's absurd. Not lost an opening duel. Also hasn't gone for the most. Mongols going to be feeling the pressure at this point. We do manage to rattle together a bit of a buy. Mazzinho and Senzu, maybe not the 2 players you want on the Deagles, although maybe they are, because Senzu already showed us the sort of magic he can pull off with the sidearm. This round, a massive swing round. And outside, Aurora, they want to push through. Kenzie gets one of the 9-10. Noi, he's walked straight through main and straight into Techno. That's 2 openers for Aurora. And 2 of your pistol players are the ones remaining.
And now Mazzinho is not going to be ready for this scaling out of Norway. Already in heaven. He's holding for this hell wrap, but your players on A are incredibly vulnerable. And that's one of your riflers, Senzu. He's got the M4.
He's just picked that one up off his teammate's body.
Oh, he's pushing.
Blitz is down, Zinio's down, and Senzu is down. 11 for Aurora, they take the lead. That was the forced buy from the Mongols. And losing it just like that gives Aurora the red carpet from that point.
Yeah, and the statement of intent always for the Mongols in that round is either playing for the victory or at the bare minimum playing for OT.
Here's the thing though, Blitz is a bit of a chess master, right? He's very good, right? And this is a bit of 3D chess. He wants to get as many reps in officials in Europe as possible. And obviously, You win this one, you're straight through the semis. If you lose it, you got more games tomorrow. So
yeah, I don't.
1,000 IQ play.
I don't think that's quite the mentality.
1,000
But
IQ play.
sure, we can frame it as that. I think what's actually been really high Q is this Aurora T side, because if you look on a macro level, they're actually doing the same.
This.
Fair enough. But on a macro level, Aurora are doing the same things round on round where it comes to the map control. But the variance has been which areas that they go for, whether it's ramp or whether it's an outside split in towards main, and the timings of them. In that previous, it was really aggressive in towards main. They weren't ready for it, Mongols, and they get caught off guard immediately. In the previous, where they go ramp in the mid round, they sped it up. They had more players there. 9-10 on the edge of the smoke. I thought was going to find Deco, but doesn't.
Oh, that was the kill that might have given them the way into this round.
I can't believe they forced this.
They've been very trigger happy on the purchases just throughout this map. A lot of rounds with 1 or 2 players rocking a pistol. Now Techno's position here with the 5-7 can do a lot of work. Ooh, result clear close. How fast is Techno? 30 seconds left. They're going to be hitting A. Techno, if he can get a kill, if he can get something on the swing, he does. And time's running out. They're going to have to drop vent, surely. Surely they have to. Techno picks up the AK, but can't get anything done. They're going on to A. And they managed to brute force their way in. 9-10 falling. That should be it. Blitz tries to push through the smoke, but it's not going to be. It's going to be map point and serious point in this best of one for Aurora.
Yeah, you got to give a lot of credit to Norway, not only in this round, but it just in sort of the last 4 or 5, because wherever Aurora are losing players, it's him that steps up in that mid round and makes sure that Aurora are getting things over the line. Normally it's Deco opening, and if things go a little bit awry, it's Norway just completely destroying them. So very impressed with the way that Aurora are playing, because it is very team-centric and a complete disparity of what we got in that first half. Fast play from Result as Mongols try and push and force the issue in towards ramp. Sure, Senzu's on top silo, but between him and Techno, they've got to find 4.
They just ran at them, and the blind spray from Result is enough.
That's the bomb.
Okay. Okay. Senzu with an MP9. The minigun in his hand, the bomb in his grasp, and the element of surprise on his side. But this would need to be something special to keep Mongols alive in this best of one, this winner's match in Group A. Keeps checking, see if they're coming. Slowly scale through the map. Trying to work out where he could be. There's not too many places. Lucky's about to find out exactly where Senzu is. That was the freebie. That was the low HP player, the bait, sent out for that first kill. Look at all the utility being dropped just to walk out. Oh, that was the moment. That was the timing. He's still able to turn and get the kill. Another player close by swings through. Senzu stays alive, eludes death, drops down the spare from the MP9. Almost another kill. But the HG gets away from it. Back to his MP9. 20 seconds left, surely. There's no way for Senzu in this round. A flash play through. Kenzie lies in wait on the other side. Now there's not a kit. He still hasn't pushed through the smoke, waits for it to fade. And a double up from Aurora. This one should be guaranteed. Surely there's no way that Senzu can make this happen. Lets them know he's still around. And he has no idea where this setup is. Norway's there to confirm it. And Aurora booked themselves a spot in the semi-finals.
Yeah, really well played from Aurora. The Mongols, it just felt like they weren't at the races. They started off that second half so strong. They prevented the Aurora team even having a shot in that second half for a while. But then once one fell, the dominoes all toppled. And it is Aurora that get that day off, which probably benefits them, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly, it's the team that comes in as an underdog, and they've shown that they can take the title. Perhaps let's see what the desk has to say.
I have to say that there is an Aurora player with 69 on his back, and he may be my new favorite player of all time, but there you go. They take it. They're going through to the semi-finals. Guaranteed spot there. They get tomorrow off, which is always fun, a chance to relax, and all it took was 2 best of ones. Easy day for them all the way through. Mongols, however, now dropped into the loser bracket of the competition. Possibly not what any of us were expecting. But we heard results say it early on. Alan, he said we've got their number, and it turns out that is the truth.
Yeah, absolutely. And as much as we criticize Aurora sometimes, their ceiling is there. We saw it in this game. They're just bulldozers. They're so hard to play against when they have that confidence. Or obviously against Falcons earlier. T-side didn't go their way, but in this map, they were just brilliant. So many opening kills, so difficult to play against them. And yeah, Mongols learnt the hard way what Aurora can do.
I love the fact that during the game, I was saying all these things to Alan, and he was just nodding his head, going, "Okay, so I'll tell you some of them." Where I said, "Mongols, their nuke looks better. We've seen that already. Aurora's CT side is fine, but I think Mongols has got it. Aurora's T side is lacking." Those are all the things I said, and this is why I am just a host and not an analyst. I should be fired. So we're just going to hand over to Mike because he's on the stage right now and he can do the job.
Well, I don't know if I can do all of our jobs, but I am getting tagged in a whole lot of them. I've got Narvi over here to talk about that one. I mean, that was a little bit of a nail-biter. Before we went live, you said you guys have gotten lucky today. That luck's got you a day off. That's got to feel good, right?
Yeah, we are lucky. That group is best of one.
Hey, you gotta win the matches that are in front of you. Talk to me about your opera. That dude, Deco, went above and beyond. Absolutely nuclear performance on Nuke. What does he bring to the table?
I think he just watched demo first time in 3 years, and after this he pop off.
So maybe some more demo watching in his future then?
Yeah, maybe after today he gonna watch demo more often.
Ah, there you go. Time to learn your lessons, eat your vegetables, watch your demos, right? Okay, so now what are you guys gonna do with the day off?
Practice, play Face It, play Prax. Maybe walk around. We don't know. We didn't expect to win today, 2 games.
Well, I'm just saying there's a nice lake right over that way. Might have to go for a dip. What do you think?
We're gonna try it.
I like it. I like it. Congratulations. Well-earned day off there. Congrats on a hell of a game. They're going to go for a dip, Sam. Back to you.
They're going for a little bit of a dip. I love the way, very honest, we weren't actually expecting to win both today.
No, neither did we.
Well, you both did. You both said Aurora stood a chance. I was the one that was...
There's standing a chance, Sam, and then there's beating both the teams they've beaten today. It wasn't expected. They certainly would have prepared to play best of 3s, but as mentioned, it does favor them best of 1s. It's a little bit funky. Teams have to grow into the games. But yeah, they'll take it. They're in the semis already, and yes, as he said, they get a whole day of practicing tomorrow now.
And of course, it's all thanks to Deco. He's coming up on your screens right now because apparently watching demos helps you play better, Sevenlicious.
Who could imagine? No, I'm very, very impressed by the way Aurora played, actually. Like, they were very proactive and also like very explosive. Something I would normally expect more from the Mongols, but they played super, super impressive.
What did you like about Deco, Alan?
He was everywhere. He was aggressive, he was passive, early round, late round. He was an absolute menace to play against in this one. And the other thing about Deco is his rifles are no joke. And obviously in the modern era, in CS2, with economy in the balance in so many of these rounds and these halves, you need to be versatile. Deco is that player. As mentioned, he might not always be the most consistent player. We know he might have some things outside of the game that holds him back. But today in the server, there is no doubt about it. He is the best player in this tournament at the moment after what we've seen today, Sam. And apparently he's watched some demos, so maybe he's learned something.
I love how honest they are in those interviews as well. What the hell? Just be like, well, he played well because he finally watched some demos. However, here's the thing. So if you're watching this and you are one of the teams that are still in ESL Challenger, and at some point you find yourself in the semi-finals against Aurora, there are specific plays that you can take a look at, Alan, and go, actually, there's some shaky issues here that we can exploit. I mean, we saw that early on.
Yeah, let's go all the way back to the start. Round 2, full eco from their opponents. Full eco, just bought a Deagle. And this round is going to go by the wayside, and we talk about it with Aurora. What holds them back against top teams is the fundamentals. And you don't lose a round like this if the communication's on point, if everyone's playing off each other, you're just playing the crossfires. This round was a little bit of a mess. They're a little bit all over the shop, and as mentioned, basically a full eco for their opponents. And even in winning, Sam, we can still see the cracks that maybe in the future, maybe against Complexity in a best of 3, those could be ripped open and cause some problems.
For sure, and that's the thing, Sevenlicious. I think that the Mongols struggled a little bit in a best of 1, but when it's a best of 3, it's a whole different ball game, right?
Yeah, definitely. B1 will always be in the favor of the team who's, what can I say, like less experienced, or whatever you can say. So I think in a BO3, definitely with these matches being shown, I think people will be more ready and also more prepared to play versus this team.
And this is the thing about Aurora. We spoke about their consistency at the start of the day, Alan. They are a little bit inconsistent, right? So we see that in the beginning of the game, but then towards the second half, suddenly we start to see more impressive plays from them, because this is what they do.
Yeah, let's look at round 15, because this round kind of encapsulates that second half, because the aggression coming out from this T side is wild. This one's more of a set call. Aurora's going to pop the inner sight. And Lackey, in-game leader, leads by example. He's always the one taking space. He'll find the entry, and the teammates come in behind it, round out the site. Now, the shocking part is the Mongols actually win this round, and it's because of Mazinho. Mazinho did everything in his power to keep his team in this game. Through the flame, Sam, he gets aggressive and does the impossible, but even despite Mazinho's heroics, the team wasn't here this time, and unfortunately, he wasn't enough.
So this is my thing, though, because from this round, it kind of encapsulates what I wanted to chat about. Is I'm actually not that worried that the Mongols lost. To be honest, I was like, oh, well, sucks for them into the lower bracket, but I'm not too worried about them leaving the competition, Seven Licious. I think that they are still the favorites to win it. They just got to fight through the loser bracket now.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. I really believe we will see the Mongols in the finals. And I think this is just going to be like, I wouldn't even say like a wake-up call, but just like, I don't know, get your shit together, go on to the next match for the Mongols. Because we all know they can play better. I didn't just see it this game.
Alan, agree
yeah,
with
I think the two teams that are upset about this are Complexity and Falcons. So Falcons now have to almost certainly play Mongols to make the playoffs, and then Complexity, they're likely going to win their group and then play them in the semi-finals. So it's caused havoc to the bracket, and our predictions are out the window, and I'm sure a lot of teams did not anticipate this to be the way everything went.
Ironically enough, not all predictions. I'm pretty sure before this I made a prediction that Aurora makes it to the semis. And then I said they were crashing out. So we'll have to see if I'm correct. But that's a conversation.
It's called hedging. It's called hedging. And you love
I just say the most random things, and 50% of the time it comes true. So there we go. That is how you get through life, right? But we do have another winners match on the way. This one, not necessarily the teams we thought. Ents coming in. I think everyone saw Complexity in this. But now, how do they face off against Glaive and his boys? We'll have to find out right after this.
Now tell me, how's I supposed to know she's a devil and you take her bait? Just when I'm good to go, that's when she's gonna make you wait. That's fine, I'll take it slow. That's when she's gonna make you chase. Burn by her fire, and all I know is she's a devil I can never control. Take pity on me. That woman's gonna steal my soul. Take pity on me. Just when I Take pity on me. She's a devil I can never control. Take pity on me. That woman's gonna steal my soul. Yeah, she is down. She's a devil I can never control. Take pity on me. That woman's gonna steal my soul. Take pity on me.
It's the arrival. I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since I old. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mindset. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe, I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say, you ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. You dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah. Get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
As I'm going to the cold now, I see you coming. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close. So get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, time's up. Better be ready, can't stop me now, no, 'cause here I come, here I come, here I come. Within the body of a woman lies the heart of a man. It's a feat of engineering you could never understand. So tell me all your secrets and I'll tell you all my lies. I've been walking with the angels, I've been talking in my sleep. An electric conversation, pins and needles in my feet. It's a full-on fascination with a twisted combination. We can catch the lightning. It's the perfect crime. Does it hurt so bad when we touch too much? Does it feel so good when we touch too much? You could follow every instinct, you could fight the best you can. It's not easy when you're dancing, holding someone else's hand. I've got nothing more to tell you, I got nothing more to say, no. We can catch the lightning. It's the perfect crime. Does it hurt so bad when we touch too much? Does it feel so good when we touch too much? Does it hurt so bad when we touch too much? Does it feel so good when we touch too much?
Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down, I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it, no problems. Let you in, but you out. Sing it, no problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. They're never gonna hold me down.
So the current state of our team is that we are brand new, I would say, because we just brought in 2 new guys. We picked these 2 guys because we felt like these guys are taking a lot of initiative and really vocal players, and this was something that we needed. We had too many players that wasn't that outspoken in game. So I'm looking forward to see what they can bring, especially for next season, but of course also for this tournament now. So it's a learning process for everyone, but we're trying to integrate them as fast as possible into our system. But we know also that it will take more time than just 1 week of practice. I think the most important part for us in Jönköping is that we are getting some confidence going into the player break. We don't want to just lose a lot like we did in Abu Dhabi and then go on vacation and hope that things will get better for next season. We want some kind of result that we can be proud of. This would help us a lot coming into next season and having something to build on and not having the feeling of we need to build everything from scratch again, right?
Incredible insight from Glaive there about this new ENT lineup, what they're planning, and also very honest in explaining that this is a long-term project. They're not expecting magic results today, but they are hoping that they can get some confidence as they move into the player break. But of course, in order to do that, they've got to beat the North American hopefuls, Complexity, a team that has been somewhat inconsistent and now desperately needs to get some wins under their belt going into the player break as well. So very different situations for both of these teams, but the same result is needed. They want to feel good before they go on holiday, because no one wants to lose and go on holiday 7-ish and have to think about that for a little while.
Yeah, no, then the holiday is not going to be as great. You want to feel rested, you want to feel proud of the season. So yeah, a win is definitely going to feel better as a player.
Of course, I mean, that's just how it goes, right? Obviously, we play competitive games, we want to win. But Alan, both of these teams, they've looked pretty good starting out the day. I don't think we've seen the best of either of them just yet, though.
We just haven't seen a lot of either of them, frankly, especially Complexity Alliance just weren't of that caliber. So this will be an interesting one from their angle to see if they're in tournament winning caliber form, as a lot of us feel they should be in contention for that, especially after seeing Mongols fall a little bit by the wayside. So yes, for me, I do think Complexity will win this tournament. I think they are the best team
Complexity
here.
the whole damn tournament?
Yeah, I do. I think I think they're just a better team than Mongols. As much as Mongols have a high ceiling and they've shown it, I think Complexity are a more rounded team.
Wow, right out there with the big guess. Okay, so let's go big picture real quick before we look at these two different teams and chat a little bit more about what you said. What type of Counter-Strike are you expecting from these two teams in this particular matchup?
I think Complexity should just play their game. I don't think they should do anything outlandish. I think a default way of playing Counter-Strike will be enough to beat ENCE, because ENCE are going to have holes. It's fundamentally just a fact of this team. They've on 4 days practice. It's a brand new side. Glaive says it himself that it's a work in progress. Complexity is the real deal and the finished product. And for me, that should be too hot to handle.
Okay, so the veto's up, and we see that they're going to be playing Dust 2, which is fascinating to me because now we've only seen Nuke and Dust 2. But here's my thing. Glaive has forgotten stuff about Dust 2. Some players are still learning. I feel like he could call a really good game on this map, and it is a best of one, so potential upsets. I was going to say potential upset potential, but that makes no sense, does it?
I mean, I feel like Dust 2 is a great map for ENCE in this situation, especially on T side, where you can go a lot on you can go on your spawns, you can play a lot depending on that. So I think it's a great map for them, actually. But
I do think actually with the previous lineup, the Polish team and Glaive, I actually really like their Dust 2. I think their CD side was aggressive and it made use of how you can push mid a lot as well. So I think Glaive will have a few tricks up his sleeve.
I think so, and we saw Complexity on Dust 2 as well, but to be fair, Alliance wasn't at the same level as ENCE's, even with this new lineup. So I'm curious as to how they're feeling going into this matchup.
I'm here with TC ahead of their game against ENCE. Tian, it's been a heck of a season. It's been some ups, it's been some downs. It's been a little bit of wild away. What lessons are you taking out of this season of Counter-Strike?
I mean, yes, plenty of lessons to take away. Like, we've obviously haven't been as consistent as we would have liked to be during the course of the season. I think a lot of it has been learning a bit about ourselves, pacing ourselves as well when we want to be putting in the extra time, and which tournaments we kind of want to prioritize. I mean, obviously at the end of the day, you want to be winning them all and always making playoffs and so on, but you also have a certain amount of energy to give, and also just figuring out how to use our system as efficiently as possible to distribute workloads, right? Like, I think that's pretty much what have been some of the biggest takeaways, yeah.
Good takeaways indeed. Now, this matchup, you have the prospect of having a day off. That always helps with workloads. It's ENCE on the other side. How do you rate them as an opponent?
Yeah, I mean, they're fairly new, right? They got 2 new players like a couple of weeks ago. I believe when they were at Yala Compass, where we were as well, when was it, last week, they only had 2 days of prac or something like that heading into the tournament. I know they had actually paid for earlier flights back so that they could come and practice and prepare for this event. So, I mean, obviously, any of the data that we have on them, any of the matches that we've looked at, I'm sure they've added to that because they have had very limited time to practice. So, I mean, yeah, it will be interesting to see how they play the 2 new guys. Potty's pretty good. He came from the academy team. Watched him play for quite a while ago, so he's pretty good. Sunda Young, obviously very good. So it'll be interesting to see what they bring to this team. I mean, we obviously rate them. I think they're a pretty good opponent, but fancy our chances here. Like, we should be the more experienced team with a deeper playbook.
All right, we'll see how it goes. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
So, I mean, straight up, I think if this was a best of 3, Complexity has it in the bag. But I do think with a best of 1, there is a chance, especially when you've got the firepower of SDY in your corner, that ENCE could take it. But when we take a look at this lineup, what do they bring to the table that could benefit them in the game?
I'm intrigued to see where that map was at, Sam, because I'm stunned it's gone to Dust 2 again. Clearly something is indicating to this team that Dust 2 should be a mainstay. But in terms of the individuals, we'll speak about him a bit more later, but Elige has just been phenomenal the last few months. Even if the team has had some issues in some of their tournaments, he's in position to be a star. He has been. Hulzerk again, we spoke about him a bit earlier too. He's in pretty good form at the moment, so I think as a team, it's not perfect for Complexity, but I know certain pieces are going to arrive. And again, I think that's going to be enough in this matchup.
Sevenicious, for you, your favorite thing about Complexity?
I think Elige as a player, very inspiring and just really like a legend in the scene. And it's always fun watching their games.
For sure. So it is going to be one of those maps where we're not actually 100% sure what we can expect from Complexity. So that means that neither is ENCE. Not a lot of prep that you can do coming into this.
No, but equally, ENCE themselves, you're not wasting any time on your opponents when you've got to figure yourself out, I think. So if I'm ENCE, I'm using any time I have to watch my own games and make changes. That's how they should focus between these series. Certainly prepping for a team like Complexity, there is plenty of plenty of data if they wanted to lean that way. But again, I think Ents have a lot of themselves to work on at the moment.
Let's find out if that is the case and if they're just focusing on, I bet you they say it, playing your own game when
no
they
doubt.
chatted to Mike.
I'm here with Kuben, ahead of Ents' game up against Complexity. Now, you were just talking before, you didn't actually expect to win that first match, did you?
Yeah, last season, I mean, this season, every event we have lost all the first games. So now we are a bit of surprised and confused, like how should we approach the second game, because usually it was win or die and be out. So yeah, we're going to enjoy it a bit more, I think.
I think so. Now it's win and have a day off, which is always a little bit of a nicer prospect. It's Complexity on the other side. They're a team that's had some ups and downs as well. New roster for you guys. What do you think? What do you think of Complexity?
That's true. I think they bumped out of the group stage twice, last two events, and even though we didn't perform well at Yala Compass, we just had 2 days of practice before. But once we get out of the tournament, we decided to use the prize money to cover the cost of the flights back to Finland, and we just practiced 3 more days because otherwise we wouldn't have practiced any. So yeah, definitely we built a bit more fundamentals for another 3 days of practice. So far we played 5 days, right? And now we're gonna play the map which we have played already officially. So they have some knowledge about how we can play, but definitely we'll try to use the momentum and a little bit of confidence we gained in the first match today.
I'm excited to see how it goes. Good luck, man.
This is the second team today who's gone, well, we actually didn't expect to win. What the hell is they're lying, right? No one goes into a game expecting not to win.
No, I would say, like, as a player, you always expect to win. You don't join a game and don't think you're gonna win, but they maybe weren't be like, okay, we are the underdog sort of mentality, maybe, I would say.
I like the idea that they invested in themselves, Alan, where they said, you heard there from the coach, we took the prize money and used that to pay for the tickets to go back. We literally went, hey, you know what we're going to do? We're actually going to invest this in getting to know one another so that we can put up a better performance. You don't hear that often.
Yeah, I mean, we heard it from Glaive as well earlier on. The focus is the long-term prospect for this team to build up into this tournament, to have a good tournament, to try out these roles, to try out these new rounds and ideas he has to implement in the game. So, yeah, clearly they prioritize getting some practice in. It's still not a great deal. At best, it's getting the basics down is what they've tried to do. But at least that will give them the opportunity to reflect on this event afterwards and say what did and didn't work versus just playing very loose, scrappy Counter-Strike, which they almost certainly would have without that extra practice.
Interestingly enough, today, obviously the 2 new additions to the team. In the first game, we saw both of them had really good performances. So could we argue that they're starting to gel well, if that's the case?
Yeah, I was very surprised by their how they played. They were playing really good, especially Puddy, who I was speaking about earlier. I was very surprised about him, and I think it's very important. Even the coach said that to take that confidence into this game because it's gonna work.
Is confidence enough to beat Complexity? We talk a lot about Glaive and his experience, but on the side of Complexity, you've obviously got the Bald Eagle himself. He comes with a ton of experience as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Elige has been in many a game and has beaten many an opponent. He'll be very hard to topple. In this one, he'll be the player to watch, obviously, for Complexity. I'm looking at Poddy on the other side because we speak about that jump up to the top professional level, especially as an AWPer. You're going to be meeting a lot more U2 or a lot better structured Counter-Strike than you would at lower levels. So this, for me, up against Complexity, will be a real great test of Poddy and how well he's adjusted to this level of play. And if he can take it to Complexity, this kid is the real deal.
Okay, Alan, so curveball question for you, because we see Elige smiling on screen here. I would argue that Complexity, we talk about their inconsistency. I feel like Complexity plays badly when that guy looks miserable. The moment Elige is happy, they just seem to play better. But can you rely on the emotions of one player as the driving force of this team?
You shouldn't be. Elige, though, is given resources, is given that space. He's actually said in interviews that the team accepts that he's going to have off games. The team accepts that he's going to have some problems because his upside is enormous. So maybe it's not an ideal situation, but for Complexity in the here and now to beat good teams, it's definitely the best way to lean because nobody on that team can do what Elige can do on the server.
Sevenlicious, do you think that the rest of the players have figured out how to handle that, though? I mean, is that something that comes with playing at that level?
Yeah, definitely. I think the rest of the players, like if they realize maybe Leash isn't on their top of the game or is like, I don't know, getting angry or whatever, I think they have like things to help him because yeah, that's how you deal with that kind of player, like a player that's like really, really on the top and the X factor for the team. Like you do whatever it takes to help him.
It does help on the other side that they have the happiest, smiliest coach we've ever seen, right? I've known TC since he was a kid, and that guy is never unhappy about anything. Or if he is, he just never shows it. So that helps.
Yeah, I mean the combination him and JT is a backbone to this team. That element and Delige is complexity for me. That is the team here. Of course, playing through their various iterations, Cloud9 and all that jazz into this team. They've done great work. He calls good Counter-Strike. He has a defined style, and yeah, as said before, I think he will win this tournament calling some good Counter-Strike.
Well, there you go. Our analysts have had their say, and now it's time for us to head into game. Lucy, B-Dog, do you agree? Complexity to win the whole damn thing?
Well, I've already said that I'm kind of backing Mongols in their corner. I can't really abandon them at this point. I don't know, Brandon, what's your thoughts?
I said in the taxi on the way up here, I think Complexity are going to win the event.
Okay.
So I'm with Alan. I will side with him. I'll give him some props. I do agree. I think what's interesting about this, especially on Dust 2, is that Pody, when he played against Heroic at Yellow Compass, top of the board, outstanding. Hulzerk against Alliance, sure, it was a 13-2 blowout. He was still top of the board. And they kind of said, look, I really think Complexity can do it here, but I'm all for ENCE and this underdog run. I'm all for them kind of feeling confident after that MIBR win. And it was that T side that was so exceptional on Nuke. They won that entire half out dropping a single round. And that's hard to do on T side Nuke. T side Dust 2, you just play your spawns. That's easier, right?
Yeah, double Ds for Complexity, double back-to-back Dust 2s, which is a crazy kind of move coming into this event, a map that we haven't had a lot of reps for this team, but it goes the other side as well. You talk about Pody, he did play Heroic on that map, performed really well, but he does not have a lot of officials on Dust 2 under his belt, right? 2 way back in the day on some of his earlier squads in Finnish cores, and then 2 under this new ENCE banner, but that's it.
I was going to say, like, when Pody's been playing, I think throughout ENCE Academy, I think he might have played it maybe a handful of times, but aside from that, it's not been in the map pool whilst he's been performing professionally. So that then comes into it because you've got all these guys before him where they've got the age, where they've got the reps, they've been playing Dust 2 for yonks at a professional level. They understand how it kind of works. And that's a lot of, sure, pressure to put on this guy's shoulders, but at the same time, everyone is familiar with this map. Everyone knows how it works. It's an AWPer's paradise, surely, for Pody.
Well, will it be the young gun of Pody, or will it be the Glizzy Guzzler of Hulzerk, as he posted
He tweeted
on Twitter?
that.
Glizzy Guzzler.
He really is an American,
I almost choked on that one. Bit early for Goofy. Ooh, this is cheeky. This is fun. I like this. Goofy's in the smoke. He's, seeing them on the other side. Well, not seeing them at all. Running into each other. Bodies. Okay, he's been spotted by Hulzerk. Takes a bite out of both those dogs. That's 2 opening kills. And the bomb planted for ENCE.
There's no utility here. That's the danger here for Complexity. They have got the numbers, though, and they're just going to overwhelm, running at them on this site immediately. But it's Kyler that gets the first on Floppy. Complexity are closing in, though, and it's that long range of JT. Glaive, the experience, thrown into this 1-on-2. Bomb needs to be stuck. There's no kit.
Yeah, dude, the Glock, though, at this range against USPs. Has to get past the first play before he can even stop the defuse. Finds the kill, needs the headshot. It's connecting. Glaive clutched it up. A 4K for him.
Yeah, that's sloppy, though, from Complexity, really. You're playing body block, but at the same time, there's enough time. There's enough time to try and take that fight at the first instance. Instead, they stick to that 10 seconds. It doesn't go to plan, and Glaive is able to overwhelm. But there's good things that we're seeing here from Complexity. Being aware of this weird play, because JT, I think, headbutts in the smoke with Goofy, but at the same time, rushing, forcing the issue. It doesn't matter, the IGL's on form.
Glaive always known to be a bit of a fragger. Shows how it's done with the Glock. And at that range, which is phenomenal. Cole be feeling a little hard done by. But I like this. They force into this round and they get the MP9s out. So they take the control in towards the B tunnels early. The sort of engagement with the MP9s at close range can still do some damage. Whereas long, it's going to be hard to get those close distances. You got to play around the smokes and rely a lot more on Hulzerk.
Yeah, but he can take the contact, and there'll come a point where Complexity will look to take space in towards mid and short, and suddenly you can then just over-rotate on the site. And there is Hulzerk just having a pop, but not finding anything. Only damage going his way. The longer Grim sits in towards lower, the more powerful his position is going to become.
Might become very powerful right now. Yeah! Oh, Grim! That one is Grim. That's okay. Legion Floppy recover, and that's the bomb in their hands. JT needs to pick up this rifle. Goofy flanking through lower from behind. Needs to try and step in. SDY wins out the engagement. JT incredibly low. Don't fancy his chances in this position. Going to be hounded from short. The bomb collected, going straight to B. So can no longer guard and deny that going down. And SDY creeping around, not quite going to spot him. JT does skirt past and maybe can save the Galil. That one almost gets out of hand.
It'll be a good save as well, because that means he can drop the Galil or he can drop a Deagle. More importantly, it's just two weapons. I don't think he is. I think you're right. I feel like they're going to try it and trap him in. The walls are already closing, especially with Glaven towards CT spawn. But
that's awkward for Grim, though, isn't it?
Well, he just needs to get the kill. Like,
yeah.
let's be real. Like, that was not a hard kill to grab. He just couldn't collect
He got
it.
trigger happy, I feel. Like, he didn't take that moment. I think even seeing, like, the way Kyler ascended onto Xbox there, he wasn't looking at him at all. Like, the time was there, but Grim just felt, I've got to pounce right now. The spin. And he falls. So the full spy doesn't collect for Complexity.
What a storyline this would be, because in effect, we've got, if ENCE wins this best of one, I'm looking ahead, but I'm trying to storyline here, guys, trying to set the narrative. It would be really proving the value of best of ones to underdog teams, because Aurora beating Falcons and the Mongols semi-finals. If ENCE beat Complexity and MIBR, they're hard best of ones to get by, but it means that they're in the semi-finals.
Yeah, ENCE, the whole teams, this team that has only just come together as this 5 in the last week or two. Barely any prac time. Kyler gets one and information. He is in trouble and is going to be found, deleted. And Hulzerk gets a dink, but that's always going to be allowed. So they get past the pistols with ease.
Yeah, and this is no alliance. It's going to be a much more difficult game for the likes of Complexity. And of course, it is that CT side. You need to just set yourselves up with just a few rounds, but the D2 is very attack heavy. It's very much in favor of this T side because you can pull the rotates, and also when you execute, it can be a little bit overwhelming at times. I think what's good is we've had sort of 3 rounds of play. Everyone is contributing. And now the acceleration has changed. Floppy needs to hold on and gets undone by the MAC-10s. There's so much util damage being applied, but ENCE don't care.
All right, Hulzerk gets one back from long range through the doors onto Goofy, but...
Doesn't matter, they're saving.
Yeah, that's it anyway. As soon as B's gone... I don't want to kind of jump on anyone, but it's a bit wild from Floppy to play the close position on the first gun round with the M4A4 when, you know, ENCE have got a MAC-10 in the mix. You know, there's a good chance of something pacey coming out. Gets just overwhelmed by Goofy flying around that corner.
It's not only that, it's the fact that he is currently solo, anchoring down that bomb site. It's not like he can tuck away and wait for the rotates. He's in a very committed spot.
Yeah,
there.
even like Car, right? You've at least got some room to move with while that rotation comes from mid. Well, that one's over quickly.
But again, you got to really credit Glaive, because that's just a fast play. You know they're going to be investing into that round. You know the guns are going to all be in play. And you just take your spawns. Dust 2, the only map in the active pool right now where spawns are changing consistently. It isn't the same set 5. So you can have these spawns for B, and you can just prey on Complexity's downfall with that if you're that T side, because you will get there faster.
You know what would make Dust 2 better?
Just removing it.
Yes, but I think if you always had the furthest forward B and furthest forward A spawn, like 2 of your players guarantee those spots, I think that would be a cool change to it. The rest can be random.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm just not a fan. I'm not a fan of the fact that we've got fixed spawns for every map and they haven't got fixed spawns for this.
No, I agree. I agree. Boo to spawn-based Counter-Strike.
and then you've seen the aggression, and now you slow things down. You've got an extremity player for Ents, and now you're just taking the guts of the map. They've got really good space here.
Yeah, and you know 2 players had to drop rifles, so you know just in general it's going to be a bit of a limitation in terms of the utility. So you just waste the clock down, let them use up those smokes mollies. You can retake that ground later.
The thing is as well with the CT side of Dust too, is it sometimes feels like you're going for these time-ins or at random moments to try and gain information, try and get control back. The obvious one when you take a look at this round is either JT pushing his smoke, which he won't do. So now you're looking at Grim on the long outskirts. You're just praying for some form of information. It comes with a blow on the smoke here for Floppy as he drops his nade in, but he doesn't see anything. So now this resmoke, it does come in towards upper at a really good time, but for Ents, they might just execute through it anyway.
Because what sort of execute is this? It's 2 flashes and 2 mollies. There's not a smoke left. They drop one towards the lurk, one in mid. They're just going to have to run straight in.
They're really hoping that Kyler can deal with these rotates then to isolate these fights on the site.
3 players go into the 2 on site. Can JT and Floppy hold? Elige gets one on the lurk. JT doubles up. They do take him down. Floppy as well fell, but Elige in middle can't convert the spray. But Holzak hits his shot through the doors, and that was enough. They drop the bomb. Goofy on the lurk, can't do a thing.
And I tell you what, it might have to be these spawn-based plays coming out of Ents a lot more in this event in particular because of the lack of practice. Because we just saw it completely fall apart in that mid-round.
But if Holzak didn't hit that shot, right, which is from CT spawn through the doors on B, a hard shot, he doesn't hit that. The bomb gets planted, and you got Goofy in mid for a perfect post plant.
Yes, but at the same time, it didn't happen that way.
No, it didn't happen.
They got the kill.
That's just speaking to the margins.
True.
Holzak saves the round, and Elige opens up with an aggressive push onto Glaive.
I'll see you later. Heaviest hitter for Ents, in fact, in Glaive being dropped. He sometimes just has these pop-off moments against the top teams in Counter-Strike. We saw it when they actually played against Astralis, and he was just out for revenge, destroying them. Putting up similar numbers here. JT, the counterpart on the other side, also having a brilliant game. This nade is going to blow the smoke, but Kyler's already over. But that one step means that Grim is a well-placed microphone in the round.
Yeah, Kyler's kind of stuck now on ramp, and he's going to have a little bit of a nosy forward. Can't get past Grim. Nice little headshot angle. Kyler had to force the fight he felt after making that sound cue. So now all the ground you've scored is T-spawn and long. Cody's AWP. Going to be praying for something, but if you're Complexity, you're not going to peek into long. You're not going to give him that fight.
This is a really cool mid-round because they dropped to smoke in towards top mid, really deep, to get Holzak back on the line to isolate this fight over at top mid, and then Elige can step in from short, which meant all your long players could just focus over at long, and then JT was always that second entry to try and support either mid or short. Goofy's now trying to step in Kyler's shoes, but this isn't going to go well for him. Grim's moved to a different headshot angle.
Yeah, this round is like, Goofy, if you can get the 2 kills on site,
okay.
That's 1, that's 2. Oh, the Molly doesn't throw it to Gandalf.
He's aware.
But he's found him. Elige takes a couple of shots. Goofy's doing everything. Can't finish the job onto either, and time is running out. But if he can get the bomb down, Pody has the line, but Elige has the kill. And Purdy just has to run, has to save.
That's so close. That's so close. That literally is so goofy that it even worked in the first place. But he is finding so much damage. Those two should have been kills.
If he'd thrown the molly onto Gandalf.
It's those fine margins again, but it's Complexity that are just bringing it forward. And here there's so many different sort of poking and prodding maneuvers. Elige at the first instance and then re-engages in towards short because Holzak's reset on the line.
I really like the very fast rotation into CT as well, and those players down there revealing themselves so that Goofy doesn't feel safe to swing onto Gandalf and Elige. Forces him to play more defensively, and Elige able to capitalize on that, but almost slips out of their grasp, but it was a walk-in round.
It's one of those where you're going to have the individuals of Ents overperform and find these multi-kills. We've already seen it in that instance there. But for Complexity, you're going to have this experience that Des was talking about. You're going to have all of these different variations that you're going to pull out at any given moment. And that makes the default really uncomfortable when you've got a lack of playing time in the server together for Ents. So now you look to the output. Now you look to someone like an SDY. Now you look to Glaive to see if he can continue to perform. Pody's boost nets nothing. They don't even know if they saw Floppy cross.
Goofy. Oh! Okay. USP can't get it done. HE not going to either. Poppy does catch the lurking Kyla. So it does favor Complexity, despite that opening kill not going their way.
That's a lot of util been used as well. Take a look at this. Grim is the only one with a full belt. There are no smokes left apart from the ones in Grim's pocket.
Eyes on both sides of the server. Pody's going to go searching, going to go hunting. Doesn't clear deeper. So Grim remains unchecked. And that smoke fading. There's no further way to flank mid to be. Goofy might just post up and kind of, again, be that late lurk, try and catch off the rotations through CT while they just hit as 3 into this bomb site.
Yeah, you can't go anywhere else but B, potentially, because of the lack of utility. But that smoke thrown in their face towards top tons is going to completely change their direction. And now with Goofy's space, he has to sort of be that player. But no, instead, Ents with 30 seconds, they keep changing their mind. This feels horrible. This feels so uncomfortable.
Well, but the bomb's going into short, so...
The fake in the mid to B and then the commitment.
Yeah, okay, let's see how it works out. Horslek just has the perfect spot at car. Going to be distracted by the CT players. And I guess they wanted to see where they would get the kill. But instead, they're the ones that give it up. They could... Well, they have to try going to B. There's 10 seconds left. There's just no time. Grim, at the back of the side, he's going to win it right here, right now. Never known. And again, time, the biggest enemy of Ents. One player trying to survive, and he just about does.
That's so chaotic. Again, you got 20 seconds left. Goofy's the one that actually takes the first piece of contact out in towards middle. And he wins out those 2 fights. I think the word Cuban used was unexpected. That is an unexpected moment there in that round. The fact that he finds 2 openers towards A, but they don't have enough time, which means they need to just commit in towards that B site.
That's crazy. There are 2 players go up short, 2 in mid, and they just go, all right, we'll see if we get a kill, and then we'll just go. I guess when you don't have the utility, you kind of do just have to search for a kill and find that opening yourselves. All right, 100% successful. Let me give you the T. Holzek's 1 for 1. Pody, 0 for 0. So, Pody's technically winning the opening duel battle. However, Holzek has many more kills. 6 right now, Pody 3. And Holzek hit the one that won that round.
Glaive said the most important thing in the interview to me, which is really interesting. And he said that we needed more voices in our team. In this T-Vin period, there's going to be a lot of voices contributing, which is why the mid-rounds might look so muddled as well. This one starts out as you expect. It is a force buy, but it's Grim on the angle in towards long. He dispatches of 1. And they just rotating the guns out to make sure that Ents can't upgrade.
Yeah, yoink away that M4 that was saved. Goofy goes for a look. Feels a bit silly when it's not there. Beat for free for Glaive. So that's a kill that is a bit odd to get back. I don't know. I suppose Elish was meant to be covering for him, and it just timing didn't quite work out with the smoke and distraction. So there's an upgrade for Glaive.
Oh, Elish hanging around here.
Gets dinked. You've given them an opportunity. Play is low though, and Goofy just has the deagle. Imagine, yeah, some guns get juggled around. AK here, guys. Goofy can grab it. JT is going to need to do everything. Sits back, a nice off angle, and he's going to peek. Going to see a lot of players. Gets 1 onto Kyla. He needs more. He's running out of bullets. 4 in the chamber. Has the support. It's arrived. Holzek slips into window. And again, time. Time is a massive issue for Ents. Less than 20 seconds. You got to make a call. And again, an individual lost in middle. Has to be up too short. Grim is here, and Grim runs them down.
Yeah, that's nice. That's really well done from Complexity. Ents keep trying to change the direction of where they're going in the last sort of 30, 20 seconds. And this round, they've already adjusted here, Complexity. Grim has been on that angle, holding short for at least 35 seconds. They know exactly what's up. Even when JT takes the contact, he doesn't move a muscle.
It's a tough spot for Grim, though, in Elevator there, because, like, you know, you lose one of those fights, you go down. The bomb can be planted, but I suppose it's always going to be favorable. Unless he doesn't get anything.
Yeah, but also, you will not expect him in that angle.
True.
You're always going to be looking at the pixel headshot lines in site itself, at ramp, and also potentially Goose. There's no way you're considering an elevator when you're first going around that corner, so he was in the perfect spot. I also think where Complexity know the buy is just weaker anyway, and kind of take those risks of being more in the open, but as you said, they are risks.
Yeah, I felt like he must have been kind of mid-rotation to B because of the contact and then just couldn't get back around to ramp. So he's like, well, this is a decent position anyway. I just need to get one and I've done my job with this time left. It's a nice round from Grim. Yeah, Floppy gets a little caught out there.
I think, yeah, as you were saying, sort of in the play-by-play, Elige, it felt like he would at least hear them walking in, but he didn't. And that was the force. So suddenly you're on a very similar buy. JT spots them scaling in towards mid. This feels like a faster play to try and take short. And they are up there with the bomb.
Very fast. The Deagle leading the charge. Hulzek easily wins out that engagement. Now Liege wants peace. But ends aren't going to commit further. Small bit of utility for Glaive. This one smoke. Ooh. That one grazes Goofy. Lucky it bounced a little bit, or that could have just been his demise right there, right then. Okay, Alicia's just going to walk in. Oh, Brody's going to drive by, but JT was there to support. That's the bomb in mid doors. Goofy's in CT spawn, and they know. So Goofy, good luck, my friend. Gonna need it. Kyla with the Deagle. Not much he can get done. JT's going to bait in Grim. Even Floppy's going to walk over, so no further damage inflicted. Complexity take the lead.
That's twice now Elige's been caught by those doors completely on his own. Sure, JT was there to trade in this round, but that has happened probably one too many times already for Elige and Complexity's liking. So that's something that needs to be considered moving forward. For Complexity, just sort of in their default, but also something that Ents could potentially exploit. Because when they've tried to go long together as a pack, they've been undone. When they tried to go anywhere as a pack, they've been undone. So it's been these individual efforts from Ents that they've been trying to just sort of spread over the map and try and catch off these players on the extremity. But there's your difference. Pody doesn't take this fight in towards mid. He gets the long spawn and he finds one. Hulzek can't trade, but he knows SDY is invested very deep into mid.
On the angle, and he tries to jump out or peek up. So SDY is kind of stuck here at the moment.
But it means that Hulzek is stuck as well, because he has to hold the angle the entire time.
Does get the tag on SDY. So good damage. Elise tries to push through long. And Kyla lies in wait. 2 opening kills. Glaive might even get a third here as JT comes around the corner. That one's easy as you like. Goofy gets the aggressive Floppy. Ends up to get in the opener. Just sit and wait for the aggression of Complexity, and they are rewarded.
It's too basic. It's too basic for Complexity in this round because, sure, you can think of the Elige one. You go, okay, that makes sense. You try and get a kill elsewhere. Hulzek is locked into the angle, so it needs to be a rifle that's flexible. But then everyone just goes one by one. Nice shot, but the trades are going to be immediate. A little bit of damage here and there for Hulzek, but those kills are inconsequential.
All starts with the spawn for Pody Long. Gets his shot. Yup. Much better than the M4 he took there last time he had that spawn. That's what you want to see. Pody taking these opening duels and winning them out. Get him involved early. Wow.
Damn.
Can't stop the flop.
I don't know. He's been stopped recently. I feel like his form has taken a little bit of a downward trend. When you talked about Complexity, especially towards maybe sort of January of this year, you spoke more about him and Elige, but now it's sort of Grim, Hulzek entering the conversation. I think for Complexity fans, they're hoping that no one can stop the flop. Because if he finds form, this team is going to be undeniable.
Yeah, I'm really glad that Holzek has kind of signed this contract with them again to stay with the team, because his form has certainly increased in this year. Uh-oh, Goofy. Trying to edge it. It might not be the climax he's looking for. Blown and destroyed. So that's Complexity resting that opening kill. There's a lot of players committed, but ENCE, they get to exploit this gap, but they might just walk through contact. JT with the 5-7, not the weapon for the job. And mid to B would do wonders. Holzek's alone on B with that AWP, and JT falls.
The issue is, with that kill, Kylo can threaten mid to B, and they should go on it. I'm really glad that they are. Holzek, though, has got the AWP, but he misses the shot. We'll bag him through the doors. That's ridiculous. But they know he's also tagged, so Kylo will go investigate. We'll drop the utility. Bomb's still not yet committed here. But if Kylo confirms the kill, that surely should be it. They are battling. They're biffing in towards mid. And Kylo's actually fallen, so now Holzek's got space. ENCE just need to go to a site together. Come on, guys.
They just committed B. They didn't realize. They see the AWP there, and they assume there's a supporting rifler.
Oh, they're boosted up. This is scary. They've made it. Okay, Elijah's got behind that smoke.
9 bullets in such a committed position, but it's Elige. And of all the players you want in this spot, he's your man.
Surely you don't clear this.
Floppy takes contact at long. Elige swings, runs out of bullets. Up against the AWP, though, the USP. It might be enough time. Again, an issue. The bomb's in short. They can't deal with Elige, and he's done enough. The USP with the follow-up kill. Glaive has to run away again. ENCE leave it too late. And it all falls apart.
I cut myself off. I cut myself off in this round because Kylo got the kill on JT, and I was worried because it looked like they were going to reposture towards short anyway. And then they thought about going mid to B. They took contact with Holzek, and they decided, actually, you know what? I'm not going to do that. But by wasting that amount of time, and with everyone being in towards the mid doors, you lose so much space. Because if there's another player on B for Holzek, you can walk tunnels, and you're going to get wrapped. The player's out long. You've got no info. They could have pushed, and they could have flanked you in top mid. There's so many possibilities running through ENCE's head, and all they needed to do was go together. There's that second AWP on Elige, but it's JT that takes the brunt of the damage.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll swap it around. Maybe not.
Nah, JT won't.
Elige just had a taste of the AWP, and he's like, well, you know what? It's pretty tasty. Interesting flash play. Grim avoids it. He's been doing wonders out long. 2 rounds in a row where he's gotten that first kill. Keeps it under lock and key. Holzek hits his on the line, can fall back. There's alert going on at B. Floppy caught Kyla last time, and though JT gets sold down the river, it's all good.
Here's what I'm talking about from the round before, right? Where you've got only info in mid. ENCE need to commit into a play, and they will. But at the same time, JT has fallen, but it's Grim that's pushed long. And Holzek's the only one on the angle right now at A. There's no util to get them over. So Pody has to be the one to take contact.
There's no way you can get past Holzek here, yeah. Not without util, not without a flashbang to force him back. There's one thrown back the other way. Pody has got a lot of space to work with. But he walks straight into Holzek, who hits his shot and leads Complexity to a 7-5 half.
I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on a Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Otto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out and flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. I gotta get it, don't mindset. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe, I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say, if you ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste, can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they was scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
Taking my pain away, nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in.
You can see the value of a pistol round, and ENT grabbed theirs, and suddenly we got off to a 4-0 start, but it's the gun rounds that were eluding them. What a difference a pistol could make. Complexity out long, but ENT, there's two here, ready and waiting to receive, and maybe all you need is Goofy. 3 kills immediately, SDY steps in for another, and Elige is left completely on his own.
Well, that's one way to kick off the second half. Goofy, what a hold towards long. Grim strafes around the door, but it matters not. Goofy, headshot after headshot. A blistering start to this half. And honestly, fans, I know the scoreline doesn't favor them, but I know those gun rounds didn't go the best for them. But considering what this team's been working with, considering that the small amount of time they've had, there's only a few micro errors kind of in the decision making there. You know, some of the points where they could have gone as a group, could have committed to a fight. You can see the promise of this team. And looking to maybe deliver on it sooner than many would have thought. Holzek has the hero scout, so he'll be happy to rock that one into 2 rounds. Goofy, he wants some more kills. Got a taste for blood in the last round. Purdy with a double with the MP9. So happy days for ENT as they don't lose a player.
Yeah, very clean. Holzek the only one to really invest, though. Probably goes for another scout, and everyone else just gets on the rifles. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. And sure, look, it is details when it comes to the decision making for ENT, and it definitely shows the teething troubles, but they were major errors. And especially when you're playing a lot more reactive on that CT side, that can really creep in and get a little bit dangerous. So I like this decision here to get aggressive, to take space early, because then you're guaranteeing, okay, well, sure, it's probably going to be this long hit. Complexity got the space, though, and SDY has fallen. That makes things complicated.
Where did Glaive take the damage from? Is that a teammate's grenade or his grenade? I'm not sure, but Purdy going for the flash play. Sprays, and it's only a little bit of damage done. Kyla not going to spot that leg.
Ooh, Holzek's heard them all rotate away, though. And look at Glaive on the flank instead. Elige will deal with him. It was that nade from Goofy that does the damage. And suddenly you're in a 4-on-2. The bomb site belongs to Complexity. This is a really tricky retake if you even want to go for it. And now it's just Kyla.
Well, he just got Eliged. Fluffy closes it. Well, that one starts with a self-grenade and doesn't get much better from there on out. Bit of pace towards long. Elige on the T side is an absolute menace. Was having some struggles, it felt like, on the CT side when it came to the fights in mid, but an AK in his hands. Oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. What can he do? Oh my. Now you gotta fight him out long. He's going fast, he's blinded, and he's continuing to scale. Kyla spraying with that MP9, gets Hulzak, but Elige is still here, still shooting. JT to support.
This is what you're going to get out of your Complexity T side, Lucy. This is what's going to happen. They're just going to try and brute force. Pody is now trying to flank here, but you've already got Floppy holding. Floppy is the master at just holding for these lurk plays. However, Pody on this angle, you might not expect him if you're Floppy. And no, he's not.
And now Pody can just post here, but I feel like he wants to get the AWP involved, right? You feel like you need to be present when this hit comes.
You know the acceleration is now going to come over here. You've seen the AWP up top mid. He's not going to go for that flank, so you need to make sure if you're Complexity to get on the site. Boost up is great, though, but Grim deals with the AWP, and Grim deals with SDY.
Straight to the graveyard for Pody and SDY, as well as the chances for ends in this round. Pody with that flank felt like that was it. He was going to get back into short, be in the perfect position, but he loses out to Grim. 2 players so low. That one came very close. The ideas were all there for ends. It felt like the setup was perfect.
I'll tell you what happened, though, is that Pody's actually gone for like a Hades-esque play. Because when you watch Hades, when you just see him and what he brought to this Ents team, it was aggressiveness in that AWP pin. It was also a lot of numbers. And now you replace him, you feel like you need something different, you go in a different direction. That's what the Ents Academy team is there for. So Pody gets promoted, also stood in with the main team a little bit before the entire roster shuffles were made. And he's made sort of like that hero aggressive play, and that shows a lot of confidence. It also shows forward thinking and the trust in Ents to allow him to just push top mid with this AWP. And that's exactly what the team needs, and it's in moments like this, it's in maps where Grim is just destroying you, but you can get these reps, you can get this experience, and you can get the belief from your team if you are making these plays.
That's 2 rounds in a row where I've just watched a Complexity Rifler look like a robot. Like, the taps from Elige, and then Grim on that 75-degree perfect swivel.
Bald buff.
Yeah. Baldy's got it done. Pody gets it done out long though. Elige removed. Pody on the move.
It's another one of those situations where you lose your only player on an extremity, and the only control you've got is in towards tunnels, which means you need to duel, which means you're going into this setup. You're not ready for Glaive, and Kyla strikes from down low. This is all falling apart for Cole. Hulzak hits 1. Grim's trying to go over the top, but maybe all you need is Hulzak. He doubles down. Molly can now be put forward, and now you've got to retake the most difficult site in the game.
Pody's closed doors. The smoke is deep. But a re-smoke lands at his feet, but it's all on Hulzak. Will have to be the ace clutch, and Pody pushes through the doors. And AWP was all they brought into this round, a couple of pistols around it. And that's all they needed.
And it's because Complexity didn't have any map control. As soon as Pody gets aggressive, pushes Elige off that line, the only space they've got is in towards tunnels. So you have to go B.
Really nice setup with the PT50 and the 5.7 as well. The layering, one close to the stack on the lower level and then up on top with the 5.7. PT50 takes first contact and kind of just jiggles the angle. Yeah, you'll see it back here. It's a little lucky on the spam, but all by design. Also does a good job of giving them a chance back into it, but Pody won't let him capitalize on it. And now we get the double AWP on the end side. SDY has one in his hands.
Yeah, everyone on Monte had a go at a secondary AWP in the
That's not the smoke you wanted, is it?
No.
I think that was meant to be mid to B. Maybe looked at the wrong piece of wood.
But at the same time, at least you get control on towards mid doors. You can threaten, pushing through the edge of it. Big nade.
Crunchy.
That is breaking bones. And another.
Yeah, you got to remember, you got Glaive as the mastermind of this team.
Oh, there
that
you go.
utility is going to be on point.
Damn, Grim didn't see a single player in that round.
Got any more? No, I think that's all 3 of his HEs. Kyler and Purdy still have one.
This is a great play, though, because Complexity can scale. If they've got one more flashbang, which they've just used to push SDY off, this could get tricky, but he hits JT, and Glaive can now hear them scaling in towards the site, and Floppy is currently just being avoided.
Yeah, bomb to be planted. Unleash half HP, and Floppy is so far removed.
But he is holding the rotate, so that gives Complexity a lot more time on this site. But you got to be careful about Long. Boost up, flashbang's really good, but Elige can't do anything. So then it has to fall in towards Holzerk, and now Floppy is just running and hopping away, and Pody's already seen him. That bomb can be defused.
Get the kill and take the AWP away. That's at least something you can save into the next round. That one hinged on getting a multi from Elige and Holzerk. But all credit to Glaive in that round with the delaying utility. Those HEs were brutal. Kept them at bay, got a kill, and as soon as they get the bomb down, they're already battered.
And that was the force buy for Complexity as well. Sure, they got the bomb down. I mean, they saved this AWP. It'd be interesting to see the buy that they can bring forward with the loss bonus that's been accumulating over the last few rounds. It might be okay. They've come alive here in this second half. It's really interesting just watching the way that Ents are moving around the map, and it is through this contact that Pody is getting. We've already seen his impact out towards Long, pushing in towards top mid. He's been given a lot of freedom here, and we know that Dust 2 is that AWP map, but it's good to see the youngster is having a lot of belief instilled in him.
Yeah, and it's a great testing ground for him as well, right onto this roster. Give him that freedom. Let him see what he can do with it. The pressure's somewhat off. You didn't expect to be in this winners match.
Yeah, I mean, coach said it, right?
Ooh, okay. Nice shot.
Oh, that nade's going to do damage. Maybe not.
Again, this is that saved AWP. Gets the opener. It did look for a second like he was going to be on for that second, but that's a really nice shot from Kyler.
I want to talk a little bit about Pody and just the Ents Academy project in general, because well, I think Whitey's done a really good job at just kind of creating this academy, and they've been given a lot of time in officials. That they were originally the first instance and like iteration of Ents Academy. They were all Finnish guys, but they would communicate deliberately in English.
Oh, yeah, I remember this.
And it would continue forward. So the further they went, the more in English they communicated, just over the months and over the years. So when they got the call up, and the way that CS is moving, it's so you can already be ready to already comm internationally. And where Ents has gone full international, this is perfect for Pody just to step in.
Yeah, it's really cool, isn't it? What a nice approach. Obviously helps that Whitey is English. Would have had a hard time in Finnish.
And they were, to start with, I think in the first 6 months, it was more like 70% Finnish.
Okay.
Complexity going for the A finish.
Right.
30 seconds, and look at all these nades again for Ents.
Flash, and then you imagine, yeah, there's that blow.
There's another one.
Oh, timing should be good. Actually, doesn't quite blow it, but the bullets will get the job done anyway. Through the smoke goes Goofy for 2. Elige can save this AWP. Does mean no loss bonus for him, but he's got the money for armor and can be dropped by Holzerk. So it's not going to be a big deal. Going down after time would suck, though.
Oh, yeah. And I think he might. They
Yeah,
are swarming.
he's done. So no AWP, and now he is lacking in funds.
I think he's got 4,500. I think he's okay. But...
No, Elige's got 1,900.
Oh, I was reading the wrong player. Oh, dear.
Yeah, Holzerk can buy. He was meant to be dropping Elige. That was the point.
Yeah, that's true. Yikes.
Time goes the other way. It's been Ents' biggest enemy on the T side. Now, Elige is the victim. The unlucky Deagle.
Oh, and leg. Maybe he gets the AK after all, because Grim's going to be running. The Legion actually in tunnels, trying to set up these players. Pody dodges the flash. A lot of early control being asserted continuously by ENCE that keeps Cole back. This setup. Oh, it hinged on him getting that kill.
SDY gets one as well onto a Liege. And Goofy, not known top mid. This one is a complete collapse. Goofy is 21 for 13. Having a lights out game.
So's Glaive.
Yeah, Glaive. He started this with the 4K. He's keeping up. Floppy, damage control. We're going to be overwhelmed. So many players. Not a single one falls for ENCE. Are we about to have the upset of the tournament? Certainly looks like it.
They got to call a pause for Complexity. And also, what's interesting, very quickly, Glaive and Kyler were bottom of the board, if I'm not mistaken, against MIBR on Nuke. It was SDY, it was Pody, it was those new guys that were stepping up. And now suddenly we've got 2 more that have entered the equation. So 4 players over the team overall are now taking and they're all sharing the spotlight. That is a really good sign. This is 11-9. It is just pistols here for Cole. And the Legion needs to rip heads off with the Deeg.
The words of Sam Gamgee. You've got to share the load. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
There it is.
That's an AWP. How much more damage can he do? Not a lot. AWP gets blown away as well. These HEs, even unintentionally, are doing wonders. Although, that can be recovered. Again, further damage. But hey, you've gotten yourselves a bomb plant, and that's massive at this stage. And there's still a chance. Holzek has an AWP in his hands. Brought down low, misses his chance, looking for a second one, and he'll take it. Complexity. They walk through the explosions in short, and they're the ones that come out with the win.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. They just completely move forward by it. They just disrespect the utility. They deny it and suddenly get themselves that AWP that was blown back. 3 of them all swing onto the player and towards CT. And you put Holzek on an AWP. It's these post plants that are really good for Complexity. The danger has been getting to that point in the first place. They've been given a lot of respect over towards ENCE. Here, with nothing to lose, they throw caution to the wind, and it's the individuals that come out on top.
Complexity get a freebie. At least when they weren't favored to win. And to be a little upset, that could have been 12.
This is wild. So they've dropped fake B smokes. But at the same time, ENCE's reaction to this is to push long. If Complexity reset towards these long doors, they're going into a setup they are not ready for.
Yeah, it's a really cool response to it because, sure, even if they go short, which is that gap, you've got long control. So you've got a really nice post plant. Pody's holding an off angle with the AWP. Yeah, that's disgusting. Now he can drop the molly. Now he can drop the smoke. Now he can call the support. They're going to burst through. And Pody, he's quick. JT gets one back, just spamming through that smoke. We've lost too many players to that AWP. Even SDY found his in mid. How do you recover this one? Holzek going to be hunting, looking for Glaive. Might find him, misses the mark. For Glaive, he can just bail. Yeah. 2 players on each bomb site. You feel like that should be enough.
You got Kyler, who's already in tunnels. But JT will find him. Low HP comes as a consequence. Doesn't swap the AWP with Holzek right now. Mid to B smokes are in. If they go B, it's just Glaive, but he has re-pushed tunnels for the moment.
They know Glaive is here. They saw him skirt back after Holzek missed that shot. And 20 seconds, time, again, gonna be everything, and they can push this smoke in mid.
Look at CTs, they're gone.
Exactly.
Yeah. You're right, but there is that trade. Holzek's now the one that's low, and SDY re-walks through that smoke and guarantees that round for ENCE. Glaive was always the insurance policy, and that sets them on map point.
Yeah, they knew that time wasn't there. It had to be the mid to B. They dropped the players into CT. All they need to do was walk through the smoke at the right time. They don't do it immediately. They wait for them to get close to doors where they're starting to focus their attention on Glaive, on B. That's when they strike. And that's enough for map point, for semi-final point for ENCE.
You got to also take a look. You'll look at the stats for this game and you'll be like, oh, Pody's like 12 and 14. His second half impact has been phenomenal. The amount of opening kills he has locked in for ENCE, the amount of map control he's got single-handedly has really enabled these rifles to be a lot more dynamic. And now we are seeing the mid-round calls come through from ENCE. Glaive re-walking tunnels just for a split second, see if he could hear anything. Kyler, who already walked in towards lower in the first instance, just providing threats.
Everyone on ENCE except for SDY is positive on opening doors. Goofy and Purdy both 4 for 2. Whereas Complexity, it's just Holzerk who's matching that. And Elige, who normally is your opener, having mixed success. Nev's getting aggressive. Yeah, Elige, he's going to hear them. Does get out. He's just got a deagle. The Alliance investment on your star. They have managed to get some long control.
Good response from SDY. He's now pushed short at the same time Goofy has. So now you're using that space to push beyond. And now you lock in the Complexity have got long. You can just shoot through the smoke. Awesome from Glaive. The rotates are in.
JT gets one back. Close in the smoke. Don't spot anything. Complexity are in this awkward position where they're kind of all just stuck out long. They've dropped their smokes. Holzerk does have one more.
If they freeze, you can rely a lot on Elige here. But because of the control was already taken in tunnels, he doesn't feel good enough to push. And SDY over the top finds 2. This one surely is over.
SDY, a quiet game so far, has stepped up. It's a big impact. Elige, yeah, sure, he gets his lurk, but it doesn't matter. Goofy spotted the bomb. SDY confirms. And it's all into Elige. A 1 versus 3. HE, just to make matters worse for him, over the ramp comes SDY and ENCE. Book a spot in the semi-finals.
Yeah, your semi-finalists right now are Aurora and ENCE. And that is the impact that best of ones have, but that's also the impact of this new lineup for ENCE. They are playing without pressure. They are playing like they just want to get the reps in, and it was perfect, to be honest. I was really impressed with these mid-round. Sure, T-side, it was sloppy. Let's not just kind of tail over that, but that CT side was much better.
Yeah, Goofy and Purdy delivering in those openers, and they were able to close them. Shaky start, but a good finish. Pistol rounds as well, everything kind of going well for ENCE. So they pulled themselves a spot in the semi-final. Let's see what the desk has to say.
I have to say exactly what I said earlier. I like this new ENCE. I like it a lot. I like what I saw here. I don't like that Complexity let Nuke come through, Alan, because honestly, why would you let Glaive call on this? I said it earlier, I'll say it again. He's forgotten stuff about this map. We're still learning. It didn't matter that he had a new roster around him. You saw the calls come in the mid-game. He just did a fantastic job, and ultimately, they were able to get the victory, even if it was a little bit of a slug the whole way there.
Yeah, it was always going to be that. If you're going to beat Complexity in fully fledged form, it's not going to come easy. ENCE at the moment are a scrappy team. They're going to have to play scrappy Counter-Strike. We saw it in the first half. It wasn't perfect, but yes, certainly the staying power towards the end. I want to say as well, Glaive individually, an absolute pleasure to see him playing some of these good positions again. He was rolling back the years, Sam, with some of those CT plays.
I had the best time. I enjoyed that thoroughly, and I'm pretty sure the ENCE boys did as well, so let's go celebrate with them.
Celebrate indeed. They're through to the last day of play. You get a day off here at an ESL Challenger. I mean, Kuban wasn't even expecting to win the first match. You won both. That's got to be feeling good, Goofy.
Yeah, of course it's feeling good. Like, I don't think we ever won an opening match. At least not me in the lineup. So, yeah, it's amazing.
You love to see it. Now, I have to ask you, because I've now had 3 interviews, and I've had 3 different answers to this question. How many practice days do you think ENCE has had so far?
So far, I would say it was 5 days. Maybe 6, but I would say 5.
All right, you got the same answer as the coach. That's a smart man right there. Look, you had an absolute field day on Dust 2. Are you liking the map?
Yeah, I really enjoyed Dust 2. I mean, it's kind of fresh, so yeah, it's amazing.
Now, at this point, I mean, still such a fresh roster. You guys, obviously, today was BO1, so maybe we haven't tested the depths of the playbook just yet, but an extra day to get some more information under your belt. You feeling like this is a roster that could go all the way?
Yeah, I hope so. We are feeling really good, really confident so far. Maybe we didn't showed up it in our first tournament, but so far so good. It's looking really nice.
So far so good. We'll see if you can take it all the way. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Back to you, Sam.
Thanks, Mike. Sevenlicious. The honeymoon period of new rosters, isn't it fun?
It's really fun. I love the energy, and you can really feel like the hype. It's love to see.
You gotta love to see it. They're happy. Obviously, they won. But on the other side, you had Complexity. It was such a close matchup. They just could not seem to get it right. What wasn't working for them, Sevenlicious?
I believe they were, like, both teams were very slow on T side. Like, felt like they didn't really make a decision, and they ended up always like being in these like late round situations. But I feel like the change, like the reason why and ended up winning was because they were more like proactive, and also like they got the entries, as Lucy mentions. I think that's one part.
For sure. So Alan, from your side, I mean, what was Complexity just struggling with when it came to facing off against ENCE?
I think ENCE won this game a lot more than Complexity lost it. I think ENCE raised their game. I think they called a great CT side. They presented so many different looks. The one round where maybe it teetered was a saved AWP and then an eco around it for ENCE. They get one pick and then Complexity run on to B into pistols and they lose the round. And from there, they never got economy again. So if there was one moment where the game slipped, it was probably that. But yeah, as I said, I think ENCE really played excellent Counter-Strike. They thoroughly deserved to win there on Dust 2.
I felt like they had a lot of map control, and that was kind of playing in their favor a lot of the time. They figured out exactly how they needed to dominate the space.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this with the previous lineup from ENCE. Glaive likes to call a very proactive CT side, take space in mid, always know what's going on, as Brandon mentioned throughout the cast as well. They're very fast to make decisions. As soon as they lose one area, take another. So yeah, they play very proactive Counter-Strike, and you can on Dust 2 in its current state. And yes, obviously this time worked brilliantly.
Were you expecting to see ENCE go all the way to the semi-finals so quickly?
No, I weren't actually. I'm really happy for them. It's very fun for not only like the new players, but like for the whole team for it to go so good in their first tournament without any, or not their first tournament, but like without any prac. So it's really nice to see.
For sure. And I mean, we've actually got two semi-finals that maybe you weren't too sure of. I mean, straight into those semi-finals, Aurora and now ENCE, which means the likes of Falcons, MIBR, Complexity, they're all still in the mix. MIBR, in fact, is going to play a losers match right after this.
You look at mid. There, go mid. Talk two towards B.
Well, let's go short.
Not
Go ahead.
anymore. Not picking B anymore. Mid, hold
Go short.
rotates.
Short. Back hat. Nice!
Good
shit.
Last two. Nice. Tomorrow. I can stay line.
Last.
Last long.
I come with flash.
Come.
Flashing in front of you.
Nice!
I can flash to the right.
One sec. Going double. Flash now.
Flashing. CT1.
Smoke, maybe. Yeah, the ops are going short.
Flashing behind again. Behind again.
Boost the shot dash. One more CT.
One single.
Last bomb. 14 runouts. One single. I'm coming with you.
I'm outside.
Need to stay alive, boys.
Can go.
Can you push him?
Push him.
I will jump. I will jump for you. Wait. Push him. Jump it now. Nice.
Side
Guys,
door,
come. I will jump.
side
Don't be ready to go in.
Behind you, I think. Nice.
Ah!
There we go.
We should take middle short.
I need. Yeah, pick on me.
Think you've seen it all? With FACEIT Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FACEIT points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, FACEIT.
I'm in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since I owe. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mindset. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows, they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no, I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe. I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? You ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
Some days you wake up like the world is on fire. Last call came late last night, you're caved in and tired. One more lover that will never be found. Just another body in the cold, cold ground. It's a game show world if you think you can dance. It's good to be alive, give it one more last chance. I know the words burn you down.
keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still a free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind, but I am not too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, night for the sunrise? That's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Don't win silly games. Don't leave me hanging on. Keep me hanging. Said it once, I'll say it again. Your love is what I want. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, night for the sunrise? That's what you said. And you had me so tight each time again. In my room, I'll keep you safe. Don't stay up way too long, pulling back and forth. Still got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still a free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am not too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still a friend free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, White Market, and Logitech G.
Current state is mixed, I would say. We have some positive result, we have some negative result. I think some nerves come in for sure. We have a young lineup. I think that's the reason why we kinda threw our last event away. In order to keep like our confidence up and calm, or like not choking, is to just learn from our last event. Just keep it cool. We know we're good. Have fun. There's no pressure. We have no pressure. We have nothing to lose. The thing I look most forward to is to play at the stage with good teams. Like, it was a long time since I did that. Family and friends are coming. We will have a bigger support for sure than the others. Jönköping is also like one of the points where my career started back in 2012. So it has a special memory for sure in my heart.
The Hometown Heroes Alliance getting through an all-Swedish lineup. The history of DreamHack Summer not lost on them. And unfortunately, their day did not start the way they wanted. Will it end the way they want? We'll have to wait and find out. The only thing standing in their way, MIBR, Brazil's answer to the ESL Challenger question. This is the matchup that will decide who stays in the competition and who goes home. Yes, it is brutal. Here at ESL Challenger, on day one, you could be leaving. You got all the way here, and you heard there from Alliance all the way here, and your family, your friends have come to watch you, and you could go all the way home. It is the losers match here for Group B. Let's take a look now at how we found these teams at the bottom of the log as they played that best of one double elimination. It was pretty unfortunate. MIBR losing to ENCE, it was a reasonably close game, but complexity dominated Alliance, and they dropped right on down. 13-2 is not the scoreline that you wanted, and now your redemption arc begins.
Yeah, I mean, not in front of your friends and family, right, apparently. So, but, I mean, you look at this, and there's one small caveat, I guess, you know, if they are to be eliminated, it's not really a long journey home. But all in all, for Alliance...
That's very mean.
They need a real big step up for me. We saw little to nothing in their opening game. MIBR, there was flashes, but I think, for me, I look at this, I think MIBR kind of underperformed. And for the reigning champs of Challenger, I look at them as an expectation to be able to put on a bit of a number here.
I mean, Alan's not here anymore. You've replaced him. But he said that it wasn't about MIBR not playing well. He felt that you know, ENCE is just doing such a good job. You think that they underperformed? Do you agree, Sevenlicious?
I actually agree with MIBR not really performing the way they used to do. I felt like there were so many situations, like so many slacking situations, especially that one when they didn't even plant the bomb. They left the bomb, but they should have that round in the bag, but they didn't, and they didn't end up not winning a single round after that one. So I think they were underperforming.
So obviously now going up against Alliance, you know this team really well. You're a Swede yourself. A little bit out of their league, maybe?
Yeah, I unfortunately have to say that they're underdogs big right now. I have a hard time seeing them actually winning this round. This match. I mean, unfortunately, I think maybe if they get a lot of momentum and the individual level step up, I think they have a chance. But it's going to be a hard game.
It's a best of 3. The veto is on your screens right now, and as you can see there, Alliance picking Inferno, and then of course we saw MIBR pick Anubis. We're waiting for the decider now. What are we thinking? I mean, for me, it just comes down to experience, right? MIBR, they've played a lot of competitive games. They're not going to be too stressed about the veto. They know what they need to do. Is there anything Alliance could throw at them that could potentially change this up?
I think Inferno to a degree, potentially. We saw them kind of float that dust too earlier. I think for Alliance, they're actually going back to raw fundamentals, which I do actually like. I think when you are an underdog and when you've got kind of the odds stacked against you, fall back on what you know you can back yourself on, your mechanics, right? So maps like Dust 2, maps like Inferno, it's just opportunities where individuals can really pop off. So that's why I'm looking at this, seeing whether Bodemars can get really active with the orb, seeing whether we can see individuals like Twist, right? He spoke a big game, we want to see him kind of prove it in the server, and he actually has been, at least domestically, fairly decent. But for me, it's a tough matchup no matter where you go. MIBR have a very decent map pool. They've played a lot of Counter-Strike and a lot of Counter-Strike on LAN as well already this year. I'm a little concerned already.
Fair enough. Let's find out if Alliance is concerned after that earlier loss today.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Robin ahead of their matchup against MIBR. Now, hometown crowd, hometown event, potential elimination on day 1. What's the messaging to the team in this one?
Just keep calm, do what we practiced, and we should be fine, hopefully.
Now, you guys don't have nearly the stage experience with this roster as some of your opponents and some of the other rosters in it. Now we're heading into the BO3s. There's a little more depth to the map pool. How are you feeling about that stacking up?
I think we feel good. I mean, I think we have a pretty deep playbook, so we should be fine. Best of 3 suits us more, I think. So yeah.
I'm seeing we've gotten a little later here. The fans are turning up. We've got some Alliance flags in the audience. You feeling the support?
Yeah, for sure. No, it's going to be great playing in front of a lot of Swedes. So hopefully they will cheer us on and help us win.
All right, man. I'm looking forward to it. Good luck.
Sevenlicious, you know these players very well. Who are you looking at, and who should we be looking at as we go into this game?
I really like Arvid, actually. He's a very underrated Swedish player. Not like the best roles, but I think he's doing it really, really well, and he's like a bit newer to the scene, so I think he's a really good player. But of course, Bodemars the Aper and Robin the Agile. It's a nice combination.
A nice combination, but maybe from an experience point of view, I mean, will the hometown advantage help them? Do you think that Swedish crowd will be able to boost them up?
I definitely think it will help, but in the end, it's about whoever performed the best. Like, it's not gonna give you everything.
Now, we heard them in the interview talking about the deep strat book. Where was the deep strat book on Dust 2 is my question.
It's a big question, isn't it? And we really just didn't see it ever come to fruition. I think the one thing that we just kind of heard them say in the interview is, at the very least, in a best of 3, you've got a bit of time to dip in towards that strat book. Have a little look at kind of what your defaults are looking like, how you're going to make something out of nothing. Against MIBR, there is opportunities. We saw their opening game. While we're talking kind of, Alliance didn't have a great opening game, neither did MIBR, right? So at least if both of you are on a bit of a bad turf here, you can come into this with a bit more confidence and say, okay, we've got a chance here. MIBR are not playing the way they usually do. They're not as scary as most South American teams can be on international LAN environments. So for me, at the least, Alliance, home crowd, if they get a bit of confidence to start things off in Inferno, I think there's a chance.
Really?
No.
Okay, thank you. Let's just be honest. I mean, I think it would be very exciting if the Swedish team...
Take a map. I'll take a map.
I do think that MIBR is a giant in the Counter-Strike scene, and one of the favorites here on the ESL Challenger stage, because of course they are previous winners, are reigning champs. They're not going to be happy that they lost earlier on, and I'm sure they shared those sentiments with Mike.
Hey everyone, I'm here with Exit from MIBR up ahead of their game against Alliance. Now Exit, it's elimination on the line in this one. You guys won the last Challenger event. Now the risk of elimination day 1. What's the mentality in the team approaching this match?
I think the mentality stays the same. We came here to win this tournament, and we are still confident the way we were before the game against ENCE. and let's bring our A game into this BO3 and let's go.
You think now heading into the BO3s, you guys are going to have a little bit of an advantage in the depth of map pool compared to Alliance?
I don't know. They didn't play too many maps these last few weeks. Maybe we will have advantage because we played more tournaments and we have like the bigger pool. But they are a good team and let's see.
Well, we'll have to see how it goes. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
So on one side, you've got a team that says they have the deepest strat book, and then on the other side, you've got MIBR saying we have a bigger map pool, Sevenlicious, and the truth is MIBR probably does have the bigger map pool, which is going to put them at a huge advantage in a best of 3.
Yeah, definitely. I think this really is to the advantage of MIBR to play a BO3 here. I think if the only chance for Alliance to win this match is if it wasn't BO1, but that's not the case, and I think it's MIBR have the...
They have they're one step forward, and that's the thing, right? A best of 1, we talk a lot about upsets are possible. Very different when you're in a best of 3, you've got your map pick, but you've also got the pick of the team, the opposition. They know what they want to play on. You have a lot more space. You've got to show a lot of more depth to your play. You've commentated a lot of these online tournaments that the likes of Alliance is playing on. They're not getting to play the same level of team that MIBR faces off against.
Yeah, there's always kind of 2 conversation points when we look at this. We talk about the amount of reps you've got. One thing Alliance don't have a lot of, they just don't really play a lot of Counter-Strike, not in comparison to MIBR. And then the other one is the caliber of competition you're playing. MIBR playing international lands. They're one of the most dominant forces within the South American region, and they're one of the scariest prospects coming out of that area. And I think for me, when you look at this, they've kind of got everything on their side. Alliance, the one thing they've got going for them is the unknown quantity, right? Not a lot of demos, very difficult to counter-trap because there's just not a lot of information. They've got to try and bring something new. That's their way that they can find gaps in this MIBR armor. There's so much tape on MIBR, and especially recent tape as well, on LAN at the Challenger Melbourne where they beat Aurora in that final. So we're looking at this and saying, that's where Alliance, if they've done their prep, if they come in this with heavy counter-strafting, they can bring these little gaps in the armor, but it still is a real big ask.
It is a big ask, and obviously you talk a lot about like how there's so much tape on MIBR, but what you need then is also the analysts and the coaches to kind of do the work with you, to work through all of that. And this is a team that maybe doesn't have the same sort of resources that MIBR might have access to.
I mean, MIBR is obviously a bigger org, but Alliance, I would say it's like one of the biggest orgs in Sweden at least, and I think they have some pretty good resources at least, and I know for sure they're practicing full time, so they should have the time to prep whatever they need to prep, so I hope they've done their homework, and I hope to see a really good match.
Obviously, we just saw Exit on the screen. He is your player to watch, and that is going to be the question. Can you outcall Exit?
It is a big ask. I actually think Exit is a really impressive IGL to watch at the moment, just because he just puts up the numbers as well, and he really finds good ways to facilitate their big players. I'm looking at Insani, right? He's given them so much of the resources. You get so much mileage on that T side, Insani. He is so difficult to play against. Alliance got to try and find a way to outcall and then outplay a player like him. And then if you look at some of the other players they've got as well, Drop, I think, is absolutely coming to his own in his MIBR team. So it's tough. I think pound for pound, Alliance, they've got to find really weird ways to try and find wins here.
The truth of the matter is that the hometown heroes are probably going to struggle. That is what it's going to come down to. But the crowd is going to disagree with me. I know they're going to be shouting for their boys that are on the stage. It's a big opportunity and it's a big ask. There's one team that's traveled all the way from Brazil, the others that are playing in their backyard. It is an elimination game. One of them is going home. But first, we have to play 3 maps. Let's head on over to Inferno.
Slow starts for MIBR. It's definitely a story for them at Challenger events. Happened in Melbourne as well, and they bounced back and won the whole thing. Alliance, it's a tough opponent to be going up against for your elimination game, but
yeah,
hometown's on your side.
It is, and also I want to actually talk about the experience of these players as well, because look, you've got Twist, you've got Pleston, you've got Robin. These guys have played on some of the biggest organizations in Sweden. We're talking Fnatic, we're talking NIP. Pleston used to play for Fnatic back in 2016, right? So there is experience here on the stage for Alliance. And these two teams, believe it or not, have played against each other before. It was a best of 5. That's where they met. It was the final of a MIO XL Cup all the way back in October 2023. And what was interesting there is that Alliance picked Anubis and they won it. This was in CSGO, but they won it against MIBR.
All right, well, we'll see when we get to Anubis. We start out on Inferno.
And that's their map pick, Alliance.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Inferno's map that I think MIBR have some pretty good strengths on. So I think they're going to feel pretty comfortable with this pick from Alliance. We can hear the crowd on the side of the Swedes. Will it be enough? Will MIBR end their dreams?
Yeah, let's be honest. Jönköping, you got to be very loud to help out Alliance here, because you need to be that sixth party to get them over the line against MIBR, to give them any sort of opportunity. Smokes, utility being lined up between Bodenmaster and Twist. This has got B written all over it.
Ooh, this is going to be a double stack of HEs. Boom! 2 HP. Ranson lucky to be standing after that. Those two Berettas don't quite pack the punch when you can't keep firing. Maybe he'll just spam away. Yeah, run down the Glocks. All he had to hit was one bullet. Exit, he hits one as well. But with Avid getting the double on this push, he might even find all three. No, Insani will get one, but he's the only one remaining.
Yeah, and look, Tilda spoke about Avid before we went live. Sevenlicious said, look, this player is underrated in Sweden, 22 years old, the youngest player on this team. I thought it was really funny when Twist said in the interview that these guys are young. And they are, but in CS terms, they aren't. A couple of 26-year-olds, 29-year-olds?
Yeah, I think maybe he meant their young team, as in like their new team.
Probably.
I guess compared to MIBR at the very least, because MIBR definitely has them beat on ages. But experience in spades for the Swedes, and the pistol around theirs. Also, you got to remember, they got that little guy.
Yeah.
The little guy.
The little mascot thing.
With the flag. Was he a mouse?
I'm not sure. We need to zoom in. We need to enhance.
It's got a little Swedish flag, little hat. And that could be the difference.
When we take a look at Inferno, I think it's interesting that MIBR choose to start on CT side, because I think at the moment, Inferno is a T-sided map, especially with the changes to the grenades and the way that it's just being played out. I think that Alliance would be probably feeling quite happy that they're starting T-side Inferno here.
Now we get the fun little stack. 4 players rise like Pisa, because it's a little wonky.
They're not Italian. One Italian's in the semi-final. Fisco, who joined ENT as their analyst.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of Italian rep when it comes to the big stages, but hey, I got one.
Oh,
there's that stack. Oh,
Mamma mia.
Hey, he's quick on the comms. Let's get out of here, guys. Leave the Mac 10s to farm up. They invested a lot of Mac 10s and a lot of utility in this round. I wonder if they expected a force buy from MIBR. Hold up, this can actually...
One's low.
Yeah, this could get a little spicy meatball. No one is Italian in this set.
No, I know. It should be fine, though. Look, Avid's done a lot of damage. However, drop and exit. They found kills apiece. It is a 3-on-2. There's no kit. That's the big factor here. So you can just get on the bomb. It's going to be difficult to try and defuse anyway. Twist should lock it in from Apps. They're also just looking for more damage. And now they're not fighting. This is very good from Alliance.
Okay, but they're going to stick the defuse. Oh, Bodenmaster. We'll just go around the corner, and almost the third gets 2. And he's won the round off the back of it. That's a lot of damage just for USPs, and they lose all the rifles. I think that's a wrap.
No, Smooth's on ITB. Yeah, look, this was a lot of damage, but at the same time, this buy wasn't very future-proofed. So it is just all Mac 10s. They're going to have to rebuy anyway. Bodenmaster getting a lot of kills on the SMG is really decent as well, because when he falls off it, he can probably, well, actually upgrades into an AK, but he could go onto an AWP. It's difficult on the T side to snipe on Inferno. Big nades. Ooh. Don't actually do as much damage. Exit just bounces over it like it's nothing.
Yeah, man's got moves. They're pretty committed to this B fight. They've got 3 players over this side. So Insani will set them up with the utility to fight forward. Now get that deep control. This is a crazy setup. Double layering. Bait and switch, but the switch not quite needed. Drop will be very loud as he leaves.
Oh,
so
that's nice.
That gives safe. Good opportunity, but with that smoke, it actually kind of doesn't quite work, but he still exploits it. Spots out Bodenmaster. Finds his kill.
The reason why they can go for that setup in towards long is because all the utility that MIBR put down B in the first place. And when it comes to these gun rounds, this is where it's going to get tricky for Alliance, because MIBR will make it so difficult for you to control these primary zones of Inferno. The fact that Inferno, and the banana was just taken there with like 2 smokes, 1 molly. Speaks to the level of determination here for MIBR and the challenge that Alliance is going to face continuously once all the investment is in.
This one might be a tapering out, as you probably want to keep this AK into the next round. You've got 3 players that have an investment into the next. So Avid will hold on to that. If Pleston can recover this rifle in Boiler, which he's going to look to do, maybe he'll drop his MAC-10 out the window to avoid the sound cue, or see if someone comes hunting and then maybe he can get himself a kill onto drop.
There's an AK right in front of him. He has just heard the swap, and there's the kill.
Oh, he could have grabbed the... Yeah, fair enough. Drop solid away. Nice little kill at least.
Did he die after time?
No.
Okay.
Avid lived.
All right, fine. Not too bad. But there is that is that gun round. That's kind of the expectation we kind of put on here. But Alliance are in good showing. I feel like they just need to group together and go together as a unit. I want to see more just execution just off the bat from Alliance. I really want them to limit test some of these bomb sites because playing defaults against MIBR is going to be tricky.
Sunny started that round on B, throwing the support utility. Oh, okay, that's unfair. Yeah, then he gets his first kill in short. So being very mobile at MIBR. Drop with an opener. Twist can maybe, I think there might have been a gun on Pleston he can go pick up. Oh no, it's an upgrade from a P250 to a Deagle, which I suppose is worth it. Scout in the apartments. Smoke's about to land right where safe is. Sunny confirms that is indeed a smoke grenade. Now drop will be under pressure. Good utility to keep this swing at bay. Avid can't commit.
He might. He might just do it anyway. He's seen drop. I mean, information goes both ways, and there it is. Robin will find him. There are trades. A blow on the smoke will net, at least Insani the first, but the space is now completely given over.
Twist has the full back. He was brought down low, has the bomb, but they're managing to scale through short. Avid pushes in and gets his kill. A lot of damage done onto both these players. The Bodemasker hits the tag. Twist with the follow-up, but Safe is still here. And that bomb needs to get over. It did fall towards the side, so that can favor Avid if he can pick it up. Get the plant in safe. Bodemaster scout, keeping them at bay for now. He'd love one of these rifles. Can't get it. And he falls. It's all on Avid. Low HP, but so is Safe. Up onto the box. The good angle. Safe has to be slow about it. He's so low. One missed step. One mistake. And this round will be Avid's.
He doesn't need to peek. Avid doesn't need to peek whatsoever. Safe has to play that time, and Avid peeks. And that gives Safe the advantage on the right-hand side. That's the pressure.
That is the pressure. Safe takes his time with it, allows for that mistake to come through for Avid. A nice try.
They had everything. They had everything. Really good spacing. They had the different layers of elevation going out of the balcony. Avid hits the instant headshot on the player that's rotated around and taken ages to come into that bomb site. And you think Alliance have done it. You think they cracked through this defense. They found the space on short. It was really well done right until that crunching moment where Safe just takes his time.
Safe's a real player I want to be keeping an eye on throughout this series. As we look to farm up some eco frags. Oh, Insani gets a little bit more than he hoped for. He's going to drop a smoke and just hang out. Allow Safe to maybe get some kills. But yeah, Safe.
Oh.
Safe gets a 3-piece.
that third kill's so gross.
Yeah. But yeah, he's obviously has been really great in MIBR since joining this team, what, a year ago? And
yeah.
I think the biggest, I guess, criticism levied his way is when it comes to some of these LAN events, that's when he does sometimes have those games where he doesn't have all the impact. But, you know, talking about the most recent Challenger LAN they played in Melbourne, he was actually really solid at that event. And that was the difference that they needed. That was what elevated them to that grand final alongside Insani's record-breaking performance.
They're both burning alive. Tag for tag, blow for blow, and suddenly the MP9 drop. He's up close and forced away by that nade. Util goes the other way, but Bodemaster spams him out. We'll get the best of him. This is a collapse in towards mid, and so much damage is being exchanged by both parties.
These nade stacks from Alliance have been so cool. Exit brought down incredibly low. And obviously they don't know all that damage they've done. Alliance have done all of this just with MIBR kind of running at them through these smokes. And they're still left with plenty of utility. Look at all the flashbangs, all the flames. They can fight forward. Brenzen, he's going to be in a difficult spot, still behind sandbags, has some safety. The flashbang doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Plessin annihilates the banana hold. And Exit, this low HP player, the only one here, going to be over one for sure. Plessin with the 3Ps. 1 HP to live, and that is a third round for Alliance.
Yeah, they're playing this really well, Alliance. They're taking their time, they're dealing with the aggression, managing it from MIBR, and then they all go into this bomb site together. And this is what we called upon early, just executing as a unit. Even with Exit trying to set up Brenzen on that flash play, Brenzen was a little bit affected by it. Didn't know that Plessin had already crept around that corner. He's one of the highest rated players on this team for Alliance in the past 3 months. His value is going to be certainly needed here to keep Alliance afloat, but their map pick is looking pretty decent so far.
Yeah, that's a huge round.
It's actually interesting as well, just going back to kind of that Brenzen moment, because when I've been watching MIBR, he's been the guy that's actually been stepping up recently. I feel like his performances go under the radar a lot. The impact he delivers in MIBR's games are really significant, and silencing him, honestly, is the key for your way to get back into this. Because sure, Insani can pop off at any moment. Safe, you've already mentioned, a little bit inconsistent when it comes to lands, but Brenzen is normally there delivering these high multi-kills, yet to get on the board for MIBR, and suddenly Alliance are right back in with the stabilization.
Decided it. I'm on the Alliance bandwagon.
Sure.
Who doesn't want the Swedes to go deep on home soil?
MIBR. That's who. There are those nades. Huge damage, and this time Plessin is not yet removed. Low HP does not phase him. And he will get the trade. Exit. Gets baited in, I think, because of the utility. Thrown forward. He'll dodge that flash. He'll be able to get the jump here and the follow-up onto Plessin. Exit shows Alliance the door on Banana.
Stick hold, slips in, undetected. The perfect time to strike just as they start to scale. First one's free and the other two just aren't ready for him to be there. I shouldn't have said I was on the bandwagon. Avid. How much damage can he do? That's a good kill onto the AWP safe. Big issue for him is going to be this lack of bomb and lack of ability to pick it back up. We're going to smoke as well, so not really a way for him to get into this round. Maybe I will just try and keep these 3 alive if possible.
Yeah, he'll save. A fun bit of information, obviously I know all the Swedish fans will know this, but European viewers, for Avid, his career path, he's not played, he hasn't really got the same tenure and history as the likes of Twist, Robin, Plessin, but domestically in Sweden, he's played for this team called Kappa Bar. And of course, they're the gaming bars that are set up all around Sweden.
Yeah, shout out Kappa Bar.
In Stockholm, we go to them all the time as talent.
I wonder if they're playing this game.
Probably.
Yeah.
You'd imagine so, supporting one of their own in Avid.
If you're in Kappa right now, you're a legend.
But for this round, going back to the game, so I side road us just a little bit, MIBR, what they did differently is they held their utility for direct confirmation that Alliance were in Banana. And Alliance have been fighting for Banana more often than not in the early round and then go into top brackets, rather than the other way. So by getting the confirm, hey, they've gone for Banana again, that's when the util was put forward. That's where Exit slides into his angle, and then Alliance just couldn't compete with it.
Yeah, decide to fight early for that control. Doesn't quite work out. The round before, MIBR took the action to them, and they were devastated by it. This time around, choosing the other foot.
I think it was very telling in the exit interview where he said they've not played many games these past couple of weeks, meaning they were trying to do their homework and they came up short. So then it defaults into the favorite player's response of, let's play our own game. They try to apply the pressure because they're trying to feel things out. Brendan is just about
that's 2 rounds.
gonna live.
This guy had a rough start to the pistol, and in this one, same story. Alliance's utility damage has been so good on Banana. It's brought over the orb. I don't know if they will swap. No. Safe just going to post on the angle.
I really like this reaction out of Alliance because you drop the grenades early. Now you're resetting. You've got MIBR to dump some of their utility. Whilst they are dumping, you've got a player that's holding. In the meanwhile, the entirety of the roster is taking space in towards Apps. Apps has never been contested by MIBR unless Alliance have been on an eco.
It's going to be a pop. Perhaps. Maybe through short.
Even small micro things here with Bodemaster dropping the utility further back because then he can now walk close and all the players can be ready to receive on these flash plays. Top Brackets needs to hold, and it does through exit, and suddenly Insani is trying to overwhelm, but it is all Insani and exit. They shut down that split, and MIBR, it's the individuals that prevail.
Yeah, Flashbang was good onto the first player in short, but Insani is just not blind and does a blinder, a 3K on the hold. Difficult man to deal with, and he shows why. That double layering the player of drop, and then you've also got Insani on that pit side. Really difficult to break through with the Apps pop. So MIBR kind of had everything in the right place.
MIBR really means exploiting this long control, and Alliance didn't smoke it off.
Yeah, that was crazy. They were playing for the late game with the deep library smoke. You gotta get there first. A long smoke would have gone a long way.
And here we go, by the way. Eco, and Insani goes in boiler immediately and spots second mid.
Yeah. Everyone loves an eco fragger.
I like that Robin's dipped in a little bit more. This is very VP-esque in terms of the buy. One rifle. And actually, I can't talk. But what I was going to say is that I actually think that MIBR are sort of following the VP blueprint. And this one is a shout out to TechGo, our host, and Daft Mike. They do this podcast called Challenged. And they were saying, look, VP, they kind of went through the Challenger circuit. They went and they got their reps. Complexity following the same footsteps. I put MIBR in that camp as well. I think that they have played as many reps on Challenger events as they can. So when they get the call up, such as your Pro Leagues, they can then try and arrive and step up and do some more damage.
Well, they did qualify for Pro League. Off that Melvin victory. Exit. Exit. All right, nice little hold. That hero rifle gets juggled about, but doesn't do a thing. MIBR double the round score of Alliance. That was just that one rifle with some pistols. Maybe say, Brandon, this is a T-sided map. Do you feel that for Alliance they're going to want to have come out with the lion's share, and now they'll definitely be going into that CT half with at minimum 6, but
Do you want me to be real with you? Yeah, do you want me to be real with you? They need this round, otherwise it ends 9-3. That's the way this best of 3 shaping up right now.
All right. Let's see if the maths sticks. Looking to put more pressure on A early. And there are only 2 defenders here, but one is Insani.
This is good. I like that they're waiting to get Robin in balcony, in apps, before they pop in towards top brackets. Spotted. Now you go. Now you push. With that flashbang, Insani's going to get stuck.
Insani was in a very committed position, and Drop couldn't support at all. Now, if you're Alliance, you've walked through and not seen a single soul, so you kind of suspect someone's got to be nearby. Well, they haven't quite got to pit yet. That's obviously a possibility, but they're going to be keeping their eyes on the apartments because there hasn't been anyone else. Where is Drop? There he is. They find him. They flush him out. And that'll be 4.
Yeah, really nice. Just firstly, going for that committed hit with everyone. Secondly, making sure that Robin is in the apartments. to guarantee Insani contact. If he wasn't in Boiler, then they will just take the space anyway, purely on contact. But because they saw one player in there, they flash forward, they take the space together as a unit, and they all drive into the site. And as you said, by them splitting and going long and short, you limit your options of where this other player has to be.
I like from Alliance as well just to go for an A hit there, given that Banana has been such a contested territory consistently across this first half. And more often than not, there has been that 3 lean from MIBR there early. So you do your initial util and then just sit up, immediately hit the site. You gotta wonder what Insani's playing that very committed position. You know, what's the intent there? I guess kind of that layering would drop that they're hoping for the fight on apartments first, but Robin doesn't give it up, and him staying alive is everything because Insani then has to fall back and it's straight into the trap.
Well, it's because they have no information on how Alliance are playing apps in gun rounds because they don't contest it unless the economy is at a break point where they feel like they can always win out the fight. So you've got no intel whatsoever about how they're approaching it. The only info you have, if you're MIBR on these gun rounds, is exit out long, always. Just taking the pressure and the contact. And he's always been stopping them with utility. Safe score with the AWP. Not seeing anything with it, though. It's not being put to its full effect, just being in CT, holding a very committed angle. This doesn't even flex exit as the rifle over towards A.
Yeah, it's very common for Safe to play those more supportive, passive roles. Like the riflers do their work. When you got Insani, why wouldn't you? Bowden will get the kill on the Brenzen, but the damage has been done. Nice little scale. Oh. I think Safe might have spotted him. So,
I don't think so.
Not. No, okay, so the timing is there for Bowden Master, but will he click? Yeah, there it is.
He'll knife him, surely for LAN, for the crowd.
Yeah, do it for the crowd, Bowden. Oh no, the turn.
He wanted to.
He wanted to. Exit's close.
If he kills Exit, he can get a bomb plant.
Can he kill Exit? No, Exit on the line. Ready for that swing. You can see the way that could have been put together. He had the AWP, he had the util. Couldn't get past Exit.
But before we talk about that attempted clutch, we've got to talk about the hold as well from Brenzen and Insani. They're playing in the open, they're playing on off angles. It's because they can ping pong the contact off each other. And when you got Insani in these positions, you can just let him off the leash. Another multi-kill for him. It's good to see Exit. It is providing an outlet for MIBR as well. A player that doesn't get spoken about too much. But this is fast. This is a change of pace, and it is straight into the utility of Exit. He finds 2 kills immediately, and Alliance has shut out a Banana.
Yeah, there's that fight in Banana early. Brenzen might get away a little wounded, but they're happy with the player advantage. Safe active in the apartments. Hoping that deep Molotov kind of symbolizes a player in Boiler, and that might activate Avid, but he's not going to move. He's just here to cut off the rotations. Well, Alliance put that pressure on to see if MIBR make a move.
I don't like how Safe is still hanging about here, even in the 4-on-3, because Insani has just completely left him for dead. So at a certain point, you imagine he will move. But he pushes, he gets further information. No 1 second mid, this has to be the B play. And where Insani, to be fair to him, has rotated into library, he can now be that third proxy for B.
Gonna be 3-on-2 on the side though. And Brenzen's incredibly low, not to mention about to be smoked off.
He is boosted. Falls off
down.
it.
Yeah, it's the big smoke, so he couldn't see over it anyway. He's gonna get flashed through. Insani's holding a flashbang. Brenzen's gonna put his bot on the line. 20 seconds left. And remember, Exit is still in the backside. The flash comes over the top, the swing. That's enough for the first kill. Smoke's on the side. They haven't flushed him out in the back lines. Exit confirms it. MIBR with the 8-4 half.
Now tell me, how's I supposed to know she's a devil and you take her bait? Just when I'm good to go, that's when she's gonna make you wait. That's fine, I'll take it slow. That's when she's gonna make you chase. Burn by her fire, and all I know is she's a devil I can never control. Take pity on me. That woman's gonna steal my soul. Take pity on me. Just when I've had
Good tunes and good action here at Jönköping with the Hometown Heroes Alliance taking on MIBR, but it's 8 rounds on Alliance's map pick for MIBR, and now they're on the T side and are running straight at Alliance.
Yeah, very fast, but there are a lot of CTs here. Good layering for Present. The Flames go forward onto Pit, and that's a lot of damage on the save. Pleasant actually not needed as Bodemaster with the double, with the triple. And Alliance looking to lock in this pistol. Exit might be having quite the map, 16 kills, but he needed to make that 20 if he wanted to pick up this pistol. And he whiffs on the first. Now he's known, and there's going to be a lot of CTs on the other side. In fact, the smoke makes things even more difficult. Good luck.
Yeah, have fun. This one feels like it is not happening. Great setup for Alliance. They just have the support network needed. The point of contact's really cool. So it's the Pit player taking the first instance, and it's the short players all swinging together. Multi-layered approach. Exit can see a pixel, but is just being peppered away by the USP at range. 40 seconds. This one is inevitable. It's just a case of how many could he find? And currently the answer is a big fat 0.
Yeah, Alliance, no reason to give Exit any chances. They want to keep that armor as well. Don't let it get costly. You got a long comeback ahead of you.
I like how disciplined this is, though.
Finally.
Yeah, but it's good that it is this discipline. It's not like they're taking these risks and just running at them. And let's be honest, I think what's interesting is that their T side was really good. Well, when it came to sort of the ideas, the setups, the practicality of it was all by the book. It's all sort of what you expect. On the CT side, I expect their fundamentals to be the same, if not better.
A couple of really close rounds in that T side as well that could have gone the other way. You think of the Avid clutch as well.
Yeah.
Where he almost pulls off an insane round. And it's a full eco from MIBR. So it will be a 2-round game momentarily. Again, similar to the second round on the first half, Alliance have really gone all in with SMGs. 4, just like they have with the Mac 10s. There's a good chance to get money, but means that next round's going to be a little trickier.
And to be honest, look, this is... Oh my gosh, okay, it's fine. This is what we were saying sort of about complexity and Ents, where the rifle rounds were really good for complexity in that first half, but it was Ents that got the pistol. This time here, Alliance have got both pistols in this map, and you can see how effective it is guaranteeing these pistols, because suddenly you're right back in the game off the back of easy round wins kind of against Galils and Mac 10s, or if they eco, it's the buy one, get one free anyway.
A little scary for Vodemaster.
Oh, it's terrifying.
It's okay. He keeps the M4. Actually, wouldn't have been the worst if he died, because then you at least have 2 rifles into this round, because one of the MP9s would have upgraded. I'm surprised they didn't just try and take real deep control, you know, a deep mid-smoke, maybe fight for banana. You've got these SMGs, surely you want to get close.
Yeah, but at the same time, that's what MIBR did on their first gun round, where they had all the investment. They tried to press into Alliance, and it went poorly for them. So maybe they think MIBR will expect that. Drop is in apps, but no one is peeking. Alliance are actually going to burrow themselves into the site and play all these like little gross angles that you need to make sure you're clearing every single nook and cranny. And that can be overwhelming, especially you're in this double layering, such as they are. If MIBR go B, though, oh, that doesn't feel great. Because your rotations are so far away.
Yeah, Twist has been left a collection of smokes. Robin will join, but he doesn't have like a flash or anything to kind of set him up. Okay, hold up. Blessing also on the way.
Yeah, but keep your eye on Drop, because if he walks out long here and finds the space, MIBR are methodical. They're not just going to commit into anything unless they know they feel like they've got a really good chance of guaranteeing that round win. So this could just be a fake out on the B site to commit bodies into B, especially when MIBR, you know that Alliance are only on MP9s.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be that fake out.
And look at it. It's honestly constantly back and forth, back and forth. Which way are they going? Pleston hasn't got a Scooby.
Insani's heard Pleston on that rotate. So Insani's going to charge in.
He's made it over.
Yeah, now he's like, okay, what do I do? I was the distraction.
10 seconds. You've got to go.
Oh.
And the utility holding them back. Good kill from Drop, but it's on the bomb site where you're looking. Bodenmaster can deny the bomb, and he does. No, he doesn't. It goes down. That's ridiculous. And now suddenly Drop and Exit are thrown into a 2-on-2. And Exit's found all of these kills.
Oh, that's devastating. Bodenmaster could have closed the round right there and then. Even adjusted to the swinging player, kills the bomb planter. But the package already on the floor. Twist has to pick it up. Made noise. And this crossfire should be perfect. Yeah, Drop will lock it in. Between the two of them, that's all 5 kills. And yeah, Grimace on the face. That one came so close, and it felt like Boden was going to do enough.
It's those moments. It is those moments going in favor of MIBR. And you can call them turning points in the map. Because even in this second half, you're building in confidence. You're starting to believe if you're Alliance. You got the crowd behind you. It's your map pick. You've won both the pistols. They got 10 seconds left. We've got utility. And then suddenly out of nowhere, it's MIBR that are able to stick the bomb down in a smoke in front of you. And you're not able to win the round.
Big move from Drop as well, just jumping through the moto smoke just to secure the kill on Bodenmaster. Big flashbangs.
That is ridiculous. 4.89 seconds
like a full
per
flashbang.
round?
That's crazy. Per round.
How many did he throw?
That can't be real.
How many did he throw?
Per round?
Per round.
Has that been averaged?
Surely.
Like that. Yeah, that can't be right.
But their utility was really good on T side.
That's so big. 4.89.
Alliance have to make sure that they don't let that round and these previous ones, the ones that were nearly theirs but weren't, rattle them.
At least in this round, better weaponry. You got 2 extra rifles that you didn't have before, still 2 MP9s.
Yeah, I suppose so. But if you lose this, your money's gone. And it was that reserved style of CS that did net Alliance that opportunity to potentially close. You imagine in this round, they're going to give MIBR a lot of respect and a lot of space.
Action about to come forth. Assassin tucked into the cubby. Calling support over from Bodenmaster, but he's going to be smoked off, so they've isolated. Good flashbang. Oh, it's a perfect flashbang. There he is, the Flashmaster. You saw the statistic. Oh, and he continues. Pleston can't get the kill, but that was a fully blinded safe too. And that's a great way to get this round. I think MIBR, they're pulling the plug. That's it. Bodenmaster throws the killer flash. Pleston puts him in the grave.
I love that we had that stat. We questioned it. We said, surely that can't be right. And then it is his flashbang. It is his one flashbang that wins the entire round for Alliance.
Flashmaster, man's wearing a trench coat at the park.
That's horrible. That is vile from you.
It's a vile flashbang.
If Alliance are looking this good against MIBR, the question is, how bad are MIBR really looking? That was a question that Sam posed to the desk. Or, how good are Alliance looking? Which means, how good were Complexity looking? Which means, in my web of just pointing at boards, how good is Ents looking?
I love that. I mean, obviously no one can see you right now. I can see you. You're gesticulating in front of me, kind of pointing at the screen like a madman. Yeah, this is really concerning for MIBR.
Imagine if you Has that ever happened? We need a stat check on that. If you win your Challenger, and then you win the last Challenger event, and then you get eliminated day one. Has that ever happened before?
That would require some digging.
Could that happen?
Some serious digging. To be eliminated by Alliance, the home team, the underdog, the one that there's plenty of believers in the crowd for. Flags out in force. Outskirt Alliance.
That's the Duolingo paying off.
Dude, I lost my streak and I've given up. 330 days of Swedish. Wasted.
You got to start again.
Everyone speaks English. What was the point?
You got to do it for the little mouse mascot. That's what Alliance are doing it for. And obviously the pride.
No.
This one is a little bit of a techie, but we're back. And Alliance on the CT side have looked pretty damn good. And look at the lack of utility, the lack of weaponry for MIBR, especially on drop.
Yeah, unlucky drop. Exit. He's got to manage to get himself a lot of control.
I can't lie. These T-side rounds from MIBR have been so intricate, and it hasn't been working. You've got the individuals on paper that are just miles better than Alliance. That's the reality.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jönköping. But it doesn't make sense for them to be kind of playing these crazy rounds. Never mind, Avid. Caught with you two out there. Needs to be Trey's Bodum Master. That is massive again. Stepping up when Alliance need him. And he's found those kills. Pleston's now got that multi, and Exit is just left to his own devices. He was the one faking B, and now he's the last player entering A.
This is the force buy. Exit gets dinked through the wall. Surely, no way, no how. Pleston with a triple. One round between these two teams, and MIBR, their reset, that was a force into that round, and they get nothing from it.
Alliance playing really well. They're playing very solid fundamental CS. Been very impressed with them. For MIBR, as I said, these T-side rounds are really convoluted. There's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, you got all these moving parts. You made this like crazy Cronenberg? Or whatever, some sort of crazy contraption, and...
Is that beer?
Yeah, Cronenberg's the horror guy.
Oh, okay.
Completely. Anyway, Cronenberg, whatever, who cares?
Oh!
One piece falls and everything falls apart. Pleston cleans up the eco. They are decimated in the banana. Not quite the ace, but a 4K will do.
They're back. And they're here, and they're not messing about. 9 rounds each. And this was an 8-4 half. MIBR have found 1 round in this second half, and this was the same story against ENCE. Sure, it's different halves. Sure, it's different maps. But in that second half, they found nothing. And here, they've only found 1.
Bodum Master looking active this time around with that AWP. Down Inferno, fully blind, hits his shot. That's the opening kill for Alliance. MIBR look lost. Now they're going to scale through short quickly. Pleston flashed off, but he manages to get away. Avid slips in, bails him out. They're just crumbling. They can't find a headway. A missed shot, but not going to matter. So many bodies here for the CDs. Bodum Master gets his on the next shot. HE will hurt Safe as he gets away. 2v4. Safe just going all by himself, looking to try and make something. Give them anything. Because right now, Alliance aren't giving them an inch.
They're playing like the better team. MIBR right now are playing like the underdogs.
Yeah.
That's the scary reality of this. Look at Twist. Look how passive he is. He's a solo player on B. He's letting them. He's rolling out the red carpet. MIBR, if you want to come B, guess what? You're going to have to smoke it off. And they don't have smokes. In fact, they do, but they're going to go contact anyway. Exit will make me a liar, but as soon as that's the indication, that's where the util could come through. That's where the rotates are in. 20 seconds left again for MIBR. That is a fantastic kill on Safe, because that makes the off spawn a little bit more doable.
Yeah, certainly doable. Flashes for the CTs. They're going to group together towards Coffin, and that's where the Ts go in. Wait, they swing around the corner, and both Twist and Robin get their headshot. Alliance will take the lead, double digits.
And now what we're seeing in this round as well is that it's Avid, it's Twist, it's not Pleasant, it's not Bodenmaster. Everyone is now rising to the occasion, and they can smell and sense blood in the water for MIBR. And look at the faces, look at the body language. It's dejected. They did not expect to be here after being up so heavily in that first half.
An 8-4 half. Long in the rearview mirror. Bodenmaster, who's been so active on this AWP on the CD side as well. The protocols are fantastic, the way they retake that together. Support always there. At least the bomb plant will allow MIBR to invest. They use their first timeout. Now, round 20.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, they're shell-shocked. And also, look, this should have been taken way earlier. But if you're MIBR, you never expected to be in this position in the first place.
The interesting thing with MIBR, kind of earlier this year, was the change-up in the coaching, right?
Yep.
The switch-up. Nak becomes the actual coach. Say actual, you know, he moves from that analyst position, swaps it with Bit. So Bit goes from the kind of active coach behind them into the more analytical role. Paid dividends in Melbourne where they lifted that trophy. First time after that change. Nak only given a moment now to even get on that microphone.
They just need to group together and go as a unit. That is the reality for MIBR. They just need to execute a bomb site together, and I think they're finally doing that now. It's taken until round 20.
You want to go B? That's where the big B himself is, Bodenmaster.
You throw enough utility at B, it won't matter. But there is that third player. Robin has come back. And he's the only one with a smoke right now for Alliance on B. So they have to time that perfectly.
Alliance have the players where they need them to be. Good Molotov. Forces exit into the open. Another opening kill for that AWP. There's no commitment behind it. He's forced forward by the flames, and he has just given up for sacrifice at the altar of Bodenmaster, and he's looking for more. A second for him. You still got Twist in the sight, and he can't quite get the kill. Good damage though. Blows on the smoke. Doesn't matter. Covered by Brenson, who's had a quiet map, but he comes alive with the double. A 2-on-3. Good damage done. I haven't thought about bailing.
No, you go for this.
He's got a flashbang. Can set up Pleasant, who is having a fantastic map, but safe will set him down. And despite Bodenmaster's big double on the way in, it might not be enough. Avid can just get exits.
What's sick about this, what's really cool about this MIBR approach, this re-exec in towards B, is the fact that Exit is the guy that is forced into the first fight. Exit has always been that player that is faking that B bomb site. He's been always the only one there for MIBR. So they pause, they wait a few seconds, they let Alliance think, oh, that's just the guy that's always lurking B. Well, maybe we send our rotations back. No, instead, they full exec in. They need to get the kills. They still need to do the hard graft, but it's that small micro delay in seconds that allows this to be a reality.
I can't believe they get all these kills. I don't know who blew the smoke, because that really set them up. Missed that bit. But that was like 3 kills in an instant. I think one might have even been potentially a lurk.
I'm going to push my Brenson narrative, because without his multi-kill there, MIBR wouldn't have got that round. Safe has found Bodenmaster. That is a really important head-to-head that Bodenmaster has been winning. And now Safe is just still stuck on this angle. He's going to lock in off the library. And now Avid is all alone. He needs help. He needs support. That U2 is fantastic to get him to disengage.
Yep, Pleasant actually gets one with the HE. Avid gets away. Stays alive. Pleasant trying to do his best, but he can't hold on. Avid does, though. And Twist on the rotate gets one as well, but they run down. Managed to break their way through. Stands even, 2-on-2. This bomb will need to be planted. Oh, Twist has a great HE position. Doesn't quite deal with drop, but a good damage. The second one does. And it falls to safe. AWP in hand. He's going to move out of the pit. Wants a more proactive position. Not planted for short, so he can't go too deep. And in fact, that smoke's going to cause issues. Makes it hard for him to get the line of sight, but maybe they'll give him that fight for free. First is his. And Robin, now he knows this AWP is in play. Safe comes up over the top, and what a shot from Safe! Safe hands indeed. That's 11 for MIBR.
And that is MIBR yet again with their individuals bailing them out of what could otherwise be a disastrous situation. And we got to talk about Alliance's utility again, because it is phenomenal. Even in that last round they lost, it was the molly that pushes Exit in for that first kill. In this time, it's the flashes, but it's all about Safe with the snapshots. We called him into question. Step up on LAN, we said, and he certainly has. He's put Alliance on the eco, and this could be enough to get MIBR over the line.
What a round from Safe. The headshot as well. Crazy that Alliance just go kind of slowly one by one over that smoke. You feel in the 2v1 against an AWP, maybe you can just run him down.
Yeah, the thing is, you're in two minds there if you're Alliance. And it's about whether you want to go pound for pound in terms of both going up on the smoke. That would be the least thing that Safe would expect. Or you try and run him through and just try and overwhelm. I feel like they should have maybe just run through the smoke and just try and trade him. But at the same time, all Safe needs is to take that one shot. He then knows where you are and you fall back. So it's the element of surprise. Multiple different things, right? So many decisions can be made in that moment. Ultimately, that's what they went for. And Safe flicks and gives MIBR map point. And it certainly did not look like MIBR were going to get map point. Let me tell you that.
Not at all. Alliance. So close.
Can they ninja this? No.
No, there's no kit. They're just going to try and draw bodies back.
Go on, drop.
That's drops, chat. 2.
I love that the crowd are even cheering USP kills.
Yeah. Mac 10 pays for itself at least. Alliance not out yet. The CT side has been strong. 2 more for overtime. Bodemaster's AWP in play. That's been critical for this team.
But the difference maker has always been Safe's AWP. And I actually think that might have been the first round we've even seen it on that T side for MIBR. So what a time for him to come alive.
Yeah, certainly make his impact felt.
Now this is a good pause. For MIBR, it's 30 seconds of breathing room, of trying to close. This could be overtime, but it would have to be Alliance winning 2 gun rounds back to back.
Fab. Avoided both ways. At HE though, not going to be avoided again. Alliance's utility damage, I'd love to see the numbers.
Oh, it's incredible.
Feels like they've got 500 each or something. Absurd numbers. Preston's going to slip back in. They've loved this double layering. Staying very active in long. But drop. He finds Bodemaster. That's the AWP. He wins out the duel onto the AWP. Gets flagged. Preston just pressed through. And there's no response. Safe was the closest player that could have, and he's got the AWP.
He's gone. He's gone B. And the issue is, if MIBR go A, they still commit to this, even with Preston finding that kill. There's only one guy here. It's Avid. And he doesn't have any flashbangs. He's only got the disruptive utility of an incendiary.
Oh, he's in for a tough time.
They've really gambled that it's going to be B. And hey, guess what? It's not.
They needed some info gathering. 30 seconds left. You feel like Robin could just smoke this and maybe you rotate.
They got to go. He's got to call that there's 2 smokes.
2 smokes, yeah. This is the signal. Alliance need to respond. Avid drops his flames, but they're short lasting these days. And now he's seeing them getting a Smith. They've still not budged. They still don't believe. They've not bitten. But it's MIBR that take the bite out of Avid. Not a kill found for the solo defender on A. The gamble goes wrong. And for Alliance, that might be it.
And now they've got to be all in on A. At least there is utility. There's 2 flashes to try and set these players up, but Pleasant just gets spammed through the smoke.
Some utility to flush out Pip, but no one's there. Flashbangs have to do everything. Robin setting up the team.
Oh.
Renson in the open, doesn't matter. Gets the kill into Pleasant. They're trying to force their way in. Time is ticking. Time is running out. And players dropping like flies. MIBR will steal that one away from Alliance.
And it really was a robbery being committed because Alliance in that second half really stepped up. But if it wasn't for Safe bailing out MIBR, that really could have gone the other way. That really felt like Alliance were about to take a step forward and potentially sending MIBR back home.
Yeah, moment from Save cascades into a map victory for MIBR, but Alliance aren't out yet. Still 2 potentially maps to play, but they're going to feel a bit robbed, a bit hard done by, because that one you felt should have been theirs.
Alliance came in there, and I mean, we had kind of written them off before we even started Inferno, going, oh, it's a big mountain to climb, and they put up one hell of a fight. I feel like they were climbing up that mountain, they were holding those rocks, and it was just like, they got just to the top, and MIBR came with their heel and just, you know, stood on their fingers. But what a good fight from them.
Yeah, and you know, the big thing for us, we came into this and we said, if Alliance make a competition out of this, we're actually happy. In front of a home crowd, you know, their friends and family, we were a little bit worried. That opening game from them really offered up little to nothing. That was brilliant. They actually took one of the scariest teams in potential-wise at this tournament. The distance, and it was honestly bar the last 3-4 rounds, that looked like Alliance was going to sneak it away at the tail end. So, I mean, heartbreaking away, but that's got to give them a lot of confidence now.
Yeah, definitely. I really got to eat my own words there, saying that they maybe not get a chance, but like the way they played this match was really, really impressive, actually. So I'm impressed. By
a lot of confidence. They said that they had a strat book ready for MIBR. They said that they felt confident on this map. They showed it. However, a little bit of experience goes a long way. My argument would be MIBR. I don't think they look good. I think they look shaky as all hell. But there is a lot to account for when you're a team that's played these bigger tournaments. You've been on LAN a few times. At the end of the day, you know what you have to do to pull it all out. And I feel like they did that.
Yeah, they're vets, right? I think when you go look at the MIBR side, they've played a lot of Counter-Strike. I mean, yes, technically, you look at Alliance and they have veterans, but it's not recent, I guess. You know, MIBR, reigning champs, for me, I look at them as guys who can come in towards this event, and especially in these hard situations, they can make them stick for them. That was really good. I really like what we saw, you know, safe in that 1v1 post plant with the AWP. Those sort of little moments is where you get to see just that slight difference in caliber, but man, what a game regardless. I think for Alliance, for me, they've now adjusted to what is a tough best-of-3 environment. That's where they can do their best work.
So the thing about Alliance is we've had all these stats about their util usage during this tournament, but we also got to see that as well. I know, Sevenlicious, you have a round that showcases how well they're playing as a team and using their utility to get the job done?
Yeah, that exactly. This is a really nice round, very proactive here for Alliance, where they get this. It's a very simple play, like it's a normal flash pick here, but it's worked out so well for their favor, and MIBR actually ended up saving after this round, so it's like a very nice play, and it's so simple.
And coming into this tournament as well, Alliance actually had they do have the best utility usage of any team in this tournament. They have the most flash assists per round, they have the most flash time per round. We saw Bodemart, he had something ridiculous, like 4.8 seconds per round of people flash, which may not sound a lot to maybe people who are a little bit new to Counter-Strike, but get in a game and flash yourself for 4 seconds, and then you'll feel per round how insane that is. His utility usage was out of this world, and generally, AWPers have to have one of the best, they are the support players, but you look at that, I mean, that is ridiculous. Their nade damage was crazy. They were getting like 40, 50 to start every round. Banana was an absolute mess, right? But in such a good way for Alliance, and man, their utility usage is insane. And a map like Anubis coming up next is actually a really good map where, once again, people like Boda can get really active with the flashbangs, actually facilitate a lot of the fights. If it wasn't for him, they're not winning a lot of these heads-up duels, but his mid-control of pit flashes is absolutely bonkers.
For sure, but obviously now on the other side, when we take a look at MIBR, I mean, during this, they've won the map. It wasn't as clean as we'd like, but we spoke about in the pregame a lot of conversation around Exit and what he's doing for this team. We've actually got some highlights from him, and when we bring those up, I mean, Nero, for you, is he the game maker here?
Yeah, I mean, he is just absolutely one of the best fragging IGLs we've got at this tournament. The numbers he puts up, you know, he talks the talk, but he walks the walk as well. He backs it up. This is such a reliable person to have on your team. Not only is mind for the game, he's very, very smart. He's actually been somebody who's been highly respected in that South American region for a long, long time. I mean, everybody talks about, you know, Big Azera being this big IGL from Brazil to look at, but X has been doing this for a while, man. And the talent he's now raising with this MIBR side, he is making them look very, very good. He calls well, but he plays well. And having somebody like that you can rely on in these tough situations, he's always calm. We hate to use this kind of anecdote, but calm and composed. It is just classic Exit. Steps up in a big way, delivers the frags, but time and time again, the amount of times he bailed them out of these dicey situations, especially when they were losing complete control of that game. Tac Pause comes through, calms them down, tells individuals like Safe, he was actually having a pretty rough game. He was getting completely out-orped, as you can kind of see by the stats for a long time. He was getting completely out-orped in that game. Bonamaster had him in his back pocket for about 80% of that map, but Exit again moved Safe around a little bit, got him a little bit more in towards the action, and I love those little adjustments on the fly to that mid-map, mid-game, when you're losing control. That's a good IGL, and that's what Exit can do, man. What he brings to the server is incredible.
Obviously, we can see those stats like we mentioned on your screen right now, and the thing here, though, is that MIBR did look shaky, like we said at the beginning, Sevenlicious, yet they were still able to close it out. That's got to hit Alliance's confidence a little bit.
Honestly, I think this game, because it was so close, I think that as a player, you only think like, we almost got him, now we can get him the next game. Like, I think it only gives them more like motivation to be like, oh, it was so close, forget about the rounds we lost, now we really have a chance to win this, let's forget about the game and move on further.
Neither of you expected it to be this close, right?
No.
Not at all. But the thing that worries me is kind of what you were just touching on. Yes, it was close, and yes, it was great. However, that was their map pick, and that was actually their opportunity for me. If they wanted to make this a 3-map affair, I felt they had to take Inferno. It was kind of their one, not guarantee, but their best chance is probably how I put it. And now you look towards Anubis. Man, MIBR's Anubis is scary. They play it so unorthodox. It's so random, and it's so difficult, especially on a stage environment where, you know, the crowd sounds pretty good, right? It's pretty loud. In those situations, I'm looking at things. I've cast this not even that long ago. Insanity will push smokes on his own, go through, and he'll get you from behind. And that's where I look towards this map and think it's just always been a real solid one for MIBR. It's always one where they bring these weird gimmicks that you don't see traditionally in EU Counter-Strike, and that's where I think Alliance might not be ready for it. So yes, it was close there, but that was their opportunity. That was their map pick, and they haven't taken it. And that's the thing that we now have to look at this and say, can they take on Anubis? I don't know.
Okay, well, I mean, you might not know, but I'm going to ask you to make the call anyway. Is this going 2-0 to MIBR, Sevenlicious?
Unfortunately, I have to say it's going to be a 2-0, but it doesn't take away the fact that I'm very impressed by Alliance so far.
Fair enough. No?
I've got to say 2-0, but it's actually for one thing of the map, but the other thing for me is Safe woke up at the end there. If he wakes up, this game is done, because Bonamaster got a lot of free real estate when it came towards these long-range duels. They weren't really making him feel uncomfortable, but those last 3 rounds, Safe on a 1v1, headspace goes through the roof, right? He feels that confidence. He now backs himself. He was really missing a couple of the easy ones, and then he hit that 1v1 in the post plant, and that is it. When you get an AWPer's confidence good like that, I think it's going to be tough. On a map like Anubis, Safe is so versatile. He's so adaptable. We'll see him playing out through mid, and he'll push. He'll push in towards water. He'll wrap in through A main as well, try and get those stairs peaks, and that's those little gimmicks that I talk about when, if Safe is confident, and if now he's hitting his shots, which we saw he is, that's what worries me. So yes, Boden's done really well, but man, this map is really where they do their best work.
Don't know if you've ever heard of something called Caster's Curse, but there it is. So we're going to 3 maps, but we first have to get through Anubis. So we'll do that right after this.
Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my car. If you let me, I would give it all to you. Coasting, open, hoping for more. Dreaming, thinking what I have is yours. Realize, recognize 100 times I've cried. Top down, music loud as we cruise at 85. Wondering is this a dream or real life? A fantasy is what this feels like. 10 toes down for my baby. This life be driving me crazy. Your friends talk down, it don't faze me. Leaving you alone, well that ain't me. Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my car. If you let me, I would give it all to you. Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my car. If you let me, I would give it all to you.
Not the start that Alliance were hoping for in this series. It kind of felt like Inferno was going to be theirs for the taking, and that was their way into staying alive here in Jönköping.
Yeah.
Do you fancy their chance for the Anubis?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. But look, listen, here are the facts. Inferno, they had it, right? It was right there for the taking, and MIBR snatched it away from them. And now you go to Anubis. This is one of MIBR's just like home turfs, right? They're so good on this map. And what distinguishes them from any other South American team on this map is how good their defense is. And obviously, that's where they're going to start. I don't think Alliance have won this in sort of like 4 or 5 maps off the top of my head. Like, it is not good viewing if you're Alliance.
Yeah, it's not been a good run for them. They got clapped by Johnny Speeds on Sunday, so...
Is that a team like Lecro?
Yeah, it kind of speaks volumes to how this is going. Yeah, that's like Lecro...
Draken?
Yeah, Draken. So, an interesting, eclectic bunch of Swedes. That's who we got on the stage for you. Alliance need this one to stay alive. They moved to MIBR's turf of Anubis. Can they do it? We'll find out.
And they need you, Jönköping.
Yeah.
They need you in the crowd. You were cheering for every single USP kill. I know you've got it in you because they need you right now more than ever.
They choose T side, the favored side on this map. Some fake out shots from stairs to allow Robin to walk up close, but the CTs concede this space. They have a strong stack on B. In fact, they're going to flash out, take the fight to them, saves Dulberettas, get one. Twist, just fighting to stay alive. He's got the bomb on his back and he's getting overwhelmed. He might just go down, barely alive, and yeah, run out the server. MIBR put the pace on. Now that it's all that's left.
And that's what they needed to do, all on Inferno. Just play like you're the better team. Play like you are ranked number 19 in the world. That's it. That's all you needed to do. And you get it in this pistol round. It's authority. It's home territory. And we're going to be seeing more of this all map long. This one is going to be really difficult for Alliance.
Yeah. Anubis is often a tricky map to get aggressive on the CT side, but it's one that you have to. And a team like MIBR is very confident in doing that. That's going to make Alliance feel like they don't have a lot of room to work with. The one kind of saving grace in that round is that almost everyone took damage from a pistol, so the armor reinvestment was costly.
Come on, you are clutching the straws
Come
here.
on.
Pass B. But you got to walk for a molly, and you need to get past the MP9s. If that's not enough, you've got Drop trying to own you with the A1Ss. It's a lot of damage, to be fair, but it does go the other way as well.
Yeah. Could still get sweaty.
Nah.
Nah, there's a flank. And Sani, MP9 duty. Cleans up house 3 for him. They do lose the M4. So, you know, that ended up kind of being a bit rough for MIBR.
It did, but at the same time, it is kind of similar to an Alliance buy, right? You've got 3 MP9s. It's not very future-proofed. I guess the rifles that you had future-proofed, now you've got to invest back into. But with that smoke signifies a lot of intent, because that's a deep one in towards the stairs.
Yeah, okay, so we have the AWP come out around MP9. So rather than investing the second rifle, they get the AWP out immediately, knowing that there's not going to be one on Alliance's side. And very aggressive utility, but there's actually nothing behind it. So it's going to make Alliance feel uncomfortable, and they're going to have to take time.
They're going to go B instead, I think. Never mind, they just dropped the nades just on the entranceway. This is really interesting for MIBR. So they poked and prodded with util, and then they poked and prodded with contact on the other extremity. It's keeping them guessing, and now you're going for this mid round where you reinvest in towards mid. You have a little peek and a poke, and suddenly for Alliance, you need to hit this timing now.
Yeah, now is that timing. It's just one player here, but it is safe.
It is the AWP. Yeah.
This guy gave us the highlight. They gave MIBR the map. What's he got for us here? A tag onto 2, but no kill found. He's feeling the pressure. Smoke dropped and overwhelmed. Blown out the server again. That utility continues to reign supreme for Alliance. They do manage to break through with the player advantage as well as the bomb is planted. Smoke in camera. These MP9s can't get involved.
You got to go for it, though. You can't save your MP9, surely. You just got to look for another access route. No, he disengages. Brenton not happy with how this is going. He's done. Drop's just been left to kind of lurk, maybe see if he can get one of these rifles out of play, because you're not getting the AWP. That's all the way in Bodenmaster's lap.
What a crazy round. I think there's an M4 there that Drop's got his eyes on. Yeah, he's going to pick that up and scoop it away. That's such an interesting approach to the CT round there. The T-side was very simple. They were going to go A out the gate. That was an off-spawn call. They're sitting at rugs. They seal this wacky utility, like the Molotov to the front of Rugs, like the exit of it. They see the smoke on stairs, like, okay, maybe they're taking control. They don't see any control. And MIBR get the information out B main, and then don't rotate back towards A. It's peculiar to say the least.
The timing of those flashes was so important because you've actually started your execute with nades on towards pillar once you've seen safe. The fact he doesn't get a kill, which just damage, really hurts. But also, you blow him out the server, you know these rotates are going to come over really fast. They're going to be in the open. They're going to be caught by your utility.
It looked like it was going to be a collateral, and it was, but it was just the damage. That round, fine margins for the sniper, but doesn't work out for him. But aggression again. Flash 4, they see nothing.
Did they not find the AWP on the floor? Or did Bodemaster just elect not to choose it?
Surely they knew it was there. Oh, actually, the HEs would have sent it scattered, but maybe it got lost. Did it go out? It could have flown anywhere. There was 2 HEs that hit his spot.
Point is, they don't have it.
Yeah, true. No one has one.
Back to A for Alliance. 3 players lie in wait here for MIBR. And they have got utility this time around to just re-smoke, recycle, and just keep Alliance out. But instead, they flash forward, and they go straight into Pleasant.
Pleasant's been so good. Twist there to trade him. And that's just going to embolden them. Call smoke forward just to cause issues, but they're already bailing. Call it done.
That's really interesting that they fight that even after the utility was thrown forward by Alliance. They wanted to get ahead of it. They wanted to try and shut Alliance down over at A, or to establish whether it was going to be a fake out. Instead, it is back-to-back rounds. It's back-to-back A hits. Forcing the save yet again.
Call this one Inferno, the way MIBR have been saving so consistently, rather than going for these retakes. But fair enough. Didn't have much to work with. Good rounds from Alliance.
And they need it. They really do. Keeping these players alive for MIBR helps a lot moving forward, where it comes to continuously offering up these scary rifle rounds. But there will come a point where Alliance can break this bank, and suddenly they can start to steamroll ahead on this T side. Anubis, the most T-sided map we've got in the pool. We expect Alliance to do well here, just quite naturally by the way the map plays out. I think MIBR, if they even get 4 or 5, this is where trouble sinks in. Genuinely, those are the margins.
Was impressed by the CT side from Alliance on Inferno, but yeah, different kettle of fish here. Pleasant just goes in fast. The flashbangs look effective on the feed, but it doesn't matter. The layering of CTs is too much to deal with. Now they're just going to walk through the smoke in middle exit. Oh, felt like that one could have been his. And now there's actually an open runway to the A bomb site. So a bomb plant is secured. And they've got decent utility to get into a post plant. Hit on drop. Insani doesn't have armor.
Oh.
So that could be an issue. This wasn't the full investment is the reason for that.
No, but they'll go for this. Look, you've got the kit on drop, and he's got the armor. Also, that smoke that was running to a CT, they don't know it, but it's redundant, and Safe finds Bodemaster. And now Avid, the young gun, needs to try and clutch up. He waits patiently. Molly goes in at default. He has his chance, but it's a swing and a miss. And now he's dinked down incredibly low. It's MIBR with that low investment, but they're the ones that go back in the lead.
You thought maybe there was a way through when the bomb gets down. They've got that post plant where they can actually get set up pretty well deep towards A main, and they've got utility and all the rest.
But at the same time, that's so isolated. Like, they smoked in towards CT, and I get it. You want to take space out A main, but Avid doesn't come with. And I know it'd be a really powerful crossfire, but they've got to get in that position in the first instance. I just don't think they were ready for the speed of that rotation from MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, the round all sort of started to fall apart in the first instance when they got eaten apart in B main.
But you get excited when they get that bomb down on A.
Yeah, you can see the potential of it. Warp in both of the AWP's hands. Bodemaster misses that timing on the player in main who retreats through Temple. This is a sole defender on B right now.
Yeah, that's wild, isn't it? just one defender here on B, and he's going to get split on. So Brenton needs to be careful, and he also needs to overperform. He's about to get mollied off. It's about to get even more dicey for him. That's the audio cue they wanted, and now suddenly the B main players try and get set up.
He's in force all over the place. Dropping utility left, right, and center, but still they don't pounce on him. They don't have the information that he was the only defender. Instead, stepping into mid, Avid gets one. It's messy between the two. A missed shot from Save. Twist will capitalize every day of the week. Drop has to take over defending this bomb site. The CT's very split. And if Alliance split onto A, that's going to be the right read. Plessing can cut off the rotations. It's just Drop.
Yeah, I think Exit has just rotated back over because he realizes that, hey, if Drop kind of gets fed to the Lions here, we're going to have to save again. It's just really been the protocol of MIBR. There is that re-walk, that re-aggression in from mid. And now this will be the commitment of the save. It will be a long 40 seconds. And in fact, Pleston will go on the hunt. But for MIBR, they can talk about what's going wrong, and it's this lack of mid control.
Yeah, they had the information that round, right? Brenton's getting harassed on the B bomb site, but they don't know where Alliance are. They've got these two players playing on A. Obviously, Safe is very active with the AWP drop sitting back. And then you've got these two mid players that just decide to walk into middle just to get that info. And
I actually think that the protocol, the reaction that MIBR did was fantastic, but Alliance was covering it by having Avid in top mid. Because you're applying so much pressure. I think there was 3 players in total trying to deal with Brenton in terms of putting the pressure on him. The reaction went both ways, and I feel like it didn't need to. We had the Safe in A main encounter where he misses his shot on his own. Then you had the mid play. If it was just one of those gathering info, you call it a day if it MIBR, and you say, okay, that's a fine trade-off because we understand there's one player here in mid, and we know there's a lot on B. But by investing sort of both resources into mid and outside A, that's the danger, because when both of them fall, you give up the round completely. That's one thing we don't talk about as well at these DreamHack events, and seeing hometown heroes as it inspires the next generation of CS. And it's crazy how fast the next generation of CS find themselves in the professional scene at this rate.
yeah, sometimes it's absurd.
MIBR and Mongols, clear showcases of that.
Aggressive stats from MIBR. This time they do make movements off that smoke towards stairs, but not spotting anything. That orb.
Big round outside.
Double up. In towards dark. Flames. Gonna be a pain. They go back the other way. There's no pincer maneuver, so this is all gonna come out through B main. Odin was hunting, but Smoke to slow his progress.
But you're going to go back to this Avid mid play. He's now going to be the one that pushes. And what's different here is where you had 3 players on the B site for MIBR, you can then have Drop be in that rotate. So now there's 2 players here locking things off. It's a lot more passive from MIBR, and they're setting all these little bear traps over the map.
Yeah, even that re-smoke.
Oh, I like that re-smoke, because that will keep Drop interested.
Yeah, and it gives Avid more room to work with as well. You hear that flash via the CTs. He's going to continue to move off it. Contact. Interestingly enough, it doesn't send Drop back. He's going to stick around.
Because of the time, 20 seconds. Util's about to come in.
Going to be the commitment. He's got the flash forward ready for the defense. Avid can drop through. Worried about the flank, but it's just straight in, and they deal with Brenton. The spam from Drop doesn't connect, but Safe in dark has found a double. Can't quite hit the third. 1 HP, he is still standing, barely. Eventually flushed out. Drop just walks forward into Twist's arms. And Zani, he's the one that has to step in. Can't finish the job on Twist. Good damage. Exit can't get in. He's being denied by Bowden Master, holding that angle the whole time. And he just swings onto Insani.
That's a lot of trust being put down there by Bowden Master for his teammates, who there are 2 of, over in B main, making sure that Insani can't cross and try and deny him up close. 20 seconds, they give them the MIBR treatment of waiting so long to the point where they have to execute in, and MIBR just get dealt with immediately. Really impressive just watching Alliance on this T side And they are making MIBR work for these rounds. Even if MIBR are winning them, it comes with a really big challenge.
Really happy to see Alliance enter this scene as well. CS, I used to be pretty into my Dota back in the day when Alliance kind of made their name known in the early TI days. Organization, a lot of Swedish history. Love to stay alive one more day in Jönköping. Execute into A, but it's just these pistols. And the majority kept at bay. It's going to be a 2-round lead before you know it. It's a fun little boost.
I don't think it will find anything.
I'm going to break that glass, otherwise USP is going to do like 5 damage.
Oh. Looks like they are going to do no damage. Okay, 1 kill from Exit. And another from Drop. At least they're containing Alliance in this bomb site at the bare minimum. But that's all it'll be. Just damage. Hoping for another scrap is Exit. Instead, he'll be taken down with the prize possession. Alliance with 5 rounds. Oh, he lives.
Wow. You
Fair.
can really survive close there, can't you?
Did he get a gun? Oh.
Unlucky.
Now I want to see MIBR of the pistol round. MIBR pushing, MIBR taking space, because the moment they are giving the respect over and the space to Alliance is honestly the moment that they lose these rounds.
Yeah, Alliance being given free reign. And again, it's the underdog team. You can't just disrespect them.
I feel like they've gained a lot of respect after Inferno. And MIBR don't want to be punished by these sort of HE set plays that Alliance have got in their locker. Finally, we're seeing people and personnel behind this utility thrown forward.
Thing is, Alliance can just sit back. The re-smoke, you don't always see that on stairs. That is going to keep them kind of at bay for a moment. Drop's still holding this active line. Safe's going to slip in front of the smoke in dark.
This is really scary, though, because sure, Drop's holding the window, but if they deal with him like that, you could go A and no one is there. You could wrap B and no one is there. This starts to feel horrible if you're MIBR.
Yeah, Exit in particular is sweating. Middle is completely open. No one's moving yet to help him out. Looks like Safe will slowly move. He's going to go all the way through. This is looking like that split onto A. Brenson's going to move. Insani in camera.
Oh,
Well-timed smoke. That's great.
That's so good.
Gonna be blown though. And they force through. Robin gets the kill. Exit finds one. Safe. Unknown behind the back of Cake. And Brenson gets it onto Bodemaster. That one feels very tricky for him to get, but he still converts it. And Twist can't get anything done.
They left it too late. They left it genuinely like 5 seconds too late. If they went any earlier, it's free. And they can go on to Exit. And they can get that kill. But it's Insani's smoke that really wins that round there for MIBR. Because it allows genuinely like 2 seconds for Safe to get on an angle, for Brenson to come up in towards Heaven. So by him dropping that utility, that's the delay. That's all MIBR needed to get set up. And even when it comes to these trades on site, it's Exit that takes the first kill. He's that known player that is always over towards A. They think it's clear. They pull out their nades. They're not ready for Safe at the back of the site. They're not ready for Brenson in Heaven.
Yeah, it's really cool rotations, just so quickly ahead of it. Alliance had the timing window when they got their kill into drop, but they were just a little bit too slow to take advantage of it. Took them time to clear out middle. Not expecting it to be so free for them to take. This round becomes a vital one for Alliance, and off the pause. Imagine gonna have had a lot of thought put into how they want to approach it.
What's really interesting is that mid aggression didn't net MIBR anything. In fact, all it did was make drop die.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they're going to pull out the same util set and again not send anyone.
Yeah, that's what they did the first time they did it, right? Oh, big gap on that left-hand side. Safe is very interested. And HE just goes over the top of their heads. Could have been good. Some fast control. Again, it feels like that split is on its way, but...
Nice. Good molly.
3 players in the site.
That molly's so good because it pushes them into the site, which means it pushes them into the flashbangs. It means this A split can get ready.
Yeah, they're taking the time to really go. And off the back of this pause, MIBR are going to get very close.
This is so nice from Exit, but it's on the smoke fade, jiggle, and a collection. Robin, it's a 2-for-1 with him and Twist. That is everything. Safe's now flashed off the angle, and he can't hit his shot. That's A unlocked.
That was a critical kill from Robin. Low HP, takes down the AWP. They find their way through. MIBR had 3 players here. Everything was set up well. They go for the info play. They go to get aggressive. And they come out behind. Can't finish the kill onto Robin. He goes on to find Safe. That's 6 for Alliance. That round would have broken them if they couldn't get it going.
The change here is that MIBR didn't fight for mid. They didn't have anyone there. They had Insani at the first instance, but then he got double mollied off. And then Alliance pushed in towards mid a little bit faster. And there was no resistance. But also that means that MIBR didn't know that Alliance were there that quickly. So you can run this round right back again, probably in your next gun round. I don't think it's wise if MIBR invest here. Sure, you saved the AKs. Sure, you've kept 2 weapons. Typically, when they've saved, they've invested. But I don't know if that's the right play here, especially with a few rounds left in this first half. I wouldn't mind just a compromise, a half buy. They can then find everything with that loss bonus off the back. But that is the ace up the sleeve for Alliance in this T side. They've been able to get mid, and MIBR don't know the pace of which they've just achieved it.
Super weird that at the moment MIBR have more kills than Alliance by like 3 or 4, maybe 5. Like every single player has got more kills, and yet all the rounds are Alliances.
Well, think about the impact that the kills are having. Think about how many of them are on saves, where they can group up, where they can take these angles, where they're not forced off by util.
12 of their 32 assists were flash assists. I want to know the percentage of those that were buried in Masters. This guy's flashbangs hit div.
I think that first game where it popped up about that flash stat, I think it was like 17, 18 flashes thrown as well for that Boda Muscle, like 5 seconds. Ridiculous. They have invested around this, and here's the variance. MIBR are the ones that are pushing in towards mid with this smoke. And that's fantastic, but Insani can't get the kill, and neither can Brenzen. He can't trade. And now Alliance, they know that MIBR are advancing up mid.
Yeah, I wonder if the flash hadn't been there, I don't know if Avid would have swung so quickly.
Ooh, I thought Plesson was going to push B main. I thought he was going to go into that smoke, but he doesn't. He waits. But you know the extremity is going to be a little bit more vulnerable now. Big fight here.
Double up in dark.
There's no flash for this. There is one on Robin, but he's not going to throw it.
He's going to dry peek. On the jiggle. Now you can drop the flames. Oh, he's hearing them. At least the smoke's there to bail him out, but it's straight into Plesson. Can't convert the kill. Drop is low.
They're holding. Twist is holding for this push because it's such a common reaction. And sure, they don't get the kill, but at least they've got the space. Twist is isolated, needs help from Robin. These fights are so damn messy. And now Robin is left alone. He's trying to fight out of a corner. And MIBR just pin him in it. 3 on 2, everyone's low, everyone's bruised, but it's Avid, who's the lowest of them all, still coming out on top.
Yeah, Avid needed to win that fight, and he does it. No one's got health.
No one's got util.
And no one stands for Alliance. Run down in the post plant. That little HP. MIBR just swing in. And they hit their shots.
And this is your first instance of MIBR not only getting proactive at the start of the round in middle, but then getting proactive in the mid portion of the round, where Alliance are setting up their utility, where they're trying to fight for this map control. It's not conceded, it's contested. That's your difference. And that gives you all the information. It's such a shame because Alliance was set up for that A main push. They were set up for players to be in dark. They double mollied both entrances, and yet Pleasant couldn't convert here. There's so many moments, again, and it feels like a round that you could take straight out of Inferno and plop it into Anubis, where Alliance had all the advantage, and MIBR win it anyway.
Back to where they were finding a lot of success earlier in middle. Stani drops the smoke. They're ahead of it. He's forced to take a step back. We'll call in the support of Drop. They want to take the fight to them. Drop on the jiggle. Will get info. Stani looking to swing, and he's taken down by the AWP. Pleasant gets one as well. Now you can just force Drop back, keep him at bay. Benson's making a play, pushing out Doug, but A is compromised. 2 players in storage. Pleasant needs to be ready for this. These rotations have been quick.
Yeah, they don't know. They really don't know. And Twist is still holding for this flank, but Brenzon's just walked past him, timing. Okay, helmet spotted, kill collected, and now Drop has made noise, stepping in that incendiary. It should now definitely be a done round. It should be Alliance taking this, unless Safe and Drop can pull this out. The hat, down goes Safe, down goes Drop, and 7 etched on the board for Alliance as the first time his whistle blows.
We really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. You do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up. Satisfaction, everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction.
7-5 half for Alliance. They have the lead. Now, this is also without the pistol round or the follow-up. Something they were very good at on Inferno. So good signs for them, but not a good start. Insani takes 3 down while blind on 2. And you can just write this pistol off.
Bloods didn't see anything. And he's just come up with a hat trick. It's Sani not happy with how that first half is gone.
Give him the ace.
He wants 5 kills for 5 rounds that MIBR got in that first half.
Someone just typed NS in the chat for sure. There he is. Hadn't seen the big Insani too much so far here in Jönköping. Reminding you exactly who you're up against.
Damn. I mean, look, let's be real. The setup would have got those kills anyway for MIBR, you feel like. But Insani, full blind, getting 2 of them? Come on, man. That's not fair. Drop. He'll lock in that final kill. It's MIBR this time that are posing the threat with the pistols.
Yeah, I don't think it was an NS in the chat. I think Exit DC'd.
We'll say it.
In our
NS
imaginations, it was an NS. He sees the first, and the flash hits and peeks straight into where he just got a kill, so he just keeps clicking.
He's so chill. He's so composed. There's still a job to do, remember. They're still at the deficit of only 1 round, though. And this is T-side. This is where MIBR do their best work. And this is why I was saying, look, it's going to be a struggle for Alliance if they don't pitch up sort of 8-9 rounds in this first half. We'll have to wait and see. It is that forced investment. Bodemasters left a little bit in the red reserve just because he wants that AWP. But look at the scaling. Look at how fast Exit is going with that Mach 10.
He's got very deep control in Dark. You can just chill out here.
Oh, that's a cool way to molly mid.
Wow.
What?
Huh?
Sure.
All right.
Oh, well. That's only a Mach 10. They don't care. There's still 3 players here on A. Avid could be baited in. Oh, he could be baited in. They're not checking in full blind. It's been the feature piece of Alliance, this utility. Avid's found 2 kills. And suddenly for MIBR, they're down to 2 players.
Alliance have reinvented the flashbang. I swear to God, these guys have lineups for days. They force into this one. They can barely afford weapons, and yet they have enough in the pockets for the flashbangs, which have been everything for them.
They only cost 200.
Well, they're paid for themselves and more. 2 on 4. Now, there isn't a kit.
There is a smoke.
Insani lives, but barely. This round is on Safe's shoulders. A forward angle for him. They can try and overwhelm, running straight in. First one's free. No follow-up. Now it's Insani. Take the next contact, run down, Safe. Able to get the trade. He needs 2 more times ticking, and he's run out of the server. Get on that bomb. It's ticking.
It's close.
It's down to that wire. Bodemasters. He's snipping them. Oh, and he misses the mark. The bomb explodes. He took a little bit too long.
Yeah, they did not know where MIBR were. And where that smoke gets re-implemented on Heaven, they just weren't sure there was a player in there or not.
Oh, that one rough. It looks so good. All those kills set up by the flashbangs.
That was a 2 on 4.
I love the way they play it. Insani's super low. Safe takes the first kill. It's free. He gets out. Now they can just set up. Insani takes contact on the next. The trade is immediate. So then a 1 on 2. They've delayed long enough at that stage. Safe wins it by proxy.
This is sick. This is really good. This is the reinvestment for Alliance. They know the money is so low. It did come down. In fact, they killed everyone. It came down to a 1v nothing. So the fact that they buy, sure, it's a risk.
Well, you did also save that 1 AK, right?
I guess.
You ran away with it while that defuse was being attempted.
I suppose. And it's this buy, it's this decision that I really respect a lot. Most teams would save. It is 3rd stage loss. They'd be somewhat eco anyway. But if you win this, as you should have won that previous, if you win this, that's the money gone for MIBR. Big nade. They are util monsters.
Yeah, I need those numbers.
Not out here, be watching the demos, furiously scribbling through all his notepads.
This is the best HE usage I think I've seen in some time. Although Ensis on Dust 2 was very good. I'll give them that. We've had some great HEs this event.
Most competitive challenger lineup in as long as I can remember.
Jönköping.
Focus, focus. 1 minute left. MIBR, they've got mid. Cool. Now they're going to look to go and split in towards B. They smoke off camera. That's going to bring Avid away. And suddenly Pleasant and Robin, with one flashbang between them, need to hold on to B.
That's all they need.
But
There's no util for MIBR.
It's on Robin. It's on Robin, and he's getting P9 up close.
All right, well, you got a smoke flash for MIBR, so the Angels will be there for Pleasant. He had a great Inferno. Can he hold on? Robin swings out for one. Pleasant under pressure, the Flames eventually force him into the open, and they manage to overrun the bomb site.
It's Brenson again, finding that moldy kill. Molly was well placed this time from MIBR in towards Glyph, forces Pleasant into the fight, makes him uncomfortable, still comes away with a kill. But it was that trade. It was that acceleration from MIBR, and it was enough for them to walk into mid solo, drop that smoke, and keep the A players rooted.
Yeah, that smoke was everything. Just there was so much uncertainty in the minds of Alliance. MIBR, they might not have had all the utility, but they had the weaponry advantage, and they can just force their way into a bomb site, as we just saw. Numbers overwhelm. The defenders get a kill apiece, but that's not enough. So MIBR will take the lead. But that was the force investment from Alliance.
At least they've got the AK. At least they've got the Scout. These are weapons you can bring forward, and hey, if the Scout gets a couple of tags, that makes the pistols more viable. You can also use the pistols as a meat shield for the AK.
Yeah, now if you're MIBR, you've seen that was an investment round, only 2 players left. This way, maybe you just go for something fast.
I think this would be the round they actually just pump the brakes.
You reckon? Slow it down?
I think so. You're gonna expect aggression, right? You're gonna expect the rifles to be utilized in such a way where it's either the pistols charging somewhere and then the rifles are gonna be trading, or it's gonna be a Scout at long range. So the first sight line denied. And now Pleasant on the angle on A. Ooh. Nice shot on drop, but the rifle can't be recovered.
Yeah, but it's a play you can't recover either.
True.
Alliance need to make the right read at this point. And MIBR are going to do their best to misdirect. Smoke in middle. Molly's on B. Not a commitment yet. 2 mid means that their rotations will be quick, and, well, they might not be rotating at all because this is where the Ts send the majority of their forces.
Avid can smoke off camera to force MIBR to go B. Yeah, he sees them. So now they'll back off MIBR, and they've got decisions to make. Do they just run through it anyway? Yeah, they break it. They flash. Avid still on the other end of things. And now suddenly they're peppered up. They're lining up as well. Insari and Exit are able to find the kills. Bodenmaster's still on site and they're still low. 20 seconds. Bodenmaster's just living and is trying to brutalize them. Trying to make sure that Twist can lock in this round. But somehow, some way, it's MIBR that are surviving. Bomb punched in. Twist has still got a chance to win this 1-on-2 if he isolates the kills, and he can't because Brenson is brilliant.
Oh, Bodenmaster does so much work. There's so many tags, so many shots. Twist is frustrated. He knows that was his round. Even if he swung around, there was maybe a chance of him just denying that bomb. It was so uncomfortable for those MIBR players, so low. Bodenmaster does everything he can. The Deagle spam as well. They're all limping into that bomb site, but they still get in, still plant.
That has to be round 5 or 6 where Alliance have got the round right there, and MIBR say, nah, that's ours.
Yoinked away. And now here's that quick play into a bomb site, just the execute.
Yeah, because you know the utility's not going to be there with the rifles as well.
Oh, flashbang's so good. They go the other way, but Robin, he's good too. You believed in the third. Brenzen has a single point of health. There's no HE, nothing to bring him down lower.
This rotate's fast. That's your good thing. This rotate is really fast. And Bodemaster can set Twist up. The issue is, as soon as you hear this flashbang, you're going to assume that there are 2 players here.
Yep, Twist will take the control. Ooh, safe. Gets tagged. That's a bit of information. Avid can now start to make his moves.
But now you're worried about CT.
Avid's the one with the kit. They have a lot of spots they need to clear. Safe has walked into CT. Can't convert the kill, though.
Oh, he's got the molly that rebounds off.
Doesn't matter. I think they might have a smoke. Yeah, Avid can drop it. Trying to overwhelm, trying to fight their way through. Safe has got the double. No chance in the defuse.
Oh, hang on.
No, there's no chance. There's no time. It's done. Double digits for MIBR.
Unlucky. Another NT moment for Alliance. And I said they're going to have to worry about CT now. Safe makes that play. He goes in towards spawn, and they just don't check it.
Wait, but the thing is, he kind of fumbles, right? He misses the chance now, but they go back to deal with him. He just gets both.
It's because he threw that molly. Because he threw that molly, sure, they stuck a smoke on the bomb, but they're like, oh, damn, one's confirmed towards CT. Let's get rid of him. Let's create space for ourselves.
Could have got Avid on the bomb, and the other two just been the distraction. I mean, there's so many ways you can play those moments. And in the chaos of it, Alliance crumble.
This is not the way MIBR would have envisioned day one of defending the ESL Challenger title. But it's one of those games where you take a look at it and you think, they're playing like this and they're still winning games? That is championship mentality. I'm sorry, but it is.
Well, that was the Melbourne run as well. That they lost their opening game versus Rebels, which was the lowest ranked team from Europe going into that event.
The Flay Kisarek team, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. They lose that opening best of 1 there. They have to play the elimination game, and they just go the whole distance. Guess what Insani's rating was, by the way, when you got the MVP performance for 9 maps at Melbourne?
1.8 something.
No, that's ridiculous. that's
Imagine.
You're taking the fun out of the game.
Okay.
1.51.
Oh, okay, that's still very
good. It's pretty
good.
big, yeah.
This buy's not pretty big for Alliance. At least they've got flashes. There we go. Raise that level. They need you. You'll need to be an Alliance for them. They've got to take their opponent's map pick. 3 rounds down at the moment. For MIBR, it's 3 rounds away from knocking out the hometown heroes.
Alliance Behovide. I think that's right. Regardless, they do need you. MP9 and an M4. Will it be enough? Well, it might well be. They've got enough players in the right place. This stack, 4 players for the defenders here. Smokes. A flashbang. Actually on Pleasant, who's not nearby, so they're going to be fighting. Twist trying to get behind the flames. And he just swings back through, can't convert the kills, but it's going to bait in the rest of the team. Surely, no, they're just being overwhelmed. They had all the bodies there. But against the AKs, they are run over.
Really good trade space in there from MIBR. And it's a round like that. Again, it's acceleration, it's assertive control from the Brazilians.
Even hunting the V250, you get away with nothing.
That was only the partial investment. It's still okay. There's still chances. All eyes, though, look to Bodemaster because he was incredible in that first map on Inferno. Will he have enough money to bring out the AWP?
Yeah, it's been absent, hasn't it? He was really the X factor.
It feels like he will with the 4-stage loss bonus.
Pleston is continued to be present in the server for them across both maps. Robin with a step up.
Yeah, he can buy the AWP. They haven't put up a single round on this CT side.
Yeah, it's a difficulty, isn't it? Not known for a rough CT side. And MIBR's T side looking very sharp. Safe has been the difference maker across this series. There's that AWP. Not one on MIBR's side. So chance for Bodemaster to be the difference.
Avid looking to get involved early in mid as well. Where's Twist? He's down really deep, isn't he? Or is he in mid with the collective? In mid with the collective, okay. Minimap deceives me. Bodemaster forced off the angle. Solo holding A right now. But there is Avid. He gets the first, but he's burning alive. Oh, that's a lot of HP wasted.
Yeah, I think he thought it was going to fade a bit quicker than it did. It's still the opening kill, and you need to convert this round. You've got the opener, you got the AWP still active. Oh, Twist.
Oh, no.
Speaking of active,
That's individual.
he goes looking, doesn't find what he hoped for, drop. Might even get a double for it. Avid's low, and yet still swings. A big kill keeps the advantage back for Alliance.
And that's going to push the MIBR into B. They have to go B now because they've got no A control.
Yeah, double layering. No defensive utility, but they've got the players here too, and the rotations on their way. The flames towards Glyph, gonna force Robin out. He has that support. A Temple, the flashbang is so good. Pleasant can't see a thing. They needed one. Needed something to give Bodemaster and Avid a chance. And Safe. Oh, he's gonna walk through to Temple. Now he'll be behind them. Brendan's loud. Oh, caught out, but they're safe. Bodemaster, he brought this AWP into this round. It was gonna be the difference. He's not been able to fire a shot yet. He'll need two perfect ones for any chance. There's the no-scope. Tap on it. Safe doesn't bite. He's counting in his head, that clock. No kit.
What a way to go. And what a well-played round from Safe because he calls that bluff. Imagine if he had a kit, he could have defused it. But no, he doesn't. That's heartbreaking for Bodemaster.
How many rounds has Safe won? Inferno was the reason they won. That was him. That clutch. Steamrolled that T side to close. He's run at least two here. That 2v4 orchestrated by him this round. Not to mention the B post plant where he got into CT spawns. That's 3 rounds off the back of Safe.
And that's heartbreaking as well because Alliance need to get around on this CT side. You can't save in that situation. As good as it might have looked, at least Bodemaster is still out with the AWP. But he's now being burnt alive, and MIBR are just taking the space in mid.
Yeah, they're feeling they can just run through. That was a chance. Not to be.
Oh, the Incendiary even gets lost in the smoke as well, over towards A main for Alliance. Nades are being fumbled. Control is being relinquished. Look at Insani. Just pushing. Inserting himself right into the backlines of Alliance. And yet again, Bodemaster has not fired off a shot. All of these pieces go looking, and they're all crumbling one by one by one.
Bodemaster and Avo, the last hopes for Sweden here in Jönköping. That's going to have to be Bodemaster. Has the kit now. And he's gone. Hits the deck. A 1v4 for Avid. And he has to get past this AWP. Shot fires off. Safe confirms a 20 for him. MIBR will continue their run here in Jönköping.
Yeah, they will. They will continue to defend the ESL Challenger title. And it is agony for Alliance, but still, memories being made. And they put up a really competitive fight. The issue is, when you go back, you reflect on the series, it's a game of what-ifs.
Yeah, it's a very close series for Alliance. Inferno could have been. It was so close. The margins of error are tiny. And for a team that comes through as a massive underdog, a very impressive showing. And they can hold their heads high.
Yeah, they absolutely can.
And there it is. We say goodbye to the Hometown Heroes Alliance, the all-Swedish representation here at Jönköping. They are out of the competition. Always a tough one at the end of day one to say goodbye, but that is what we do. MIBR, the Brazilian powerhouses, our current ESL Challenger raging. They are going to be raging because they haven't been playing well enough, but reigning champs. Looking a little bit shaky. I mean, it was a 2-0, but I don't think Alliance should have got some of those rounds on the board during Anubis.
No, definitely. It was a 2-0, but I don't think that makes it up for the way Alliance played. They actually put a really good fight, and it was pretty tight, honestly.
Pretty tight. I wonder how they're feeling, though, because I do know that Mike is with MIBR right now, so let's find out. They're still in the competition, so what did they think of that matchup?
It's time to find out. I'm here with the man of the moment. I'm here with Safe. That was quite the series. You were playing with your hair on fire, rifling, opping, clutching, not even shooting a bullet in that last clutch, just waiting them out. Was there a special level that you found today?
Yeah, I think I was feeling confident, so yeah, it feels good.
It was good. You're coming in as the defending champs, right? Obviously today maybe didn't go to plan. You lost the opening matchup, but it's BO1s. You've been there before. What's the mentality from here on out now? You've survived this first hurdle. What are you thinking going into the next?
I think we just have to reset from today. I think we had a really bad first game against Ents, but it happens, you know. So the most important thing is that we came back and be ready for tomorrow.
And now looking forward, you guys already have that Pro League spot. You know what you're fighting for here, though. It's about the trophy. It's about the honor right there. It's about ending this season on a high note. Is there any lesson that you're taking from these matches, from this run, from this season that you're bringing forward?
I think every match that we play, we have to play to win. And here's no different. And we'll be looking forward to lift that trophy again. So yeah, we're gonna play our best, and that's it.
I'm looking forward to it, man. Good luck going forward. They're gonna play their best, and that's it, Sam.
That's it for you, Mike. I still have lots to say, so we're going to do that right now. Here, I have nothing to say. We're on the desk. MIBR is through. A long day of Counter-Strike, but an exciting one as well. What can we take away from that, though? I mean, Alliance, there was some moments where we saw some really good work from them. I mean, obviously now they've got to go home, and by go home, I mean they're still in Sweden, so stay in Sweden, but possibly work on some of those things to improve?
Yeah, but I think that's actually a really good learning experience, right? Playing against sides of MIBR's caliber who are a little bit unorthodox in the way they approach a couple of maps. Inferno was a little bit weird. They really, honestly, should have took it. You know, you kind of feel sad for them because, you know, 80% of that map was looking like, oh my God, this is like Alliance taking a map on home turf, in front of the crowd, which would have been a sick story. Didn't quite happen, but still a really good performance. That first half was really good as well, right? 7-5 half for them, off the back of that T-side. We're looking at that and thinking, there's a lot to work here. They've got the foundations, at least, of a decent performance. However, a complete non-starter. Didn't get a single round on towards that CT side, and that's where maybe you look at a little bit of the inconsistencies. They probably have to go back and look at the demos and just think, what went wrong? How do we not get a single CT round?
There was a very specific moment, of course, where I felt like this turned in the favor of MIBR. The moment the second half happened and they got to move over to the other side, that was it for them, right? There wasn't an opportunity, and it was this pistol round.
Yeah, definitely. You can look at the entries here. They're just crazy. He's full blinded, getting triple kills. He's running and gunning, ending up getting one more kill also on site. And this is MIBR. It's crazy.
Yeah, and you can always back MIBR on pistol rounds. 67% pistol round win percentage on that T side. They're so aggro. They're going to wait for fights really, really early doors. And it's Insani, I mean, send them in. It's kind of, at times, it's a bit of a joke that we say within the scene, but with players like Insani, it is quite literally Insani go kill. Let this guy loose. On T-side, gets so much mileage. That pistol round showcases exactly what MIBR can bring to a server. They needed a bit of a hero. They're down 7-5 at the half, and they're thinking, right, we have to kickstart this one well. We have to get a pistol, get a bit of momentum, get the confidence going. Insani, mate, we need you. Now's your time. And look what he does. One kill found, and then the next two full blind. He wins the round. He gets one more Arthur as well, just to really seal the deal and force in a save. Beautiful work. That's how you start off a T-side.
Also, I mean, I felt like over in Anubis, they looked a lot more comfortable. It was obviously their map pick, but there was one player that there was such a drastic difference, Neo, for him from map 1 to map 2. And we've actually got a head-to-head. We've done it all nice and fun. and a Tim in both of them.
Yeah, Brinton, I mean, he had 4 kills up until the penultimate round of that first map. He really just could not get going. He plays, yes, a lot of tough roles, and it's very difficult to get going on an individual level, but he was needed. And I think Alliance, where they found a lot of success towards Inferno, they were kind of just exposing him. It's pretty sad to say, but Bodemars did really well, giving themselves a lot of opportunities to just find this guy off guard. If he was entry fragging, was getting nothing, right?